Chapter 1 The Awakening Goth Conquest System Off Warrior King Lin Fan. The night Hwastikasink, enveloping Thirtin darkness. Inavali surrounded Bidin's forests, Lin Fan, Anali Twarayaranthikan Goth Chinese Special Forces, Lethis Steeman an exceeding Liparilis mission. Their objective was to destroy a biochemical weapons laboratory concealed deep within the folly Igethes excessof this mission meant the salvation of, while failure would result in an unfathomable catastrophe. Lin Fan's gaze was resolute, akin to the brightest stare at the night sky, with a singular belief in Hishi art to protect this comrades and complete the mission. However, as the team approached here to get, Thenami Hadel re-delayed an intricate tetrap, and isidin ambushatrethlensjov tonight. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, commanding Stime testa dispersi and retreat, while Heko Seto stay beamed, drawing Thenamus fire to bite him first comrades. Go! It will handle everything here. His voice resonated with an extraordinary steadiness amidst tonight breeze theruus no trace off in his eyes, only a profound affection for estimates and an unwavering dedication to the task athent. Just as Lin Fan prepared to launch Chafin al charge, a brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Within the radiance, time seemed to freeze fell this bedigro inexplicably light before his Linigan town consciousness. When Lin Fan opened his again, have found himself stand in a completely unfamiliar world. Surrounding him were ancient buildings, and people-clad in tradition attire moved about, with a fantaromov spice spermeating their everything in mystery. As Lin Fan endeavored to comprehend his new surroundings, a mechanical Vasicho Eden, his mind host Hostroversitonancient, parallel world conquest system is now activated. Welcome at Othen Realm, Lin Fan. Yo will embark in a new journey here, and the conquest system will assist you in adopting, growing, and ultimately becoming a formidable force in this world. The interface of conquest system gradually unfolded in Lin Fan's mind, revealing its attribute panel, which displayed fundamental attributes such as strength, agility, and wisdom, along with several skills yet to be unlocked. The system also provide a task list, where completing tasks would yield experience points and stow enhance attributes or unlock skills. Lin Fan attempted to communicate with the system, inquiring Gabu this circumstances and how to utilize its capabilities. The conquest system responded, in this world, you will confront various challenges, from survival and combat politics and diplomacy. The conquest system will provide you necessary assistance, but the ultimate growth and decision-making lie in your hands. To king a deep breath, Lin Fan acknowledged the incredibility of the situation, yet understood that, whether in the modern era or in ancient times, whether on familiar battlegrounds or in alien realm, his resolve to protect their and fulfill his mission remained unchanged. Hera resolved to leverage conquest system to explore this world and gradual easy eyes control his destiny. With intent, Lin Fan connected with the system, and suddenly, the conquest system materialized in his mind, presenting itself in a 3D graphical format, possibly encompassing the following major functional modules. 1. Attribute panel the choreographed conquest system, displaying the host's fundamental attributes such as strength, agility, wisdom, stamina, and mental fortitude. The host can enhance this attribute as be completing tasks, engaging in combat, or utilizing specific resources. 2. Skills The system offers various skills categorized into combat, survival, and social skills, allowing the host to learn or upgrade them by expending specific resources. G. Experience points, skill points. 3. Task system A series of tasks defined by the system, including main quests, side quests, and daily tasks, with rewards such as experience points, resources, special items, or new functionality upon completion. 4. Items and equipment The system may include items sup where the host can purchase say or craft various gear and consumables to enhance Seekumbe efficiency or survival capability. 5. Mapan navigation providing a world map and navigation feature is to assist the host in understanding their surroundings and planning their course of action. 6. Language and knowledge acquisition The host can use the system to learn languages, cultural knowledge, or specialized skills, facilitating swift adaptation to the new environment. 7. Social and diplomatic interactions The system may include a modules for interaction within peaks non-player characters, such as dialogue, quests, and trade, aiding the host in establishing gainator relationships. 8. Economic and resource management. The host can manage the resources, including money, food, and materials, for purchase and equipment, enhancing attributes, or completing tasks. 9. Growth and upgrades. As the host completes more tasks and accumulates experience, the system will offer opportunities for upgrades, unlocking new functionality or enhancing the efficiency of existing. 10. Historical and contextual information. The system provide background information about world history, races, and factions, aiding the host in comprehending the world setting. 11. Special abilities or magic. Depending on the narrative, the system may grant the host special ability is or magic for combat, exploration, or problem solving. 12. Challenge and adversaries. The system sets forth various challenges and adversaries, pushing the host to continuously grow while providing strategies for combat or problem resolution. 13. Storyline and narrative progression. The system serves a guide for the storyline, propelling narrative development through tasks, events, or interactions with NPCs, revealing the secret world. 14. Moral choice and consequences. The system impose moral dilemmas that impact the host's reputation, relationships, or narrative outcome, enriching the story's depth and complexity. Suka comprehensive system. The Conquest System is extraordinary. The Saizakanto having a golden finger, Lin Fan exclaimed with exuberance, overwhelmed by excitement, and prompt like collapse to the ground. The system replied, somewhat exasperated, Host, your physical condition is subpar. Quickly claim our free elixir to replenish yourself. Without hesitation, Lin Fan responded, claim. His words resonated like a steadfast vow, brimming with fearlessness towards the unknown challenges ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling light flickered and hishened, akin to the mystradiance der universe. In an instant, a palik suiting gaifant medicinal aroma appeared in his palm. The elixir, with its warm shimmered with delicate spiritual light, seemingly harboring boundless vital and mysterious power. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan swallowed the precious elixir. It dissolved instantly up and entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that swift like coursed through his body, permeating every He could feel a powerful energy erupting within him, like Heatermant volcano awakening, releasing its long suppressed hate and vitality. His physique would begin to transform, with muscle definition becoming more pronounced, bones appearing more resilient, and his mental state sharpening, as if the entire world had gained clarity in his eyes. As she absorbed the elixir's power, Lin Fan's sensory perception heightened significantly. He could hear the distant rustling of leaves, feel the subtle caress of the breeze against the skin, and even detect the faint shifts of air around him. These elixir not only enhanced his physical attributes butyl sound like a day keener awareness of his surroundings, enabling him to navigate the challenge soft thrice familiar world with great ease. Lin Fan closed eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling the surge of power within him, filled with an unprecedented sense of confidence and determination. He understood that this elixir was merely the first gift bestowed upon him by the Conquest System throughout ahead was long, with miraculous and opportunities awaiting his exploration. He would harness this newly acquired strength, along with the myriad skills and knowledge provided by the Conquest System, to gradually unveil these crets that lay behind this world and become a true conqueror. Chapter 2: An unexpected encounter with the beauty. As the fierce rays of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, illuminating Lin Fan's face, Hesloli opened his. A powerful and unfamiliar instant filled his nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow. This strange ascent reminded him the tree birth was not solely a spiritual awakening but also physical. He needed to cleanse himself to rely to embrace this unknown world anew. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan rose swiftly, leaving behind the silhouette, and strode purposefully forward. Approximately 5 minutes later, the scenery before him opened up, revealing a tranquil, its surface shimmering in the sunlight, with a gentle breeze bringing air fresh and coolness. Lin Fan came to a halt, inhaling deeply the freshness of the lake water mingled with the fragrant aroma of the surrounding greenery, instilling gases of serenity. He planned to wash away the grime dress store his freshness in this idyllic setting. Theliquas crystal clear, bordered bilish trees, creating gas-occluded environment, as if nature had prepared the perfect bathing sanctuary for him. Lin Fan felt a surge of joyashekwakan despesa torptheliki side. Heshadis soiled dando doris garments and stepped gently in tothwater. The kolnasoft he lay keen velopedis body instantly, washinga waitha fatigur efis journey and thin pleasant nasofis rebirth. Lin Fan closed eyes, allowing thwater tocklin zivri and kofiskin, asafit real so purifying thetas twithin yasol, preparing him for the patho for birth. Just as Lin Fan was about to emerge from the crystallinuators, a sudden commotion often tints fightin' jekoed from a distance. Thes sound shitared the tranquility of the lakeside, interrupting Lin Fan's contemplations. Hehestalid on this garment and peered intently in the distance, attempting to discern of the noise. Astonishment flickered within Lin Fan's mind. The proximity is simply astonishing. His gaze strained to penetrate the distant tire, yet'll hekud perceivor in distinct shadows. The system time lie reminded him, take a closer look have equipped dio with a special visual enhancement feature. Heeding the system's suggestion, Lin Fan scrutinized the horizontonsmery, and to his amazement, have found himself capable of discerning the distant details. It ways a fear spattily a woman was lockadinkum bait with several minkladin black, the situation perilous. Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief, is thisum sir tofekre vision? What o isatapir is thought woman is not wearing niclothes? What trickery is this, system? Huaspot haston ishiden perplexed be the system special feature. The system, unfazed, responded with thackle, impressive, isn't it? Your reaction is quithetherarity. Lin Fan, disregarding Ghana for their contention with the system, focused entirely on the unfolding conflict. He anxiously remarked, we can discuss this later. Thoughtwoman seems stobe a disadvantage. Imis thurito hirade. Lin Fan understood the Taza conqueror, it washes responsibility to protect the vulnerable, especially in the face of injustice. With utmost urgency, he raced towards the Thanof Tibadal, his mind fixate denasingular thought to swift like concluded skirmish hands safeguard woman. Asheneer at the battlefield, Lin Fan depthly utilized the special ability is bestowed upon him by the system, skillful evading the gaze off te black-clad assailants, and approached the woman. In a pivotal moment, Lin Fan struck with astonishing speed and strength, repelling the black-clad man and creating an opportunity for the Fuman gazed at the sudden lie appearing Lin Fan with surprise, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. With a smile, Lin Fan inquired, "Are you all right? Imherito assisti." Thanks to Lin Fan's intervention, Fuman managed to extricate herself from peril. With heartfelt appreciation, she said, "Thank you had it not been for you, Imithave." Lin Fan interrupted her, asserting, "I cannot stand it li be wily a group hoff Brutus Belisa woman, especially one as beautiful as ya. It is our duty to protect through a confront injustice." Across from them, the lead block cladman threatened, "Kid, I feel wish to keep breathing, you'd better scram." In the face of such blatant intimidation, Lin Fan, I am Manaf resolute character who feared no adversary, stood his ground without flinching. With a provocative tone, he retorted, "If a leave, then I wouldn't bear father." Such taunts igniteth the fury of te black-cladman, who roared, "You're courting Dingdiath." However, Lin Fan remained undaunted, as Merc playing gone his lips equipped, it seems a Mycenshire rerequit disobedient. The tension escalated, on Dan and 10-second confrontation lumdant the horizon. Chapter 3. The battle confronted with an adversary of unknown strength, Lin Fan harbored no trace of fear in his heart. Instead, a surge of competitive spirit welled up within him. He silently sought assistance from the system. System. I am faced with an enemy of indeterminate power. Can you analyze my chances of victory? Alternatively, could you impart to me a profound martial art that I can swiftly master to counter the current crisis? In this moment of life and death, Lin Fan's reliance on the system was not merely a yearning for strength, but also a quest for wisdom. The system responded promptly, as though it had already anticipated Lin Fan's needs. I have transmitted the techniques of the Tiun Zone lightness skill and the acupoint striking technique into your consciousness. You may grasp these martial arts instantaneously. Hasten to delve into your mind for study. As for other martial arts, we shall consider them after we resolve the immediate predicament. Lin Fan felt a wave of joy. The system, like a divine intervention, instantly endowed him with the prowess to face the crisis. He deeply sensed that possessing the system was indeed like having wings bestowed upon him, filling him with exhilaration and bolstered confidence. As he entered his consciousness, the Taiyun Zone lightness skill was renowned for its agility and grace, hailed as the king of lightness techniques within the realm of martial arts. It demanded not only exceptional physical coordination and control of strength from the practitioner, but also precise mastery over breathing, center of gravity, and footwork to achieve effortless movement in the air and swift evasion on the ground. The acupoint striking technique, often likened to the alchemy of martial arts, is a unique skill within traditional Chinese martial arts, primarily involving precise strikes at specific acupoints on the human body to control opponents, heal injuries, or even enhance one's own abilities. This technique is often depicted as enigmatic and immensely powerful, capable of rendering foes' combat ineffective in an instant, even achieving the miraculous effect of turning acupoints into gold. The principle of acupoint striking is grounded in the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, which posits that the human body is interwoven with the meridian system, with acupoints serving as specific nodes along this network. By employing particular techniques and force, stimulation of these acupoints can influence the flow of qi and blood, thus achieving control over opponents or healing ailments. In practical combat, the acupoint striking technique requires the practitioner to possess exceptional martial arts foundations and an in-depth understanding of human anatomy. The user must instantaneously assess the opponent's acupoint locations and strike with precisely calibrated force to achieve optimal results. In martial arts fiction, masters of acupoint striking often gain the upper hand in battle, subduing enemies without causing them fatal harm. The fusion of the acupoint striking technique with the Taiyun Zone lightness skill not only embodies the profound mysteries of martial arts, but also showcases the perfect amalgamation of wisdom and technique. Lin Fan mastered them in an instant. With the system, he was indeed formidable, achieving remarkable proficiency. Beside him, a beautiful woman expressed her concern. "You need not worry about me. You must leave quickly, thank you." Lin Fan cast her a determined and confident glance, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will protect you." This was not merely a promise to the woman, but a manifestation of Lin Fan's deep sense of responsibility. He turned to face his foes and boldly proclaimed, "Come forth, my sons. Let me educate you." In that moment, Lin Fan was not only a valiant warrior but also a guardian, his stature appearing exceptionally imposing in the eyes of his adversaries. The leader of the black-clad group, a burly figure with eagle-like sharp eyes, wielded a gleaming long knife. He leaped forward, akin to a panther in the night, aiming for Lin Fan's vital points. The others followed, their blades slicing through the air with a whistling sound, each strike a decision between life and death. Yet, in this critical moment, Lin Fan exhibited an extraordinary calmness and confidence, unfazed by the fierce onslaught of the black-clad leader. He activated the Taiyun Zone technique imparted by the system. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he ascended gracefully, akin to a delicate leaf, soaring into the air like a shooting star. Tracing a faint luminous arc through the darkness in midair, Lin Fan's form resembled a soaring eagle surveying the foes below, seeking the optimal landing spot. Each leap was precise, each landing leaving behind a subtle mark, a unique signature of the Taiyun Zone lightness skill. The black-clad figures pondered. What kind of lightness skill is this? Who is this young man? Meanwhile, the others regarded Lin Fan with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. The woman thought to herself, "His lightness skill is so exceptional. Surely he can handle this. If he can help me eliminate them, I would be forever indebted to him. What am I thinking?" I'll consider that later. In the midst of battle, the leader's blade whistled past Lin Fan's hair, while the other strikes failed to even graze his clothing. Each of Lin Fan's evasive maneuvers appeared effortless, as if a harmonious union of innate talent and diligent training had reached its zenith at this moment. Under the moonlight, Lin Fan's figure resembled an elusive phantom, weaving through his adversaries with the grace of a dancer. Each turn executed with precision. The leader of the black-clad group, growing impatient, demanded, "Are you only capable of dodging, kid?" Lin Fan replied, "My dear sons, you should be cautious. Prepare to receive my strike." At once, he activated the acupoint striking technique, charging towards the leader. As the leader approached with his blade, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened like a hawk's. He swiftly discerned the opponent's opening, executing a seemingly casual turn that concealed the initiation of the acupoint striking technique. His fingertips darted forth like a striking serpent, swiftly touching the leader's vital viewpoint. In that moment, Lin Fan felt as though he had merged with the air itself. Every muscle, every nerve was fully engaged, and his internal energy surged through his fingertips as an invisible lightning bolt, striking the leader's acupoint in an instant. The leader felt an indescribable force emanating from Lin Fan's touch, as if ensnared by invisible shackles. He lost control of his body in that fleeting moment, suspended in midair before collapsing helplessly to the ground. This strike of the acupoint striking technique not only accurately targeted the acupoint, but also cleverly employed the fluctuations of internal energy, disrupting the opponent's physiological functions, rendering him instantly incapacitated. His body felt as if it were governed by a mysterious force, leaving him immobile and helplessly watching himself fall. Turning to engage the other black-clad individuals. Within less than a minute, Lin Fan, through the flawless integration of Tian Zong and the acupoint striking technique, along with his profound martial arts mastery and exceptional combat intellect, swept through the ranks of the black-clad foes like a tiger among sheep. Leaving them utterly defenseless, Lin Fan addressed the woman. "They are unable to move now. It is up to you to handle them." The woman responded joyfully, "All right, I will take care of it." With a blade in hand, she swiftly dispatched the remaining foes in mere seconds, leaving no survivors, the scene resembling a battleground ravaged by a storm. However, Lin Fan stood in stunned silence, nearly fainting. Fortunately, the system was there, sparing him from embarrassment. Turning to the woman, he smiled and inquired, "Who were they?" The woman replied with a smile, "They are members of the Black Sect, seeking to obtain the secrets of the beautiful sect. I am the holy maiden of the beautiful sect. Namely Xiaoro, thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" Lin Fan humorously responded, "Two trees, plus one fan. I am Lin Fan." Just then, the system chimed in, "Host, you are eligible for an upgrade. Please enter your consciousness to check." Lin Fan retorted, "I know, but can't you see I'm conversing with a beautiful woman? I'll check later." Chapter 4. Resolving Li Xiaoro's poison after dealing with the black-clad foes, Li Xiaoro staggered towards Lin Fan. Nearly collapsing, Lin Fan quickly reacted, supporting her, noting her unusually flushed complexion and elevated body temperature. Confounded, he sought the system's guidance. "What is happening, system? Do you have an answer?" The system's voice responded, explaining, "She has been poisoned by the yin-yang harmony powder, and its effects are quite potent." Lin Fan anxiously pressed, "Is there any way to resolve this issue?" The system, with a hint of jest, suggested, "You could alleviate it through intimate actions between a man and a woman. Are you not tempted to try, young man?" "Ha ha." Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words at such a flippant remark. At that moment, Li Xiaoro spoke in a faint voice. "I have been poisoned by the harmony powder, and only through intimate relations with a man can the poison be countered. If you are willing to help me, I will take responsibility for whatever consequences may follow." Faced with this unexpected situation, Lin Fan felt even more perplexed. He replied earnestly, "Let me think of a solution first. Perhaps I can find another way to resolve the poison. If no alternatives arise, I will assist you in that manner. Rest assured, I will treat you well." His words were laden with responsibility and commitment, resolved to discover the best course of action, regardless of potential consequences. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Xiaoro was overwhelmed with emotion. She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with trust and reliance. Lin Fan decided to first find a safe place for Li Xiaoro before seeking an antidote. He carefully hoisted her onto his back. Feeling the warmth of her body against him, as their bodies made contact, both their heartbeats quickened. This close proximity brought a sense of awkwardness, yet also an inexplicable intimacy. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned cave. The surroundings appeared rather secluded, providing a temporary refuge from the relentless pursuit of their enemies. Lin Fan gently set down Li Xiaoro and softly reassured her, "Let us rest here for a while as I ponder any other means to assist you with your poisoning. Remain here and do not wander off." With that, he turned and departed. After parting from Li Xiaoro, Lin Fan concentrated his thoughts and entered his consciousness. Anxiously, he addressed the system. "Is there truly no alternative?" "Surely, I cannot resort to that." The system reflected, considering that if he were to master the Nine Suns' divine skill and employ the method of yin-yang harmonization to aid Li Xiaoro, the results would undoubtedly be superior. Thus, it replied, at present, this indeed appears to be the most effective solution. Why are you so hesitant? Are you not a man? Lin Fan sighed in resignation, recognizing the validity of the system's words. However, faced with such a choice, he found it exceedingly difficult to arrive at a decision. Ultimately, he returned to the cave and earnestly spoke to Li Xiaoro. Xiaoro, I can think of no other means if you are willing to trust me. I promise to take responsibility. He entered his consciousness and began to cultivate the Nine Suns' divine skill. This legendary martial art could harmonize yin and yang, enhance the practitioner's internal energy, and was remarkably effective in detoxification. Under the system's guidance, he commenced his studies of the Nine Suns' divine skill. He was acutely aware of the urgency. Li Xiaoro's life hung by a thread. Lin Fan's resolve showcased his composure and wisdom in the face of crisis, as well as his profound sense of responsibility towards his friend. Once he had successfully cultivated the Nine Suns' divine skill, Lin Fan returned his awareness to his body. Upon seeing Li Xiaoro, her exquisite features and enchanting figure stirred his heart. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate and smooth. Her ample bosom was alluringly prominent. Her captivating eyes sparkled like stars, ensnaring his senses. Her long, slender legs were impossible to look away from, as if each step could steal one's soul. At this moment, Lin Fan could no longer restrain his inner impulses. He unhesitatingly embraced Li Xiaoro tightly. Her delicate form quivered slightly, yet she did not resist, her gaze revealing a hint of shyness and anticipation. As time passed, their fervor gradually subsided, enveloping the cave in an atmosphere of intimacy. Lin Fan tenderly caressed Li Xiaoro's hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoro nestled in Lin Fan's embrace, reveling in this tranquility and happiness. Seconds ticked by, and finally, they found solace in each other's presence. Li Xiaoro's symptoms began to alleviate, and her body returned to normal. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Fan, her heart filled with warmth. Thank you, Lin Fan, she whispered, her voice laced with gratitude. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. No need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. His gaze was imbued with deep emotion, seemingly conveying to Li Xiaoro his willingness to sacrifice everything for her. They exchanged smiles, drawing closer together. Without realizing it, their hands intertwined, feeling each other's warmth, as if in that moment, the world consisted solely of the two of them. Just then, the system playfully interrupted their tender moment. You sly fox, enjoying the benefits while pretending to be coy, aren't you? Enter your consciousness. Upon hearing the system's words, both Lin Fan and Li Xiaoro couldn't help but chuckle. They understood that while the system could be mischievous at times, it was also an integral part of their lives. Bringing them much joy, Lin Fan resigned himself and entered his consciousness, where the system elaborated. The classification of martial arts levels in this alternate realm resembles a staircase leading to the divine domain. Each level symbolizes the dual elevation of a martial artist's spirit and physique, transcending from mortal flesh to the realm of deities. Each level is divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and perfected. Point 1. Martial artist. The awakening of the basic stage. The martial artist represents the inception of the martial path. Akin to a newly sprouted seedling, brimming with infinite possibilities. At this stage, martial artists commence their study of fundamental martial arts and internal energy control. Each punch and breath serves as an exploration of their physical potential. They traverse through darkness as travelers, seeking the path to light. Point 2. Martial master. The tempering of the minor completion stage. The martial master signifies the mark of growth for a martial artist, reflecting a proficient grasp of basic martial arts and preliminary fluidity in internal energy application. In combat, martial masters can exhibit a certain level of strength. Their martial arts transcend mere imitation as they begin to infuse their understanding and style. Like a sword blade revealing its edge, still in need of honing, yet capable of severing thorns and forging a path ahead. Point 3. Grand Martial Master. The transformation of the intermediate completion stage. The Grand Martial Master epitomizes a dual enhancement of depth and breadth in martial arts. At this stage, martial artists possess not only profound internal energy but also the ability to seamlessly integrate martial arts with their unique characteristics, forming a distinctive combat style. They resemble trees weathered by storms, with deep roots and lush foliage, capable of withstanding tempests and thriving under sunlight. 4. Grandmaster. The enlightenment of the major completion stage martial artists who attain the Grandmaster level possess an understanding of martial arts that penetrates to the marrow, capable of creating their own martial arts or innovating existing ones. Grandmasters are akin to sages atop mountains, able to perceive the essence of martial arts through their practice, transforming their techniques into a dialogue with the natural world. 5. Great Grandmaster. The extraordinary realm of transcendence. The Great Grandmaster symbolizes the pinnacle of martial arts mastery, capable of creating or altering rules, wielding powers nearly akin to deities. Great Grandmasters are like the deities at the dawn of creation, able to not only reshape the world but also forge new realms. Their existence transcends the confines of time and space, becoming symbols of eternity. 6. Martial Sovereign. The divine power of domain control. Martial sovereigns possess the ability to command domains, manipulating natural laws within a certain range, greatly enhancing their capabilities. They are akin to sovereigns ruling over a realm, able to redefine the rules of the battlefield, plunging foes into boundless despair. 7. Martial Sage. The divine being of law comprehension. Martial sages have grasped and mastered certain natural laws, such as space and time, their combat prowess exceeding ordinary comprehension. They are like stars in the universe, existing independently while influencing entire star systems. Their very existence is a miracle, an exploration and understanding of nature's mysteries. 8. Martial God. The supreme existence of divine level. The martial god represents the highest realm of martial arts, capable of creating or altering rules, possessing powers approaching those of deities. Martial gods are akin to the divine spirits at the genesis of creation, capable of altering the world and crafting new ones. Their existence transcends the limitations of time and space, becoming eternal symbols. Thus, you have a long road ahead of you. Currently, you are at the perfected level of martial artist, while that girl is at the intermediate level of martial artist. You will soon advance to martial master. The difference is that you possess a golden finger, and reaching the pinnacle is merely a matter of time. Lin Fan was acutely aware that diligent cultivation was the only path forward. He then inquired of Li Xiaoro, "Xiaoro, could you enlighten me about the various major sects?" Li Xiaoro, feeling satisfied, replied, "Certainly, in this world. The major sects stand tall like stars adorning the night sky of martial arts, each with its unique martial arts and philosophies, contributing to a rich tapestry of martial culture. 1. Beauty Sect. The fusion of tenderness and strength. The Beauty Sect, led by women, practices martial arts that conquer rigidity with softness, adeptly utilizing the unique advantages of femininity, such as speed and agility, alongside a profound understanding of emotions and humanity. The sect Saintis embodies not only the symbol and spiritual leader of the sect, but also the essence of martial arts and wisdom, guiding the sect towards glory. 2. Dark Cult. The abyss of dark power. The dark cult is renowned for its dark powers, with martial arts that are ruthless and cunning, specializing in poisons and hidden weapons, constituting a force not to be underestimated in the martial realm. The martial arts of the dark cult are like hidden currents in an abyss, fraught with danger yet harboring boundless power, alluring those warriors who yearn for strength. 3. Azure Dragon Sect. The illuminating light of righteousness. The Azure Dragon Sect prides itself on righteousness, with its martial arts symbolized by the Azure Dragon, emphasizing unwavering integrity and excelling in swordplay and spear techniques, representing justice within the martial world. The warriors of the Azure Dragon Sect are akin to guardians of light, committed to upholding justice at all times and in all places. Their existence shining brightly like the most luminous stars, guiding lost travelers. 4. White Tiger Pavilion. The pinnacle of power and speed. The White Tiger Pavilion is celebrated for its emphasis on both power and speed, with martial arts symbolized by the white tiger, excelling in fist and leg techniques, representing strength and swiftness in the martial realm. The warriors of the White Tiger Pavilion resemble leopards on the grasslands, each strike swift and lethal, instilling dread in their foes and reverence among their allies. 5. Vermilion Bird Sect. The blaze of fire and passion. The Vermilion Bird Sect is renowned for its fire-based martial arts, With techniques as fervent and intense as the vermilion bird itself, specializing in palm techniques and fire attribute weaponry, representing a searing force within the martial realm. The warriors of the Zhuge sect burn with the fervor of a blazing flame. Each battle they engage in is imbued with passion and vigor, their very existence akin to a volcanic eruption that captivates the heart. 6. The Xuanwu Hall, a bastion of defense and resilience renowned for its impenetrable defense and unwavering tenacity. The Xuanwu Hall embodies martial arts that are as steadfast as Mount Tai, excelling in the use of shields and heavy weaponry, symbolizing resilience within the martial world. The warriors of the Xuanwu Hall stand as unyielding walls, able to withstand even the mightiest of foes, their presence instilling a profound sense of security akin to the very earth beneath our feet. 7. The Zhixiao Palace, a symphony of thunder and wisdom. The Zhixiao Palace, celebrated for its thunderous martial arts, unleashes strikes as swift and lethal as lightning. Masters of swordplay and thunder-infused weaponry, they represent a formidable force within the martial realm. The warriors of the Zhixiao Palace move like bolts of lightning across the sky, each action precise and rapid, their existence igniting sparks of wisdom that illuminate the darkness. 8. The Biluo Valley, the gentle power of water. The Biluo Valley is renowned for its water-based martial arts, embodying a grace that belies its strength. Masters of both swordsmanship and water-infused weaponry, they represent a tender yet formidable force within the martial world. The warriors of the Biluo Valley flow like a gentle stream, embodying both softness and immeasurable power. Their presence is as refreshing as a spring breeze, evoking warmth and hope. There are also some reclusive sects about which I have only heard whispers from my elders, as well as the enigmatic Tianji Pavilion, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 5. The birth of the microcloud. Divine step. After gaining an initial understanding of this otherworldly realm, Lin Fan resolved to address their most fundamental survival needs. He said to Li Xiaoruer, "Please take a moment to rest and recuperate your strength. I shall venture outside to procure some food, as we must replenish our energy in order to afford Li Xiaoru some personal space." Lin Fan swiftly departed the cave, avoiding any potential awkwardness. As Lin Fan's figure faded from Li Xiaoru's sight, she realized his thoughtfulness. Reflecting inwardly, she mused, "He is always so considerate. I should cherish the days spent in his company. Moreover, he is handsome and possesses remarkable abilities." She then resumed her rest, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks as thoughts of gratitude towards Lin Fan and dreams of the future washed over her, gradually lulling her into slumber. After Lin Fan left, he did not immediately seek sustenance. Instead, he entered his mind's seat. He inquired of the system, "Do you possess profound techniques such as the 6 Meridians Divine Sword or the Lingbo Weibu? I wish to enhance my combat prowess." The system responded, "Indeed, these techniques are precisely what you need to augment your strength. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword allows one to unleash sword energy from their fingertips, striking foes invisibly. Lingbo Weibu is a lightness skill renowned for its speed and agility, enabling practitioners to maneuver through the battlefield like a darting fish, evading all attacks." Guided by the system, Lin Fan commenced his training in these two extraordinary techniques. He understood that only through the fusion of theory and practice could he truly grasp the essence of these skills. Thus, Lin Fan devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training, striving to master both techniques swiftly in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. Had he been aware of Li Xiaoru's thoughts, he would certainly have been astonished. However, at this moment, he was entirely focused on enhancing his strength to confront the unknown dangers. After half an hour of intense training, Lin Fan experienced a comprehensive enhancement of his abilities, including strength, speed, and agility, filling him with an unprecedented sense of confidence and anticipation. He resolved to merge the techniques of Lingbo Weibu with the Tiyun Zong to create an entirely new martial art. The system assured him it will undoubtedly be remarkable. There is no need for doubt. This assurance fortified Lin Fan's resolve, and without hesitation, he initiated the fusion process, eagerly awaiting the emergence of a miracle. With a dazzling radiance, the information regarding the new martial technique surged into Lin Fan's mind. He was astonished by the power of this fused skill, its speed and agility surpassing all he had learned before. However, he found himself at a loss for a name, ultimately deciding to entrust this task to the system. The system promptly suggested the name Microcloud Divine Step. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt the name was both poetic and powerful, perfectly embodying the essence of the technique. Oh, I mustn't keep Ruer waiting. I shall first hunt for game to prepare a sumptuous meal for both her and myself. He activated the Microcloud Divine Step and sped into the depths of the forest with astonishing velocity. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Fan's keen senses detected the sounds of a fierce struggle, causing his heart to tighten as he rushed towards the source, prepared to investigate. Utilizing the extraordinary speed of the Microcloud Divine Step, he approached the tumultuous clash like a bolt of lightning. He discerned a group of ferocious beasts encircling 3 martial artists. The situation dire. In this critical moment, Lin Fan's arrival shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating the despairing darkness. Among the martial artists, one female warrior stood out prominently. Clad in a light veil of battle attire and wielding a long sword, she fought valiantly, yet her exhaustion was evident, her life hanging by a thread. Her courage and resilience evoked a deep respect within Lin Fan, igniting his determination to save her. At that moment, she remained unaware of the impending rescue. She thought to herself, "Am I to perish here? I am still a maiden, untouched by love. I cannot accept this. If someone saves me today, I shall offer my heart in gratitude." Faced with this urgent situation, Lin Fan acted without hesitation, swiftly employing the Microcloud Divine Step to appear beside the veiled warrior. With a powerful kick, he sent the beasts flying as if they were mere footballs. With the danger averted, thanks to Lin Fan's gallant intervention, the female warrior escaped the brink of death and was safely rescued. Her life was preserved, and Lin Fan's bravery, along with the might of the Microcloud Divine Step, garnered the respect and gratitude of all present. Lin Fan moved through the throng of beasts like a phantom, each strike precise and forceful. Utilizing the Microcloud Divine Step, he floated through the encircling beasts with the grace of a feather, his remarkable speed leaving all witnesses in awe. He deftly evaded every potential danger. Each maneuver executed flawlessly, swiftly eliminating the threats one by one. With Lin Fan's heroic assistance, the 3 martial artists managed to escape safely, the most notable among them being the saintess of the Qinglong sect. Zhou Qingxia, the saintess of the Qinglong sect, not only possessed unparalleled beauty but also was an exceptional talent in martial arts. Prior to the ambush, she had been undertaking a critical mission to locate a legendary spirit herb to cure the ailing sect leader. Her 2 accompanying warriors were her personal guards and elite members of the Qinglong sect. However, deep within the dense forest, they had fallen prey to the savage beasts, their lives hanging in the balance. The might of the Microcloud Divine Step was fully demonstrated in this life-or-death rescue. Grateful for their salvation, the 3 warriors clasped their fists in reverence towards Lin Fan, expressing, "Thank you, young friend, for your timely rescue." The consequences would have been dire otherwise. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It was but a trivial matter. No need for thanks. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." With that, he activated the Microcloud Divine Step and departed. But Zhou Qingxia called out urgently, "May I ask your name, so that I may repay your kindness in the future?" Lin Fan echoed back, "2 Woods and a Fan. I am Lin Fan." Prior to this incident, Lin Fan had no direct connection with the Qinglong sect, but this act of rescue undoubtedly deepened his ties with them. Zhou Qingxia was immensely impressed by Lin Fan's valor and the prowess of the Microcloud Divine Step, and she resolved to repay this life-saving benefactor. The story between Lin Fan and Zhou Qingxia was far from over. Shortly after Lin Fan's departure, Zhou Qingxia began investigating the origins of this enigmatic savior. Lin Fan, not only skilled in martial arts but also possessing a kind heart and a strong sense of justice, gradually inspired in Zhou Qingxia feelings of deep admiration and affection. She resolved that, regardless of the cost, she would seek out Lin Fan, personally thank him, and invite him to join the Qinglong sect to discuss matters of the martial world together. With her 2 guards, she set off towards her objective. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had successfully hunted 2 rabbits. Entering his mind's sea, he silently pondered, "System, do you know which sect those individuals belong to?" He hoped the system would provide insights into Zhou Qingxia and her companions. However, the system's response was unexpected. "In the future, you can use your clairvoyance. There is no need to ask me. You know very well Ruer's stomach is growling. Do you have the luxury to ponder who they are? Are you perhaps taken with that beauty from earlier? Lin Fan was immediately inundated with questions, feeling both astonished and helpless by the system's reaction. He muttered to himself, "What kind of system is this? A frivolous one?" Evidently, the system's performance left him in a state of bemusement, as the serious conversation he had anticipated transformed into a rather playful exchange. Lin Fan resolved to cease the banter with the system and silently muttered, "Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. Let's go home." However, before he could utter the word home, his consciousness returned to his body, re-entering the realm of reality. Along the way back, Lin Fan's thoughts drifted far afield. He reminisced about his life before the transition, and a profound sense of homesickness surged within him. Having traversed dimensions, he pondered if he would ever return to his hometown, to Earth as he walked. Nostalgia for the past and uncertainty about the future filled his mind, in this foreign world. Although he had experienced 2 adventures and made acquaintances such as Li Xiaoro, the longing for his homeland and Earth intertwined like delicate threads around his heart, causing him to glance back at that distant place even as he pressed forward. Chapter 6. Culinary Showcase. Lin Fan quickened his pace, returning to the cave where he found Li Xiaoro still slumbering. A thought crossed his mind as he entered his consciousness realm, directly inquiring, "Are there any culinary secrets or books on seasoning?" The system replied, "You can check for yourself. A simple search will reveal everything clearly." The interface materialized within Lin Fan's consciousness, akin to a computer screen. Host information. Host: Lin Fan, martial arts level, martial master, beginner, techniques, microcloud divine steps, 6 meridians divine sword, 9 yang divine art, etc. Task list: none, search bar. Can exchange for spiritual stones or treasures, elixir bar. Can exchange for spiritual stones or refine through an alchemy furnace, awakening bar. Eyes: can see through 3 kilometers, legs: can teleport 1 kilometer, 9 yang constitution, weapon bar. Can exchange for spiritual stones or be crafted by blacksmiths, divine craftsmen, etc. Mount bar. Can exchange for spiritual stones or become a beast tamer, space ring. Can be forged and upgraded, currently only holds a 2 square meter space, system. Conquest System. Can be upgraded, evolving with the host level, gift pack bar. 1 beginner's gift pack, complete tasks to receive additional packs. Lin Fan marveled internally at the system's remarkable capabilities, its functions astonishingly powerful. He typed culinary secrets and seasoning books into the search bar, discovering that he needed 10 inferior spiritual stones to make the exchange. The system prompted, "You can open the beginner's gift pack to see what treasures it contains." Without hesitation, Lin Fan commanded, "Open it." A flash of light revealed 100 inferior spiritual stones, 5 elixirs, suitable for martial masters and warriors, enhancing aptitude, etc., and a sword of indeterminate origin. Lin Fan commanded, "System, please exchange for the culinary secrets and seasoning books." Following his instruction, a mysterious light flickered in the air, and in an instant, the details of the 2 books were transmitted at the speed of light into Lin Fan's spiritual consciousness. This was not merely a simple transfer of information. It was the very essence of culinary arts and seasoning techniques deeply infused into his awareness, rapidly playing out like a film within his mind, intricately showcasing various cooking techniques and the secrets of seasoning ratios. Approximately 10 minutes later, once all the information was fully absorbed and comprehended, Lin Fan awakened from his meditative state, returning to the tangible world. His eyes sparkled with newfound confidence, as if he had already become an experienced culinary master. Lin Fan understood that true culinary prowess lay not only in theoretical knowledge but also in practice and innovation. Thus, he resolved to put the skills and techniques he had just acquired into action. In the cave, Lin Fan gathered some dry twigs and ignited a campfire. Selecting several seasonings from those he had exchanged, he began preparing his first dish, roasted rabbit meat. He meticulously marinated the rabbit meat, adhering strictly to the techniques he had learned from the system, from the marination process to mastering the cooking temperature, showcasing his precise application of the newly acquired knowledge. As time elapsed, an enticing aroma enveloped the air. The roasted rabbit meat gleamed golden, its surface adorned with a tantalizing layer of seasoning, stirring salivation. Just as he was about to remove the delectable dish from the fire, A pair of delicate hands swiftly snatched a skewer of rabbit meat before he could reach it. Lin Fan looked up to find it was Rower, who had already begun to devour it eagerly, clearly enticed by the alluring fragrance. Lin Fan hurriedly cautioned, "Eat slowly. Don't burn your mouth." He then took a skewer for himself and began to eat as well. Lin Fan mused that it would be even more perfect if there were beverages or beer to accompany the meal. The icy sensation would complement the steaming rabbit meat, a true culinary delight. Rower remarked, "I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so impressive. From now on, I only want to eat what you cook." Lin Fan replied, "Well, you're in for a treat. Are you not afraid of gaining weight?" Rower unabashedly asked, "Do you like a plump version of me?" Lin Fan chuckled, "As long as you exercise more, there's no problem." Upon hearing this, Rower blushed and said, "My lower back still hurts." Lin Fan realized she had misunderstood and chose not to elaborate further. And they both continued to eat in silence. After a sumptuous meal, Rower's gentle gaze fell upon Lin Fan as she softly inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Do you wish to return to the beauty sect with me?" Lin Fan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "I would be glad to accompany you back to the beauty sect. As for the future, we shall see as we go along. What do you think?" His answer was imbued with openness toward the future and a deep appreciation for his feelings towards Rower. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Rower's eyes, and she excitedly nodded, "Yes, yes. Let us set off right now." With a graceful flick of her sleeve, a mysterious force coalesced in the air, and a magnificent crane, its feathers as white as snow, descended from the heavens, gracefully hovering above them. The appearance of the crane seemed like a miracle from the heavens. It stood 4 meters tall and measured an astonishing 7 meters in length. This crane was not only the guardian spirit beast of the beauty sect, but also a testament to the profound bond between Rower and Lin Fan. Rower took Lin Fan's hand, and together they leapt into the air, landing lightly on the crane's broad back, creating a scene of unparalleled harmony filled with romance and wonder. The crane unfurled its vast wings, soaring with Lin Fan and Rower towards the direction of the beauty sect. Chapter 7. Returning to the beauty sect with Rower. Meanwhile, in the distant Black Teaching sect, one of the 4 guardians, Iron Guardian Tai Russian, led 8 fellow disciples to the scene of the incident, where numerous corpses lay strewn about, clearly victims of a calamity. Tai Russian inspected the bodies one by one, discovering that the injuries on the deceased were all inflicted by the unique techniques of the beauty sect. This was not merely a tragedy. It was a grave provocation. A flicker of anger crossed his eyes as he solemnly declared, "The beauty sect is openly challenging the authority of the Black Teaching sect. This matter must be reported to the sect master immediately for her decision." Tai Russian's words resonated with determination. He was not only a guardian of the Black Teaching sect, but also a protector of the sect's honor. He turned to the remaining 8 disciples, commanding, "You are responsible for properly handling the bodies. Then return to the sect to report this matter to the sect master. As for me, I have a more pressing task to attend to. Farewell." Tai Russian's decision was swift and resolute, his figure darting away like a flash of lightning, vanishing in just 2 or 3 steps, leaving behind only a faint shadow, as if he had never been there. This was not merely an action taken by Tai Russian alone. It was a formal response from the Black Teaching sect to the provocations of the beauty sect, marking the quiet commencement of a contest concerning the honor and dignity of both sections. Lin Fan and Rower remained unaware that the Black Teaching sect had already realized their involvement with the beauty sect. As the crane soared swiftly, Lin Fan and Rower quietly arrived at the territory of the beauty sect. With elegance, the crane descended onto a flat stone slab, allowing the two to gracefully disembark and stand upon the stone. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, captivated by the vibrant blossoms and lush scenery before him. As if his very soul were gently embraced by this floral sea, an unprecedented sense of peace and tranquility washing over him, leaving him in high spirits. In that moment, Lin Fan felt as though he had reached a silent accord with nature. Experiencing the primal pulse of life, his spirit underwent an unparalleled purification and elevation. Rower's face radiated uncontainable joy as she softly instructed Lin Fan, "From here on, simply follow me closely and remain silent until we meet the sect master. At that point, you need only answer her questions sincerely." Lin Fan grasped Rower's intention and solemnly nodded, demonstrating his commitment through action. He understood that every step at this moment was crucial. He must remain fully focused to ensure a smooth integration into the beauty sect, laying a foundation for the road ahead. Lin Fan's promise was not only a testament to his trust and respect for Rower, but also an acknowledgement of the ancient traditions of the beauty sect. He recognized that only by facing them with the utmost sincerity could he earn their trust and acceptance. Rower deftly summoned the crane, signaling Lin Fan to follow. She stepped forward, extending her right hand, and gently tapped on what appeared to be an ordinary stone wall. Miraculously, a brand new scroll began to unfurl before her eyes. A winding stone path revealed itself, leading them toward the hidden realm atop the mountain. Along the way, ancient buildings stood in charming disarray, each showcasing its unique style, exuding not only elegance but also a profound historical depth. The exquisite bathing pools, crystal clear, seemed capable of washing away all worldly troubles. A vibrant garden, ever blooming through the seasons, housed flowers that whispered tales of time. The spacious training grounds served as a sanctuary for disciples honing their martial arts, the air thick with the scent of sweat and perseverance. Every detail was meticulously crafted, as if nature and human ingenuity had harmoniously converged, creating a series of captivating canvases that left one entranced. Under the guidance of Rower, Lin Fan ventured deeper into this mysterious world, his heart brimming with yearning for the unknown and a thirst for exploration. He silently resolved that regardless of the challenges ahead, he would face them with utmost sincerity, hoping to find his own place within the beauty sect. In the training grounds of the beauty sect, a chorus of curious laughter and chatter arose, reminiscent of joyful notes dancing through the air. The arrival of Lin Fan and Rower instantly captured everyone's attention. Among the crowd, a stunning woman clad in a pale pink ancient robe approached gracefully, her steps light as a spring breeze, compelling Lin Fan's gaze to follow her every move. Look, the saintess has returned. Who is that unfamiliar man by her side? Inquisitive disciples murmured among themselves, drawing the attention and speculation of those around them, creating a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. What is the overall assessment of this beauty? Lin Fan inwardly inquired of the system, eagerly anticipating its expert analysis. The system responded, 92 points, quite impressive, there is potential here, have full marks for figure, 9 for appearance, 10 for bust, 9 for eyes, and 9 for lips. The system's words carried a hint of teasing, yet Lin Fan could sense the professionalism and seriousness behind them. All right, I get it. Lin Fan interrupted the system with a hint of exasperation, yet his fondness for this beauty quietly grew. The lady in the pale pink robe approached Rower and Lin Fan. She softly inquired, Saintess, who is this? Why has he returned with you? Rower smiled and explained, he is my savior, named Lin Fan. I have reported everything to the sect master in detail, and she wishes to meet him, so we came back together. Oh, I see. The beauty in pink nodded, her gaze flitting between Lin Fan and Rower, seemingly assessing something. You continue leading the junior sisters in practice. I will take him to meet the sect master. Rower's words brimmed with confidence and determination. She was evidently pleased by Lin Fan's presence and looked forward to the imminent meeting with the sect master. Are you ready? Rower gently asked Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, I am ready, Lin Fan nodded in response, though his heart was a tumult of emotions. He both anticipated the challenges to come and felt trepidation about the unknown future. The sect master is an exceptionally wise woman. She will appreciate your sincerity and courage. Rower's words were like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the shadows in Lin Fan's heart, offering him a sense of comfort and encouragement. When they finally stood before the sect master, Lin Fan took a deep breath, preparing to face the forthcoming challenge. You are Lin Fan? The sect master's voice carried an air of authority, yet Lin Fan could detect warmth and curiosity within it. Yes, sect master, Lin Fan respectfully replied, silently gearing up for the questions that might follow. Heard from Rower that had it not been for you, she might have been captured by the Black Sect. The sect master's words were filled with appreciation, which surprised Lin Fan and infused him with a sense of pride. Had I encountered them, I would have certainly intervened, sect master, Lin Fan humbly responded, though his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve, revealing his pride in his actions. Well done, Lin Fan. Allow Rower to guide you to rest. The sect master's words were affirming, warming Lin Fan's heart and instilling a sense of responsibility within him. Understood, Sect Master, Lin Fan replied, a smile gracing his face. Following Rower, Lin Fan arrived at a tastefully decorated guest room. The interior simple yet elegant. Rower advised Lin Fan to rest well and to seek her assistance whenever needed. Lin Fan nodded, gazing at Rower with gratitude. Once she departed, Lin Fan lay on the bed, contemplating his future. He knew he had stepped into a brand new world, one filled with sights he had never seen and challenges he had never faced. He resolved that, no matter what awaited him ahead, he would bravely confront and explore this mysterious realm. Chapter 8. Lin Fan's promotion to Martial Master and abundant rewards on a tranquil night. Just as Lin Fan was preparing to drift into slumber, a voice resonated in his mind. Don't rush to sleep just yet. I have a secret to share. You can cultivate while resting, and the effects will be equally remarkable. This voice came from the mysterious system within him, a presence guiding him on the path to becoming a powerful warrior. Lin Fan felt a flicker of surprise and curiosity at the system's words. Moreover, I suggest you strive to reach the Martial Master realm. This way, whether it's in undertaking missions or facing dangers, you will be able to handle them with ease. Remember, my upgrades synchronize with your level, so you must work hard. The road ahead is long, and many beauties await your conquest, haha. The system's words carried a playful tone, yet Lin Fan sensed the sincerity and anticipation behind them, representing not only hopes for his personal growth but also a shared vision for the future between Lin Fan and the system. Amused by the system's teasing, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond further. He mused to himself. Let's see how many elixirs are needed to upgrade to Martial Master. The system quickly provided the answer. 3 elixirs? A quantity 3 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within, recognizing this as a tremendous opportunity, one that could elevate him beyond the ordinary. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swallowed the 3 elixirs. The potent effects surged through his body, and he could sense a monumental transformation taking place. The medicinal power poured into his limbs and bones like a raging torrent, every inch of his skin greedily absorbing this newfound strength. Lin Fan closed his eyes, entering a deep state of cultivation. He could feel his realm steadily ascending, and once the effects of the elixirs were fully absorbed, he would officially join the ranks of Martial Masters. His heart brimmed with anticipation, knowing this would mark a significant turning point in his life. He was no longer that ordinary youth. He would possess the power to change his destiny. With the system by his side, he believed he could venture further and behold a broader world. Dawn broke, and all was still enveloped in the tranquil embrace of morning. A clear and mysterious voice echoed in his ear, like the sound of a bell awakening him from slumber. This voice, emanating from the system within him, was a constant companion guiding him towards strength. Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to Martial Master. The system's words were filled with joy and pride, as if celebrating a monumental victory. Lin Fan felt that this was not merely an elevation of realm. It was a leap in the quality of his life. His strength, speed, and perception would all reach unprecedented levels, granting him more formidable abilities to explore this world and protect all he cherished. Now, you can communicate with me anytime, anywhere, whether seeking guidance, inquiring for information, or simply chatting to pass the time. I will respond to your needs at the first opportunity. The system's words flowed like a warm current, instilling Lin Fan with an unparalleled sense of reassurance and comfort. This seamless communication experience would alleviate Lin Fan's solitude on his cultivation journey, with the system accompanying him at every step, imparting confidence and courage as he explored the path of martial arts. Now, I invite you to quiet your mind and deeply feel the changes brought about by reaching the Martial Master realm. Lin Fan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, immersing his soul in this tranquility. He could sense his body merging with the cosmos. Every breath of air, every ray of sunlight was keenly captured by his senses. His internal energy flowed more smoothly, with each move and stance infused with power and grace. More importantly, his state of mind had reached an unprecedented level of tranquility and expansiveness, deepening his understanding of martial arts. This was the allure of the Martial Master realm, and the fruit of Lin Fan's arduous night of cultivation. A comprehensive enhancement of combat power, Lin Fan's strength underwent a dramatic transformation upon advancing to the martial master realm. As a critical milestone in a martial artist's journey, the martial master realm not only signified a new level of mastery over martial techniques, but also represented a more refined control over one's internal energy. The following are several notable aspects of Lin Fan's combat power changes. 1. Qualitative change of internal energy. The breakthrough to the martial master realm elevated Lin Fan's internal energy from a quantitative change to a qualitative transformation. His internal energy has become increasingly refined, with a swifter circulation that enables him to summon a greater volume of internal power for attack or defense in an instant, infusing each move with formidable strength and explosive force. 2. A leap in perception. Lin Fan's perceptive abilities have seen a remarkable enhancement, allowing him to keenly sense the nuances of his surroundings, whether it be the gentle caress of a breeze or the subtle signs of an enemy's stealth. Nothing escapes his awareness. This heightened perception empowers him to anticipate enemy movements in battle, facilitating more precise counterattacks. 3. Enhanced speed and agility. With the elevation of his internal energy and perceptive faculties, Lin Fan's speed and agility have reached unprecedented heights. He navigates the battlefield like a specter, deftly evading enemy strikes while seizing opportunities to deliver lethal blows. This augmentation in speed and agility grants Lin Fan increased chances for survival and retaliation against formidable foes. 4. Refinement of martial techniques. The breakthrough to the martial master realm signifies Lin Fan's comprehension and application of martial arts has ascended to a new echelon. He can now execute various advanced techniques with remarkable fluidity, each move radiating both power and aesthetic grace, capable of inflicting significant damage while showcasing an artistry in combat. 5. Transcendence of mindset. Most importantly, Lin Fan's mental state has achieved an unparalleled tranquility and expansiveness. He grasps the essence of martial arts more profoundly, developing a deeper understanding of combat and cultivation. This elevation of mindset allows him to maintain composure and poise when confronting powerful adversaries, enabling him to embrace challenges in optimal condition. As for the task at hand, within the next 72 hours, your primary objective is to earn the absolute trust of the beautiful sect leader and win her heart, while also forging a profound friendship with fellow disciple Wang Meiling, ideally securing her affection as well. Should you fail to achieve these goals within the stipulated time, you will permanently lose your potency. Conversely, if you successfully complete this challenge, you will unlock the rare ability to merge the attributes of both gold and wood, significantly enhancing your combat prowess and providing you with a more balanced potential for cultivation, thereby opening a new chapter in your martial journey. Lin Fan displayed a look of helplessness, yet internally he pondered. This task sounds remarkably like an endeavor to conquer the heart of a beauty. Despite the task's description eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation, Lin Fan understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not only to elevate his personal charm but also to acquire special abilities, thereby augmenting his overall strength and enhancing his chances in future ventures within the martial world. Faced with a task that is both challenging and brimming with opportunity, Lin Fan harbored no hesitation. He resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly, employing sincerity and strength to earn the trust of the beautiful sect leader, while also nurturing a deep friendship with Wang Meiling, thereby expanding the possibilities for his own path of cultivation. This task, for Lin Fan, represents both an opportunity and an unprecedented challenge. Upon reviewing the rewards, he felt a surge of excitement. Details of the Martial Master Upgrade Rewards. Esteemed host, congratulations on your successful breakthrough to the Martial Master realm. As a token of encouragement, we present you with generous rewards. Below is your reward list along with detailed descriptions. 1. Martial Master Pills. A total of 10 pills, each containing abundant vitality, capable of swiftly restoring stamina and internal energy, essential for combat and cultivation. 2. Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. 1 tome. This technique is of divine grade, merging the energies of yin and yang to achieve a state of internal and external refinement. Mastery of this technique will significantly enhance the stability and progression speed of the martial master realm, serving as an unparalleled pathway for advancement. 3. Alchemical Cauldron. This cauldron is extraordinary, possessing upgrade potential to eventually become a divine artifact. The materials required for upgrading are rare and necessitate the collection of specific treasures for reconstruction. An upgraded cauldron will greatly enhance the success rate and quality of alchemical creations, a coveted goal for masters of the alchemical arts. Point forward, forging hammer. This hammer also possesses the potential for divine-grade upgrades, achievable through the collection of unique treasures for reconstruction, enhancing the quality of forging and facilitating the creation of superior weapons and equipment, serving as a reliable ally for masters of forging. 5. Spatial ring. 1 ring, featuring concealment capabilities. In its current state, it can store items, greatly facilitating portability. Upon upgrading to a divine artifact, the spatial ring will unlock additional functionalities, such as teleportation and time acceleration, transforming it into a genuine spatial treasure. All rewards are exclusive to those who have transcended to the martial master realm. We hope you cherish and utilize them wisely, continually striving for improvement and reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. Wishing you flourishing martial fortunes and a bright future. Please be aware that the process of upgrading divine artifacts is complex, and it is advisable to seek guidance from experts once you have gathered sufficient materials to avoid unnecessary losses. May your martial journey be smooth, and may you create further brilliance. Upon completing his review, Lin Fan exclaimed to the system with uncontainable enthusiasm. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Ha, I adore you, system. His joy radiated, as if every ounce of effort and sacrifice had culminated in this moment of perfect reward. The system seemed to sense Lin Fan's elation but did not bask in complacency. Instead, with a slightly awkward tone, it responded, "Just the beginning, now go conquer the beauty and this world." Though the system's words were simple, they brimmed with encouragement and anticipation, as if reminding Lin Fan that his potential extends far beyond this point, with even more challenges and opportunities awaiting his conquest. Chapter 9. Overcoming the 4 beautiful elders to become the Holy Sun. Lin Fan felt immense satisfaction regarding his promotion to martial master. The tasks and the rewards, joy and pride intertwined within him. Yet beneath this joy lay a faint longing for Rower, wondering what she might be doing at this very moment. He closed his eyes, as if he could sense Rower's presence, a warm and familiar sensation, akin to a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and uplifting. Lin Fan found himself murmuring, "Rower, do you also miss me?" This longing, like a fine rain, quietly nourished his heart, intensifying his desire for reunion with Rower. Just as Lin Fan was enveloped in this tender reminiscence, a gentle knock at the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Filled with anticipation, he slowly opened the door to find Rower standing outside, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light, as if she were the finest gift from the heavens. A surge of surprise welled within Lin Fan, as if fate had conspired to bring these kindred souls together at this moment. "What a coincidence! I was just thinking of you, and here you are," Lin Fan exclaimed, his voice brimming with joy and excitement. This statement conveyed not only his surprise but also his deep longing and affection for Rower. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Rower's heart swelled with happiness, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, as if the entire world had softened in that instant. Lin Fan approached her, tenderly wrapping her in his embrace. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Their hearts intertwined closely. Lin Fan could feel Rower's heartbeat, lively and strong like a playful fawn. Filling him with warmth, he softly asked, "Did you miss me? Let me have a kiss." The warmth of his words stirred ripples in Rower's heart. A hint of shyness flickered in her eyes, but primarily it was happiness and contentment. However, Rower understood that at this moment, Lin Fan bore the weight of his sex's responsibilities, and personal feelings must not hinder important matters. With a sense of urgency, she implored, "Don't keep everyone waiting. Can we wait until tonight? I miss you too, but now is not the time. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a wave of emotion. He deeply appreciated Rower's thoughtfulness and generosity, which further solidified his resolve to walk beside her. He gently released Rower, yet his eyes sparkled with a promise. "All right, let us head to the main hall first. I'll find you tonight. We will have ample time." Lin Fan's words were not merely a promise but a heartfelt declaration. He was willing to give everything for Rower and their future together in the Grand Hall. The sect leader of the beautiful sect, along with the 4 elders and numerous disciples, were fervently discussing a name, Lin Fan. This name swept through the beautiful sect like a refreshing breeze, stirring quite a commotion. The sect leader's gaze was profound as she slowly addressed the elders and disciples present. What are your thoughts on Lin Fan joining our beautiful sect? Feel free to propose any conditions. After a brief discussion, the 4 elders unanimously agreed. We have consulted the saintess and grasped the entirety of the situation. If he can simultaneously defeat all 4 of us, we consent to his joining. The disciples swiftly reached a consensus as well. We support the elders' proposal. The sect leader nodded in acknowledgement, yet her mind was steeped in deeper contemplation. She intended to designate Lin Fan as the saint son of the beautiful women's sect, marking him as the first male member in the sect's illustrious history, an unprecedented precedent. The sect leader was acutely aware that Lin Fan's inclusion would play a pivotal role in the future development of the sect. Thus, she expressed her approval of his arrival. At that very moment, Lin Fan and the saintess gradually appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, making their way inside step by step. All eyes instantly converged upon them, particularly on Lin Fan, who seemed to emanate an ineffable aura that captivated all, compelling them to gaze at him in fascination. Lin Fan sensed the scrutiny around him. Filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reason behind such a reaction, the saintess reported to the sect leader and the elders, Lin Fan has arrived. I leave the rest to you. The sect leader nodded in agreement, then turned to Lin Fan, stating, Lin Fan, the conditions put forth by the elders and disciples are that you must face 4 elders simultaneously. Should you emerge victorious, you shall be granted membership in the beautiful women's sect. Do you have any conditions of your own? A voice from the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Agree, but you must become the saint son of the beautiful women's sect. Lin Fan looked towards the sect leader and candidly articulated his stipulation. I agree to challenge the 4 elders. But my condition is that if I win, I wish to become the saint son of the beautiful women's sect, with a status second only to the sect leader. The sect leader smiled slightly and inquired of the assembly, what are your thoughts? The elders and disciples unanimously believed it impossible for Lin Fan to simultaneously defeat 4 elders, thus they all expressed their consent. The sect leader secretly chuckled, proposing, very well, let us proceed to the training ground. The crowd promptly rose, preparing to head to the training arena, where a fateful challenge was about to commence. Facing the impending contest, Lin Fan quickly inquired of the system, do the 4 elders possess the same martial realm as I do? Am I capable of defeating them? The system's response was swift and resolute. Indeed, the 4 elders share the same realm as you, but the crucial point is that you are the invincible one within this realm, enabling you to challenge without reservations. This reassurance washed over Lin Fan like a refreshing breeze, dispelling the shadows of doubt in his heart and bolstering his confidence. Furthermore, the system added, moreover, you possess the 9 Suns' divine skill, which means your strength will escalate in accordance with the prowess of your opponents. This undoubtedly affirmed Lin Fan's abilities, instilling in him the understanding that as long as he maintained confidence and exerted his utmost effort, victory was within reach. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's tension evaporated, and he approached the training ground with a confident smile. His strides were resolute, and his gaze radiated an unyielding determination to achieve his goals. Lin Fan recognized that this was not merely a battle but a test of his own capabilities, a response to the faith he placed in the system. However, just as Lin Fan departed, Wang Meiling pulled the saintess Ruer aside with concern, asking, Sister, have you developed feelings for Lin Fan? My intuition tells me you harbor special sentiments for him. Wang Meiling's words struck like lightning, piercing the softest corners of Ruer's heart. Leaving her flustered, Ruer hastily refuted, You're overthinking this. Let us move on. Her tone carried an air of unease, yet more so an evasion of this burgeoning emotion. Wang Meiling pondered inwardly, realizing her suspicions were indeed correct. Nevertheless, Lin Fan possessed an enchanting allure that captivated her as well. What should I do? Perhaps I should take the initiative and act tonight. Yet, I must tread carefully, for my sister also harbors unusual feelings for Lin Fan. I must find a way to express my intentions without hurting my sister's feelings. As everyone gathered, the sect leader proclaimed, Lin Fan and the 4 elders, please take the stage. The floor is yours. Let us all welcome their duel with applause, for it shall benefit you all. The crowd joyously raised their hands, the cheers echoing throughout the training ground. The 4 elders exchanged glances before leaping gracefully into the arena. Lin Fan, employing the misty cloud steps, vanished like a wisp of smoke, only to reappear before the four elders, prompting all present to marvel. Impressive. What technique is this? Handsome and skilled. How enchanting. Particularly, Ruer and Wang Miling solidified their resolve, with Wang Miling determined to take action tonight. Just as the crowd was lost in their musings, a voice rang out, signaling the commencement of the challenge. The center of the training ground. The four elders of the beautiful women's sect formed two pairs, encircling Lin Fan. Their faces bore expressions of solemnity, their eyes glinting with the intent to test Lin Fan's prowess. In unison, they cautioned. Lin Fan, you must be cautious. Lin Fan, adopting a relaxed tone, replied, if I inadvertently touch an inappropriate area during the bout, I beg your forgiveness in advance for any indiscretion. This remark not only showcased Lin Fan's confidence, but also infused a hint of levity and humor into the tense atmosphere. With a command, the four elders launched their assault simultaneously. One struck with a fist, another with a kick, a third with an open palm, while the last unleashed a combination of punches and slaps directed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan focused intently. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, his body as agile as willow fluff in the wind. He silently chanted, Nine Suns divine skill, misty cloud steps, insightful eyes. Activate all. Assist me in identifying their weaknesses. The fervor of the Nine Suns divine skill and the fluidity of the misty cloud steps enveloped Lin Fan in an invisible barrier, while the insightful eyes granted him a seemingly omniscient perception. As the four elders' attacks were unveiled before Lin Fan's insightful eyes, he swiftly responded with lightning speed, lightly touching one elder's chest with his right hand, while his left hand deftly patted another elder's backside. This series of actions, seemingly frivolous, was in fact a precise counter to the elder's onslaught. Simultaneously, Lin Fan's left foot cleverly neutralized one elder's palm strike, while his right foot simultaneously deflected another's fist and palm. Every movement Lin Fan executed was impeccably precise, as though he had completely mastered the rhythm and force of the four elders, dissolving their assaults into nothingness. The spectacle astonished all present, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The faces of the four elders were etched with disbelief. They had never anticipated Lin Fan's strength to be so formidable, rendering further confrontation meaningless. In unison, they conceded, we admit defeat. You are our saint's son. Lin Fan's display of strength and acumen compelled the four elders to acknowledge his prowess. The sect leader then declared, Lin Fan has triumphed. Let us celebrate the arrival of our new saint's son in the beautiful women's sect. The crowd erupted into cheers. Lin Fan wins. Saint's son Lin Fan, we adore you. Lin Fan stood frozen, stunned by the fervent acclaim. The saintess and Wang Miling approached him, congratulations on becoming our beautiful women's sect saint's son. A look of incredulity finally graced Lin Fan's face, for in this moment, he had not only validated his strength, but had also etched his name into the annals of the beautiful women's sect's history. Chapter 10. Lin Fan imparts the cloud-leaping technique. The sect leader solemnly announced, Disciples, please listen attentively. Tonight at 8 o'clock, in celebration of Lin Fan's ascension to the position of Saint's son, a grand banquet shall be held. Your punctual attendance is imperative, and you may now engage in free activities. Turning to the four venerable elders, the sect leader continued, Esteemed elders, I have important matters to discuss with you. I kindly ask you to follow me. Before departing, the sect leader cast a meaningful glance towards Lin Fan, the saintess Li Xiaoro, and Wang Miling. Although Lin Fan remained oblivious to this exchange, it did not escape the system's keen perception. The sect leader's intentions perhaps hinted at her expectations for Lin Fan's role as the saint's son, as well as her aspirations for the future of the beautiful women's sect. After the sect leader and the elders departed, the disciples swarmed around Lin Fan, creating an awkward scene. Lin Fan glanced at Ruer, attempting to signal for assistance with a blink, but she chose to ignore him, seemingly indicating that he should resolve the situation on his own. At that moment, Wang Miling swiftly intervened, suggesting, Everyone, let us not be hasty. Why not have our saint's son showcase a skill for us? Wang Miling's proposal not only alleviated Lin Fan's embarrassment, but also granted him an opportunity to shine. In light of this, Lin Fan inwardly inquired, System, what martial art should I demonstrate for the disciples? The system replied, Simply teach them the cloud-leaping technique. Other martial arts can be addressed later, if they can master it within a month. It will enhance their martial cultivation and strengthen the overall prowess of the beautiful women's sect, a win-win situation. The system's words provided Lin Fan with clear direction, embodying the responsibilities and mission he held as the Saint's son. Lin Fan gazed at the crowd, his voice imbued with determination. Next, I shall demonstrate a martial art known as the cloud leaping technique, an exceedingly precious manual of agility. I firmly believe that through studying this technique, your martial cultivation will see significant advancement. Once I complete the demonstration, this manual will be entrusted to our esteemed Saintess for safekeeping. Lin Fan's words brimmed with anticipation for his disciples and a profound appreciation for the technique of Tiyun Zong. He was acutely aware of the significance this martial art held in enhancing the overall strength of the Mei-Nu men. After speaking, Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to channel the internal workings of Tiyun Zong, executing each movement with a fluidity reminiscent of flowing clouds and rushing water. His figure darted left and right, at times soaring into the air, and at others, landing with grace. Each leap seemed to carve a perfect arc through the air. Bathed in sunlight, every move Lin Fan made sparkled with brilliance, as if he were merging with the surrounding environment. The onlookers were utterly captivated by Lin Fan's performance, their eyes glued to every detail, lest they miss a single moment of brilliance. Saintess Ro Air's eyes shimmered with admiration. She was deeply moved by Lin Fan's actions, her recognition of him reaching new heights. Standing nearby, Wang Mei-ling was drawn in by Lin Fan's unique charisma, an unprecedented surge of emotions swelling within her. The emotional dynamics between the two reflected Lin Fan's influence, not only in martial arts but also in personal charm and emotional depth. As Lin Fan concluded his final movement with perfection, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Lin Fan smiled at the audience, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He understood that this demonstration would not only elevate everyone's martial prowess, but also deepen their mutual trust and understanding. The precious manual of Tiyun Zong would be entrusted to Saintess Ro Air, ensuring its careful preservation and continued legacy, injecting new vitality and hope into the future of Mei-Nu men. In the radiant training ground, Lin Fan effortlessly retrieved an ancient manual from his spatial ring, its cover boldly inscribed with the 3 characters for Tiyun Zong. He approached the Saintess with steady steps and respectfully presented this invaluable manual. Saintess, I entrust this manual to you. Turning to face the semicircle of onlookers, a confident smile graced his lips. If anyone wishes to learn, feel free to approach our Saintess, or you can come to me as well. Lin Fan's words not only showcased his confidence, but also reflected his care and encouragement for the disciples of the sect. However, the arrival of Wang Mei-ling added a touch of drama to the scene. She stepped forward, her eyes glimmering with desire. Saint Son, could you teach me personally? I must master this technique. Wang Mei-ling's straightforwardness and ambition revealed her passion and pursuit of martial arts. The Saintess, upon hearing this, exhibited a subtle glimmer in her eyes before responding with a smile. Ling Shimi, I have important matters to discuss with the Saint Son. Perhaps another day for you. For those who wish to learn, simply approach me. With that, she took Lin Fan's hand, and the two soared away like a pair of celestial lovers, leaving behind a trail of astonished and envious gazes. The Saintess's actions not only demonstrated her decisiveness and authority, but also illustrated the unique rapport and trust shared between her and Lin Fan. Wang Mei-ling, witnessing this, clamped her mouth shut in frustration, her cheeks puffing up in anger, resembling a ripe apple. She stomped her foot and silently turned away, her silhouette brimming with reluctance and stubbornness. Her reaction encapsulated her character and emotions, allowing others to sense her inner turmoil and determination. The crowd exchanged glances, followed by a burst of laughter, their mirth infused with lightness and joy. Gradually, they began to depart the training ground, their hearts filled with anticipation and yearning for the evening's banquet hosted by the Saint's Son. As if their laughter and expectations could paint the entire horizon in golden hues. The uproar of laughter and expectation not only highlighted their admiration and fondness for Lin Fan, but also epitomized the harmony and unity within Mei-Nu men. As night descended, the moonlight spilled like water across the window, illuminating the silhouettes of 2 figures entwined within the room. Lin Fan and Ro Air appeared like ethereal phantoms, their movements light and soundless. As if seeking not to disturb the tranquil night, A subtle tension enveloped the room, the air thick with anticipation and unease. Ro Air's body trembled slightly as she gently pushed open the door to her chamber. Her gaze frequently flickered toward Lin Fan, a hint of bashfulness coloring her cheeks. Lin Fan followed closely, his eyes warm and ardent, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. He gently wrapped his arms around Ro Air's waist, drawing her into his embrace, relishing her soft skin and warmth. Ro Air's heart raced, her breaths quickening. Her gaze fell upon Lin Fan's face, her eyes brimming with affection. "Do you miss me?" Lin Fan asked softly, his tone laced with playful teasing. Ro Air shyly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I do. You occupy all my thoughts." A smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he lifted Ro Air's chin with his fingers, ensuring their eyes met. "Then what are we waiting for?" His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with endless allure. Ro Air's cheeks flushed deeper, her lips parted slightly as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Seeing this, Lin Fan no longer delayed. His lips swiftly descended upon hers, engaging in a fervent kiss. Ro Air's body stiffened momentarily, her eyes widening in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Yet soon, her body relaxed, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to the warmth of the kiss. Lin Fan's hands began to wander, caressing Ro Air's back and waist, tracing the contours of her figure. In response, Ro Air instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, her breaths growing increasingly rapid, her heartbeat echoing through the silent room. As the kiss deepened, Ro Air's emotions ignited. Her body began to move gently, responding to Lin Fan's touch. Her breaths became erratic, and her voice whispered desires in Lin Fan's ear, revealing her innermost yearnings. Lin Fan's heartbeat quickened. He felt Ro Air's passion and longing. His hands continued to explore, unfastening her garments to reveal her fair skin. Ro Air's body quivered slightly, her breaths growing more frantic. Her gaze clouded with confusion and ecstasy. As each layer of clothing fell away, the room's temperature soared. Their bodies intertwined closely, breaths and heartbeats melding into one. They immersed themselves in a sea of passion, forgetting all else around them, leaving only their love and desire for each other. However, the intricate details were left to the reader's imagination, showcasing the profound feelings and intimate bond shared between them. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect master and 4 elders convened to discuss the incident involving the Saintess and the dark cult members, as well as Lin Fan's role in it. The sect master inquired with poise, "What are your thoughts on this incident?" The grand elder replied resolutely, "Sect master, they were the ones who erred first. We must retaliate." The second elder suggested, "We should reinforce the protective mountain formation to guard against potential reprisals." The third elder praised Lin Fan effusively. His character, appearance, and martial prowess are truly exceptional. The fourth elder expressed concern. "In the future, our new men may very well require Lin Fan's protection." The sect master pondered how to retain Lin Fan, contemplating even personal sacrifices to strengthen their bond, a reflection of his regard for Lin Fan and thoughtful consideration of the sect's future. The 5 continued to deliberate on the sect's direction, Lin Fan's name recurring throughout their discourse, underscoring his pivotal role and influence within the sect. Hours later, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "You seem to be living quite luxuriously. Your combat prowess is nearing the mid-level of a martial master. Quite impressive. The night is falling. You must exercise caution." Lin Fan gazed at the slumbering Ro Air, quietly rising to tidy his attire before stealthily exiting the room. As he walked, he queried the system. "Speak plainly. What do you have to say?" The system quipped, "Dual cultivation is beneficial for you. Conquer more beauties, but be sure to manage your time wisely. Spread the love evenly, understood?" Lin Fan retorted, "Are you trying to wear me down amidst a harem? Go ahead and try it yourself." This dialogue was filled with humor and levity, showcasing Lin Fan's distinctive charm while highlighting the unique mentor-student relationship he shared with the system, adding a lighthearted touch to the otherwise intense narrative. The system cautioned, "Tonight, the dark cult will come looking for trouble. Their champion is at the mid-level of a martial master, yet you can resolve this with half your strength. This proves your capability to challenge those above your level. But still, be wary." Lin Fan brimmed with confidence. "The dark cult wishes to provoke us?" I shall show them the true essence of strength and teach them how to impress amidst beauties. Lin Fan's confidence stemmed not only from his prowess, but also from his unwavering commitment to justice and fearless approach to challenges. System, are there any other martial arts manuals I can learn? If so, don't be stingy. If I'm strong, then you should be too, right? The system remarked. I have indeed grown significantly stronger than before. However, there exists a particular technique that is most suitable for your current cultivation. It is a spiritual practice that, once mastered, could double your battle prowess. At this moment, you are cultivating dual martial arts, which will greatly benefit you. Impressive, isn't it, young one? Proceed. A ray of light penetrated Lin Fan's consciousness, and subsequently, he entered the realm of his mind. Within this ethereal space, he beheld a tome entitled Universal Spiritual Formula manifesting in his thoughts. The very name exuded an aura of grandeur, and without hesitation, he began to cultivate it. The system then notified, "Well done, you have achieved a minor success in your cultivation. Indeed, commendable. Time is of the essence. They are all awaiting your presence." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan rose and made his way towards the grand hall. Under the gentle embrace of the night, the hall of the beauty sect was ablaze with light, a gathering of individuals celebrating the birth of the Holy Sun, creating an atmosphere both fervent and solemn. The sect leader stood upon the elevated platform, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly of elders, holy maidens, and disciples, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. The leader's voice resonated throughout the hall. Our Holy Son has yet to arrive. Yet before his arrival, I propose a matter concerning the future of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden. His words stirred the atmosphere within the hall, prompting all to lend their ears attentively. I believe the valiant act of the Holy Son in rescuing the Holy Maiden deserves to be immortalized as a cherished tale within our beauty sect, the leader continued. Therefore, I propose that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden be united as partners in the path of life. This would not only bring glory to our sect but also honor the bravery of our Holy Son. The leader's proposal sent ripples of discussion and anticipation throughout the assembly, infusing the celebration with an air of gravity and joy. The elders nodded in agreement, and the disciples erupted in cheers, save for one, Wang Miling, whose expression flickered with displeasure. I support the union of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, Wang Miling declared, rising with conviction. But I wish for the Holy Son to also be my partner. I am willing to share him with the Holy Maiden. I seek the leader's endorsement. Her request momentarily stunned the assembly, followed by a wave of murmurs, yet her resolute demeanor commanded respect. The leader smiled faintly, very well, but this matter requires the Holy Son's consent. Just then, Lin Fan, the much-anticipated Holy Son, appeared at the entrance of the hall. Hearing the term partners, he inquired with curiosity, "What are you discussing? Who are the partners in question?" His entrance illuminated the gathering, and his light-hearted query eased the previously tense atmosphere. Wang Miling eagerly responded, "I wish to become your partner, Holy Son. Will you accept?" The leader added, "And the Holy Maiden as well. We endorse your union with her, bringing further joy to our beauty sect. Do you agree?" Without hesitation, Lin Fan replied, "I am willing, provided they have no objections to in unison." The Holy Maiden and Wang Miling affirmed, "We are willing, no objections here." Lin Fan's consent reignited the fervor within the grand hall, and the leader proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us celebrate the union of the Holy Son, Holy Maiden, and Wang Miling. Extend your blessings, and let the feast commence." The hall erupted in joyous cheers, reaching a pinnacle of festive spirit. However, just as the banquet neared its conclusion, an alarm from the sect's great formation shattered the celebratory ambience. The leader promptly commanded, "Elders, proceed to the sect's great formation. Holy Maiden and disciples, prepare yourselves. Holy Son, follow me." Lin Fan approached the leader, inquiring, "Leader, if there is something to be said, please speak freely." The leader replied solemnly, "It must be the forces of the Black Sect. What are your plans?" A confident smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he retorted, "Leader, you need only observe. I shall handle the rest." With that, Lin Fan executed the cloud step, vanishing from the grand hall in an instant, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. Regaining their composure, the crowd swiftly mobilized towards the sect's mountain gate formation. Ready to confront the impending challenge, Lin Fan's sudden action not only showcased his extraordinary prowess, but also infused the beauty sect's future with an air of mystery and anticipation, leaving all present curious about the unfolding events. In a concealed valley, the four elders of the beauty sect were striving to maintain the mountain gate formation against the ferocious onslaught of the Black Sect. The Black Sect, notorious for its malevolence, harbored ruthless members and utilized brutal tactics, posing a significant threat to the realm of cultivation. Conversely, the beauty sect, celebrated for its beauty and righteousness, had become a thorn in the side of the Black Sect for refusing to collaborate with them. As the four elders neared exhaustion, a figure materialized beside them like a specter. Lin Fan, he spoke softly, "You all retreat. I shall take over," and no sooner had the words left his mouth than he employed the cloud step. Instantly appearing above the heads of the Black Sect's members, the system chimed in at an opportune moment, combine the newly learned universal spiritual formula with the 9-yang divine art, and bring them to their knees. I relish such views, heh. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan unleashed his full strength, his palms crackling like lightning, and bellowed, "All of you, fall down." The formidable Thai Russian, a mid-level martial master, sensed an unprecedented pressure, unable to utter a word as he focused solely on defending against Lin Fan's sudden assault. With a single strike, Lin Fan incapacitated all but Thai Russian, leaving the rest of the Black Sect's members sprawled on the ground, devoid of combat capability. Lin Fan's heroic appearance illuminated the dark moment for the beauty sect, instilling hope within its ranks. This spectacle astounded everyone present, including the four elders, the leader, and the arriving disciples, all of whom marveled at Lin Fan's valor, charisma, and exceptional martial prowess. Lin Fan landed gracefully, smirking as he remarked, "Is this a performance? Your acting is utterly lacking." The Black Sect disciples stood frozen, astonished that Lin Fan could maintain such humor amidst the tension of battle. His thunderous strike not only demonstrated his extraordinary abilities, but also underscored his disdain for the forces of evil. Thai Russian's disarray revealed not only his inadequacy but also showcased Lin Fan's bravery and intelligence, as well as the power of justice and truth. Lin Fan turned to Thai Russian, "How dare you pretend to be formidable without the strength to back it up? Begone!" Thai Russian begrudgingly retorted, "This matter is far from over. We will return to the sect." With that, he led the Black Sect members in a hasty retreat. The onlookers erupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Holy Son, your might is overwhelming. We adore you." The leader expressed gratitude towards Zhou Qingxia, who replied, "Your holy son saved my life 2 days ago. I felt it necessary to assist." Lin Fan extended an invitation, "Thank you. The beauty sect welcomes you as a guest. Please, come in." The crowd cheered in unison as they made their way towards the grand hall, the atmosphere festive and lively. The leader mused, Lin Fan's victory not only brought peace and tranquility to the beauty sect, but also painted a hopeful and dream-filled canvas for its future. He further contemplated, "This young man attracts beauty like a magnet. I find myself wishing to unite with him as a partner. I must find an opportunity to secure this youth." Chapter 12. Completion of one task within the Grand Hall. The atmosphere was solemn yet tinged with anticipation as all gathered, their gazes fixed upon the leader and Zhou Qingxia. The leader's voice resonated through the hall with warmth. "Zhou Qingxia, we warmly welcome your arrival. What matters do you seek to discuss during your visit?" Zhou Qingxia rose, her voice clear and resolute. "Esteemed leader, I have come to request your esteemed sect's assistance in seeking medicine from the Medicine Mountain to save the life of our sect leader. In order to repay the Savior's life-saving grace, I am willing to dedicate myself and become his companion on the path. I wonder how the Savior feels about this." Zhou Qingxia's request, like a gentle breeze, dispersed the tense atmosphere within the grand hall, causing everyone to lean in attentively, their gazes flitting curiously between Zhou Qingxia and Lin Fan, brimming with anticipation. The sect leader's eyes shifted to Lin Fan, a glimmer of expectation shining within them as she inquired, "Zhou Qingxia wishes to dedicate herself in gratitude for the Savior's life-saving grace. Savior, are you inclined to accept?" The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Is there even a need to ask? A gift delivered right to your doorstep. How delightful for you, lad." With a slight upturn of his lips and a flicker of amusement in his eyes, Lin Fan replied, As long as you are willing, I shall not fail your expectations. His response was succinct and resolute, devoid of any hesitation, as if he had long since made up his mind. Lin Fan's forthrightness not only showcased his respect and understanding for Zhou Qingxia, but also reflected his loyalty and sense of responsibility towards the beautiful sect. Under Lin Fan's leadership, the future of the beautiful sect brimmed with boundless possibilities and radiant prospects. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the onlookers couldn't help but inwardly marvel at his candor, even deeming it somewhat audacious. Nevertheless, their savior undeniably possessed a charm that compelled admiration, and the scene before them served as the finest testament to this. Zhou Qingxia's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she softly declared, "Yes, I am willing, most willing." Her voice, melodious and enchanting, resonated like a celestial melody, captivating all who heard it. Zhou Qingxia's courage not only advanced the quest for medicinal herbs, but also forged a remarkable tale. The unexpected encounter between Lin Fan's straightforwardness and Zhou Qingxia's bravery transformed into a fateful arrangement. The sect leader stated, "Since you both agree to assist the holy maiden Zhou Qingxia in her search for herbs, Lin Fan, you and Zhou Qingxia shall take charge. If you require assistance, feel free to discuss amongst yourselves. We shall set off tomorrow morning." She then turned to the holy maiden, instructing, "Holy maiden, please arrange accommodations for Zhou Qingxia. Everyone should rest now." As the crowd absorbed her words, they began to reflect on the events of the day, particularly Lin Fan's formidable prowess, which left an indelible impression, filling their hearts with awe and reverence. Subsequently, they departed the hall one by one. The holy maiden led Zhou Qingxia to the designated lodging. The sect leader then addressed the four elders, saying, "You should also retire for the evening while remaining vigilant about the sect's protective array." The four elders rose, bowing respectfully to the sect leader before turning to leave. The sect leader gazed at Lin Fan, concern and worry evident in her eyes, admonishing, "Tomorrow, as you venture to seek herbs, do take care of your safety." Yet, at that moment, the sect leader suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her body swaying slightly, nearly causing her to topple. It turned out that her old injuries had resurfaced, rendering her weak and feeble. This scene was keenly observed by the attentive Lin Fan, who hurried forward to support the sect leader. Asking with concern, "Sect leader, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" The sect leader gently shook her head, forcing a faint smile as she replied, "It's nothing, merely a recurrence of old injuries, and no need for concern. I just need a moment to rest." As she spoke, she gently pushed Lin Fan's hand away and slowly made her way to a nearby chair. In that instant, the system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Her injuries are indeed severe. The only remedy is to harmonize the internal wounds with yin and yang. Thus, you must have that. How splendid indeed. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's understanding deepened. He looked upon the sect leader with a newfound determination in his gaze. He tenderly patted her shoulder, then placed her gently in a nearby chair for a brief respite. Subsequently, Lin Fan approached the sect leader, quietly inquiring, "Sect leader, are you aware of how your injuries can be treated? If left unattended, they could worsen significantly." The sect leader lifted her gaze to meet Lin Fan's, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. She candidly responded, "There is a way. It requires harmonizing with a member of the opposite sex through yin and yang. My injuries could heal, but no more." Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared, "Sect leader, I am willing to assist you in healing your wounds. This shall be our secret. What do you think?" The sect leader paused in surprise. Not expecting Lin Fan to be so forthright, the blush crept across her cheeks as she softly replied, "I would be willing, but we must keep it confidential. Carry me to my room." Lin Fan nodded, fully aware that this matter pertained to the sect leader's reputation and dignity, and thus he would not divulge a word. He carefully lifted the sect leader and made his way into the adjacent room. The sense of responsibility Lin Fan exhibited, coupled with the sect leader's trust, not only illustrated the profound bond they shared, but also epitomized the unity and hope of the sect. The secret between Lin Fan and the sect leader would herald a pivotal turning point for the sect, presaging an even more glorious future. When he appeared again, it was at the sect leader's bedside, where he gently laid her down, cautious not to disturb her slumber. He then knelt beside her, extending his right hand to delicately lift the sheer veil. As though unearthing a precious treasure as the veil fell away, a stunning visage revealed itself, stirring Lin Fan's emotions profoundly. The sect leader slightly opened her eyes, a shimmer of shyness and anticipation dancing within them. She whispered, "Savior, you must treat me well with that." She closed her eyes, seemingly awaiting something. Lin Fan gazed silently at the sect leader, a surge of intense emotion swelling within him. Slowly, he leaned down and tenderly pressed his lips against hers. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world around them faded into silence. Their breaths intertwined, hearts gradually synchronizing. Lin Fan reveled in the softness of the sect leader's lips, savoring her faint fragrance. His heart overflowing with boundless tenderness and affection. The sect leader quietly relished this sweet moment, her body quivering slightly, as if expressing the excitement within. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Fan gently pulled away from her lips. Yet his gaze lingered on her exquisite face, as if he could never gaze enough. A rosy blush adorned the sect leader's cheeks, her breath soft and labored, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of contentment and joy. The two exchanged silent glances, their unspoken understanding transcending words, their heartbeats converging into a harmonious melody that resonated throughout the tranquil night. The stars twinkled in the night sky, bearing witness to the beauty of this moment, while the surroundings exuded an aura of serene tranquility. In this stillness, Lin Fan and the sect leader appeared to forget the passage of time, wishing only to prolong the beauty of the moment. Their eyes held only each other, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. This night became a significant milestone in their lives, deepening and solidifying their bond. Their hearts entwined, weaving a beautiful memory together. Time seemed to halt, leaving only the two of them in the world. In this serene night, they bared their innermost emotions to one another, cherishing this rare tranquility and happiness. As night deepened, the moonlight cascaded like water across the window. Lin Fan and the sect leader lay entwined in slumber, their silhouettes appearing particularly warm under the moonlight. That night, they forged a beautiful memory that would forever be etched in their hearts. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, awakening Lin Fan from a night of exhaustive yet fulfilling cultivation. He stretched languidly, feeling the vitality and comfort coursing through his body. Just then, a crisp voice rang out in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing one of the tasks. Continue to strive diligently. Only when all are accomplished will rewards be issued." Lin Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes, muttering, "Goodness, system, can you not let a person rest properly? Last night was quite taxing." He grumbled internally, deciding to head to the medicinal mountain today to search for rare herbs, though the lurking dangers made him somewhat apprehensive. He resolved to take it one step at a time, pondering whom to bring along. Lin Fan's challenges and determination not only showcase his growth and responsibility as a young martial artist, but also reflect his anticipation and preparation for the quest for medicinal herbs at Yaoshan. This journey is filled with fervor and passion, serving as a significant trial in his life. In the chamber of the sect leader, he bids farewell in a rather audacious manner, rising swiftly after a lingering kiss, neatly adjusting his attire. This intimate gesture reveals the unique bond between them and highlights Lin Fan's inner courage and resolve. Before his departure, the sect leader's admonitions, like a gentle spring breeze, urging him to be cautious and safe on his journey, stir a warm current in his heart. These words transcend mere concern. They embody the leader's trust and expectations for him. Lin Fan is acutely aware of the significant responsibilities he bears, yet he possesses the confidence to accomplish this quest for herbs. The interaction between Lin Fan and the sect leader adds a touch of lightness and romance to his expedition. Despite the rugged road ahead, he knows he is not alone, bolstered by the leader's support and blessings. This emotional bond will serve as his driving force, propelling him steadfastly toward his goals. Recalling the dual cultivation from the previous night, he immediately channels his energy, feeling the fullness of his mid-stage martial master power. An indescribable joy swelling within him. This dual cultivation has greatly enhanced his strength, instilling him with greater confidence to face future challenges. He believes that with relentless perseverance, he can indeed realize his dreams. In a world brimming with uncertainty and peril, Lin Fan will pursue his objectives with fearless courage and unwavering faith. He will demonstrate his worth through action, crafting a legendary tale of his own. Regardless of the obstacles and setbacks he may encounter, he will not easily surrender, for he harbors a promise to the sect leader and hopes for the future. With his head held high, he strides confidently toward Ro-Air's residence, ready to discuss who will join in the quest for herbs at Yaoshan, embarking together on an unknown journey. Chapter 13. The rescue of the beautiful Yao Zhiyun in the soft morning light. Lin Fan arrived at Ro-Air's dwelling, finding 2 additional companions already waiting there. He paused, surveying the surroundings, a smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, "It seems that for our expedition to Yaoshan in search of spiritual herbs, further deliberation is unnecessary. The 4 of us are more than adequate to face any challenges that may arise." Ro-Air nodded gently, a glint of mischief in her eyes as she added, "We have already conferred among ourselves, and with you joining us, we shall undoubtedly be able to handle any trials during this journey to Yaoshan." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, infused with a hint of mirth, as if to convey that their plan was flawless. Her gaze flitted between the 3 companions before ultimately resting on Lin Fan, her tone laced with playful teasing and insinuation. Seemingly provoking the other 2, "I believe we ought to treat each other equally. Since Lin Fan and I have already shared an intimate bond, you 2 should consider the same." She continued, "Whoever goes first in dual cultivation with Lin Fan is not merely seizing a golden opportunity to enhance martial prowess. The experience, once you partake in it, will be understood in its entirety. Moreover, the benefits of dual cultivation for martial advancement are particularly pronounced, so do strive your best." With these words, Ro-Air cast a triumphant glance at the 2 women. Aware that her remarks had successfully stirred their emotions, eagerly awaiting the ensuing spectacle, upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a twitch of discomfort on his face. Though open-minded, the accompanying responsibilities were beginning to weigh on him. He sighed softly, shaking his head, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this topic. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "You, my friend, dwell in bliss yet remain unaware, and here you are, feeling troubled. I suggest you let them give you a massage." Lin Fan immediately retorted, "You're the one who is idly fretting. By the way, how do you know what I'm thinking?" "Impressive, my brother. System, you truly are remarkable." Omnipotent, the system remained silent, merely observing Lin Fan. After contemplating for a moment, he decided, let everything unfold naturally. Let fate and opportunity dictate the order of events. This response delighted Wang Meiling and Zhou Qingxia, who felt vindicated in their choice. Seeing the atmosphere lighten, Ro-Air suggested, "Let us set forth. All aboard my steed." With a graceful gesture, she summoned a flash of white light, revealing a magnificent snow-white crane that appeared above them. Quietly gazing down, although the crane harbored some confusion, it did not inquire further, simply attending to its duties. The 4 of them leapt into the air, landing gracefully between the crane's outstretched wings. With Lin Fan in the lead and the 3 women closely following, the crane let out a melodious cry, flapping its wings and whisking the 4 away into the skies, heading toward Yaoshan. Yaoshan, officially known as Yaowang Valley, is nestled amidst a concealed range of mountains, encircled by undulating peaks that form a natural barrier, as if nature itself crafted this secluded realm. The landscape here is serpentine, with babbling brooks and crystal-clear waters shrouded in mist, resembling a flowing landscape painting, breathtakingly beautiful. The natural scenery of Yaoshan not only captivates the eye but also provides an abundance of resources, laying a solid foundation for its status as a sanctuary for medical and herbal knowledge. The establishment of Yaoshan traces back to a reclusive sage revered as the Medicine King. This sage, adept in both medicine and herbal studies, possessed extraordinary wisdom and a compassionate heart. By a stroke of fortune, he discovered this hidden gem among the mountains and decided to establish Yaowang Valley, dedicating himself to the study and preservation of ancient medical practices and herbal knowledge. The Medicine King, not only skilled in the art of healing, emphasized the importance of compassion in medicine, teaching his disciples to master their craft while nurturing a heart of kindness to benefit all beings. The Medicine King had a daughter named Yao Zhiyun. In the tranquil woods of Yaowang Valley, Yao Zhiyun was diligently foraging for herbs, sunlight filtering through the sparse leaves, casting dappled patterns upon her, adding an air of mystery and elegance. Suddenly, A discordant sound shattered the serenity of the mountains. Hiwudeo, the holy son of the black cult, accompanied by a group of subordinates, appeared before her with ill intent. Hiwudeo, notorious for his cruelty and cunning, bore a glimmer of greed and desire in his eyes. Approaching Yao Zhiyun, he smirked disdainfully. "Oh, you are quite the beauty. Where are you off to? Accompany me for a while, and I shall let you go. What do you say?" Facing this sudden threat, Yao Zhiyun displayed no fear. Coldly, she replied, "I am the daughter of Yaowang Valley. If you are wise, clear the way, or do not blame me for being ungracious." Hiwudeo clearly dismissed her words, sneering as he commanded his men, "Seize her." Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his 3 companions were nearing Yaoshan, yet still some distance from Yao Zhiyun's location. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind. "Tell the crane to unleash its full power. Flying 20 miles north, a girl is being besieged, and if you do not intervene, she may lose her virtue and face life-threatening danger." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan promptly instructed Ro Air, command the crane to unleash its full power and head north. Following Lin Fan's order, Ro Air directed the crane to fly at full speed towards the specified direction. The crane spread its wings, slicing through the sky at an astonishing pace, racing toward Yao Zhiyun. Lin Fan mused to himself, "This system proves quite reliable in critical moments, but isn't the phrase unleash its full power a bit too modern?" The subordinates surrounded Yao Zhiyun, inquiring, "Young master, do you want her alive or dead?" Hiwudeo's eyes glimmered with amusement. "Alive, of course. It's much more enjoyable that way." Almost immediately, the subordinates brandished their weapons, launching an attack on Yao Zhiyun. In response, Yao Zhiyun drew her treasured sword, leaping into the air, her blade slicing toward one of the attackers with precision. This subordinate, skilled in his own right, swiftly retreated, blocking her strike with his large blade, neutralizing her assault. However, the onslaught from the others followed closely behind, and Yao Zhiyun was forced to employ her agility, narrowly evading their attacks. The battle raged fiercely. Despite her formidable skills, the numerical disadvantage placed her in a precarious position. Yao Zhiyun thought to herself, "Hiwudeo, truly relentless. However, as the daughter of Yaowang Valley, I shall not be so easily defeated." Just as Yao Zhiyun found herself in dire straits, Lin Fan and his companions finally appeared in her line of sight. Lin Fan called out, "Fair maiden, hold on. Your hero has arrived to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Yao Zhiyun felt a warmth in her heart but retorted, "This young man, could you perhaps change your line next time? Hero saving the beauty sounds a bit kitsch." Lin Fan replied loudly, "You all bully a single girl. I see you must be quite bored. How about I help loosen your muscles?" Hiwudeo sneered. "I am the holy son of the black cult." "Who are you?" Lin Fan remarked. "The beautiful saint son of the gate." Neither changing his name nor his nature, is indeed Lin Fan. He did not forget to humorously tease, "Hiwudeo, your name sounds rather ominous. Perhaps you should consider a change, for instance, Hiwudeo, which sounds much more respectable." Upon hearing this, Hiwudeo's face turned a shade of iron blue with anger, yet he could not deny that Lin Fan's wit had caught him off guard. Unbeknownst to Hiwudeo, Iron Rian had already fled, defeated by Lin Fan. Hiwudeo then declared, "You are outnumbered with only 5 of you. I advise you to mind your own business and leave promptly." Lin Fan replied directly, No, they need not lift a finger. I shall face all of you alone." Hiwudeo retorted, "Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me. All of you, attack." The individuals accompanying Hiwudeo were indeed Lin Fan's adversaries. With superior skills such as the Misty Cloud Steps, the 9 Yang Divine Art, and the 6 Meridian Sword Technique, any one of them would easily overpower the lot. Yao Zhiyun inquired of the 3 ladies. "Aren't you worried about him?" The 3 compatriots replied, "You will soon see. However, you are not allowed to have feelings for him." Yao Zhiyun responded, "I cannot say that I like him, as I have yet to see his true face. Perhaps after I do, I can decide." Just then, Lin Fan appeared, showcasing an unparalleled agility and an extraordinary sword technique, vanishing like a phantom and reappearing before his enemies. With a swift kick, one adversary was sent flying, and with a punch, another was knocked back, creating a spectacle that was nothing short of astonishing. "This man is incredibly strong," they thought, Utterly captivated by Lin Fan's charisma, Lin Fan effortlessly dispatched Haiwudeo's henchman. He leisurely approached Haiwudeo, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he jested. Now it's your turn. What position do you prefer? I can accommodate you. A wave of dread washed over Haiwudeo. The prowess Lin Fan had just displayed made it clear he was no match. His complexion drained of color, he stammered, Heh, I'll just leave on my own, if that's all right. However, Lin Fan offered him no opportunity. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Haiwudeo's lower region. Instantly, a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of a fragile eggshell shattering. Following that, Haiwudeo let out a piercing scream that resonated throughout the forest like a wailing ghost. Yao Zhiyun's eyes widened in astonishment at this scene, filled with curiosity and admiration for Lin Fan. Eager to discover what this impressive man looked like, she leapt forward to catch a glimpse of his face. As Lin Fan turned around, he was greeted by the sight of Yao Zhiyun rushing towards him, causing him to gather all his energy. Yao Zhiyun circled around Lin Fan, scrutinizing him from every angle. Her gaze almost desperate to uncover every detail. Lin Fan, at a loss for words, remarked, Miss, are you quite all right? Yao Zhiyun paused to say, You have a pleasing appearance, an acceptable height, commendable character, and your martial prowess is undoubtedly exceptional. I wish to be your partner in the path of cultivation. Do you agree? The three ladies immediately stepped forward, declaring, We do not approve. He belongs to us. Just then, a voice rang out, Everyone, halt. All turned to see Lin Fan. His expression a mix of confusion and inquiry directed at Yao Zhiyun, asking, Miss, who are you? And what brings you here? Upon hearing Lin Fan's question, a hint of shyness flickered in Yao Zhiyun's eyes. Yet she boldly replied, I am the daughter of the Medicine King, and this place is known as Medicine King's Valley. I came alone to gather herbs, but unfortunately encountered that wretched Haiwudeo, who attempted to harass me. Thankfully, you arrived just in time to save me. You must be aware of what transpired thereafter, and I truly find myself enamored with you. After listening to Yao Zhiyun, Lin Fan nodded slightly in understanding, then stated, I comprehend now. Since I have rescued you, I require one type of herb as a reward to save a life. Would you be willing to assist me in this matter? Without hesitation, Yao Zhiyun affirmed. Of course, there is no problem. I will do my utmost to help you with any herbs I possess. With Yao Zhiyun's promise secured, Lin Fan turned to Zhou Qingxia and gently inquired, What herb do we need? Please, speak freely. Zhou Qingxia inhaled deeply and replied slowly, I need the 1,000-mountain snow lotus. I wonder if Miss Yao Zhiyun has this herb? After pondering, Yao Zhiyun responded, I do have it, but the 1,000-mountain snow lotus grows in my father's Medicine King's Valley. To retrieve it, I must first obtain my father's consent. Chapter 14. The examination set by the Medicine King. The Medicine King's Valley is renowned in the martial world as a sacred place for alchemy. Home to numerous precious herbs, the 1,000-mountain snow lotus is the primary ingredient for crafting top-tier elixirs, crucial for enhancing a warrior's abilities. Subsequently, Yao Zhiyun led Lin Fan and the three ladies to the Medicine King's Valley. You all wait here. I will fetch my father, she stated before turning and departing. The system interjected, Kid, the Medicine King will surely have demands, so be prepared. I have placed a book on alchemy in your consciousness. You should study it now. It will depend on your capabilities. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan immersed his awareness into his consciousness. He quickly discovered a book titled The Treasure of Alchemy, and even from the title, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Eagerly, he activated his vision, watching as the text seemed to come alive, leaping from the pages and entering his consciousness. In an instant, his mind became remarkably clear, and everything began to crystallize. Within the blink of an eye, all the words from the book had merged into his consciousness, indicating that Lin Fan could resonate with the text and grasp its contents thoroughly from the outset. At that moment, the system exclaimed in astonishment, You truly are impressive. I never realized your comprehension was so high. Meanwhile, Yao Zhiyun arrived at her father's residence and addressed him, Father, while I was out gathering herbs today, I encountered that vile scoundrel Haiwudeo. Thankfully, Lin Fan and the three ladies arrived just in time to rescue me from his clutches. They urgently need the 1,000-mountain snow lotus to save a life. And I have developed feelings for Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, the Medicine King chuckled, teasing, Ah, my precious daughter has grown up and finally started to take an interest in another man. However, I am already aware of what you have said. Yet, to obtain the 1,000-mountain snow lotus, you must first pass my test to prove your capability to protect her. The Medicine King continued, Very well, let us proceed together so I can have a good look at your beloved. Before he finished speaking, the Medicine King took Yao Zhiyun by the hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared beside Lin Fan and the three ladies. The Medicine King scrutinized Lin Fan with great interest. To himself, he mused, not bad. His martial cultivation is at the mid-stage of martial master, and he is quite handsome. No wonder my daughter has taken a liking to him. This lad certainly has charm. Lin Fan was startled by the sudden appearance of the Medicine King, but quickly regained his composure and respectfully greeted, Junior Lin Fan, pays his respects to the esteemed Medicine King. The Medicine King nodded, a smile gracing his face as he said, No need for excessive courtesy. I understand from Zhiyun that you require the 1,000-mountain snow lotus to save a life. Yet this herb is the treasure of my Medicine King's valley and cannot simply be given away. However, I can offer you an opportunity. If you can pass my test, I shall grant you the 1,000-mountain snow lotus. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan replied, Thank you, esteemed Medicine King. I am willing to accept any test. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the Medicine King's eyes as he stated, Excellent. The first test will be alchemy. You must concoct a second-tier elixir within a day. Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. Having just learned from the treasure of alchemy, he was eager to put his skills to the test. Very well, esteemed elder. I am ready to begin at once. I will do my utmost, Lin Fan declared. The Medicine King then instructed Zhiyun, prepare the materials for a second-tier recovery elixir and the alchemical furnace for him. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoru, Wang Meiling, and Zhou Qingxiao were left dumbfounded. What kind of test is this? Asking Lin Fan to concoct an elixir, and a second-tier one at that. Does he even know how to brew potions? After a while, Yao Zhiyun arrived with the materials and the furnace, handing them to Lin Fan. Upon receiving the materials, Lin Fan immediately began the alchemical process. He meticulously followed the methods outlined in the Danshan Baojian, proceeding through each step with unwavering composure. Flames danced, herbs melded together, and a fragrant aroma permeated the AI art. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually formed on Lin Fan's forehead, yet his gaze remained focused and resolute. Finally, a soft chime resonated from the furnace. Second-grade elixir successfully refined. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, a joyful smile illuminating his face. The Medicine King inspected the elixir, nodding in approval, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Well done, you have passed the first trial, he declared. The final test is to defeat me. Only then will I entrust my daughter to you. Meet me at the training ground tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I have high hopes for you, young man. With that, the Medicine King vanished before their eyes. The remaining women exchanged glances, eventually turning their attention to Lin Fan. With an air of confidence, Lin Fan smiled and said, Rest assured, I still have a chance. Yao Zhiyun, please arrange for a secluded chamber for me. He then turned to Roer, Qingxia, and Mei Ling, his gaze resting on Mei Ling as he softly remarked, Join me shortly, you know what to do. Upon hearing this, Mei Ling nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Zhiyun agreed, saying, All right, follow me. She turned and led the two towards the secluded chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Lin Fan took a deep breath. Marveling at the dense spiritual energy that enveloped the air, he looked at Yao Zhiyun and earnestly said, This place is rich in spiritual energy. It is truly an ideal location for cultivation. Thank you, Yao Zhiyun. Yao Zhiyun smiled in response, You're welcome. This chamber is our family's top-tier cultivation site. I hope it aids you. Lin Fan nodded gratefully and said to Yao Zhiyun, I'll leave the others in your capable hands. I trust you will manage them well. We are scheduled to meet at the training ground tomorrow morning. Zhiyun acknowledged and then exited the chamber, leaving Lin Fan and Mei Ling to begin their cultivation. Chapter 15. Completing the task, defeating the Medicine King. Lin Fan's name spreads inside the dimly lit chamber. The atmosphere was charged with intimacy. Lin Fan and Wang Mei Ling faced each other, their gazes intertwining as if sparks might ignite. Their eyes brimmed with unspoken desire, unabashedly roaming over one another. The system, unable to bear the tension, finally urged, "Come on, stop dawdling and take action. What are you waiting for?" However, Lin Fan remained unfazed, retorting, "I relish this moment. What can you do about it? I'm simply appreciating the beauty before me. Can you exhibit a modicum of decorum?" The system fell silent, resignedly conceding, "Fine, you're the boss. I'll keep quiet at tea this moment." Lin Fan turned to Wang Mei Ling, his tone earnest. "If you have any regrets, now is the time to reconsider." Hearing this, a flash of indignation crossed Wang Mei Ling's eyes as she exclaimed, "I would never regret. Who does that? At this point, you still expect me to choose? Are you even a man?" Provoked by her words, Lin Fan could no longer suppress his impulses. Without a second thought, he rose abruptly, enveloping Wang Mei Ling in his embrace. Striding towards the bed, where they both collapsed onto the soft mattress, Lin Fan held Wang Mei Ling tightly, savoring her softness and warmth, his breath quickening. Although startled by his sudden action, Wang Mei Ling quickly regained her composure. A blush creeping across her cheeks as her eyes became glazed with longing, Lin Fan gazed at her enchanting face, unable to resist leaning down to kiss her lips. Her soft and sweet lips intoxicated him. Their breaths grew more rapid, hands exploring each other's bodies. Lin Fan's fingers gently caressed Wang Mei Ling's back, feeling the smoothness of her skin. In response, she wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, drawing herself closer to him. Lost in a fervent atmosphere, it felt as though the world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Lin Fan's kisses grew deeper and more passionate, while Wang Mei Ling's responses became increasingly fervent and lingering. In that moment, she surrendered to her emotions, captivated by Lin Fan's tenderness and affection. She felt his hands gliding along her back, the warmth sending shivers through her body. It was as if she had entered a dreamlike realm, where only she and Lin Fan existed, devoid of worries or concerns. She yearned for his embrace, wishing for more intimate contact. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with love and desire, while Wang Mei Ling's gaze shimmered with gentle affection. He delicately unfastened her clothing, revealing skin as smooth as jade. His fingers traced her collarbone, slowly traversing her curves. Wang Mei Ling trembled slightly, a mix of anxiety and anticipation swirling within her. She looked at Lin Fan and softly declared, "Lin Fan, I love you. In this moment, I belong to you." Their bodies pressed tightly together, feeling the warmth and rhythm of each other's hearts. Every movement from Lin Fan was filled with tenderness and care, while Wang Mei Ling blossomed in his embrace. Overwhelmed by Lin Fan's gentleness, her heart brimmed with happiness. She clung tightly to him, saying, "I wish to spend my life with you." Time seemed to stand still, their breaths and heartbeats intertwining in the air. They forgot all troubles and anxieties, focusing solely on the happiness and sweetness of the moment. After an indeterminate time, they slowly parted, gazing into each other's eyes, filled with contentment and joy. Lin Fan gently embraced Wang Mei Ling, whispering in her ear, "I will protect you forever." She smiled, tears shimmering in her eyes, responding, "I love you too, and I will never leave you. Together, we will face the days ahead." Their bodies became one, savoring the passion and beauty of that moment. Unbeknownst to them, time continued to flow. Suddenly, a mechanical chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Rewards are about to be executed. The gold and wood constitution will soon merge with you. Prepare yourself, host, for other rewards will be available after the merger." Upon hearing the sound, Lin Fan halted his actions and turned towards the source of the voice, secretly elated at the prospect of receiving rewards so soon. Yet, at that moment, his primary concern remained Wang Mei Ling. He did not wish for anything to disrupt their beautiful moment. Thus, he decided to ignore the voice for now and continued to focus on his intimate interaction with her. Hearing the announcement, Lin Fan felt speechless. He had not anticipated the system's eagerness to execute the rewards. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to immediately activate the Jiuyang divine art, fully cooperating with the merging process. As time passed, Lin Fan sensed a powerful force beginning to surge into his body, akin to a tumultuous wave relentlessly crashing against his meridians and acupoints. This sensation filled him with both excitement and trepidation. For it was the fusion of two extraordinary constitutions. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his clarity as he pushed the Jiuyang divine art to its limits to accommodate the overwhelming energy. He could feel his body undergoing wondrous changes, as if every cell was being reshaped anew. During this process, Lin Fan endured immense agony, yet he understood that such trials were the price of growth. Only through such rigorous training could one truly become powerful. After an undetermined amount of time, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning to clarity. The first thing he did upon waking was to command the system. Display all information, including my status and rewards. The system immediately comprehended his intent, internally rejoicing at its own upgrade, becoming more intelligent, concise, and efficient. It delightedly thought, "Wonderful. Now I am even stronger and can serve my master better." Thus, it responded, "Master, understood." Subsequently, the system meticulously outlined various details. System name: Intelligent Conquest System, synchronized with the host name, Lin Fan level, early stage of martial arts grandmaster, invincible within the same realm, capable of challenging opponents 2 minor realms higher, physique, yang, metal, wood physique, capable of merging various physiques, techniques, 9 suns divine art, whispering cloud god steps, 6 meridians divine sword, identical techniques can be fused, mental power, mastery, universal mental technique. Upon reaching a certain level, one can unlock an inner world, treasures, spatial ring, task reward collection point, mount, none, tasks, none, awaiting updates, spatial ring, a comprehensive collection of medicinal formulas, 5 lucky stones, a compendium of formations, a manual for beast training, 1 alchemy furnace, upgradable, 6 pieces of millennium cold iron, 4 forging weapons, 2 major elixirs, 4 grandmasters, and 10 minor elixirs, usable by those below grandmaster level. After Lin Fan perused the information, he excitedly turned to his side, gazing at Mei Ling. To his astonishment, he discovered that Mei Ling was quietly observing him, her face radiant with happiness and contentment. Lin Fan looked at Mei Ling in his embrace, his eyes brimming with concern and curiosity, and gently inquired, "My dear, when did you awaken? How do you feel? Does it still hurt?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a shy blush crept onto Mei Ling's cheeks. She smiled softly, her expression a blend of playful reproach and sweetness. Lowering her gaze slightly, she bashfully replied, "Oh you? Why do you ask? Of course it hurts. You were like an indefatigable bull last night, going for over 2 hours in one go, and 3 times no less. But honestly, it did feel quite pleasant." Her eyes sparkled with complex emotions, shyness, happiness, and profound gratitude. Mei Ling paused for a moment before continuing, "The dual cultivation is truly miraculous. I never expected such remarkable results. I have successfully broken through to the early stage of Grandmaster. All this is thanks to you, Lin Fan. Without you, I might never have reached this level." Her gaze was filled with tenderness and affection, as if she were looking at the most significant person in her life. Lin Fan smiled gently, his eyes radiating indulgence as he tenderly caressed Mei Ling's cheek. Akin to handling a precious treasure, he softly stated, "This is the result of our joint efforts, dear. Let us continue to cultivate together. I believe we can achieve even greater accomplishments." His words were imbued with determination and confidence, as though their future was brimming with infinite possibilities. The two embraced tightly, savoring each other's warmth and love. The power of their dual cultivation drew their hearts closer, allowing them to distinctly feel each other's heartbeat. As if it were the most exquisite melody of life. In that moment, they forgot all external worries and pressures. Focusing solely on each other's existence, they were filled with anticipation for the future, eager to forge ahead together on their path of cultivation and create their own brilliance in this martial world. They would face various challenges hand in hand, exploring higher realms together. The success of their dual cultivation was merely a new starting point on their journey. As time passed, Lin Fan and Mei Ling's strengths continually grew, and their love deepened. On the journey of martial arts, they supported each other and blossomed together. Mei Ling's breakthrough was not only a milestone in her personal cultivation, but also a testament to their shared growth. Upon hearing Mei Ling's gratitude, a wave of warmth surged through Lin Fan's heart. Though he also felt a hint of helplessness, he jokingly threatened, "From now on, you must call me husband." or else I shall have to punish you further." Upon hearing this, Wang Meiling immediately responded obediently, "Husband, husband." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and then retrieved 2 elixirs from his storage ring. Handing them to Mei Ling, he cautioned, "While the effects of the elixirs have yet to dissipate completely, you should stow them away for now. Since you have just ascended to the Grandmaster level, it is not advisable to consume them immediately to avoid any discomfort. After some time, you may consider taking them based on your condition." He then gently advised Mei Ling, "You should rest a little longer. It is not yet fully dawn. I will continue my cultivation for now and wake you later." Mei Ling obediently closed her eyes. Continuing to rest quietly, Lin Fan then addressed the system. "With my current strength, can I defeat the Medicine King?" The system replied. "The Medicine King is a perfected martial arts grandmaster and has likely been at that level for 2 years. As for the 2 of you, it is hard to say. It could go either way. However, you are young, and he is aging, so you have a slight advantage. A draw could be considered a victory for you. Moreover, with your 9 sons' divine art, which grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents, and with the recent rewards that merge the metal and wood physiques, you should have a 70 to 80% chance of victory." With newfound confidence, Lin Fan devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. He adjusted his breathing, operating the 9 sons' divine art, feeling the powerful energy within him. As time ticked away, when Lin Fan opened his eyes once more, he sensed a slight enhancement in his strength. He glanced at the still sleeping Mei Ling, his heart swelling with love and a sense of responsibility. He resolved to train even harder to protect those dear to him. Lin Fan quietly exited the room and stepped into the courtyard. He took a deep breath and then executed the Whispering Cloud God steps, instantly vanishing from his spot. He swiftly traversed the courtyard. Practicing various techniques, as his movements grew increasingly proficient, the surrounding air seemed to swirl with his momentum, forming invisible currents. Lin Fan immersed himself in the realm of cultivation, forgetting all distractions. When Jiyun, Ro-Er, and Qing Xia arrived at the secret chamber, they were astonished to witness Lin Fan's formidable prowess, which had escalated dramatically since yesterday. Their eyes brimmed with admiration, pondering how someone could be so exceptional and striking. It was evident that few could surpass him. At that moment, Mei Ling awakened, sensing the commotion outside. She dressed quickly and opened the door, finding the 3 women standing not far from Lin Fan. Their expressions a mix of surprise and earnestness, indicating something significant. She understood perfectly and promptly joined the group, becoming one of them. The system remarked, "Master, you may stop now. The time is about right, and they have been watching for quite a while." Just then, a light laugh echoed, and a figure instantly appeared beside the women. It was Lin Fan, smiling as his gaze swept over them, revealing a hint of appreciation. "Let us not keep the seniors waiting," Lin Fan said with a relaxed and natural tone. Before long, the group arrived at the martial arts arena. By this time, the arena was already bustling with people. In addition to numerous disciples from the Medicine King Valley, representatives from other sects had also come to spectate. As Lin Fan entered the arena with his 4 companions, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated upon them. The arrival of these individuals sparked curiosity and anticipation among the onlookers, especially upon witnessing Lin Fan's audacity to challenge the Medicine King, which stirred their blood. After all, such courage to confront the Medicine King was rare, and everyone was eager to discern the prowess of this individual who dared to issue such a bold challenge. Lin Fan stepped forward and addressed the Medicine King. "Respected elder, I am grateful for your assessment. Regardless of victory or defeat, I implore you not to hold back. Should I prevail, I shall take full responsibility for Jiyun." The Medicine King replied, "Lin Fan, you certainly possess courage. I have something to say to everyone." Facing the crowd, the Medicine King declared, "Today, as witnesses, I shall engage in a martial arts contest with the beautiful sect's holy son, Lin Fan. Should I lose, the 1,000-mountain snow lotus and my daughter will be entrusted to him, thereby making him the son-in-law of the Medicine King Valley." Turning to Lin Fan, he continued, "The outcome will reveal itself in battle. Young friend, please step onto the stage." 2 individuals exchanged respectful gestures, saying, "Please." The Medicine King, with an agile demeanor, leapt onto the high platform with the swiftness of lightning, his speed astonishingly comparable to that of sound itself. Unwilling to be outdone, Lin Fan immediately executed the micro-cloud steps, his form shadowing his own movements, and in the blink of an eye, he gracefully settled opposite the Medicine King. This spectacle left the onlookers in utter amazement. It dawned upon them that both of these masters had indeed reached the grand martial artist level, their prowess leaving them in awe. Lin Fan's audacity to challenge the Medicine King was by no means a rash endeavor. His profound inner strength and extraordinary talent commanded respect. At the onset of their confrontation, the Medicine King discerned that Lin Fan was even more formidable than the previous day, privately admiring the young man's exceptional talent. Noble character and handsome appearance. No wonder he had caught his daughter's eye. The Medicine King then activated the Medicine King's secret technique, unleashing his full might against Lin Fan. Lin Fan, equally resolute, countered with the 9 Yang Divine Art and Micro-Cloud Steps, engaging in battle with a thunderous intensity. Their initial clash was marked by the collision of their palms, 2 distinctly different inner energies colliding in the air, creating a powerful aura that swept through the venue at the speed of sound, stirring the hearts of all present. Subsequently, the two engaged in a breathtaking exchange, battling fiercely for dozens of rounds, their figures weaving and intertwining on the stage. Each strike was deftly countered, the ferocity of their combat rendering the audience spellbound. Finally, amidst a cry of, "Enough already! Are you some kind of monster? The more we fight, the stronger you get. If this continues, I might just lose my life here." The Medicine King voluntarily called for a halt. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, could only smile wryly and replied, "All right, you may declare the result." As the two reappeared before the spectators, the Medicine King's panda-like eyes became the focal point of the gathering, a testament to his decision to end the contest. Lin Fan's formidable strength evoked admiration from everyone present. Henceforth, Lin Fan's name would undoubtedly spread rapidly across the major sects, marking him as a brilliant new star within the martial world. The Medicine King announced an earth-shattering proclamation before the crowd. "I acknowledge that this young man, Lin Fan, possesses strength beyond my imagination, and I cannot match him. I declare that the holy son of the beauty sect, Lin Fan, is the victor of this trial. Furthermore, he is now the son-in-law of the Medicine King Valley." The Medicine King's declaration not only highlighted Lin Fan's heroic spirit, but also heralded the beginning of a beautiful union. To celebrate this auspicious alliance, the Medicine King proclaimed that a grand banquet would be held in the main hall, inviting everyone to witness the love between Lin Fan and Ji Yun. After making the announcement, seemingly concerned that Lin Fan might have second thoughts, he promptly left the scene, leaving Lin Fan to face the 4 enchanting women: Ji Yun, Ro Er, Qing Xia, and Mei Ling. His heart brimming with confusion and unease. At this critical moment, the system appeared at the opportune time, offering Lin Fan guidance with its wise voice. "Do not fret. In the future, you will encounter even more remarkable women. For now, you need only engage with these 4. They will manage their relationships with you. You simply need to boldly conquer their hearts." After hearing this, Lin Fan addressed the women. "Why don't you all confer among yourselves? I shall seek out the Medicine King first. The 1,000-mountain snow lotus is a rare treasure. I must secure it before anything else." With that, he hurried away, his mind occupied not only with thoughts of the precious 1,000-mountain snow lotus, but also with anticipation and anxiety regarding the forthcoming banquet and his relationships with the 4 lovely women. Once Lin Fan departed, Rower spoke first. "Since each of us loves Lin Fan dearly and is willing to entrust our hearts to him, we must not allow jealousy to ruin our bonds. As the one who fell for Lin Fan first, I believe I should take precedence. As for the second place, I think it should be Mei Ling, followed by Qing Xia, and you will be 4th. I trust that in the future, more sisters will join us. We should coexist harmoniously and cherish our time with Lin Fan." Mei Ling nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I experienced Lin Fan's might firsthand last night, and I concur with Ro Er's proposal." Upon reaching a consensus, the women laughed together and set about preparing for the upcoming banquet, their hearts filled with dreams and expectations for the future. Chapter 16. Triggering a new task. When Lin Fan arrived at the Medicine King's residence, the guard respectfully gestured, "The Medicine King is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." Following the guard, Lin Fan met the Medicine King, who signaled for the guard to leave. The Medicine King then remarked, "You truly are quite impressive. Are you here for the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus? Lin Fan replied, Father-in-law, you know full well. First, tell me, what benefits does the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus bring to martial artists? The Medicine King responded, In light of your respectful address, I shall enlighten you about its origin, effects, and benefits. The Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus thrives in frigid highlands and is an exceedingly rare medicinal herb, often hailed as the flower of the snowy realms. For martial artists, it offers numerous significant advantages. It not only enhances physical constitution and boosts inner strength, but also accelerates recovery, serving as a precious aid for practitioners aspiring to reach higher realms. 1. Physical enhancement. The active ingredients within the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus deeply nourish the body's cells, promoting cellular vitality, thereby significantly enhancing the martial artist's physical constitution. This not only enables practitioners to withstand fatigue better during training, but also allows them to exhibit a more resilient physique in combat. 2. Inner strength enhancement. Prolonged consumption of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus can stimulate the generation and circulation of inner strength, augmenting both its depth and breadth. For martial artists, this means they can utilize their inner strength more flexibly in real combat, making the execution of martial techniques more effortless and enhancing their combat effectiveness. 3. Accelerated recovery. The Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus boasts exceptional restorative properties, expediting recovery following intense training or battles, reducing muscle damage, and shortening recovery time, allowing martial artists to re-enter their next training or combat session in peak condition. To maximize the medicinal effects of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, the following herbs can be combined with it to achieve optimal synergistic results. 1. Reishi mushroom. Known as the immortal herb, when paired with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, it can significantly enhance a martial artist's vitality and resistance to fatigue. The restorative properties of reishi complement the healing effects of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, jointly promoting a comprehensive enhancement of the martial artist's constitution, making them more enduring in long-term training and combat. 2. Ginseng. As a revered tonic for energy, when combined with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, it can amplify the generation and circulation of inner strength, ensuring that martial artists maintain abundant energy during high-intensity training or combat. The energizing effects of ginseng combined with the physical enhancement from the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus instill greater confidence in martial artists when facing challenges. 3. Tianshan Snow Lotus. Though its name resembles that of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, its effects differ. The Tianshan Snow Lotus focuses on heat clearing and detoxification, and when paired with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, it can effectively prevent and treat internal heat and toxin accumulation that martial artists may encounter during training or combat, maintaining bodily cleanliness and health while reducing the incidence of illness. 4. Astragalus. Possessing excellent restorative and immune-boosting properties, when paired with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, it can enhance the martial artist's immune system, reducing susceptibility to ailments and promoting better health during training and combat, thus minimizing the negative impacts of the external environment on the body. 5. Angelica. Renowned blood-nourishing herb for women, when combined with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, it can significantly enhance female martial artists' vitality and strength, empowering them to display a unique blend of strength and grace in the face of challenges. The combination of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus with these herbs not only provides martial artists with remarkable enhancements in physical constitution, inner strength, and accelerated recovery, but also fosters harmonious development on both spiritual and physical levels, making it a valuable resource for practitioners striving for higher realms. Thus, I recommend against consuming it directly. It is best to refine it into a medicinal pill to unlock its maximum value. The Medicine King concluded, handing Lin Fan a box. Lin Fan accepted it, stating, "Rest assured, I will maximize its value." The Medicine King then produced another box, saying to Lin Fan, "This is the most precious item from the Medicine King Valley. I entrust it to you, hoping it will assist you. Cherish my daughter well." Lin Fan took the box and replied, "Of course, father-in-law, I will certainly do so. I must find Yun and the others first. See you at the banquet." With that, Lin Fan secured the box and thought to himself, "I shall return to the secret chamber first," and with a swift movement, he vanished back to the secret chamber. He said, "System, please check which spiritual herbs can be paired with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus to create medicinal pills that can save lives while maximizing its value." The system responded, "Certainly, please hold on. Master, please see. maximize the medicinal effects of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus. The following spiritual herbs can be combined to create pills that can save lives while unlocking the full value of the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus. 1. 9 Rebirth Grass. Growing in secluded valleys, this herb possesses powerful life-reviving properties. When paired with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, it can produce the 9 Rebirth Snow Lotus pill, capable of saving a martial artist's life in dire situations while accelerating recovery and enhancing survival chances. 2. Dragon Blood Tree. Flourishing in ancient forests, its sap is imbued with potent life energy. When combined with the Thousand Mountain Snow Lotus, the resulting Dragon Blood Snow Lotus pill can significantly bolster a martial artist's vitality and enhance their physical constitution, making them more resilient in combat or training. 3. Spirit Rhinoceros Horn. Sourced from the spirit rhinoceros, this horn possesses high spiritual energy and can promote the generation and circulation of inner strength. In conjunction with the Qinshan Snow Lotus, the refined Lingxi Snow Lotus pill can significantly enhance a martial artist's internal strength, enabling them to maneuver more adeptly in combat and improving the efficacy of their martial techniques. Ice Soul Stone. The Ice Soul Stone, sourced from frigid terrains, possesses remarkable heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. When combined with the Qinshan Snow Lotus, the resulting Ice Soul Snow Lotus pill can expunge toxins from the body, prevent internal heat, and maintain bodily purity and health, thereby reducing the risk of ailments. Purple Gold Ginseng. The purple gold ginseng, which flourishes in fertile purple gold soil, boasts potent restorative effects. When paired with the Qinshan Snow Lotus, the crafted purple gold snow lotus pill can notably bolster a martial artist's immune system, enhance their physical constitution, and diminish the likelihood of illness, promoting greater health throughout their prolonged cultivation. Refinement steps. 1. Selection of materials. Ensure the freshness and purity of the Qinshan Snow Lotus and other spiritual herbs, avoiding impurities that could compromise medicinal efficacy. 2. Grinding. Grind the Qinshan Snow Lotus and other herbs into a fine powder to ensure the full release of the medicinal components. 3. Refinement. Introduce the powdered herbs into the alchemy furnace, carefully controlling the heat and duration. Continuous observation of the herb's transformation during the process is essential to achieve optimal potency. 4. Molding. Once the refinement is complete, allow the pills to cool and set, ensuring their stability and lasting efficacy. 5. Storage. Seal the finished pills in a moisture-proof container, shielding them from dampness and light to preserve their medicinal properties. Lin Fan, brimming with confidence, remarked to the system, "The upgraded version of you is indeed extraordinary, surpassing even the Apothecary King. Haha, dear father-in-law of the Apothecary King. Once I gather all the materials and successfully refine the pills, I must show him who the true Apothecary King is." His words conveyed an infinite yearning for the future and a profound recognition of the system's upgrade, as he not only compared it to the Apothecary King but also established an ambitious goal in his heart. The system gleefully responded, "Master, is it not obvious? I far surpass him. As long as you continue to strive and conquer beautiful women, I assure you, you will become an impressive figure." Lin Fan smiled knowingly and said, "Understood. Conquering beautiful women and becoming impressive, it's simply divine." The system, overhearing, mused to itself, "Divine. Perhaps it could indeed be possible." Lin Fan contemplated in his heart, allowing Ji Yun to gather the herbs, as her energy should suffice. And then he would inquire with Qing Xia for more details before making a decision. As the hourglass of time gradually flowed towards the banquet's commencement, Lin Fan executed the microcloud step, his figure appearing at the banquet entrance in an instant, akin to a celestial being stepping forth from a painting, light and graceful. His entrance stirred the atmosphere, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a lake's surface, creating ripples that silenced the previously boisterous gathering, all eyes converging upon him. Be they nobles or luminaries, upon seeing Lin Fan, they wore expressions of reverence, approaching to extend their greetings, creating a scene that was warm yet dignified. This heartwarming tableau was not lost on Lin Fan's beloved and the Apothecary King, their hearts swelling with joy and pride, as if each of Lin Fan's steps penned a chapter of their shared legend. Once Lin Fan took his seat, the Apothecary King cleared his throat and announced the official commencement of the banquet. His voice faded. Melodious music flowed like a spring, enveloping the grand hall in a joyous ambience. Dancers moved gracefully, akin to butterflies fluttering among blossoms, while guests raised their glasses in celebration, laughter and merriment reverberating throughout, infusing the entire banquet with vitality and exuberance. In this grand feast, humorous and witty exchanges occasionally rang out, adding a touch of levity and delight to the atmosphere. As the banquet neared its conclusion, a mechanical chime echoed, and Lin Fan realized a new task had been assigned. He pondered the nature of this task, wondering if it pertained to conquering beautiful women yet again. Alas, must it always be about conquering beautiful women? He sighed. System, please relay the task details to me. The system replied, Certainly, Master. Task details. Please complete the following within 3 days. First, return to the Beautiful Women sect and report your safety to the sect leader. Second, proceed to the Qinglong sect to assist Zhou Qingxia in explaining that the Qianshan Snow Lotus is not a detoxifying remedy, and prove this to the members of the Qinglong sect while addressing the poison afflicting the sect leader. Third, conduct dual cultivation with your current 5 beloved companions, forming a dragon and 5 phoenixes alliance, to enhance their martial cultivation. Note: failure to complete any one of these tasks will result in the retraction of all, and you shall remain a lifelong subordinate. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan inquired, System, what is the meaning of this? Why have 3 tasks been issued at once? Could you clarify? The system responded, This task was not issued by me. Master, you must understand that it correlates with your advancement. The tasks are connected to your journey in this world and are beyond my control. Thus, Lin Fan left the banquet in a state of discontent. Seeking Solitude. Chapter 17. Return to the Beautiful Women sect. As night descended, Lin Fan strolled alone along the mountain path of the alien Apothecary Valley, the moonlight casting a glow upon him, illuminating his solitary yet resolute figure. Since his arrival in this unfamiliar realm and the awakening of the Conquest System, his life had undergone a profound transformation. Not only had he acquired extraordinary abilities, but he had also attracted 5 stunning companions within a mere few days, while his martial prowess had ascended to the initial stage of a grand martial master. Faced with an uncertain future, Lin Fan understood that only through relentless effort and the completion of the tasks assigned by the system could he hope to discover a path back to Earth before his transmigration. However, whenever he attempted to untangle these thoughts, his mind became an entangled mess, causing him considerable distress. The memories of his former life intertwined with his current reality, often leaving him feeling lost and bewildered. Yet, Lin Fan refused to be defeated by adversity. He sighed softly, deciding to temporarily set aside these worries and head towards Ji Yun's dwelling to reunite with Ro Er and the others. Seeking a moment of tranquility and warmth, he knew that regardless of what lay ahead, the companionship of beautiful women would imbue him with warmth and courage. Upon entering Ji Yun's room, the exquisite ladies turned their gazes toward him. Aware that Lin Fan bore concerns and choosing not to intrude upon his thoughts, Lin Fan stepped into the room, surveying the lovely company with a smile as he spoke. Dearest ones, we shall set forth for the Beautiful Women sect at dawn tomorrow. Ji Yun, are you prepared? Will you accompany us or remain here in the Apothecary Valley with your father? His words were imbued with tenderness and concern, as he not only prepared for their journey but also inquired about Ji Yun's desires, demonstrating his respect and care for the ladies. Ji Yun gracefully approached Lin Fan, responding gently, Of course I wish to be with you. I have discussed this with my father, and he understands and supports my decision. Lin Fan nodded satisfactorily. Very well, we shall depart at dawn. Ji Yun, please inform the Apothecary King, our esteemed father-in-law, of our plans to set out independently, as we do not wish to trouble anyone. Remember to tell him we shall return promptly. Lin Fan's arrangements reflected his respect for his father-in-law while showcasing his capability to resolve matters independently. After speaking, Lin Fan retrieved 6 pills from his spatial ring and handed them to Ro Er, instructing, Distribute these pills among everyone. I have already given 1 to Qing Xia. Tonight, let everyone take 1, and thereafter decide whether to consume the remaining based on their conditions. Should anyone require more, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ro Er replied. All right, if you have any concerns, voice them. Together, we can face them. The more of us there are, the greater our strength. Lin Fan grinned confidently. Ro Er, do you truly believe there are many who can rival me? Fear not, I am off to cultivate now. Do remember to awaken me when the time comes. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned to Ji Yun and said, I require some rare spiritual herbs. Could you assist me in locating them? I need 9-turn soul grass, dragon blood wood, ice soul stone, lingxi horn, and purple gold ginseng. Then, employing the micro-cloud step, he returned to his secret chamber, deciding to rest for a while. Tio the system, he instructed, awaken me in 3 hours. The system replied, Master, while you slumber, you may operate the universal spiritual technique. I will rouse you at the appropriate time. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan activated the universal spiritual technique and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Ro Air and the others gazed at Lin Fan's departing figure, their hearts heavy with emotion. Ro Air, with a pained expression, remarked, Do not be deceived by his outward strength. He must harbor many unspoken thoughts within. However, if he truly wishes to share, he will naturally confide in us. Ji Yun, what spiritual herbs did Lin Fan request you to gather? Ji Yun nodded and recounted the types and quantities of herbs Lin Fan needed. After listening, Ro Air furrowed her brow, saying, I suspect these herbs are indeed rare and precious varieties. Finding them may prove quite challenging. Ji Yun sighed and continued, I have already conveyed this to my father, and he informed me that these herbs are indeed difficult to procure. Moreover, one of them, the purple gold ginseng, only grows near volcanic craters, making its harvest exceedingly tough. Another, the spirit grass, appears only during specific seasons. After a moment of contemplation, Ro Air resolutely declared, Regardless, we must not hinder Lin Fan's progress. Now, we should swiftly consume the pills and strive to break through our martial realms to enhance our own strength. Having spoken, she produced a pill and unhesitatingly swallowed it. Observing this, the others followed suit. Save for Myling, each individual consumed the pill and commenced their cultivation. They closed their eyes, wholeheartedly absorbing the medicinal potency within the pill, attuning themselves to the changes within their bodies. Although this process was protracted and fraught with discomfort, they all shared a singular aspiration, to better assist Lin Fan and prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. The actions of Roer and her companions not only reflected their trust and support for Lin Fan, but also showcased their unwavering pursuit of personal growth. In this world, rife with peril and trials, they resolved to harness their own strengths to protect one another and confront the unknown tests awaiting them. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had elapsed, the system announced. Master, the time has come. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan replied, Present me with the Book of the Pill King. I wish to examine it. The system responded, It is the Pill King's secret manual, along with some spiritual herbs. However, the integration of the Pill King's manual in the formulae requires your decision, Master. Lin Fan stated, Integrate them. It is imperative. The system declared, initiating integration. Ding, congratulations on upgrading to the Divine Book of Pills. Lin Fan chuckled. Impressive. It has truly become the Divine Book of Pills. Addressing the system, he commanded, Teach me this Divine Book of Pills. The book seemed to come alive, soaring into Lin Fan's consciousness, rendering him its embodiment henceforth. Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement, So this is it. Spiritual herbs are immensely valuable. I must collect them diligently in the future, he continued. Also, learn the complete array techniques and the comprehensive beast training methods. When the time comes, I shall simply integrate them. Mastering these 2 tomes would significantly impact Lin Fan's future endeavors. For instance, the formulas included 1. Breakthrough Pill, typically utilized to assist cultivators in overcoming current bottlenecks in their realms. Accelerating their ascension. 2. Recovery Pill, after intense training or combat, cultivators often require recovery pills to swiftly restore their stamina and spirit, thus minimizing recuperation time. 3. Foundation Pill. This aids in solidifying a cultivator's foundation, enhancing training efficiency, particularly crucial for those entering new realms. 4. Physique Pill, designed to improve a cultivator's physical constitution, bolstering their adaptability and recovery capabilities. 5. Spiritual Power Pill. These pills directly replenish a cultivator's spiritual energy, enhancing both the storage capacity and utilization efficiency. The system noted, currently, the spiritual power pill is of no use until one reaches the Grandmaster level. The others can be refined using the pill furnace. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, stating, Indeed, once I see Ji Yun, have her prepare some herbs. Realizing it was late, he decided to meet up with Rower and the others to return to the beauty sect. With that, he employed the cloud step technique, instantly appearing beside Rower and her companions. Gazing at the beauties around him, Lin Fan couldn't help but commend himself, feeling genuine joy for their progress in martial arts. As they had all entered the early stages of martial mastery, when Rower and the others opened their eyes and beheld Lin Fan, they immediately surrounded him, with Rower and Myling embracing him tightly, while the other two pressed close to him, seemingly seeking to bridge any distance between them. Lin Fan remarked, "Excellent. You have all ascended to martial masters. By the way, Ji-yun, have someone prepare some herbs. Once we have them, we shall set out." After handing over the list of herbs to Ji-yun, she nodded in agreement and departed. Lin Fan's list reflected his understanding and needs for the herbs, while Ji-yun's efficient execution demonstrated her capabilities. Soon, she returned with several bags of herbs, which Lin Fan accepted and stored within his spatial ring. The girls remained silent, aware that this was Lin Fan's secret and a manifestation of his abilities. "Rower, summon our mount. Let the Bai stretch its legs," Lin Fan instructed. Rower understood and promptly summoned the white crane. Before the crane could fully register the situation, everyone leaped onto its back. Under Rower's command, the crane, albeit reluctantly, spread its wings, its clarion call shattering the tranquility of the Pill King's Valley, before soaring through the clouds towards the beauty sect. Within the valley, the Pill King heard the crane's call and realized that his daughter and Lin Fan had departed. He languidly reclined in his chair, eyes closed, oblivious to whether he continued to slumber or ponder, leaving the outside world in mystery. Chapter 18. Journey to the Qinglong sect. The white crane felt quite vexed. It had only been 2 days, and now there was an additional passenger. If things continued this way, it feared losing its position. Lin Fan, sensing the crane's unease, chuckled to the system. "This creature is quite amusing. It seems I must reward it, lest I worry about its potential dismissal. After all, without a mount, we would need to walk." The system responded, "Indeed, the white crane is rather entertaining. Feeding it a breakthrough pill should enhance its strength and put its mind at ease." Lin Fan, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and retrieved a pill from his spatial ring, personally feeding it to the white crane. The bird, feeling Lin Fan's care and the power from the pill, was filled with gratitude and reassurance, flapping its wings with renewed vigor as it soared freely through the sea of clouds. Lin Fan turned to Rower, Zhou Qingxia, Ji-yun, and the others, saying, "Upon our return to the beauty sect, I plan to concoct a batch of pills, providing each of you with a few vials. At that time, I will thoroughly explain the effects of the pills. By the way, does anyone else possess a mount? I can help elevate their levels to make them stronger." Myling exclaimed excitedly, "Really? That would be splendid. My little phoenix could use an upgrade." Zhou Qingxia added, "I don't have a mount, but the Qinglong sect has plenty. Upon our return, I will request one from the elders." Lin Fan laughed, saying, "As for mounts, if it's not a 5-clawed dragon, I shall pass. It's not that I'm picky. I simply don't wish to waste resources. After all, dragons are top-tier mounts, and only those worthy may ride them." Ji-yun interjected, "I would like a mount that can fly. A white crane or a phoenix would suffice. As for a dragon, I can't handle one." Haha, Ji-yun's humor broke the tension brought about by Lin Fan's high standards, showcasing her passion for martial life and earning laughter from the group. Lin Fan agreed to Ji-yun's request, promising to assist her in finding a suitable mount. The group spent their time in jovial conversation, feeling the white crane gently descend with a call, signaling their arrival. Once the crane landed, everyone disembarked, finding themselves in the training grounds of the beauty sect. The disciples and elders practicing martial arts noticed the Saint Sun, Saint Maiden, Wang Myling, Zhou Qingxia, and an additional guest, but felt no surprise, as they understood it was likely related to the Saint Sun. An elder approached, welcoming, "Welcome back, Saint Sun, Saint Maiden, and Wang Junior sister, and to you, young lady, we extend our hospitality at the beauty sect." He continued, "I have informed the sect master. Please proceed to the main hall." Lin Fan replied, "Very well, let us all head to the main hall, as I have matters to discuss with the sect master." With that, they all made their way to the grand hall. Upon their arrival, the sect master and 3 elders were already present. The sect master's countenance eased upon seeing Lin Fan. The one he had longed for had returned safely, bringing him immense joy. Were it not for the veil she wore, it would be apparent to all how close she was to Lin Fan. Lin Fan respectfully addressed the sect master, saying, "Respected sect master, we have successfully obtained the Qianshan snow lotus from the medicinal mountain. However, to save the sect master of the Qinglong sect, I must personally go and thoroughly understand the ailment to provide a precise treatment plan." His words brimmed with a sense of responsibility. The sect master's gaze was as profound as the stars. He turned to Zhou Qingxia and gently inquired, "Zhou Qingxia, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Zhou Qingxia furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. After a moment, she nodded and replied, "I believe what the Saint Sun says is reasonable. If we are to ensure the future of the Qinglong sect, it is indeed most prudent for the Saint Sun to take action personally." Lin Fan continued, "Moreover, as your partner, it is also my duty. I must go." His voice was resolute and powerful, filled with determination and a sense of obligation. The sect master nodded in satisfaction, indicating his agreement with their perspectives. Stating, "Excellent, in that case, let us discuss who would be suitable to accompany the Saint Sun." Lin Fan's statement conveyed his commitment to relationships and steadfastness towards responsibility. The sect master's decision further underscored his support and trust in Lin Fan's actions. At this juncture, the sect master spoke, "The 4 elders will be tasked with guarding the beauty sect. I shall personally accompany the Saint Sun on this journey. Additionally, the Saint Maiden must enter seclusion for cultivation." "May I ask who this young lady is?" Zhiyun stepped forward, saying, "Sect Master, I am Yao Zhiyun, hailing from the medicinal mountain. Also known as the Pill King's Valley, I am the daughter of the Pill King and, concurrently, the Saint Sun's partner. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, for he saved me, and more importantly, I cherish him." The sect master addressed the 4 elders. "The responsibility of safeguarding the beauty sect is entrusted to you." The 4 elders responded in unison, "Rest assured, sect master, we will certainly safeguard the beauty sect. Farewell." At that moment, the system spoke. "Master, tonight, exert yourself diligently to harmonize the energies present, repeating the process if necessary, until they acknowledge you. Otherwise, how will you manage their affairs in the future? I suggest you face them candidly and leave the choice to them. It would be more prudent." Lin Fan pondered, "A task? What sort of task is this?" "Such a task indeed. It is quite perplexing, but ultimately they must come to understand." Boldly, Lin Fan approached the sect master, embraced her, and said, "Sect master, I still do not know your name." This audacious act not only demonstrated his pursuit of emotions, but also evoked astonishment and attention from the gathered women. Lin Fan explained, "Before heading to the Medicine King Valley, the sect master suffered a relapse from an old injury, and only through the harmonization of yin and yang can her condition be remedied. Otherwise, it may jeopardize her life." He then added, "I will await your discussions before you come to me." After speaking, Lin Fan departed from the grand hall, returning to his chamber to await the arrival of the women, as he intended to grant them the power of choice in the fading light of the hall. Lin Fan's solitary figure gradually receded, while the gazes of the women followed him, a tumult of complex emotions surging within their hearts. In that moment, they reminisced about their past interactions with Lin Fan. Those beautiful memories flickered through their minds like scenes from a movie, strengthening their conviction that he was indeed worthy of their complete trust and devotion. They realized that in the presence of this extraordinary man, they needed to find a way to coexist harmoniously, collaboratively building a warm and nurturing home. Rower was the first to speak, her voice imbued with determination. "Sisters, we must have a serious discussion. How should we coexist? Is it to cause Lin Fan distress, or should we establish harmony among ourselves? We must find a resolution." The sect master contemplated for a moment before slowly articulating, "Lin Fan undeniably possesses an irresistible charm. Not only is he handsome, but he also excels in martial arts and possesses exemplary character. We should consider ourselves fortunate to become his companions." The saintess concurred, stating, "We ought to live in harmony, as that will truly enable us to support Lin Fan." The women nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. "We agree, but there must be a hierarchy. Who will be the eldest sister?" Rower proposed, "Sect master, you have the most experience. You should take the role of eldest sister, and the rest of us will follow in the order of our acquaintance." The sect master smiled and nodded, with the others echoing their agreement. The atmosphere lightening and becoming more joyful as they began to discuss how to support one another in daily life, jointly crafting a warm and harmonious home for Lin Fan. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, unaware of the women's situation, chose to immerse himself in cultivation, channeling the universal spirit technique to distract himself from troubling thoughts. As he became absorbed in the tranquil ambience of his practice, entirely focused on the flow of spiritual energy surrounding him, a faint sound emerged from the door, akin to a gentle breeze caressing flower petals. Moments later, the door slowly creaked open, and a group of women entered the room. Resembling blossoms blooming in spring, their radiant smiles illuminating the space as they glided in gracefully. Their presence unfolded before Lin Fan like a vibrant tapestry, their elegant forms, exquisite countenances, and the sparkling vitality in their eyes abruptly shattered the tranquility of his cultivation, bestowing unexpected delight upon the atmosphere. At the forefront stood sect master Qin Susu, clad in a flowing lavender gown that billowed like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her inky tresses cascaded freely over her shoulders, enhancing her allure. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, reminiscent of a clever fox, brimming with vivacity and playfulness. She slightly raised her chin, gazing at Lin Fan, her ruby lips parting. I heard from Myling that you particularly enjoy being called husband. Shall we all address you as such from now on? My dear husband? Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, surprise flickering across his deep gaze, which soon filled with joy. Upon seeing this enchanting assembly of women, his heart soared with elation, as if bathed in warm sunlight. A broad smile graced his lips as he replied, Sure, let's go with husband. That title sounds invigorating. The women exchanged knowing smiles, blooming like vibrant flowers. Lin Fan paused in astonishment, then flashed a playful grin, saying, Ha ha, well, you all better be prepared. The women blushed slightly, yet anticipation sparkled in their eyes. A crystal-clear brook flowed gently nearby, its waters shimmering silver under the moonlight, resembling a flowing galaxy. Not far off, an exquisite palace stood proudly, its walls crafted from pristine jade, exuding a soft radiance akin to sacred brilliance. Surrounding the palace were various extraordinary spiritual plants, twinkling with ethereal glow, creating a dreamlike scene that felt otherworldly. Qin Susu donned a delicate blue gauze gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her demeanor was gentle and reserved, as she slightly raised her chin with a hint of shyness and expectation, her lips delicately biting, showcasing the innocence of a young girl. Tilting her head, she gazed at Lin Fan and softly said, Husband, I'm feeling a bit nervous. As she spoke, her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her garment, revealing her inner unease. However, when her gaze met Lin Fan's, the depth of his eyes seemed to harbor boundless strength, gradually dissipating her tension and replacing it with a sense of assurance and trust. Wang Myling wore a playful pink skirt, her lively eyes sparkling with excitement. Her vivacious personality shone through as she clasped her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward with an exuberant grin on her face. Husband, I can hardly wait. Hee hee, she chirped, her tone brimming with mischief. Her cheerful cadence danced like jubilant notes, conveying her eagerness. As she drew nearer to Lin Fan, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if on the brink of embarking on a marvelous adventure. Li Xiaoro adorned a simple yet elegant white gown, her gentle demeanor captivating all. Her character was gentle and kind, hands elegantly clasped before her, slightly bowing her head with a tender smile gracing her lips. Husband, may we progress together through our dual cultivation, she expressed softly, her voice a melodious whisper. Her tender words reflected her anticipation for their shared journey and her aspirations for the future. Her gaze brimmed with affection, emanating warmth that seemed capable of melting all barriers when directed at Lin Fan. Zhou Qingxia, clad in a striking blue outfit, exuded a bold charm intertwined with a unique grace. Her resolute nature was evident as she crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering and fervent. Lin Fan, during today's dual cultivation, I shall give it my all, she proclaimed with determination, her tone resolute and full of confidence. The fire in her eyes revealed her desire for strength and her eagerness for their shared experience. Yao Zhiyun, dressed in a pristine white healer's attire, radiated freshness and elegance. Her demeanor was calm and composed, her head slightly tilted, revealing a hint of nervous curiosity in her gaze. Young Master Lin, husband, will this dual cultivation truly enhance our realms? She inquired softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The slight tremor in her tone betrayed her inner tension and worry. Yet, upon meeting Lin Fan's steadfast gaze, her doubts gradually melted away, replaced by anticipation and trust. Lin Fan regarded the women with tenderness in his heart. "Susu, you shall be the first to engage in dual cultivation with me," he said gently, his tone imbued with warmth and expectation. Qin Susu nodded slightly, gracefully stepping to Lin Fan's side. Her gaze brimmed with trust as she gently took his hand. Lin Fan extended his hand to grasp Qin Susu's delicate palm. A wave of warmth instantly transmitting between them. They closed their eyes, commencing the flow of their techniques. Surrounding them, the spiritual energy swirled like a vortex, continuously merging into their beings. Qin Susu's body trembled slightly. Experiencing Lin Fan's powerful strength and gentle care, her tension gradually yielding to a sense of security. Her heart overflowed with warmth and happiness, as if she had found her anchor. As the techniques circulated, she felt her power rising, filling her with astonishment and joy. Next came Wang Miling, who bounced eagerly before Lin Fan, her face radiant with excitement. "Husband, I'm here," she exclaimed playfully. Lin Fan looked at her affectionately, pulling her into an embrace. Their energies intertwined, surging with vigor. Wang Miling reveled in Lin Fan's warmth, her heart brimming with happiness, the thrill intensifying. Curiosity and anticipation danced within her as she felt her power elevate. Her eyes sparkling with delight, Li Xiaoro quietly approached Lin Fan, her loving gaze brimming with affection. "Husband," she softly called out. Lin Fan exchanged a glance with her, and without uttering a single word, their hearts were already in tune. Together, they immersed themselves in the realm of cultivation, sensing each other's presence. Li Xiaoro's heart brimmed with tranquility and aspirations for the future, as gentle emotions flowed slowly during their dual cultivation. Her heart was filled with warmth and happiness, as if she had found her home. Zhou Qingxia approached Lin Fan, her gaze resolute and fervent. "Lin Fan, let us begin," she said. Lin Fan grasped her hand, and their powers collided momentarily before merging perfectly. They advanced together in their cultivation, supporting one another. Zhou Qingxia's heart surged with determination and courage as she felt the enhancement of her strength, her eyes shimmering with unwavering light. Finally, there was Yao Zhiyun, who shyly approached Lin Fan. "Young Master Lin," she whispered. Lin Fan smiled at her, gently pulling her into his embrace. As Yao Zhiyun felt Lin Fan's warmth, her anxiety gradually dissipated. They practiced together, exploring higher realms side by side. Yao Zhiyun's heart was filled with anticipation and trust, sensing the ascension of her power, her eyes glimmering with a hopeful radiance. In the process of dual cultivation, the strength of the women intertwined with Lin Fan's, continuously elevating one another. They seemed to enter an entirely new world, experiencing a wondrous journey like never before. That mysterious power flowed between them, like an invisible bond, binding them tightly together. After their dual cultivation concluded, the faces of the women radiated with blissful smiles. Lin Fan gazed at them, his heart brimming with contentment. He knew that with these women by his side, his life would be all the more extraordinary. Moonlight streamed through the palace windows, illuminating everyone, as the women surrounded Lin Fan, resembling a beautiful painting. Together, they looked forward to the days ahead, confidently embracing new challenges. Chapter 19. Arrival at Qinglong Sect to repel the enemy upon a vast expanse of lush green land. The phoenix soared high, its iridescent feathers glimmering in the sunlight, like a flowing rainbow streaking across the sky. On the back of the phoenix, Lin Fan sat alongside 3 enchanting maidens, their garments fluttering in the wind. Exuding an ethereal aura, Lin Fan, the handsome youth, had resolute wisdom and determination sparkling in his eyes, while the 3 maidens, each unique in their charm, one gentle as water, another lively as the wind, and the last serene as the moon, filled the air with their laughter, harmonizing with the phoenix's call into a symphony of celestial beauty. Their destination, Qinglong Mountain, a paradise on earth, nestled atop the peaks, where spring reigned eternal amidst swirling mists. The Qinglong sect was situated within Qinglong Mountain, harmoniously blending ancient elegance with modern aesthetics, its flying eaves and graceful lines adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs, symbolizing nobility and auspiciousness. Surrounding them, ancient trees towered, streams babbled, and floral fragrances wafted, vividly depicting an ecological tapestry where rare flora and fauna coexisted in harmony. Lin Fan and the maidens soared towards this celestial realm upon the phoenix, their hearts filled with anticipation and dreams. Just as they engaged in lively conversation, the phoenix suddenly emitted a clear, piercing cry. This sound halted Lin Fan and the maidens' joyful discourse, their faces revealing expressions of alertness. Shortly thereafter, they heard the distant sounds of battle below, causing their hearts to sink. "This is not good," Lin Fan murmured, furrowing his brow as he gazed intently downward. The other maidens quickly gathered around, their expressions tense. "It seems something is amiss below. We must descend immediately to investigate," Lin Fan commanded decisively. However, the distance to the ground was considerable, and jumping down would pose great danger. "We should be cautious. It might be perilous," one maiden voiced her concern. "Fear not, I have a plan," Lin Fan reassured them. He then shared his strategy with the group. "You all stay here with the phoenix and await my signal. Once I find a safe landing spot, I will gesture to you, and then you can bring the phoenix down. This way, we can ensure your safety," Lin Fan instructed. The maidens nodded in understanding. Although they felt some trepidation, they complied with Lin Fan's arrangement. "Very well, I will go down first to assess the situation." "You must stay vigilant," Lin Fan said, taking a deep breath as he activated the microcloud divine steps, dashing downward like a bolt of lightning. The phoenix followed suit, flapping its majestic wings, resembling a golden cloud as it swiftly matched Lin Fan's pace. In midair, Lin Fan glanced back at the maidens trailing behind him, his eyes filled with determination and gentleness. After giving them a reassuring look, he accelerated, his figure seamlessly merging into the verdant depths of the forest below. As he neared the ground, Lin Fan quietly commanded, "System, activate the X-ray vision and relay the situation below to my consciousness." The system promptly complied, transmitting the scene into Lin Fan's awareness, allowing him to swiftly grasp the situation at hand. He then informed the maidens that he would intervene at a critical moment. Lin Fan stealthily concealed himself nearby, overhearing threatening voices. "Qinglong's Grand Elder, you are isolated and helpless. Why not surrender willingly to avoid bodily harm?" Although the Qinglong Grand Elder was drained of strength, his gaze shone with indomitable spirit. He resolutely replied, "A soldier may be slain but cannot be humiliated. You despicable scoundrels of the Black Sect. All you know is to strike from the shadows. 18 years hence, I shall still be a true hero." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, astonished to find such comically absurd individuals in this foreign world. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Sect, startled by the sudden laughter nearby, tensed up. "Who is it?" they shouted. "Come out from your hiding place." At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Lin Fan. Appearing relaxed, hands casually tucked into his pockets, strolling as if on a leisurely walk rather than confronting adversaries. His unhurried pace exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation that made the Black Sect members hesitate to act. Simultaneously, the maidens quietly observed from a distance, ready to join the fray without hesitation should Lin Fan require assistance. When Lin Fan approached within mere steps of the Black Sect members, he suddenly halted. Lifting his gaze to meet theirs, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Who was calling for Grandpa just now? Step forward and let me see." One member of the Black Sect, incensed, retorted, "It was me. What of it?" Lin Fan's smile widened, and he swiftly replied, "Good grandson, very obedient. Such a good boy." The members of the Black Sect were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, including the Qinglong Grand Elder and the maidens, who appreciated Lin Fan's sense of humor, finding his provocation quite entertaining. The individual targeted by Lin Fan's jest flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a member of the Black Sect stepped forward. "Sneering kid, your verbal skills are impressive. Let's see how you fare in combat." Lin Fan regarded him with disdain, questioning, "And who might you be?" Grandpa has no time for idle chatter. Do you not find it shameful to bully one with so many of you? The man introduced himself. I am the Earth Guardian of the Black Sect, Tu Huangjin. We take pleasure in overpowering the weak. Why are you here? Lin Fan retorted. The holy maiden of Qinglong sect is my woman. Why should I not come? I recall defeating Tai Ruyan. Are you stronger or weaker than him? If weaker, bow down and apologize to the Qinglong elder, and perhaps I might spare you. Tu Huangjin, having heard Tai Ruyan's name, contemplated internally. He recalled the young man mentioned by Tai Ruyan and, confident in his superiority over him, concluded he could easily prevail. He threatened, "You ignorant brat, do not blame me for being ruthless. Attack him." The members of the Black Sect surged forward to assault Lin Fan. Foreseeing this, Lin Fan was well prepared. He knew the Black Sect members were prone to forget their lessons, and this time he decided to show no mercy. His gaze sharpened, invoking the 9 Yang Divine Art, Microcloud Divine Steps, and 6 Meridians Divine Sword, his form darting like a specter before the foremost 3 adversaries. With a single punch, a blinding light flashed, sending the trio hurtling 20 meters away. Before the others could react, Lin Fan unleashed a series of strikes. In less than a minute, all lay unconscious at a distance. Tu Huangjin, witnessing the scene, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The strength of this young man was astonishing, leaving him in shock. Lin Fan had silently appeared beside him, within 2 meters. The Qinglong elder and the maidens were astounded and filled with admiration for Lin Fan's incredible prowess. Their hearts swelling with joy, Lin Fan looked at Tu Huangjin and asked, "Will you strike first, or shall I? Or would you prefer I give you 3 chances?" Tu Huangjin's mind went blank, unsure how to respond. In desperation, he stammered, "I will strike first." Immediately regretting his words, he corrected himself, "No, I will not attack. I am leaving right now." Lin Fan swiftly interjected, his voice cold. "When did I say you could leave? This is not your home. Do you think you can come and go as you please?" In a state of utter resignation, Tu Huangjin could only acquiesce, stating, "Your Excellency, I shall comply with your arrangements." Lin Fan continued, "Hand over all your valuables to Elder Qinglong and offer him your apologies. Upon returning to the Black Sect, inform your leader that should anyone dare to disturb the Qinglong sect again, I will personally confront your leader for a showdown. Furthermore, if I catch wind of any further misconduct on your part, I will show no mercy. Now, you may proceed." Regret gnawed at Tu Huangjin's heart, yet he dared not defy Lin Fan's command, dutifully relinquishing all his possessions and bowing deeply in apology to Elder Qinglong. The elder, receiving the items, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Lin Fan. He understood that Lin Fan's authority was not to be trifled with and recognized his formidable strength. Lin Fan regarded them with a calm yet resolute tone. "You may take your leave now, but remember, I will not spare anyone who dares to infringe upon the Qinglong sect. It would be wise to temper your actions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to act." The members of the Black Sect departed in a dejected manner, their spirits dampened by the realization of Lin Fan's overwhelming power, leaving them devoid of the courage to retaliate. Elder Qinglong expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. On behalf of the Qinglong sect, I extend my sincerest thanks. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Lin Fan replied, "I am Lin Fan," with Lin signifying wood and Fan meaning extraordinary. He then turned and called, "Are you not coming out to meet Elder Qinglong?" Several figures emerged nearby and approached Lin Fan, one of whom stepped forward to greet Elder Qinglong, saying, "Elder, do you recognize me?" Upon recognizing her, Elder Qinglong joyfully exclaimed, "Saintess, it is you, and Lin Fan is your?" Before he could finish, Qingxia interjected, "I am his woman, he is my man. He is also the holy son of the beauty sect and my savior, and now he is your savior as well." Elder Qinglong, overwhelmed, could only nod in acknowledgement. Lin Fan remarked, "Now is not the time for reminiscing. We must return to the sect." The group concurred, and Su Su summoned a phoenix to carry them swiftly to the Qinglong mountain sect. The breathtaking scenery along the way, with lush mountains and swirling mists, made it feel as though they were in a celestial realm. Lin Fan and Su Su reveled in the picturesque views. Their spirits soared. They felt the tranquility and wonder of nature, as if they had been transported away from the world. The phoenix soared with the swiftness of lightning, and soon they arrived at the Qinglong sect. Chapter 20. Mission accomplished. The emergence of Tiangong Pavilion. The phoenix gracefully descended above the martial arena of the Qinglong sect. The group leapt down, landing on the platform. The three elders and disciples of the Qinglong sect exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing the saintess and elder together with the young man and three maidens. The saintess instructed, "Notify elders 2 and 4 to gather in the main hall and inform them that I have returned. Elder, please bring the sect leader to the hall, and everyone else may continue their training." After speaking, she led Lin Fan and the others towards the main hall, while the rest resumed their swordplay and martial arts practice. Before long, everyone had gathered. The sect leader lay slumped in a chair, soundly asleep, while the elders assembled. Elder Qinglong inquired, "Saintess, did you manage to find the Qianshan Snow Lotus? How is it that Lin Fan and these companions accompany you back to the Qinglong sect?" The saintess replied, "Lin Fan is the one who discovered the Qianshan Snow Lotus. The specifics are best explained by my man." Lin Fan, displaying no arrogance, added, "What Qingxia said is true. This is the leader of the beauty sect. And this is Yaowang Valley's daughter, Yao Zhiyun, along with Wang Meiling, a disciple of the beauty sect. The Qianshan Snow Lotus cannot revive the sect leader, as the Yaowang specifically instructed that its efficacy must be verified. I have come back with Qingxia to investigate the reason for the sect leader's current condition. I am confident in uncovering the cause and resolving the issue. Should I fail, you may deal with me as you see fit." The elders of the Qinglong sect found Lin Fan's reasoning sound and agreed to let him investigate, trusting in his capabilities. Elder Qinglong smiled and said, "We all agree to your examination. Proceed without hesitation. Lin, my young friend, please assist the sect leader." He then turned to the other elders, adding, "I must also inform you that he not only saved my life, but also that of the saintess. Moreover, he is the holy son of the beauty sect." Upon hearing Elder Qinglong's words, the trust among the elders for Lin Fan soared to new heights. They had already known of his close relationship with the saintess, but to learn that he had saved both Elder Qinglong and the saintess's lives was astonishing. Discovering that he was the holy son of the beauty sect was simply beyond belief. At that moment, the gathered individuals began to question their own ears, exclaiming in awe, "Who is he, truly? No, he cannot merely be called a man. He must be a divine being." Lin Fan stated, "Very well, I shall conduct a thorough examination of the sect leader." He approached the sect leader, determined to delve into his affliction. Stepping beside the leader, he firmly grasped his right hand. He then silently commanded, "System, initiate comprehensive diagnostics and relay the sect leader's condition to me in detail." The system responded promptly, "Master, task received. Comprehensive diagnostics are about to commence." The system began a full body scan of the sect leader, meticulously examining everything from meridians to blood, compiling all data and information swiftly into Lin Fan's mind. The onlookers were filled with curiosity regarding Lin Fan's actions, unaware of the mysterious system he possessed. Had they known, Lin Fan might have been regarded as a subject of inquiry rather than a healer. After analysis, the system reported, "The sect leader's condition is caused by a chilling toxin that has infiltrated his entire meridian and bloodstream, leaving him in a state akin to that of a living corpse. You possess the capability to heal him. This task is but a trifle for you. However, I advise you to refrain from making it seem too effortless, as it is essential to maintain an air of mystery and authority." Turning to the gathering, Lin Fan declared, "The issue has been identified. The sect leader is afflicted by a chilling toxin, which effectively places him in a state resembling that of a living corpse. Fortunately, I am indeed capable of curing him." Upon hearing this, the elders and Qingxia displayed expressions of elation, exclaiming in unison, "Wonderful! If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. We shall fulfill your every need." Lin Fan nodded and inquired, "Do you possess any specific spiritual herbs?" Qingxia should be well aware of which ones are required. Qingxia replied, "Sister Zhiyun, Sister Meiling, and Sister Xiaoro are all informed about this." As Lin Fan previously mentioned his need for these herbs, "Elders, I will compile a detailed list for you shortly. All you need to do is gather them as requested." The elders readily affirmed, "Absolutely no problem, Saintess. Do you have any other directives? Just let us know, and we will comply." The Saintess added, "Do we have any precious mounts?" Lin Fan requires a dragon mount. The fourth elder replied, "Unfortunately, we do not have one. However, there is an egg in the sect leader's secret chamber. We can only wait for him to awaken. Saintis, you may inquire with him directly. You two should have no issues. The system interjected, there is hope. You may soon acquire a dragon mount. Lin Fan responded, I shall commence treatment first. Once the sect leader, my future father-in-law, awakens, we can discuss further matters. Lin Fan began the treatment process. Initially, he utilized the information provided by the system, combining it with his medical expertise to gradually eliminate the chilling toxin from the sect leader's body, repairing the damaged meridians and bloodstream, allowing the leader to gradually regain his health. Throughout the treatment, Lin Fan remained vigilant, observing the sect leader's physical responses and adjusting the treatment plan as necessary to maximize effectiveness. He began by gently pressing on the sect leader's acupoints, each application accompanied by a warm flow of energy. This was Lin Fan harnessing his internal power from the Juyang divine skill to expel the toxins from the leader's body. Simultaneously, he chanted a self-created incantation to enhance the treatment's efficacy, facilitating the expulsion of toxins. As time passed, a layer of black filth began to surface on the sect leader's skin, indicative of the expelled toxins. These toxins seeped through the pores, releasing a foul odor. Yet, Lin Fan did not waver. He continued to exert his internal power to force the toxins out of the sect leader's body. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, unaware of the methods Lin Fan employed. Yet they could sense the gradual recovery of the sect leader's body. His pallid complexion began to regain its color, and his breathing steadied. After several hours of treatment, the sect leader's vitality began to resurface. His complexion gradually turned rosy, and his breathing became more even. Lin Fan recognized that the leader's condition was under control. With sufficient rest, he would fully recover. At this moment, Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Yet his gaze remained resolute, for he was aware that he had successfully saved a life. Only the system and Lin Fan understood that all of this was a gift from the system's golden finger. However, in order to avoid detection, Lin Fan had no choice but to feign profundity and accept the accolades. The public's admiration for Lin Fan grew ever higher. They believed him to be not only an exceptional healer but also a formidable martial artist. Possessing noble character and striking good looks, these splendid attributes seemed to manifest on Lin Fan, as if he were a paragon of perfection. However, were they to uncover the truth, they would likely be enraged enough to wish to strip Lin Fan of his skin. For their idol's image would shatter entirely, and all fantasies would be obliterated. Yet for now, they remained ensnared in their adulation for Lin Fan, unable to extricate themselves. When the onlookers observed Lin Fan's exhaustion from saving the sect leader, Qingxia instructed her subordinates to prepare a room for him to rest properly. Lin Fan replied, the sect leader will awaken shortly. Inform him that his health will gradually improve. I shall take my leave to rest. After taking a few steps, a mechanical sound chimed. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Please check. New tasks will update at any moment. Please endeavor, host. Lin Fan quickened his pace and swiftly entered the room. Closing the door behind him, System, display my task rewards, he commanded. The system responded, acknowledged. Reward details. 1. A sword technique, Duga 9 Swords Note. Pinnacle of Swordsmanship Origin, created by the sword demon Dugu Qiubai. Passed down to Ling Hu Chong. Characteristics. No moves surpass the moves. Sword intent surpasses sword techniques. Comprehensive formula and 8 breaking styles, capable of countering myriad methods. Philosophy. The sword is born from the heart. Sword intent is profound. Point 2. The palm technique. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Note. Ferocious ultimate skill origin. From the Beggars sect of the Northern Song Dynasty, inherited from Qiaofeng and Hong Qigong. Characteristics, fierce and direct. Power penetrating the palm, both offense and defense. Practical use, applicable in both one-on-one and group battles, with strong penetrating power. Requirements, profound internal strength, power proportional to internal energy. Philosophy, equal emphasis on strength and virtue. Martial ethics foremost. Point 3.100 drops of dragon blood effects for martial artists. 1. Enhances internal energy. 2. Strengthens physique. 3. Heals severe injuries. 4. Grants special abilities. 5. Carries significant potential risks, benefits for animals of the same level. 1. Increases hatching rate 2. Genetic enhancement 3. Accelerates growth 4. Boosts survival capabilities 5. Establishes mental connection 6. Grants special abilities 4.15 lucky stones, 15 pieces of Millennium Cold Iron, and 6 great elixirs. Lin Fan thought to himself. Ha ha, splendid, absolutely splendid. System, fuse Dugu 9 swords with 6 Meridians Divine Sword. The system confirmed, fusion successful, 9 Meridians Divine Sword. Characteristics of the 9 Meridians Divine Sword. Sword Aura, limitless variation. Sword Aura adapts flexibly with sword techniques. Precise control. Internal energy precisely activates Sword Aura. Immense power. Combined with internal energy, the destructive force of Sword Aura is formidable. Invisibly superior. Penetrates matter, inflicting damage on internal organs or meridians. Fusion of sword intent. Sword Aura encompasses the essence and will of sword techniques. The Sword Aura of the 9 Meridians Divine Sword integrates change, power, and sword intent, showcasing extraordinary martial achievements. Lin Fan stated, System, immediately transmit the 9 Meridians Divine Sword into my sea of consciousness. Once mastered, the possibility of becoming a sword immortal will be within reach. The system promptly transmitted the 9 Meridians Divine Sword into Lin Fan's sea of consciousness, saying, Master, once you learn this, your combat power could rival 3 or even 6 of your former self. You know why? Because you will also possess the 9 Young Divine skill, I believe it is better to gradually integrate this, as becoming overwhelmingly powerful at once may lead others to perceive you as a freak, a monster. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan agreed that a gradual approach would be wise. He then began to practice the 9 Meridians Divine Sword in his sea of consciousness. At first, his movements were slow, but eventually, he became so swift that he could only be seen as a blur, rendering him almost unrecognizable. Should anyone witness him, they would undoubtedly describe him as a freak or a monster. The characteristics of the Microcloud Divine Steps: 1. Light and swift. Moves like the wind and clouds, instantaneously shifting. 2. Endless variation. Footwork is ever-changing, difficult to grasp. 3. Both offense and defense. Evades and counters in one fluid motion. 4. High internal energy consumption. Requires profound internal strength for execution. Should Lin Fan employ the Microcloud Divine Steps, his combat prowess would escalate to an unmatched level, akin to having an external aid, rendering any description of his might inadequate. It felt as if he was on the verge of ascending to the heavens. Within the Grand Hall, Zhou Qingshan had awakened, and Zhou Qingxia recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing the story, he held great admiration for the young Lin Fan. Such a son-in-law was unparalleled, and it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship, as Qinglong's sect would rely on Lin Fan in the future. He instructed the 4th elder to fetch the egg from the secret chamber. The 4th elder immediately set off. Tio, his daughter, he said, you and Jiyun should go to the apothecary and gather any necessary herbs. To the beautiful sect leader, he addressed, Sect leader Qin, please summon the Holy Sun. I wish to express my gratitude to him in person. Sususu nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to leave. The 4th elder returned, carrying a square box, roughly the size of 2 of his heads, and placed it down behind the sect leader, standing in line with the 3rd elder. A disciple rushed in from outside the Grand Hall, exclaiming, Sect leader, the envoy from the Tiangong Pavilion has arrived at the training ground, seeking the Holy Sun Lin Fan. Upon hearing this, the sect leader and the others exchanged uneasy glances. The Tiangong Pavilion was one of the legendary ancient sects, and the most powerful among them. Why had they come for Lin Fan? Surely, nothing untoward would occur, the sect leader replied. Let Lin Fan decide. You go inform them that he will come in person shortly. The disciple acknowledged, yes, sect leader, and turned to depart, relaying the message to the Tiangong Pavilion envoy. As Lin Fan and Sususu entered, the crowd was at a loss for words. When Lin Fan and Sususu approached sect leader Zhou Qingshan, he stood up and attempted to embrace Lin Fan. Startled, Lin Fan took a step back, saying, Father-in-law, it's rather inappropriate for men to embrace, don't you think? The crowd erupted in laughter, finding Lin Fan amusing and humorous. Zhou Qingshan chuckled, you rascal, am I not simply happy to see you? By the way, I heard you wish for a dragon mount. However, this egg has been passed down from the elders. I cannot ascertain whether it is truly a dragon's egg. Would you like it? Lin Fan immediately responded, "Yes, you are Qing Xia's father. Whether it is a dragon or not is inconsequential. Just give me the egg," he thought to himself. This must be a dragon egg. System, once I obtain the egg, you can scan it to ascertain its true nature. The fourth elder turned and joyfully approached Lin Fan, saying, "Holy son, this is the egg for you." As Lin Fan's hand made contact with the box, the system immediately scanned it, transmitting the egg into his sea of consciousness. Upon seeing the egg, Lin Fan was overjoyed and promptly stored it in his spatial ring, deciding to examine it further upon returning to his room. The crowd, witnessing this scene, understood that the egg must be of great value. Zhou Qingshan then remarked, "Lin Fan, my disciple has just reported that the Tiangong Pavilion envoy has arrived and is waiting for you at the training ground." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan replied, "The Tiangong Pavilion envoy seeks an audience with me. Let us go." With that, the group exited the grand hall and proceeded to the training ground. Along the way, the women cautioned Lin Fan to be careful and watch his safety, to which he nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Upon their arrival at the training ground, they observed an elder and a young woman with their backs turned to them. The reporting disciple informed them of the sect leader and Lin Fan's arrival, prompting the elder and the young woman to turn around, scrutinizing each other. The elder addressed the young woman, "Miss, this young man is Lin Fan, without a doubt. Though he is still quite young, his martial prowess is. No, it is nearing the pinnacle of Grand Martial Mastered. I recall Iron Ryuan stating that this lad was merely a martial master then. He is indeed a prodigy, a true anomaly, surpassing even genius." The young woman responded, "Really? A Grand Martial Master in such a brief time? Is it possible that Iron Ryuan made an error?" The elder replied, "He would not have misremembered. Iron Ryuan is not one to speak falsely." The young woman nodded, saying, "You shall test your skills against him. Based on the outcome, I will make my decision on whether to enlist his help." The elder nodded in understanding. Simultaneously, Lin Fan activated his perspective ability through the system, thoroughly examining the elderly man and the young woman. However, while the system suggested that he should conquer the beautiful young woman, he paid little heed to this advice, feeling that the elder's prowess was merely that of a grand martial master, hardly worthy of his concern. The elder respectfully inquired, "May I ask, are you the holy son Lin Fan of the beautiful sect?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow, gazing in confusion at the elder. "I do not know what business you have with me. I have never encountered you before. How did you come to know my identity?" The elder hurriedly explained, "I learned of you through Iron Ryuan. Since you injured him and he required treatment, we assisted him, thus becoming aware of your existence." Lin Fan nodded slightly to indicate his understanding and then inquired, "Oh, is that so? Then, may I ask why you are seeking my presence?" The old man's lips curved into a faint smile, his tone calm as he replied, "Let us engage in a match. Should I emerge victorious, the young lady will answer your questions." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness and disbelief. He shook his head, his expression earnest as he responded, "You are not my match. It would be futile regardless of what we compete in. I have no desire to exert myself without any reward." The old man, upon hearing these words, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He widened his eyes, confusion etched on his face as he asked, "Are you truly so confident? Do you not fear losing to me? Young man, do you dare to face me in battle? Speak plainly." Lin Fan immediately retorted, "Very well. Let it be as you wished. I hope your pride is resilient enough. Do not shed tears when you lose. We shall see the truth on the stage." The onlookers, upon hearing this exchange, shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting the existence of such arrogance in the world, deeming it utterly outrageous. However, the young lady and several other beautiful maidens shared a common sentiment, believing that only those who possess true strength are entitled to act as they please, for such is a characteristic of the powerful. Chapter 21. Defeating the old man. The new task. Lin Fan and the old man stood at the center of the training platform. Their eyes locked onto each other as if attempting to see through one another. Their gazes were filled with murderous intent, as if a life-and-death struggle were on the verge of erupting. At this moment, both were convinced of their supremacy, viewing this contest as an excellent opportunity to prove their prowess. The surrounding crowd felt the palpable tension in the air, their eyes glued to the two, eagerly awaiting the commencement of this thrilling duel. Suddenly, a woman spoke. You two shall first compete in martial arts, followed by agility, and lastly, swordsmanship. Her voice was melodious yet carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan and the old man exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded in agreement. They understood that such rules would allow for a more comprehensive display of their abilities and better showcase their martial arts mastery. Lin Fan secretly reveled in the thought, with the system's assistance, I fear not the old man. Consequently, he promptly addressed the system, quickly impart the 18 dragon subduing palms into my consciousness. I am eager to discover just how formidable this old fellow truly is. The system sighed in resignation, responding, My master, why bother quarreling with an elderly man? However, since he wishes to challenge you, allow him to taste the bitterness of defeat. Also, that young lady possesses a fire physique. Cultivating together with her would greatly benefit your progress. Now, I shall transmit the 18 dragon subduing palms to your consciousness. With that, it imparted the essence of the technique into Lin Fan's mind. Immediately, Lin Fan harnessed the Juyang divine skill in his consciousness, mastering the 18 dragon subduing palms in the blink of an eye. Satisfied as he returned to his physical form, he addressed the old man. Given your age, I shall allow you 3 strikes. Should you manage to force me back a step, I shall concede. The old man, upon hearing this, remarked, Youngster, do not let your bravado lead to your downfall. Very well, as you wish. Receive my 3 strikes in an instant. The old man darted forward like a specter, his palms striking out, conjuring a gust of wind. Lin Fan remained unfazed, employing the Konglong Yuhui palm from the 18 dragon subduing palms to meet the old man's assault head-on. The collision resounded with a dull thud. Lin Fan stood firm while the old man staggered back several steps. First strike, Lin Fan proclaimed. The old man's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Lin Fan would so effortlessly withstand his attack. Yet, undeterred, he inhaled deeply and launched another offensive. This time, his speed was greater, his strength amplified, and his moves more ferocious. Nevertheless, Lin Fan responded with ease, skillfully utilizing the 18 dragon subduing palms to neutralize each of the old man's attempts. Second strike, Lin Fan called out again. This moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed the old man's face as he realized Lin Fan's strength far exceeded his expectations. Third strike, Lin Fan bellowed. The old man summoned all his might, unleashing his most powerful blow. Witnessing this, Lin Fan did not yield. Executing the mightiest palm of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the divine dragon's tail sweep. A resounding crash echoed as the old man was sent flying. Crashing heavily to the ground in a matter of mere seconds, the old man faced defeat, prompting the crowd to recognize the truth in Lin Fan's earlier words. The young lady observed the old man's downfall, her eyes widening in disbelief. This was the first time she had seen someone so effortlessly defeat the old man, a true testament to his capability to assist her. The other maidens were equally astonished, unable to fathom how Lin Fan had triumphed over the old man thrice in such a brief span. They had expected a stalemate but were now reassured of Lin Fan's formidable martial prowess. After the old man regained his composure, Lin Fan remarked, Shall we continue with agility? Here's the deal. Regardless of your method, if you manage to touch me, I shall concede. The old man narrowed his eyes, stating, Youngster, while you have indeed won in terms of martial arts, let us see how agility plays out. Be cautious. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lin Fan activated the microcloud stepping technique, moving across the training platform like a phantom. The old man, unwilling to relent, exerted himself to match Lin Fan's rhythm. However, Lin Fan's agility resembled that of a specter, and no matter how hard the old man tried, he could never lay a hand on him. The audience watched in stunned silence, having never witnessed such a remarkable display of agility. Gradually, the old man's breathing became labored, his clothes drenched in sweat, while Lin Fan appeared as if he were toying with his opponent. Ultimately, the old man resigned, fully aware of the gap in agility between them. Lin Fan smiled at the old man, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. He stepped forward and gently patted the old man's shoulder, saying, Your martial arts and agility are commendable, yet you simply encountered me. The old man chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. You truly are a marvel. I concede willingly. As for the next contest of swordsmanship, I find it hard to believe you can maintain your perfect record. Lin Fan turned to the young lady, asking, might I inquire if you wish to proceed with the old man's swordsmanship? The young lady nodded slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks as she replied, continue. I wish to ascertain whether you are truly versatile. Lin Fan promptly turned to the old man, declaring, very well. I shall ensure you never forget this day. Here is the condition. If your sword reaches even half the distance to mine, I will concede. He then addressed the maidens. May I borrow a sword? Allow me to showcase my swordsmanship. One maiden produced a sword. But just as she was about to hand it over, Lin Fan extended his right hand, channeling the 18 dragon-subduing palms to draw the sword to him. This astonishing display left the onlookers in awe, whispering among themselves, what martial art is this? Incredible! This is truly a tool for impressing and winning hearts. With the sword in hand, Lin Fan twirled it skillfully before addressing the old man. Enough delay. Commence your performance. The old man, nearly fainting with rage, silently cursed this arrogant youth, but nonetheless accepted the sword offered by the young lady, launching an attack towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained unperturbed, channeling his inner energy into the sword tip. The 9 meridians divine sword unfolded, and a flurry of sharp sword shadows intertwined, forming a dense array that concealed Lin Fan entirely within that moment. The crowd could only see a blur of sword light, unable to discern the figure wielding the sword. The old man, witnessing this, felt a pang of despair. He cursed Lin Fan inwardly, thinking that if looks could kill, Lin Fan would have perished countless times. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly at a loss for how to counterattack. Lin Fan continuously shifted his position, the sword shadows weaving together like fabric, dazzling the eyes of all who beheld it. The old man could only struggle to defend himself, but ultimately, he was overwhelmed, retreating repeatedly. Suddenly, Lin Fan shifted the sword's point, aiming directly for the old man's throat. The old man was taken aback, hastily sidestepping to evade the strike. Lin Fan smirked, the sword's momentum unrelenting, akin to a viper pursuing its prey. Just as the sword tip was about to graze the old man, Lin Fan abruptly withdrew the sword, smiling at the astonished old man. I concede, Lin Fan said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. The old man stood in stunned silence for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. Very well, I admit defeat. Today has been an eye-opener. Your swordsmanship is indeed exceptional, rivaled only by the likes of Jian Wuming from Sword Mountain. A wave of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, the maiden's eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Fan smiled and acknowledged the audience before returning the sword to the maiden. The young lady stepped forward and said to Lin Fan, I sought you out to ascertain your capability to assist me. For my enemies are formidable, and I am in dire need of your help. I am the holy maiden of the Tianji Pavilion. Any requests you have may be put forth as conditions. Lin Fan replied, Holy maiden of the Tianji Pavilion, what can you offer that would merit my assistance? The young lady responded, My name is Yaoshua Mei, and I am willing to pledge myself to you as your partner, fulfilling any request within my capacity, without conditions. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, felt at a loss for words. He turned to several lovely ladies and said, Why don't you speak with her? I need to take a rest. With that, he vanished from their midst, as though he had never been there, leaving everyone with the impression that he was evading the previous topic of discussion, entrusting her to the ladies and escaping without a second thought. It was hard to blame him. After all, he possessed such remarkable abilities. Once Lin Fan's figure disappeared, an air of silence enveloped the scene. Yao Shuamei displayed an awkward expression, having not anticipated Lin Fan's direct rejection. Perhaps he needs time to ponder, she consoled herself. The ladies exchanged glances, deciding to first ascertain the specifics of the situation on Lin Fan's behalf. Miss Yao, could you kindly share with us the difficulties you are facing and the reasons you seek the assistance of young Master Lin? One of the ladies inquired. Yao Shuamei, grateful, nodded and recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that the Tianji Pavilion, where she resided, had been attacked by a mysterious force, and her father had sustained severe injuries during the battle. The members of Tianji Pavilion fought valiantly, but the enemy was powerful and their identities unknown. making it difficult to identify their weaknesses. Yao Xuemei sought assistance far and wide, eventually learning of Lin Fan's name and hoping to enlist his help. After hearing her account, the ladies fell into deep contemplation. If this is indeed the case, it presents a rather tricky situation, one lady remarked. Another added, however, we cannot take someone's word at face value. We must further investigate and verify the authenticity of this matter. Yao Xuemei quickly expressed her understanding. I comprehend your concerns, but I assure you, every word I have spoken is the truth. Should you choose to assist me, I can provide more information regarding that mysterious force. The ladies exchanged knowing glances and nodded, indicating their willingness to delve deeper into the matter. They were acutely aware that this issue not only pertained to Yao Xuemei's personal safety, but could also influence the entire martial arts community. Upon investigation, they discovered that this mysterious force was linked to a sinister martial art, and judging by Lin Fan's performance today, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to help Tianji Pavilion navigate this crisis. Thus, I sincerely hope young Master Lin can lend us a helping hand in combating this mysterious force, Yao Xuemei implored earnestly. The ladies, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of contemplation. They were internally deliberating this proposal, recognizing the necessity for careful consideration. After all, this matter directly impacted their future and happiness, and they could not act impulsively. Consequently, they resolved to wait until Lin Fan awakened to discuss the situation further and explore strategies to confront the present predicament. They then arranged for Yao Xuemei and the elder to come to Qingxia's residence to discuss Lin Fan's need to gather spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Lin Fan was preparing to inquire about certain matters with the system. Just then, a clear ding echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a broadcast announcement. Shortly after, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Host, a new task has been assigned. The objective is to assist Yao Xuemei of Tianji Pavilion in combating this mysterious force and to subdue it. Should any of these objectives remain unfulfilled, your subordinates shall forever remain powerless. The deadline for completion is 1 week, so please endeavor to fulfill this task, as the rewards will improve accordingly. The system continued. Master, what are your thoughts? I believe this task is tailor-made for you. This mysterious force must be after some treasure of Tianji Pavilion, so agreeing to help Yao Xuemei means gaining another woman of exceptional beauty by your side. Does that not sound enticing? Lin Fan replied to the system, I agree, but with so many women around me, how can I possibly manage alone? Do you have any good suggestions? The system responded, currently, I have none. However, you could spend a night with 2 or 3 of them for dual cultivation. Wouldn't that work? Once the task is completed, there will undoubtedly be valuable rewards, and I too am eager to see what they will be. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan considered the suggestion viable. He planned to seek out the ladies shortly, allowing them to choose partners for dual cultivation, which could enhance their martial prowess, among other benefits. Surely, they would be eager to partake. When Lin Fan entered Qingxia's room, he found all the ladies present, alleviating the need for individual notifications. He gazed at the lovely ladies and softly said, How did your discussion with her go? Who among you will join me for dual cultivation tonight? In the future, it could be 2 or 3 at a time. This is the best method for rapidly enhancing your martial arts. It will also prepare us for any challenges we may face, providing multiple benefits. The ladies exchanged glances, their eyes meeting like spring blossoms gently brushing against each other in a breeze, conveying shyness and anticipation. After what seemed like careful deliberation, they established a rule. On odd days, Su Su would shine like the brilliant stars in the night sky. Ro Air would resemble a flower adorned with morning dew, and Ji Yun would radiate like a sunflower basking in sunlight. On even days, Qing Xia would embody the elegance of a swan gliding over a tranquil lake, and Mei Ling would exude the vivacity of a lively butterfly. They would reserve 1 day for Lin Fan's personal space, and thereafter adhere to this schedule. However, that night, the ladies unanimously decided they all wanted to partake in dual cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a mix of joy and anxiety. As if tumultuous waves were crashing against a serene shore, his legs trembling slightly, he silently resolved, I'll just endure tonight. Thus, within the room, a wondrous scene gradually unfolded. The interactions between Lin Fan and the ladies resembled a vibrant painting. Each stroke imbued with deep affection and tenderness, Su Su embraced Lin Fan, akin to the bright moon reflecting upon the myriad stars in the night sky. her gentleness akin to silky satin enveloping him. Raw air nestled beside Lin Fan, reminiscent of a delicate bloom leaning against a sturdy tree, her shyness resembling the morning mist, imparting an ethereal beauty. Jian's fervor burned like a blazing flame, colliding with Lin Fan's passion, as if two dazzling meteors streaked across the heavens. Qing Xia's grace resembled a lotus flower serenely blossoming in a lake, her beauty unfolding quietly as she exchanged deep gazes with Lin Fan, akin to a profound spiritual dialogue. Mei Ling's vivacity was like a spirited bird flitting about Lin Fan, her playfulness akin to lively notes, adding a unique hue to the dual cultivation experience. In this atmosphere filled with love, time seemed to stand still, with only their heartbeats resonating like a beautiful melody in the air. Their bodies intertwined, flowing like a river, together embodying the power of love. Every movement, every breath, felt like a gentle spring breeze caressing their souls. In this extraordinary realm of dual cultivation, they explored unknown dimensions together, like brave adventurers traversing a mysterious domain. During the dual cultivation, spiritual energy circulated between them, akin to twinkling starlight dancing in the night sky. Their breaths intertwined, reminiscent of blooming flowers exuding enchanting fragrances. Their souls resonated, as if a single beautiful melody was being played on different instruments. Through this marvelous experience, they continuously grew and progressed, advancing towards higher realms of martial arts. When the dual cultivation concluded, the ladies' faces radiated satisfaction, resembling flowers blooming under the sun. They nestled against Lin Fan, basking in his warmth, much like a flock of birds surrounding a great tree. Lin Fan gently stroked the lady's hair, tenderly stating, "My dears, let us continue our journey on the path of cultivation together. The future will undoubtedly be brighter." The ladies nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with determination, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky. Chapter 22. Departing from Qinglong's sect to return to the Beauty Gate. After Lin Fan and the ladies awakened, they decided to first return to the Beauty Gate before meticulously planning how to assist Yao Xuemei. The gentle morning sun bathed the grand hall of Qinglong's sect in a soft glow. As everyone gathered, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of parting sorrow. Lin Fan cupped his fists in farewell to his father-in-law, Zhou Qingshan, saying, "Father-in-law, your injuries have healed, and our matters have been resolved. We are now set to return to the Beauty Gate." Zhou Qingshan's weathered visage was etched with reluctance as he tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand, the rough palm trembling slightly, as if he had 1,000 words trapped within him in his deep-set eyes. There was a blend of concern for his daughter and son-in-law, along with the helplessness of their impending departure. Zhou Qingshan's daughter, Qing Xia, softly comforted her father, "Do not worry, father. We will return soon." Her voice was gentle yet resolute. Attempting to soothe her father's unease, Lin Fan hastily assured him, "Father-in-law, rest assured. I will take good care of Qing Xia and will not allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance." His gaze was steadfast and sincere, bringing a measure of comfort to Zhou Qingshan. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Qingshan slowly waved his hand, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, "Very well, you may go. Take care on your journey." Observing his father-in-law's reluctance, Lin Fan felt a stirring in his heart. He turned to the system and suggested, "Why not impart the cloud ladder technique to Qinglong's sect as well? It could bolster their strength." The system replied, "Indeed, I concur wholeheartedly." Lin Fan retorted, "Do you even have hands?" Lin Fan resolved to impart to him the technique of Tian Zongxian. As a means of expressing his sentiments, Lin Fan announced, "Everyone, gather at the training ground." In the expansive training arena, a gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The surrounding trees stood lush and vibrant, while birds chirped joyfully on the branches, seemingly cheering for the dazzling display about to unfold. Lin Fan stood tall at the center, poised to demonstrate the Tian Zongxian. He took a deep breath, and in an instant, his figure became a blur, moving with an ethereal grace. He leaped lightly in the air, his form agile and supple, each movement executed with precision and elegance, as if he were one with the surrounding atmosphere. The onlookers' eyes were riveted on his silhouette, not daring to blink for fear of missing a single breathtaking moment. Against the backdrop of a cerulean sky and drifting white clouds, Lin Fan's figure appeared even more dashing and dynamic. As he demonstrated, he elaborated. The essence of Tiyun Zongshan lies in the control of breath and power. One must allow the mind to guide the body, and the body to follow the flow of energy. The circulation of breath must be steady and smooth, while the release of power must be perfectly timed. His voice was clear and resonant, echoing through the training ground. The crowd listened intently, particularly Zhou Qingshan, who was fully absorbed in learning, his eyes wide open, anxious not to overlook any detail. His brow furrowed slightly as he endeavored to comprehend and memorize every point Lin Fan articulated. Upon concluding the demonstration, Lin Fan approached Zhou Qingshan and encouraged him. "Father-in-law, with diligent practice, you will surely achieve great success. Mastering this Tiyun Zongshan will ensure your safety in critical moments." At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept over the faces of the crowd. Adding a touch of comfort to this moment of impartation, Zhou Qingshan nodded gratefully, saying, "Lin Fan, I fully appreciate your dedication. I am truly thankful." Subsequently, Lin Fan and the women boarded the Phoenix, preparing to depart from the Qinglong sect. The Phoenix unfurled its grand and resplendent wings, soaring with the group through the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Sunlight bathed them in a golden glow. Yao Zhiyun gazed down at the undulating mountains and verdant forests below, exclaiming, "What a breathtaking view! It resembles a stunning masterpiece." Lin Fan responded with a smile. "Indeed, we have much to behold on this journey. The wonders of nature never cease to amaze." Qin Susu chuckled lightly, playfully chiding, "You, always the joker. Nevertheless, this scenery certainly lifts the spirits." Lin Fan winked mischievously, replying, "Oh, esteemed sect master, I'm merely lightening the mood. We wouldn't want this journey to be too dreary." Wang Miling inquired curiously, "Lin Fan, do you think the beauty sect will grow increasingly powerful in the future?" With unwavering confidence, Lin Fan replied, "Absolutely. With me here, our beauty sect is destined to dominate the world. I will lead everyone to glory, and we shall earn the admiration of all." His words brimmed with conviction and determination, stirring the hearts of the women. Zhou Qingxia couldn't resist teasing, "You always boast. Aren't you afraid of being blown away by your own wind?" Lin Fan replied earnestly, "This is no boast. Once we return to the beauty sect, I will teach you the 6 Meridian Sword, an unparalleled martial art that will undoubtedly enhance our sect's strength." The women were thrilled, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. After flying for a while, the Phoenix rested in a tranquil valley. Lin Fan leaped down from its back, stretching widely and muttering, "Oh dear, sitting has made my backside sore." Yao Shuomei shot him a glare, retorting, "Can't you be a bit more serious? You're always so unrefined." Lin Fan grinned cheekily, "I call it humor. Do you understand? Life is already tough enough. One must find joy in it." The group took a brief respite in the valley, pulling out provisions to replenish their energy. While munching on snacks, Yao Shuomei asked, "Lin Fan, can the crisis at the Tianji Pavilion be resolved?" Lin Fan patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. With me here, all will be well. However, you must first tell me the specifics so we can tailor our approach." Yao Shui set down her food and began to detail the predicament facing the Tianji Pavilion. It turned out that the pavilion had recently faced a coalition of formidable forces, leading to resource plundering, injuries to the sect leader, heavy casualties among disciples, and emerging divisions and conflicts within. Lin Fan listened attentively while sinking into deep contemplation, simultaneously consulting with the system for strategies. After their break, the group once again boarded the Phoenix to set off. Lin Fan gazed at the sky and remarked, "This Phoenix flies quite swiftly." Qin Susu laughed, "Of course. Otherwise, how could it take us so quickly?" Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air as time slipped away unnoticed. Before long, they were nearing the beauty sect. Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement, "We're finally arriving. I can hardly wait to see if the sisters have been slacking off during my absence." As the Phoenix descended at the beauty sect, the disciples were already waiting. They stood in neat formation and exclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to the sect master and holy son." Their voices rang out clearly, echoing in the valley. Lin Fan waved his hand gently, saying, "Please, no need for formalities." Once seated in the grand hall, Lin Fan cleared his throat and declared, "From this day forth, I shall teach you the 6 Meridian Sword. All of you must study diligently. This is a profound martial art, and mastering it will greatly enhance your strength. Assemble at the training ground. The women responded in unison, yes. Their eyes shone with anticipation and determination. As nightfall quietly descended, the training ground of the beauty sect was bathed in the soft, silvery glow of the moon, enveloping the entire area in a dreamlike veil. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a soothing chill, while the chorus of insects in the grass wove together a harmonious melody, creating an atmosphere of mystery and solemnity for the momentous lesson about to commence. Lin Fan stood composed at the center of the training ground, his posture appearing particularly upright in the moonlight. The surrounding women gazed at him with fervent eyes, eagerly anticipating the journey into the mysteries of martial arts. Lin Fan's expression turned solemn as he began to speak. Today, I shall impart to you the Six Meridian Sword, a technique derived from the exquisite skills of the Dali Duan clan. This technique channels inner strength through 6 meridians, transforming it into sword energy, attacking the enemy without a physical form. Mastery requires profound inner strength and precise control of the meridians, wielding immense power capable of injuring foes from a distance. With sword energy that travels at great speed, the manual encompasses inner strength cultivation, meridian comprehension, sword energy projection and control, as well as the mental and spiritual aspects of the art. This martial discipline is arduous to master. It requires both talent and diligent practice. In the past, Duan Yu stumbled upon this technique, leading him to become an unparalleled master. Having said this, Lin Fan's figure shifted, his inner power surging, as if the surrounding air were stirred. He executed the 6 meridian sword, and the sword energy surged forth like a rainbow, shimmering with a cold brilliance under the moonlight, creating a howling wind in its wake. In the moonlight, Lin Fan's silhouette appeared as a fleeting phantom. Each movement fluid and fierce, the sword energy crisscrossing and slicing through the night sky. Observe closely. This is the power of the 6 meridian sword. His voice reverberated across the training ground. The surrounding trees swayed in the wind, their leaves rustling as if applauding Lin Fan's splendid demonstration. The women watched intently, their eyes wide open, striving to capture every subtle motion, occasionally nodding as they endeavored to grasp the essence of the technique. Once the lesson concluded, Lin Fan paused, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. In the moonlight, a hint of fatigue flickered in his gaze, yet more so was the expectation he held for the women. With diligent practice, you will surely achieve success. His voice shattered the brief silence. The women engaged earnestly in their studies, nodding frequently as they absorbed the essence of each movement. After the lesson, Lin Fan collapsed onto a chair, panting heavily. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted." Qin Susu shot him a glare, saying, "You only know how to complain about being tired. Our learning is no easy task either." Lin Fan chuckled, "Haha. Everyone has worked hard. Practice diligently, and rewards will follow. As long as we work together, the beauty sect will undoubtedly grow ever stronger." That evening, the bright moon hung high, peppered with twinkling stars. Lin Fan called Yao Shuomei to his room and gently reminded her, "Yao Shuomei, do not forget the agreement we made earlier." A faint blush crept across Yao Shuomei's cheeks as she shyly replied, "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word." Lin Fan teased, "Then you shall be my companion henceforth, and you must heed my guidance." Yao Shuomei softly responded, "I understand." Lin Fan gazed at Yao Shuomei, softly stating, "By the way, we must carefully plan our approach regarding the Tianji Pavilion." Yao Shuomei nodded slightly, swaying gracefully like an elegant lily, responding, "Yes, I will follow your arrangements, as long as we can resolve the crisis at the Tianji Pavilion. I am open to any course of action. You are like the brilliant morning star guiding our path, illuminating my way forward amidst the vast fog of uncertainty." Thus, Lin Fan and Yao Shuomei commenced a serious discussion regarding strategies to confront the crisis of the Tianji Pavilion. They resembled two sagacious strategists, occasionally furrowing their brows in deep contemplation, much like two resplendent flowers temporarily obscured by dark clouds, exuding an air of resilience despite their predicament. At other times, they engaged in hushed exchanges, their voices akin to a gentle breeze caressing the tranquil surface of a lake, creating ripples of tenderness. The atmosphere within the room was thick with tension and anticipation, reminiscent of a serene ocean on the brink of a storm, calm on the surface yet tumultuous beneath, brimming with latent power. Soon, their discourse gravitated towards the subject of dual cultivation, their gazes locking as if two fervent rays of sunlight collided, igniting the fiery passion within their hearts, the intensity akin to a blazing inferno binding their souls. As if two molten pieces of iron fused into one. Ultimately, they stood before each other like two flowers in full bloom, their nakedness a natural progression of their connection. They embraced tightly, Lin Fan's arms enveloping Yao Shui Mei like a warm harbor. While she resembled a small vessel, weary from the storm, finally finding a safe haven. Their skin met like silken fabric intertwining, evoking a delicate and exquisite sensation, akin to nature's most harmonious melody resonating. Each note narrating their profound love. At that moment, they seemed to exist in a dreamlike realm, their heartbeats synchronized like steady drumbeats, composing a symphony of love. Yao Shui Mei felt akin to a bird that had discovered a warm nest. Cocooned in Lin Fan's affection, filled with a sense of security, Lin Fan perceived Yao Shui Mei as a soft cloud, gently nestled in his embrace, rendering his heart immeasurably tender. Lin Fan gazed at Yao Shui Mei with tenderness, softly proclaiming, "Shui Mei, in this realm of dual cultivation, we are like two birds nestled together, soaring towards higher skies. You are the wings of my life, enabling me to fly further and higher. You are like a flower blooming in the garden of my soul, bringing endless fragrance to my world." Yao Shui Mei, with a blush, responded, "Lin Fan, with you by my side, I feel as though I am basking in the warm sun of spring, filled with strength. You are my sunshine, warming every inch of my soul. You are also the lighthouse in my life, guiding me through the darkness." Their lips gradually drew near, akin to two petals irresistibly attracted to one another. At the moment their lips met, a sweet and fervent sensation surged through them. Their tongues intertwined gently, resembling two rivers mingling, flowing with deep affection and warmth, the current akin to the source of life, nourishing their love, allowing it to flourish like a robust tree. During the process of dual cultivation, spiritual energy coursed between them, akin to twinkling starlight dancing in the night sky. They could sense the strength within each other merging and uplifting them both. Yao Shui Mei's skin radiated a delicate blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, enchanting and captivating. Akin to a fairy in a painted scroll, she sparkled like a brilliant gemstone, exuding an alluring glow. Lin Fan's gaze was filled with focus and tenderness. As if he were cherishing the most precious treasure, his gentleness enveloping Yao Shui Mei like soft clouds. He stood like a towering mountain, providing her with steadfast support. After their cultivation concluded, they quietly nestled together, savoring each other's warmth. Lin Fan gently caressed Yao Shui Mei's hair, softly stating, "Shui Mei, we must face the crisis of the Tianji Pavilion together and safeguard our future." Yao Shui Mei slightly nodded, her eyes shimmering with determination, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, her light serving as a beacon of hope, illuminating their path ahead. She resembled a burning torch, bringing light and warmth to their future. At that moment, a profound sense of responsibility surged within Lin Fan. He understood that the crisis of the Tianji Pavilion was not solely their concern but also intertwined with the destinies of many others. He began to thoughtfully devise specific strategies to address the crisis, various possibilities swirling in his mind. They commenced discussions on how to establish connections with other sects and how to leverage their respective strengths during the crisis. The room was imbued with a tense yet expectant atmosphere, their dialogue deepening, akin to two sages plotting a grand campaign, the sparks of wisdom shimmering like radiant stars in the night. They were also like two skilled artisans meticulously crafting the blueprint for the future. As their discussion progressed, their confidence solidified. They believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could undoubtedly overcome the crisis of the Tianji Pavilion and create a brighter future. Ultimately, they decided to depart for the Tianji Pavilion at noon the following day. Chapter 23. Journey to the Tianji Pavilion. The next day, warm sunlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, gently illuminating Lin Fan's handsome visage. He stretched languidly, contemplating. A new day has begun. It's time to work hard. He resembled a lazy cat freshly awakened from slumber. Subsequently, He glanced at the still slumbering Yao Shuemei. A tender smile gracing his face as he thought, "This girl sleeps so soundly." He then agilely leaped from the bed like a nimble monkey, swiftly donning his attire. Assessing his progress, he noted he had reached the mid-stage of the great martial master. The benefits of dual cultivation evident. With a flicker of his feet, he commenced the cloud step, darting towards the alchemy room with fervent anticipation. Today, I must refine high-quality elixirs. In the alchemy room, Lin Fan focused intently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He silently reminded himself, the heat must be controlled well, and the proportions of the herbs must not be erroneous. Before long, a series of elixirs emerged, their enticing aroma instantly filling the air, proclaiming their exceptional quality to the world. After completing the elixirs, he employed his swift footwork once more, arriving beside Su Su in the blink of an eye. His heart raced with excitement. Finally succeeded. The strength of the beauty sect will undoubtedly increase significantly. Elders and junior sisters gather in the main hall. His voice resonated with enthusiasm. Upon hearing his call, the women, still groggy from sleep, gradually entered the room. "You're so loud. You woke everyone up," Wang Qingxia remarked with her hands on her hips, casting a playful glare at him, her adorable demeanor captivating. Lin Fan chuckled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, while inwardly thinking, "I just wanted everyone to quickly benefit from the elixirs. This excitement is justifiable. Let us set off soon." The group swiftly assembled in the grand hall of the beauty sect, where Lin Fan grandly presented the elixirs. "Wow, this breakthrough elixir smells like it could significantly enhance one's power," Li Xiaoro exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Fan crossed his arms proudly, responding, "Of course, and there are also these constitution elixirs, recovery elixirs, and foundational elixirs, each a treasured. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "My alchemy skills are no mere boast." After proclaiming this, he distributed the elixirs among the elders and disciples of the beauty sect, fervently encouraging them. "Everyone, practice diligently. The future of the beauty sect depends on your efforts." The group responded with renewed confidence, their voices resonating in unison. "With these elixirs, we will surely empower the beauty sect further," an elder declared, brimming with aspirations for the future. "Indeed, we will strive with all our might." A junior sister clenched her fists, silently resolving. Lin Fan discreetly kept a portion of the elixirs aside, muttering to himself, "This stash must be preserved for emergencies." He contemplated that should any danger arise, these elixirs might save everyone's lives. Once preparations were complete, the group set forth on their journey. They rode in a formation, one group mounted on phoenixes, the majestic birds standing tall and regal. Another group rode graceful white cranes, their elegance and poise captivating. The entourage surged forth from the beauty sect, heading towards the Tianji Pavilion in grand procession. The scenery along the way was picturesque. Under the blue sky and white clouds, amid verdant mountains and flowing waters, a gentle breeze swept through, elevating their spirits. "Wow, this view is breathtaking. It's like a paradise," Yao Zhiyun exclaimed, cradling her heart in awe. "Indeed, it surpasses the beauty of our own sect," Wang Mei Ling chimed in. Lin Fan chuckled teasingly. "This is nothing. Once we resolve the troubles of the Tianji Pavilion, we'll find even more beautiful places to explore, ensuring you'll be spellbound." Yet, he inwardly vowed, regardless of the challenges ahead, "I will lead everyone fearlessly forward." After flying for a while, they paused on a lush green hillside to rest. After flying for so long, this holy son shall showcase his culinary skills and prepare something delicious for everyone, Lin Fan declared with enthusiasm, eagerly retrieving various ingredients and tools from his spatial ring, bustling about with glee, thinking, "I must let everyone savor my cooking and replenish their strength." During his moments of respite, Lin Fan was far from idle. His figure danced gracefully as he practiced the micro-cloud steps. He moved with an ethereal lightness, akin to the wind and clouds, effortlessly shifting positions in the blink of an eye. His footwork an endless variation, rendering him elusive. Times, he would evade left and right, and at others, charge forward, executing a seamless blend of offense and defense. Yet, Such vigorous practice took a toll on his internal energy, leaving him slightly breathless as he reflected. Though the micro-cloud steps are formidable, they undeniably demand an extraordinary amount of internal strength. After a brief adjustment, Lin Fan stood proudly in the center, his garments billowing audibly. With a focused gaze and a steady stance, he prepared to demonstrate the 18 dragon-subduing palms. His eyes shone with determination as he executed the first move, the proud dragon regrets. Raising his right palm high before striking down with the force of a thunderclap, causing the surrounding air to seem to compress with the sheer might of his blow, echoing with sharp cracks. Next, he unleashed the flying dragon in the sky, leaping into the air with both palms thrusting downward in a powerful strike, his momentum resembling that of a great dragon soaring and pouncing from the heavens. As he stepped forward with his left foot, the ground trembled beneath his footfall. He then abruptly raised his right hand, palm facing upward, gathering an invisible force between his hands. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging, resembling sinuous dragons. With a low shout, his right hand surged forward with overwhelming force, the gust of his palm howling like a furious dragon. The impact of this strike was astonishing, tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Yet, amidst this formidable power, Lin Fan remained as steady as a mountain, his posture exuding the grace of a dragon in motion. The onlookers, particularly the beautiful companions, were left in awe, their eyes wide with shock and admiration. They had never fathomed that such extraordinary martial talent existed in the world. Lin Fan's display of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the fierce gusts of his strikes, and the unparalleled aura emanating from him captivated their hearts, drawing forth admiration and reverence, as if the entire world had shrunk to focus solely on this extraordinary figure. After completing a set of the 18 palms, Lin Fan was drenched in sweat. Yet his spirit soared with excitement. He mused inwardly. Such a powerful and vigorous technique, if wielded correctly, will surely lead to victory over foes. Moreover, one must cultivate virtue alongside martial prowess. The principles of martial ethics must come first. Witness my technique. I assure you, it will leave you craving more. Once he finished his practice, the barbecue was ready. Lin Fan expertly flipped the skewers while animatedly boasting about his culinary prowess. Qin Susu stifled a giggle nearby, covering her mouth. Keep boasting, and we'll see how you fare if it doesn't taste good. Fear not. If it turns out poorly, I shall roast myself for you. Lin Fan jested, his expression exaggeratedly comical. In no time, delicious aromas wafted through the air, drawing everyone closer. Wow, it smells amazing. Wang Meiling couldn't help but swallow hard, her gaze fixed eagerly on the skewers. Lin Shengzi, your culinary skills are truly impressive, a senior sister remarked with a smile. Lin Fan proudly raised his chin. Come, everyone, have a taste. If it's not delicious, it's on the house. He handed a skewer of lamb to Wang Meiling. Wang Shimmy. You go first. Wang Meiling took a careful bite, her face lighting up with satisfaction. It's delicious. Others eagerly followed suit, showering him with compliments. I never expected Lin Shengzi to be not only a martial arts master, but also a grilling expert. Indeed, we're in for a treat from now on. Lin Fan felt a bit bashful from the praise, scratching his head. Haha, you flatter me. I'm just glad you all enjoy it that moment. Qin Susu approached, teasing. Lin Fan, have you secretly learned to cook? Lin Fan chuckled. Not at all. I just have a penchant for exploring culinary delights. All right, enough modesty. Let us have more grilled treats, of course. Lin Fan readily agreed, diving back into his work. The group savored the food with great delight, continuously lauding his skills. After their break, they resumed their journey. Along the way, Lin Fan engaged in conversation with the system. System, do you think adding the dragon blood from my space ring to the dragon egg will truly accelerate its hatching? Absolutely, the system replied, but do be cautious. Don't waste the dragon blood. Lin Fan patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, this Shengzi knows what he is doing, though a tinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. This dragon blood is so precious, I must ensure nothing goes awry. With careful deliberation, he extracted the dragon blood. It exuded a mysterious and potent aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan gulped it down. Instantly, a torrent of immense power surged within him, He felt his internal energy swell like a raging river, rapidly expanding. His body became incredibly resilient, as if clad in an indestructible armor capable of withstanding any toxin or extreme temperature. Wow, this sensation is extraordinary. I feel brimming with strength, Lin Fan exclaimed, exhilarated, as he reveled in this newfound power. His heart leaped with joy. This dragon blood is indeed remarkable. I feel as if I could strike down a mountain with a single blow. Subsequently, he dripped 10 drops of dragon blood onto the dragon egg, then shifted his focus away, allowing it to absorb the essence. As they continued their journey, the daylight gradually faded. Oh dear, we must hasten our pace. Otherwise, we won't reach the vicinity of Tianji Pavilion before nightfall. Lin Fan said, his expression tinged with urgency, worried about the dangers that might lurk in the night. He understood that the forest at night was fraught with unknown threats, and since they were unfamiliar with the area, the consequences of failing to reach safety in time could be dire. Indeed, everyone, let us push ourselves, Qin Susu urged, equally aware of the time constraints, though they were all exhausted and could only do their best. The phoenix and the white crane seemed to understand their plight and quicken their pace. They soared high, guiding the group through the dense woods toward their destination. Finally, just before darkness enveloped the land, they arrived near Tianji Pavilion. However, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Lin Fan surveyed the area, his expression turning grave as he silently cautioned. Everyone, be on guard. Something is amiss. He sensed a mysterious force enveloping the region, hinting at hidden dangers. Everyone, stay alert, Yao Zhiyun warned. She too sensed the abnormality, her gaze fixed intently ahead, not daring to let her guard down. At her words, the group immediately heightened their vigilance, cautiously advancing, each gripping their weapons tightly, prepared for any potential threat. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the darkness, a sound that seemed to penetrate the soul, sending shivers down their spines. Lin Fan's expression hardened, signaling everyone to halt. With a ghostly grace, he employed his lightness skill to stealthily approach the source of the sound. In the dim light of the moon, he spotted several dark figures swiftly approaching them. Monsters, Lin Fan whispered in alarm. These creatures were immense, akin to small hills, their sharp fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight, their eyes radiating a fierce, predatory glint, as if eager to devour all living beings. A wave of tension gripped the group, and they tightened their grips on their weapons, bracing for combat. Lin Fan turned back, commanding, "Everyone, retreat. I'll handle them with that." He darted forward, akin to a bolt of lightning. Charging at the monsters, in an instant, Lin Fan found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with the beasts. He shouted, unleashing the 18 dragon-subduing palms, the gusts of his palms roaring forth like a tempest. Imbued with monumental force, each strike was laden with boundless power, forcing the monsters to recoil. However, the beasts were relentless, their sharp claws lunging at Lin Fan. He deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack, and countered with a kick to the monster's abdomen, eliciting a furious roar of pain. The monsters surged forward, surrounding Lin Fan. Undeterred, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his palms dancing like a storm, raining blows upon the beasts. His agility allowed him to weave seamlessly between them, each attack finding its mark with precision. Yet, the sheer number of monsters, each one ferocious, began to wear him down, his breath becoming labored. As the monsters pressed in, Lin Fan realized he would need to resort to the Nine Veins divine sword. With a steely gaze, he summoned his internal energy, which surged within him. Converging at his fingertips, he flicked his fingers, releasing invisible sword chi that sliced through the air like shooting stars across the night sky. Wherever the sword energy swept, the air seemed to be cleaved asunder. Emitting a piercing howl, a monstrous beast lunged at Lin Fan, its claws bared. With a flick of his fingers, several streams of sword energy shot forth, aimed directly at the beast's eyes. The creature had no time to evade. Its eyeballs were instantly shattered by the sword energy, blood gushing forth as it writhed in agony upon the ground. Another beast attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lin Fan appeared to possess eyes in the back of his head, swiftly turning to unleash a sharp blade of sword energy. The claws of the beast were cleanly severed, and it emitted a wretched howl. Yet, the remaining beasts did not falter in light of their companion's demise. Instead, they attacked with even greater ferocity. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, channeling the full might of the Nine Veins divine sword. He spun, his sword energy coalescing into a massive vortex, driving the surrounding beasts back. One particularly colossal beast seized the moment during Lin Fan's brief pause to pounce fiercely. Lin Fan's heart raced, but he remained composed, concentrating all his internal energy into his fingertips. A thick beam of sword energy shot forth, piercing straight through the beast's throat, causing it to crash to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, the other beasts finally felt a pang of fear and began to scatter in all directions. Yet, Lin Fan was unwilling to let them escape, unleashing a flurry of sword energy to pursue the fleeing monsters. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the lifeless bodies of the beasts lay sprawled across the ground. After a fierce battle, Lin Fan successfully vanquished all the beasts. He stood there, panting heavily, his clothes soaked in sweat, yet his gaze remained resolute. However, the crisis was far from over. What secrets lay hidden near the Tianji Pavilion? Lin Fan resolved to delve deeper into the investigation. Determined to unravel the mystery, Chapter 24. Lin Fan ventures alone to investigate the mysterious forces. After slaying the monstrous beasts, Lin Fan took a brief respite with the women before making his way into the inner sanctum of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon stepping through the door, an elderly man with a vigorous spirit approached him. "Saintus, young Master Lin, welcome back," the old man said, bowing slightly to Yao Shuime before turning his gaze to Lin Fan with a look of admiration. "Young Master Lin, you are indeed impressive. When I lost to you that day, I sensed you would return to Tianji Pavilion." This, Lin Fan chuckled heartily and clasped his fists in greeting. "You flatter me. Old SIR.IT seems we have become acquainted through our previous encounter." Just then, a flurry of footsteps heralded the arrival of the pavilion master, who emerged amidst a throng of followers. Yao Shuime quickly stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with the pavilion master's. "Father, this is Lin Fan, along with his companions." The pavilion master scanned the group, his gaze eventually settling on Lin Fan, nodding slightly with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Yao Shuime continued, "Father, Lin Fan is a dual martial arts practitioner, unparalleled in his medical skills, and currently the strongest in martial arts." Upon hearing this, the pavilion master's eyes widened with surprise as he scrutinized Lin Fan anew. Lin Fan stood tall, his gaze unwavering, exuding an invisible pressure that inspired awe. The pavilion master could not help but inwardly commend him. Such remarkable achievements at such a young age were truly extraordinary. "Youthful Master Lin, to have attained such accomplishments at your age is indeed rare," the pavilion master remarked with a sigh. Lin Fan humbly replied, "You honor me, Pavilion Master. I have come here to collaborate with Tianji Pavilion in confronting the mysterious forces." As everyone moved into the hall and took their seats, Lin Fan noticed the pavilion master's pallid complexion and unsteady breath. He took the initiative to say, "Pavilion Master, allow me to treat your injuries first." The pavilion master nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation and gratitude. Lin Fan approached him, instructing the pavilion master to sit comfortably. He then slowly extended his hands, placing his palms against the pavilion master's back. With his eyes closed, Lin Fan summoned his internal energy, a warm and rich force flowing gently from his palms into the pavilion master's body. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Fan's forehead. He maintained a focused and grave expression. The internal energy cautiously traversed the pavilion master's meridians, probing for the source of his injuries. He discovered multiple damages within the pavilion master's meridians. With blood and energy stagnating, Lin Fan meticulously guided his internal energy, clearing the blockages and repairing the damaged areas. As the energy flowed steadily, the pavilion master's body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of the healing process. "Please bear with me, Pavilion Master. It will soon be over," Lin Fan whispered gently. As time passed, Lin Fan's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet the internal energy he wielded remained steady and gentle. At long last, the pavilion master's meridians gradually regained their flow, and the blood began to circulate freely. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his hands, exhaling deeply. Pavilion Master, your injuries are no longer severe. With a few days of recuperation, you shall fully recover. The Pavilion Master opened his eyes, feeling the changes within his body, and a smile of relief spread across his face. Young Master Lin, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance. This kindness shall be remembered by Tianji Pavilion. Qin Susu was the first to speak up. Pavilion Master, the mysterious forces are approaching aggressively. Do you have any leads? The Pavilion Master furrowed his brow. Speaking in a grave tone, from what I know, these mysterious forces seem to be after our Tianji Pavilion's Book of the Unwritten. The Book of the Unwritten? Everyone looked on in confusion at that moment. A voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Master, the Book of the Unwritten is no ordinary tome. It is said that it does not convey knowledge and power through conventional writing, but rather encapsulates the origins and ends of the universe, the truths of worldly laws, and the essence of the supreme martial arts in a manner that transcends common understanding. It allows the fortunate to perceive the myriad causes and effects of the past, present, and future, granting mastery over the most formidable powers of the cosmos. Yet, such power is not easily attained. It requires the overcoming of numerous trials and tribulations, breaking through one's limits to gradually comprehend its mysteries. The Book of the Unwritten may also harbor secrets regarding soul cultivation, immortality, and even the mastery of natural elements and time travel. However, for most, it remains merely a legend, its secrets too obscure for those lacking extraordinary talent, steadfast minds, or great fortune to decipher. Lin Fan felt a stir within, contemplating the system's words. He turned to the Pavilion Master and proposed, Pavilion Master, allow me to investigate the situation regarding these mysterious forces. Perhaps I can uncover strategies to counter them. The women present displayed expressions of concern. Li Xiaoro urgently exclaimed, Husband, this is too dangerous. How can you go alone? Wang Miling echoed her sentiment, Young Master, we should deliberate further. Lin Fan smiled gently, reassuring them, Wives, do not worry. Do you not trust my martial prowess? Besides, one cannot seize the tiger's cubs without entering its lair. Yao Shumei bit her lip, saying, Husband, please be cautious. Her eyes brimmed with concern and worry, yet also determination. She understood that Lin Fan's resolve would not easily waver, so she chose to silently support him. Wang Miling sighed softly, Young Master, since you have already made your decision, we cannot impede you. But please promise us that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you will return alive. Lin Fan nodded, gazing tenderly at them. Rest assured, I will safeguard myself. When I return, I shall spend quality time with you all. With that, he turned to the Pavilion Master, bowing to express his readiness to accept the task. The Pavilion Master nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He believed in Lin Fan's ability to undertake this mission, yet he also understood the inherent risks involved. Lin Fan, be sure to proceed with caution. Do not underestimate the dangers. Should you require assistance, feel free to contact our pavilion at any time. Lin Fan respectfully replied. Thank you, Pavilion Master, I will give it my all. He then turned and exited the chamber, preparing to embark on his unknown journey. The women silently watched his departing figure, their hearts heavy with reluctance and concern. He moved like lightning, weaving through the mountains and forests. Along the way, he remained vigilant, his sharp gaze attentive to every sound around him. Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind heightened his senses. Lin Fan halted, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice to call out, Which fiend lurks in the shadows? Show yourself, do not hide. I have no patience for your game of hide and seek. Moments later, several shadowy figures leapt from the trees, encircling him. Lin Fan smirked, unfazed, as he coldly taunted, Oh, you lot think you can stop me? You've clearly mistaken your target. One of the shadows hissed ominously, Boy, do not be so arrogant. Today shall be your last. With that, the shadows lunged at Lin Fan. He flickered aside, evading their attacks with ease, then thrust his hands forward, unleashing the 18 palms of the dragon, the gust of his palms sweeping out with overwhelming force, instantly driving the shadows back. Is this all you've got? Go home and practice for a few more years. Lin Fan jeered, hands on his hips, shaking his head derisively. The shadows, humiliated and enraged, renewed their assault with weapons drawn. Yet, Lin Fan remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering his arms as he unleashed the Nine Veins divine sword, the streams of sword energy intertwining, preventing the shadows from getting close. After a fierce exchange, the shadows suffered heavy casualties, and those remaining sensed the tide turning against them, attempting to flee. Lin Fan would not allow such an escape. He pursued them like a wraith, bellowing, thinking of running. Not a chance. In quick succession, he subdued them all. Now, tell me, who are you? Lin Fan's gaze was as piercing as a torch, fixated on one of the shadows. The shadow trembled uncontrollably and stammered. We are mere minions of a mysterious force, tasked with intercepting you here. And where is your lair? Lin Fan demanded sternly, arms crossed. The shadow hesitated, but under the oppressive weight of Lin Fan's gaze, finally divulged the location of the mysterious faction. Lin Fan swiftly incapacitated the shadowy figures and pressed onward towards his destination. Before long, he arrived at a foreboding valley. A thick fog shrouded the area, emanating an eerie aura. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan proclaimed boldly, regardless of whether it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I shall venture forth. He strode into the valley. The silence within was profound, broken only by the sound of his footsteps echoing. Suddenly, a chilling laughter rang out. Ha ha, young one, you dare to come alone. Lin Fan halted and retorted loudly, cowards hiding in the shadows, if you possess any courage, come forth and face me in a fair fight. As soon as his words fell, a figure cloaked in black appeared before him. The figure's gaze was cold as he inquired, Are you Lin Fan? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and questioned, How do you know my name? I only recall having grievances with the Black Sect. What connection do you have with them? What secrets lie within? The cloaked figure scoffed, You have provoked forces you should not have. The Black Sect is merely a branch of ours. Now that you are here, do not expect to leave alive. Unfazed, Lin Fan clenched his fists and raised an eyebrow. Humph, to keep me here. You are wholly unqualified. The two engaged in combat, the valley soon filled with surging energy, dust and stones flying. The black-cloaked figure's martial prowess was unpredictable and insidious, yet Lin Fan remained calm, countering each move and gradually gaining the upper hand. Realizing the tide was turning, the cloaked figure unleashed a secret technique. A wave of black energy surging from his hands toward Lin Fan. With a focused gaze, Lin Fan gathered his internal power in his palms and shouted, Bring it on, as he met the oncoming black energy. A resounding explosion echoed as both fighters staggered back a few steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fan chuckled. Is that all you've got? I haven't even warmed up. Enraged, the cloaked figure lunged at him again. That moment, Lin Fan spotted a flaw in his opponent's defense. The Nine Veins divine sword struck swiftly, a beam of sword energy piercing toward the cloaked figure's chest. Caught off guard, the figure was hit and collapsed, unable to rise. Lin Fan pressed deeper into the valley, encountering numerous foes along the way, all of whom he defeated with ease. Eventually, he arrived at the heart of the mysterious faction. Before him stood a colossal palace, heavily guarded. Concealed in the shadows, Lin Fan observed his surroundings. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed again. Master, be cautious. There is a powerful formation within the palace. Lin Fan's heart raced. Muttering under his breath, Humph, no formation can thwart me. He cautiously approached the palace. Just as he prepared to breach the formation, a voice called from behind, Lin Fan, you have indeed arrived. Turning, he saw a man in white slowly approaching. With a smile, the man said, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. Lin Fan eyed him warily, tilting his head. Who are you? Are you the leader of this mysterious faction? The man in white replied with a grin. I am one of the 4 kings of this mysterious force, known as Wang Yiba. Lin Fan scoffed. I see. Wang Yiba, today marks your end. I shall take you all down. The man in white remained unfazed, asserting, do not be overly confident. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. With a wave of his hand, a throng of experts surged from the palace, encircling Lin Fan. Unperturbed, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Come on, let me see what you've got. I'm just looking to stretch my legs. a far more intense battle was about to unfold. Chapter 25. The final battle against the mysterious force before the Grand Palace at the core of the mysterious faction. The atmosphere was tense, as if it could be cut with a knife. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, akin to an invisible net ensnaring every inch of space. Facing the multitude of experts encircling him, Lin Fan bore no hint of fear. Instead, he grinned widely, his smile akin to a flash of lightning illuminating the darkness. With an air of nonchalance, he exclaimed, "Wow, what a warm welcome! I am truly flattered." His eyes sparkled with determination, resembling brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating a fearless light as if the looming crisis before him were merely a trivial farce. Wang Yiba's voice dripped with malice as he declared, "Lin Fan, today is your day of reckoning." His words resonated like echoes from the abyss, laden with chilling intent, each syllable piercing Lin Fan's very soul. Lin Fan shrugged and replied with a grin. "That depends on whether you possess the capability." He clenched his fists slightly, feeling the internal energy begin to surge within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In a flash, he darted toward one of the experts with the stealth of a phantom. His speed was akin to a tempest, leaving no time for reaction. Before the expert could comprehend the situation, Lin Fan struck with a fierce blow, sending him crashing to the ground, his chest shattered and a scream escaping his lips. The expert's body arced through the air like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, landing heavily on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the other experts, incensed, charged at Lin Fan with furious cries. Their expressions contorted with rage and fear. Lin Fan weaved through the throng with ease, employing the cloud-stepping technique, his movements fluid and ethereal, evading their attacks effortlessly. His steps were light and agile, each motion precisely timed to sidestep his foes, his garments billowing as if he were a celestial being. His form danced among the crowd, shifting unpredictably, leaving his adversaries disoriented and unable to grasp his position. "Behold my ripple step." Lin Fan's footwork became an enigma, his figure flickering between reality and illusion. With each step, he seemed to embody a mystique that plunged his foes into confusion and chaos. Wang Yiba observed, his brow furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes flickering with wrath. He bellowed, "Everyone, step back." His voice resonated with authority and fury, akin to thunder cracking through the air. The experts halted, retreating in disarray, their faces drenched in sweat, breathing heavily as if they had just emerged from a tempest. Some trembled, still reeling from the recent skirmish. Wang Yiba slowly unsheathed his long sword, its blade glinting ominously. It was slender and sharp, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. "Lin Fan, allow me to engage you." The sword emanated a chilling aura, as if whispering the scent of death. Lin Fan scoffed, "Enough with the bravado. Come and try if you dare." With arms crossed, he appeared utterly unconcerned, confidence radiating from him as if victory was already in his grasp. And no sooner had he spoken than Wang Yiba lunged like a wraith, his sword gleaming with lethal intent, thrusting toward Lin Fan's throat. The strike was swift as lightning, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Unfazed, Lin Fan executed the Nine-Yang Divine technique, his internal energy surging like a torrent, enveloping him in a radiant golden glow, forming a formidable protective barrier. With a deft sidestep, he narrowly evaded Wang Yiba's ferocious assault. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Fan taunted with a mocking smile. His laughter echoed in the wind, brimming with provocation, a derisive mockery of Wang Yiba that only deepened the latter's scowl. Wang Yiba's expression darkened, his swordplay transforming into a tempest, each strike imbued with lethal intent. His eyes burned with murderous resolve, every slash a testament to his determination to kill. His technique resembled a fierce storm, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his long sword slicing through the air as the Nine Veins Divine Sword's energy clashed with Wang Yiba's assault, producing a resounding clang. Sparks flew, reminiscent of brilliant fireworks exploding in the night sky. Each collision unleashed tremendous energy waves that made the air tremble. "Witness my 18 dragon-subduing palms," Lin Fan shouted, his left palm crashing forth with overwhelming force, akin to a mountain collapsing. Wang Yiba sidestepped but was still caught by the gust, staggering slightly as the wind swept through. It stirred up dust and debris, creating a chaotic scene. Enraged, Wang Yiba's swordplay intensified. A layer of black mist enveloping the blade, exuding an aura of malevolence. The black mist coiled around the sword like a venomous serpent, sending chills down one's spine. This ominous haze spread forth, enveloping Wang Yiba's figure, rendering him akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Lin Fan's heart quivered. He swiftly adjusted his internal energy, channeling it into his palms to execute the break sword form of the Dugu Nine Swords. The sword technique, intricate and cunning, instantaneously disrupted Wang Yiba's rhythm of attacks. Meanwhile, the clouds above thickened ominously, pressing down so heavily it felt as if one could scarcely breathe. The world appeared to plunge into darkness, illuminated solely by the radiant clash of the two swords. The darkness loomed like an endless abyss, instilling a profound sense of despair and dread. "Humph! I am not afraid of you," Lin Fan declared. Once more invoking the Zhuyang divine art, his internal energy surging within him like tumultuous waves, the golden aura surrounding him growing ever more brilliant. The surrounding darkness seemed to recede slightly from this radiance. Wang Yiba's black sword energy struck against Lin Fan's protective aura, producing a harsh screech, yet it could not breach his defenses. The clash of sword energy and protective aura emitted a piercing shriek, akin to two ferocious beasts locked in a fierce struggle. The ground trembled slightly beneath their internal power confrontation, as if quaking in fear of the fierce battle. Deep fissures appeared on the ground, spreading like gaping maws of earth thirsting for blood. It is my turn. Seizing the moment when Wang Yiba's technique faltered, Lin Fan darted like lightning behind him. His hands danced, and the sword energy of the Nine Veins divine sword surged forth like a torrential rain of arrows. Aimed directly at Wang Yiba in a flurry of confusion, Wang Yiba attempted to parry, but was forced to retreat step by step under the pressure of Lin Fan's assault. The stone pathway beneath them cracked deeply under the onslaught of sword energy and internal force, fragments scattering like bullets in every direction. At that moment, a glint of determination flashed in Wang Yiba's eyes. He bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood onto his sword. The black mist enveloping the blade swelled dramatically, forming a colossal black shadow that descended menacingly upon Lin Fan. In the darkness, this shadow resembled a demon from hell, terrifying and grotesque, exuding an aura of annihilation. It seemed intent on devouring the entire world, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He concentrated all his internal energy into the sword, merging the sword energy of the Nine Veins divine sword with the internal force of the Zhuyang divine art, transforming it into a dazzling brilliance that surged forth to meet the black shadow. The clash of light and darkness resembled a duel between illumination and obscurity. These two forces intertwined, countering each other, creating a magnificent spectacle. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook violently, and dust swirled into the air. The tremendous shockwave caused nearby structures to tremble precariously, as dust billowed upwards like a mushroom cloud. The deafening sound was akin to mountains collapsing, ringing in one's ears. Both Lin Fan and Wang Yiba were propelled backward by the overwhelming backlash, stumbling several paces. The shattered stones scattered about, crashing against the palace walls with a series of sharp cracks. The walls bore numerous dents, as if pelted by countless cannonballs. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "Is that all you've got? I haven't even warmed up yet." His voice, though tinged with fatigue, remained resolute. A hint of defiance graced his features, as if he were challenging fate itself. Wang Yiba's complexion turned pale, his breath erratic, yet he stubbornly charged forward once more. His eyes betrayed a madness and determination, the long sword in his hand glimmering ominously in the dark. With a furious roar, Wang Yiba's swordplay grew increasingly ferocious, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Lin Fan sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge, which grazed his garment, leaving behind a fine cut. "Oh, that was close. My wives would be heartbroken if I got disfigured," Lin Fan teased, his own sword dancing deftly as he unleashed a flurry of blossoms, targeting Wang Yiba's wrist. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in his eyes, as if he were partaking in a perilous game with Wang Yiba. Wang Yiba hastily raised his defenses, but did not anticipate Lin Fan's sudden shift in tactics. The sword's momentum turned sharply, aiming directly at his chest. A jolt of alarm shot through Wang Yiba, prompting him to lean back just in time to evade the lethal blow. The lightning above flashed with increasing frequency, illuminating the battlefield as if it were midday. The electric light reflected off Lin Fan's face. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained resolute. Each droplet seemed a testament to his unyielding spirit. Seizing the moment Lin Fan was momentarily distracted, Wang Yiba launched a kick toward his abdomen. Lin Fan grunted, stumbling back a few steps. Pain radiated through his midsection, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He abruptly summoned the power of his dragon blood, warmth flooding his wound, alleviating some of the agony. "Ha ha, Lin Fan, today you are destined to fail." Wang Yiba laughed triumphantly. His laughter was rife with arrogance, as if he could already envision the dawn of his victory. "Dream on," Lin Fan retorted, gritting his teeth as he charged again. His eyes ablaze with fury as if he intended to consume Wang Yiba whole. Their swords clashed once more, sparking countless flares. Lin Fan felt his arm tremble slightly. It seemed Wang Yiba's strength had intensified yet again. "Does this fellow possess some hidden card?" Lin Fan pondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, but it was swiftly replaced by unwavering conviction. Wang Yiba's onslaught grew increasingly frenzied, and Lin Fan gradually felt the strain. Suddenly, a powerful suction emanated from Wang Yiba's sword, irresistibly drawing Lin Fan's blade toward it. "Not good," Lin Fan inwardly cursed, attempting to break free, but it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yiba thrust his sword toward Lin Fan's shoulder, blood instantly staining Lin Fan's garments. "Humph, let's see how long you can endure." Wang Yiba sneered wickedly. Lin Fan, gritting his teeth against the pain, shot back with fierce determination. "To kill me? It won't be that easy." He summoned the Juyang divine art once more, a searing internal energy erupting forth, dispersing Wang Yiba's pull. Immediately thereafter, Lin Fan executed the break chi form of the Duga Nine Swords, aiming for the flaw in Wang Yiba's internal energy. Wang Yiba's face paled dramatically. He attempted to defend himself, but it was already too late. Lin Fan's sword pierced straight into the core of Wang Yiba's internal energy. Wang Yiba let out a blood-curdling scream, the sword slipping from his grasp as he collapsed to the ground. "Yes, over," Lin Fan gasped, pointing his sword at Wang Yiba. Just then, a melodious chime rang from within the palace. "Lin Fan, spare my life," Wang Yiba pleaded. Lin Fan scoffed, "You have committed too many evils. Today is your end." With that, he thrust his sword forward, ending Wang Yiba's life. Witnessing their leader's demise, Wang Yiba's subordinates scattered in panic. Lin Fan, seeing this, unleashed a multitude of sword energies, ending their lives. These men had committed innumerable atrocities and could not be spared. As the battle concluded, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, surveying the scene around him. Outside the palace, sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing Lin Fan in its warm, gentle glow, as if rewarding him for his valiant struggle. Finally rid of this troublesome lot, Lin Fan muttered to himself, "Husband, thank goodness you're safe." "We were so worried." His wives rushed in, their voices filled with concern and joy, like a gentle spring breeze caressing Lin Fan's heart. "Wives, I'm fine. I'm sorry to have worried you," Lin Fan replied with a smile. His expression radiated warmth and reassurance, capable of dispelling any lingering shadows. Yao Shuamai hurried over, her face etched with concern. "Husband, what would I do if anything happened to you?" Tears glistened in her eyes, brimming with profound worry and affection. Lin Fan gently teased her nose. "Don't worry. I'm tough as nails." At that moment, the leader of the Tiangong Pavilion entered, stating, "Lin Fan, we owe you our gratitude. The threat from the mysterious force has been temporarily alleviated." Lin Fan inclined his head politely. "You flatter me, Pavilion Master. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. It is my duty." As everyone began to clean up the battlefield and prepare to leave the valley, Lin Fan gazed at the chaotic scene around him, feeling a torrent of emotions. This battle had indeed been arduous, but for the sake of justice and peace, it was all worthwhile. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could pierce through the vicissitudes of time. His wives surrounded Lin Fan, chatting and laughing as they made their way out of the valley. Sunlight cascaded upon them, casting warm shadows, their figures gradually fading away, leaving behind a legendary tale. Those shadows seemed to narrate their bravery and resilience, as well as the profound bonds they shared. With a mechanical chime, a voice announced, "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory." Chapter 26. Lin Fan breaks through to Grandmaster upon returning to Tiangong Pavilion. Lin Fan entered his chamber. "System, what rewards have I received?" he inquired. The system promptly transmitted the details of the reward into Lin Fan's consciousness. Reward details: a volume of the Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques, known as Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme. A breathtaking manifestation of speed, secrecy, and power. 1. Phantom Body Technique. Creates illusions to confuse and evade attacks. 2. Skyward Steps. Enables aerial acrobatics with extraordinary control. 3. Instantaneous Movement Technique. Permits instantaneous displacement, unmatched in Escape. 4. Shadow Escape Technique. Allows one to meld into shadows for stealthy assassinations. 5. Windwalker. Facilitates rapid movement akin to a swift gale, enabling quick confrontations. 6. Waterwalking Steps. Glides gracefully across water surfaces with ease. 7. Stonewall Defense. Hardens the body instantly, as solid as rock. 8. Cloudwalking. Permits suspension in midair, revealing advantages. The Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques amalgamate the forces of nature and the art of combat, refined to perfection. Additionally, there are 50 lucky stones, 35 pieces of Millennium Cold Iron, 120 drops of Dragon Blood, and 10 top-tier elixirs. Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, the rewards from the quest are truly magnificent. I can't believe it's a volume of the Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques. I absolutely adore it." The system elucidated. "Master, the Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques are extraordinarily formidable. Should you master them, your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly." Lin Fan nodded and requested, "Please elaborate on the remarkable aspects of this technique." The system responded. The Phantom Body Technique can create bewildering illusions, rendering it challenging for opponents to discern the real figure, thereby enabling evasion of attacks and surprise offensives. Practitioners must adeptly manipulate their internal energy to craft realistic phantoms while maintaining a lightning-fast movement speed to enhance the illusion's perplexity. Lin Fan marveled. "That's astonishing. What about the Skyward Steps?" The system continued. Skyward Steps represent a transcendent skill that allows one to perform various complex maneuvers in midair. This not only enhances agility and evasion capabilities, but also provides a strategic advantage in aerial combat, allowing attacks from unexpected angles. "In the instantaneous movement technique?" Lin Fan inquired further. "This technique enables you to disappear from one position and reappear in another instantaneously, proving unparalleled in both escape from danger and surprise assaults. However, mastering it requires a profound understanding of spatial forces and precise control of internal energy." Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "And what of the Shadow Escape Technique?" The system explained. The Shadow Escape Technique allows you to merge seamlessly with shadows, facilitating stealth and assassination. Under the cover of shadows, your presence becomes nearly imperceptible to enemies, providing an excellent means for covert actions. However, it demands robust perceptive abilities to accurately gauge the shadow's extent and characteristics. "Windwalker sounds impressive as well," Lin Fan remarked. Windwalker is a technique of swift movement akin to a gale. You can rapidly approach enemies in a fleeting moment, unleashing swift combat while fully utilizing the impact and explosive force of speed. "And how does waterwalking steps function?" Lin Fan continued. Waterwalking steps grant you the ability to traverse water as if walking on solid ground, requiring not only mastery of balance and stable internal energy output, but also a comprehension of the water's properties to harmonize with its force rather than oppose it. Lin Fan's excitement surged. "What about stonewall defense?" Stonewall defense enables you to instantly harden your body to the solidity of a stone wall, significantly amplifying your defensive capabilities at critical moments. It can withstand formidable attacks, allowing for counterattack opportunities. This technique necessitates rapid mobilization of internal energy to form a robust defensive layer. Cloudwalking sounds delightful. Cloudwalking permits you to linger in midair, affording you ample time to assess the situation and choose the opportune moment to strike. This ability requires exceptional skill in controlling air currents and the suspension of internal energy to maintain stability in the air. Lin Fan laughed heartily. With this technique, I shall see who can rival me. Filled with joy, Lin Fan commenced his training in the Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques. He first endeavored to master the Phantom Body technique, focusing intently and channeling his internal energy along the prescribed meridian pathways. Albeit with initial difficulty as the energy flowed intermittently, failing to create coherent illusions. This won't do. I must calm my mind, Lin Fan silently resolved. After numerous attempts and adjustments, he gradually grasped the nuanced control of his internal energy and ultimately succeeded in conjuring his first faint illusion. Next, Lin Fan turned to the training of skyward steps. He leapt into the air, striving to perform acrobatic maneuvers, struggling to maintain balance and nearly falling several times. Oh dear, this skyward steps is indeed challenging. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, persevering. After considerable effort, he managed to execute some basic aerial maneuvers. The training for instantaneous movement technique proved even more arduous. Lin Fan needed to develop a profound comprehension of spatial forces. He continually sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding space, attempting instantaneous displacement, yet faced repeated failures. Humph, I refuse to believe I cannot master this. Lin Fan remained undeterred. After countless attempts, he finally achieved a fleeting moment of successful displacement, greatly boosting his confidence. The shadow escape technique demanded heightened perceptual acuity. Lin Fan closed his eyes and focused on sensing the characteristics of the surrounding shadows. Initially, he misjudged the nuances, unable to merge with the shadows. What am I doing wrong? Lin Fan pondered deeply. Through repeated exploration, he eventually discovered the key and succeeded in merging with the shadows. The training for Windwalker allowed Lin Fan to experience the ultimate pursuit of speed as he sprinted across open terrain. Continuously pushing his limits in training for waterwalking steps, Lin Fan entered the water, striving to maintain balance while harmonizing his internal energy with the water's force. As for the stone wall defense, he concentrated his spirit, rapidly mobilizing his internal energy, attempting to form a solid defensive layer, yet repeatedly fell short of achieving the desired hardness. It seems I must exert more effort. Lin Fan encouraged himself in training for cloud walking. He suspended himself in mid-air, diligently controlling his internal energy amidst the currents of air, his figure wavering. Yet he firmly believed that with unwavering persistence, he would ultimately succeed in mastering the Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques. Given that Lin Fan had already learned the Nine Suns divine art, acquiring any technique or manual was within his grasp. While Lin Fan was engrossed in mastering the Elemental Spirit Shadow 8 Supreme techniques, the mysterious force led by Wang Erba issued a command from the Black Sect, demanding that all major sects and factions in the martial world submit treasures and techniques within 3 days, threatening ruthless consequences for non-compliance, leaving no one behind. Once this news spread, chaos would inevitably ensue in the martial world. Within the Grand Hall of the Black Sect, the sect leader, Hey Dada, reported to the enigmatic Wang Erba, "My lord, reports indicate that Lin Fan has slain Wang Yiba, and they have already returned to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion." Wang Erba furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "I never anticipated this young man to be so formidable. His martial prowess has reached the pinnacle of a great martial artist. Has he possibly become a master already? Yet, given his age and talent, it seems unlikely he could achieve mastery so swiftly." Then, his gaze flickered as if contemplating something, before he inquired, "With whom does this young man maintain connections?" Hey Dada promptly replied, "My lord, Lin Fan is in a romantic relationship with the saintess of the Azure Dragon sect, and he is also romantically involved with the daughter of the Medicine King Valley. Additionally, he is the holy son of the Beautiful Woman sect." Wang Erba nodded slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he remarked, "This young man is truly impressive. He seems to have connections everywhere with a vast network of allies. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Azure Dragon sect, Medicine King Valley, and Beautiful Woman sect all share ties with him. His social standing is indeed remarkable." After pondering for a moment, he suddenly commanded, "Immediately issue invitations to all major sects and factions in the martial world. inviting them to participate in the martial arts sacred assembly. Ensure the invitations are sent in your name, so they understand that the victor of this assembly shall become the leader of the martial realm. Set the date for the morning of 3 days from now. Haydada respectfully responded, Yes, my lord, I shall attend to this matter at once. With that, he swiftly departed to organize personnel and meticulously brief them on the arrangements for this martial arts gathering. The news of the martial arts sacred assembly spread like wildfire through the martial world, with various sects and factions recognizing it as a scheme orchestrated by the Black Sect. Upon learning of this development, Lin Fan decisively prepared to concoct elixirs, intending to create top-tier breakthrough pills to enhance the cultivation of the beautiful woman sect, Azure Dragon sect, Medicine King Valley, and his many wives, aiming for success in the upcoming martial arts sacred assembly in the conference hall of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Lin Fan convened with his 3 esteemed fathers-in-law. Facing the leader of the Medicine King Valley, he cheerfully stated, Father-in-law, I was considering that with the martial arts sacred assembly approaching, I plan to concoct top-tier breakthrough pills to lend everyone a hand. Don't you think my idea is particularly clever, just like when you were young? The leader of the Medicine King Valley shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, You rascal, don't try to flatter me. These top-tier breakthrough pills are no trivial matter. The conditions for their concoction are exceedingly stringent. Don't blow yourself up into a charred mess. Lin Fan patted his chest in assurance. Father-in-law, fear not. If I were to become a charred mess, your daughter would hardly recognize me. I wouldn't dare. Next, Lin Fan turned to the leader of the Azure Dragon sect, a pleading smile on his face. Father-in-law, if my alchemy succeeds, won't we be striding confidently at the assembly? At that moment, a glow adorned your face as well. The master of the Qinglong sect shot him a glare and said, You little rascal, don't just think about showing off. If this alchemy fails, just wait and see how I deal with you. Lin Fan shrank his neck and replied, Master-in-law, please don't scare me. My fragile heart can't bear it. I assure you I will take this alchemy seriously and will not falter. Finally, Lin Fan turned to the head of the Tiangong Pavilion, blinking his eyes and said, Master-in-law, I hope you will take good care of me during this alchemy session. If I lack any materials, please do not be stingy. The head of the Tiangong Pavilion shook his head helplessly and replied, You little brat, always eyeing the resources of my Tiangong Pavilion. Very well. As long as you can succeed, the Tiangong Pavilion will fully support you. The alchemy chamber was bustling with excitement. The beautiful sect master Qin Susu crossed her arms and said sternly, Lin Fan, alchemy is not to be trifled with. If you mess this up, just wait and see how I discipline you. Li Xiaoro, smiling, linked her arm with Qin Susu's and said, Sister, don't put too much pressure on your husband. I believe he will succeed. Wang Miling bounced nearby, exclaiming, Husband, I heard that this supreme breakthrough pill is quite challenging to concoct. Please don't let us down. Yao Jian softly urged, Everyone, please be quiet and do not disturb my husband while he is alchemizing. Zhou Qingxia nodded in agreement. Yes, let us wait patiently. Yao Shumei gazed at Lin Fan with gentle eyes filled with trust. Husband, do your best. As Lin Fan busily prepared the alchemical ingredients, he murmured to the system in his heart. System, this alchemy task is no small feat. I feel quite anxious. The system replied, Master, do not panic. With your 9 Sun Divine art as a foundation and your previous training experience, you will surely be fine. Throughout the alchemical process, numerous issues arose. At one moment, the cauldron suddenly emitted a plume of purple smoke, causing the wives to scream in fright. At another, the cauldron produced loud banging sounds, as if it were about to explode. Lin Fan was drenched in sweat, frantically adjusting the fire and the flow of spiritual energy, muttering, Why is this cauldron so disobedient? Finally, the supreme breakthrough pill was successfully concocted. Lin Fan excitedly distributed the pills to everyone, saying, Ladies, let us quickly consume the pills and then engage in dual cultivation to enhance our cultivation levels. The women shyly responded in agreement. As the dual cultivation commenced, the women sat around Lin Fan, their hands pressed against his, their inner energies gradually flowing together. Lin Fan felt a warm power enveloping him from all directions, intertwining with his own inner energy. Qin Susu was the first to channel her inner energy into Lin Fan's body. Her energy was gentle as a spring breeze, nurturing Lin Fan's meridians. Warmth filled Lin Fan's heart as he sensed Qin Susu's care and affection. Li Xiaoro followed suit, her energy lively and dynamic. Like dancing notes, intertwining beautifully with Lin Fan's energy. Wang Miling's energy was vibrant, like a clear spring pouring in, revitalizing Lin Fan's spirit. Yao Zhiyun's energy carried a unique medicinal fragrance, dispelling Lin Fan's fatigue entirely. Zhou Qingxia's energy was like a gentle breeze, bringing tranquility and peace. Yao Xuemei's energy was the softest, like a gentle rain, silently nourishing Lin Fan's body and mind. Lin Fan immersed himself in this wondrous sensation of energy intermingling, clearly perceiving the intentions and strengths of each wife. Their breaths resonated with one another, their energies circulating and forming a powerful energy field. During this dual cultivation, the bond between Lin Fan and his wives deepened, their hearts connecting as they advanced together towards a higher level of cultivation. Afterward, Lin Fan decided to enter seclusion to strive for the master realm. As he stepped into the secluded chamber, unease filled his heart. System, I feel uncertain about breaking through to the master realm this time. I truly don't know if I can succeed. The system reassured him, Master, do not worry. You have overcome numerous challenges previously. This one will be no different. Lin Fan calmed his mind and began to guide his inner energy through his meridians. At first, the flow of energy was smooth, like a babbling brook, and he felt a surge of joy. Thinking, it seems to be going smoothly. Perhaps I can truly break through this time. However, soon after, the inner energy suddenly became wild and unruly, rampaging through his meridians like a wild horse. Lin Fan felt waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Oh no! His expression changed drastically, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. How could this happen? Was it all about to go to waste? No, I cannot give up. His body trembled slightly, muscles tensed as he fought against the uncontrollable energy. He gritted his teeth, forming hand seals to exert control over the energy, sweat pouring down like rain, soaking his clothes. Each breath became heavy and rapid, as if he were under immense pressure. System, why is this energy out of control? Help me! Lin Fan exclaimed anxiously. The system promptly advised, Master, you must remain calm. Try adjusting your breathing and reorienting the flow of your energy. Following the system's guidance, Lin Fan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Attempting to soothe his mind, I must remain calm and not lose my composure. He focused intently, carefully guiding the inner energy back on track, each step taken cautiously as if walking on a tightrope. His gaze was resolute and concentrated, the veins on his forehead bulging, betraying his inner determination. After a day and night of arduous effort, Lin Fan finally stabilized his inner energy. However, he barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when a new challenge presented itself. The profound understanding of martial arts plunged him into contemplation. This path of martial arts is incredibly profound. How should I break through? He furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the chamber, wondering if there was something he had overlooked in his previous training. The system encouraged him, Master, reflect on your past battles and draw inspiration from them. Lin Fan closed his eyes, recalling every detail, the intense battle scenes vividly resurfacing. Yes, it seemed there were similar situations in past fights. How did I respond then? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, revealing the truth. He realized that martial arts were not merely a series of moves but a perfect fusion of strength, speed, and technique. Next, Lin Fan began to temper his will. Inner demons surged, some taking the form of past enemies, mocking his audacity. Others manifested as his own fears, attempting to make him surrender. Humph! These trifling inner demons think they can obstruct me. Lin Fan shouted fiercely, his eyes shining with determination. After enduring so many hardships, how could I be easily defeated by you? Relying on his unwavering will, he repelled each inner demon, gradually dispelling the clutter in his heart. His breathing stabilized, and his expression grew serene. In the final crucial moment, Lin Fan needed to comprehend the realm. He felt as though he was engulfed in chaos, unable to find direction. Surrounding him was endless darkness and confusion, instilling a deep sense of loneliness and helplessness. Can I truly not break through this last barrier? No, I will never yield. His heart pounded like a drum, yet he forced himself to remain composed. I cannot give up. I must break through. Lin Fan continually encouraged himself, using his heart to sense that faint opportunity. Finally, just as despair was about to consume him, he seized that glimmer of insight. Like a beacon in the darkness, his body was suddenly enveloped by a warm force, and his inner energy flowed smoothly within him. In the deep hours of the following night, a qualitative change occurred within Lin Fan's inner energy. Surging like a mighty river converging into an expansive ocean, he had successfully broken through to the master realm. He exclaimed in exhilaration, "Ha ha, I did it!" His voice echoed in the chamber, brimming with joy and pride. Chapter 27. The various sects approached the Black Teaching Sect upon successfully breaking through to the new martial arts realm of Master. Lin Fan's eagerness was akin to an ant on a hot pan, and he immediately communicated with the system in his heart. At this moment, the tranquil bamboo grove surrounded him, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, as if celebrating Lin Fan's breakthrough with jubilant cheers. System, I feel that my recent breakthrough has resulted in a qualitative leap in strength. What do you think? Lin Fan, brimming with joy, inquired excitedly, his demeanor resembling one who has just struck gold. He understood that his enhancement in strength was crucial for future adventures. Like a warrior wielding a sharper sword, instilling greater confidence. The system responded, "Master, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. With your current strength, you have few rivals in the martial world, yet do not let your guard down. The mysterious forces should not be underestimated." It solemnly reminded Lin Fan to remain vigilant, as enemies could emerge like phantoms at any moment. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze resolute as a mountain, stating, "I understand, but I am confident in facing the challenges ahead." System, how do you assess the gap between my new breakthrough realm and that of the mysterious forces experts? He was filled with self-assurance regarding his strength, but also recognized the need for caution when facing unknown adversaries. Above him was a clear blue sky, with a few white clouds leisurely drifting by. Lin Fan gazed at the vast expanse, a surge of ambition swelling within him, as if he aimed to conquer the entire martial world. The system analyzed, "Master, it is still difficult to ascertain precisely. However, based on existing information, the mysterious forces may possess higher-level experts. Nonetheless, you possess numerous unique skills and abilities. If you can fully harness them, you need not fear being at a disadvantage." It spared no effort in encouraging Lin Fan to persevere, instilling in him the belief that he could surmount any obstacle. Upon hearing the system's words, a surge of determination welled up within Lin Fan. Akin to a blazing flame that grew ever more fervent, he was acutely aware that complacency was not an option. Only through the continuous enhancement of his abilities could he navigate the tumultuous waters of the martial world with poise in the face of forthcoming challenges. Thus, he resolutely committed to mastering a myriad of skills, aspiring to forge a distinctive combat style uniquely his own. Concurrently, he endeavored to strengthen his control over his own power, ensuring that each strike he delivered would unleash its maximum potential. For this, he exerted efforts and sweat beyond what the ordinary could fathom, enough for the perspiration to form a small stream. Subsequently, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in his training, unreservedly unleashing his potential, pushing it to the utmost limits. Throughout this journey, he persistently explored new martial secrets, seeking methods to transcend his limitations, appearing as though the world had been reduced to the singular pursuit of cultivation. As time elapsed, his strength incrementally burgeoned, and his mastery over his own power became increasingly adept. This newfound prowess instilled in him greater confidence when confronting adversaries, rendering his strikes ever more decisive and fierce, akin to a descending tiger, resplendent in its might. All of this was the fruit of his relentless toil. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before declaring, "It seems I must continue to train diligently and elevate myself further. By the way, system, do you have any new tasks or rewards that could aid me?" Beside him, a babbling brook flowed gently, its crystalline waters reflecting Lin Fan's resolute countenance. The system responded, "Master, there are currently no new tasks. But as you gain experience and grow within the martial realm, new opportunities will inevitably arise." Lin Fan chuckled, "Very well, let us wait and see." I shall ensure those mysterious forces recognize my prowess." Concluding his conversation with the system, Lin Fan hummed a cheerful tune, striding with buoyant steps into the grand hall of the Tianji Pavilion. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the scene before him. It appeared that all his fathers-in-law had achieved the pinnacle of martial mastery, their imposing presence radiating an aura of authority. Observing his wives, he noted their significant power increases as well, with all of them having reached the mid-stage of great martial masters. While Qin Susu had even attained the consummate level, Lin Fan excitedly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Ha ha, my dear ones, our strength has surged. It is time to venture forth and make our mark. Let us set off for the Black Sect." In unison, the crowd echoed their agreement, and thus, Lin Fan, accompanied by his legion of beautiful companions, set off in grand procession toward the Black Sect, ready to stir up a tempest in the martial world. As the tides of the martial realm surged once more, heroes from various sects responded to the call in a tranquil yet eerie valley. Beneath a somber sky, sunlight struggled to pierce through the thick clouds, intermittently casting its glow upon a group of striking figures. The howling winds swept through the valley, causing the trees to rustle as if whispering of unknown dangers. Leading the group was a swordsman clad in a purple robe. Zhang Kuang, hailing from the Zixiao Palace, renowned for its lightning-infused martial arts. His gaze was resolute, and the sword at his waist shimmered with an electrifying brilliance, appearing particularly ominous in the wavering light. The mountains flanking the valley soared into the clouds, their steep cliffs imparting a sense of oppression. Esteemed comrades, the martial arts sacred assembly is to be held at the Black Sect, a grand event in the martial world. Zhang Kuang's voice boomed, yet amidst the roaring winds, a sense of urgency tinged his words. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes alight with anticipation and fervor. They were well aware that the martial arts of the Zixiao Palace were as swift and lethal as lightning. And this expedition promised to be a brilliant showcase of their prowess. The rugged mountain path beneath their feet was uneven, overgrown with weeds, and stones occasionally tumbled down. Yet, the distant growls of wild beasts and the sharp sounds of breaking branches cast a shadow of unease over their hearts. A crimson-clad heroine, Zi Hongmei, stepped forward, adjusting her gear as she spoke. "The journey to the Black Sect is long, and there may be perils ahead. Everyone must be thoroughly prepared." Her voice trembled slightly. Torn by the winds, as she was the saintess of the Zixiao Palace, a burly man named Zhang Pongzi, wielding a massive axe, laughed heartily. "What is there to fear? We, of the Zixiao Palace, are like thunder itself. We shall not shy away from adversity." However, the grip on his axe tightened involuntarily. At that moment, a bird soared overhead, letting out a cry. An elder then spoke slowly. "Do not underestimate the situation. This assembly gathers masters from all factions. We must not only display our palace's strength, but also engage in friendly exchanges through martial arts. Reckless actions are to be avoided." He was an elder of the Zixiao Palace, his weathered face lined with deep wrinkles that deepened in the interplay of light and shadow. The group nodded in agreement, beginning to meticulously inspect their weapons and gear, ensuring that their sword techniques and lightning-infused weapons were in optimal condition. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder echoed through the valley, as if a distant warning had sounded. The sky darkened with thick clouds, heralding an impending storm. Onward. With Zhang Kuang's command, they embarked on their journey toward the Black Sect, their figures gradually fading into the distance, leaving behind the resolute sound of their footsteps echoing through the valley, reminiscent of peals of thunder, soon to be engulfed by the howling winds and rolling thunder. On the lengthy road to the Black Sect, Lin Fan, along with his companions and members from various sects, marched forward in grand fashion. In the early morning, the first brilliant rays of sunlight valiantly broke through the heavy clouds, gently cascading upon the group, casting a mosaic of light and shadow across their forms. They stood silently upon the broad, well-lit road, flanked by vast, boundless fields, where golden waves of wheat rolled in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of cascading ocean waves, exuding a refreshing aroma. The saintess of the Zhuke sect, Zhu Fenghuang, blinked her sparkling eyes filled with curiosity and sweetly inquired, "Is that the illustrious Lin Gongzi? His name resonates throughout our realm." having become the dream prince of countless young ladies. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, akin to the lilting song of a lark amidst the mountains. The surrounding female disciples nodded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unmasked admiration. Hearing this, Lin Fan chuckled and swiftly approached, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards those around him, his face adorned with a shy and humble smile as he remarked, "Oh dear. You flatter me. I, Lin Fan, am merely favored by fortune, possessing a modicum of luck and having acquired a few humble skills. I hardly deserve the title of a dreamlike prince." His words elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Among them, the beautiful sect leader, Chin Susu, could not help but tease. "You rascal, always with your playful tongue." Her tone bore a hint of fondness and exasperation, yet it was laced with affection for the young man. Nearby, the leader of the Yaowang Valley, Yaowang, stroked his beard, chuckling in agreement, glancing at Lin Fan with a nod. "Ha ha, this lad Lin Fan possesses a delightful wit, making him quite endearing." In the distance, the verdant mountains rolled like a vast dragon, stretching gracefully, contrasting sharply with the joyous scene before them. The leader of the Qinglong sect also nodded in affirmation, praising. Indeed, such a character is rare. His gaze lingered on Lin Fan, seemingly perceiving the boundless potential within the young man. The head of the Tianji Pavilion smiled appreciatively at Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with admiration. He gently remarked, "To achieve such accomplishments at your age is truly commendable." His words conveyed recognition and anticipation for Lin Fan's future. Lin Fan blinked, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features as he softly replied, "Esteemed seniors, please do not flatter me further. I am becoming quite embarrassed." He scratched his head, his eyes reflecting a blend of shyness and humility. At this moment, disciples from various sects began to gather around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. They gazed intently at Lin Fan, seemingly eager to discern some insight from him. "Lin Gongzi, I have heard tales of your formidable martial prowess. Might you impart some guidance?" A bold disciple from the Baihu Pavilion inquired, his tone imbued with anticipation and reverence. Lin Fan erupted into a hearty laugh, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. "Of course. As long as you do not mind my humble skills." He patted the disciple's shoulder, embodying a relatable and approachable demeanor. The group continued in joyous banter, the atmosphere vibrant and harmonious. They exchanged various topics, sharing experiences and insights, with laughter and conversation intertwining, infusing the entire procession with vitality and exuberance. Yet, beneath this seemingly harmonious facade, the Black Sect concealed an unknown peril. An invisible pressure enveloped the land, instilling a sense of unease and vigilance. In the distant sky, a solitary eagle soared, its solitary and proud flight suggesting an ominous foreboding, as if signaling the impending storm. Chapter 28. The Martial Arts Sacred Assembly commences. The Martial Arts Sacred Assembly was on the verge of unfolding, with individuals from various sects converging upon the Black Sect. The members of the Zixiao Palace arrived first, the Saintess Zihong Mei bearing a sweet smile, her enchanting eyes glimmering as she slightly bowed towards the direction of the Zhuke sect. "Sisters of the Zhuke sect, I hope you are all well." The Saintess of the Zhuke sect, Zhu Phoenix, hurriedly responded, her graceful steps revealing her delight. "Greetings to all esteemed members of the Zixiao Palace. This sacred assembly is bound to be splendid." The head of the White Tiger Pavilion, Bai Zizai, warmly clasped his fists, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he boisterously proclaimed, "Esteemed heroes and heroines, it is truly exhilarating to gather here today." The master of the Xuanwu Hall, Xuanwu, bowed in return, his demeanor calm, eyes reflecting friendliness. "What Bai Pavilion Master has said holds true. May everyone reap fruitful rewards." The Saintess of Biluo Valley, Gu Shuawu, gently parted her lips, her voice soft and adorned with a faint smile. "May this sacred assembly enhance the camaraderie among our sections." The leader of the beautiful women's sect, Chin Susu, greeted everyone with a smile, her gaze radiating warmth. "Friends, our martial world has once again welcomed this lively occasion." The leader of the Medicine King Valley, Yaowang, stroked his beard and laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face easing with joy. "Competing together, exchanging insights, how splendid!" The head of the Tianji Pavilion, Murong Tianji, also nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. May each of you showcase your talents at this sacred gathering. At that moment, Lin Fan swaggered over, a playful grin adorning his face as he clasped his fists and exclaimed, "Esteemed seniors, great heroes, and beautiful ladies, I, Lin Fan, have come to join the revelry. Please, do show some mercy today. Don't beat me too badly." His humorous remarks elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. Just then, several disciples from various sects eagerly approached him. "You are Lin Fan? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your name has spread throughout the martial world," exclaimed a young disciple with shining eyes, brimming with admiration. "Lin Hero, I have long admired your reputation and cannot wait to see your prowess at the sacred assembly," another disciple added excitedly. Lin Fan chuckled in response. You flatter me. I am merely fortunate to have a bit of fame. Let us all give our best." His witty words once again sparked laughter among the crowd, as the martial arts sacred assembly commenced. The head of the black cult, Heidada, was the first to speak. "Silence, esteemed martial heroes. Today, we gather for a significant event in our martial world. The victor of this assembly shall be honored with the title of Martial Alliance Leader. Guiding the rivers and lakes, I hope all shall give their utmost and display their skills." With a mechanical chime, the system's task was issued. Lin Fan immediately declared, "System, transmit to my consciousness." The system comprehended and executed directly. Task details. In this martial arts sacred assembly, regardless of the methods the host employs, be it sabotage, disruption, etc., rewards will be determined according to the extent of task completion. Please endeavor and strive, with a time limit until the assembly concludes. Lin Fan then inquired, "System, do you have any insights?" The system replied, "The martial arts sacred assembly lacks detailed competition rules. Thus, you understand what that implies, right?" Lin Fan swiftly darted onto the Thunder platform, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, heed my words. I propose we establish some rules for the competition. The competition rules are as follows. 1. A single elimination format, divided into 2 groups, withdraw lots for matchups, the loser exits. While the winner advances. 2. No drugs or nefarious techniques may be utilized on the platform. Deliberate attacks on vital points are prohibited unless life-threatening. A party concedes, falls off the platform, or loses combat capability for more than 10 breaths is deemed defeated. 3. Should there be no victor after 100 exchanges, the sect leaders and elders shall deliberate the outcome point forward. During the competition, a party that concedes or falls off the platform, or loses combat capability for more than 10 breaths, shall be deemed defeated. Point 5. There shall be judges to determine victory. Each sect leader will select 3 to 5 judges. Point 6. The ultimate winner shall become the Martial Alliance leader, receiving rewards such as secret manuals, weapons, and other grand prizes. Those who perform well shall also be rewarded. What do you all think? The audience below, upon hearing this, voiced their agreement loudly. Lin Fan turned to Heidada. "Master, if you do not agree, then this martial arts sacred assembly will be rendered pointless." Someone beside Heidada gestured to him. Heidada understood and replied, "Very well, we shall proceed according to these rules." Heidada continued, "Everyone, please sign up, and then we will draw lots." After the registration concluded, Heidada announced, "The competition list is as follows. Saintess of Zhixiao Palace, Zhongmiai. Disciple Zhang Pongzi. Disciple Zhang Quang. Saintess of Zhuke Sect. Zhu Phoenix. Disciple Zhu Fenggang. Saint Son of White Tiger Pavilion, by Daho. Daughter by Rupiang. Saint Son of Xuanwu Hall, Xianda. Daughter Xian Feng. Saintess of Biluo Valley, Gu Xuewu. Disciple Gu Yuqing. Saintess of Beautiful Women's Sect, Li Xiaoro. Saint Sun Lin Fan. Disciple Wang Mailing. Saintess of Medicine King Valley, Yao Jiyun. Saintess of Qinglong Sect, Zhou Qingxia. Saintess of Tianji Pavilion, Yao Xuemei. Saint Son of Black Cult, He Wudao. Disciple Wang Erba. The judges selected were, by Zizai, Head of the White Tiger Pavilion, Xuanwu. Head of the Xuanwu Hall, Qin Susu. Leader of the Beautiful Women's Sect, Yao Wang. Head of the Medicine King Valley, Murong Tianji. Head of the Tianji Pavilion. Heidada announced, "Now, let us draw lots." After the draw concluded, the competition officially commenced. The first match featured Zhongmiai, the Saintess of Zhixiao Palace, against Zhu Phoenix, the Saintess of Zhuke Sect. Dressed in a flowing purple gown, Zhongmiai gracefully leapt onto the thunder platform, wielding a long sword and smiled. "Sister Zhu, do take it easy on me today." Zhu Phoenix, clad in fiery red, flicked her long whip and replied playfully. "Sister Z, do not hold back." As the match began, Zhongmiai launched the first attack, her long sword dancing like snowflakes, the sword energy slicing through the air. "Behold my sword," she shouted, her wrist twisting as the sword struck with the speed and ferocity of a striking serpent, sending waves of sword energy slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The sword light flickered like brilliant stars in the night sky, piercing straight towards Zhu Phoenix. Unfazed, Zhu Phoenix deftly sidestepped, moving with the grace of a swift swallow, evading the fierce strike. With a flourish of her whip, she retorted, "Sister, that move is inadequate." The whip seemed to come alive, swirling through the air, its shadow multiplying with the sound of rushing wind. Like a streak of black lightning, it retaliated against Zhongmiai with tremendous force. As the whip passed, the air appeared to tear apart, producing crackling sounds. The audience was instantly captivated by this splendid opening. Each person wide-eyed, fearing they might miss a single moment. An elder in the front row stroked his beard, nodding slightly, his eyes filled with admiration. These two young ladies possess remarkable skills at such a tender age. A nearby youth clenched his fists in excitement, unable to contain himself as he shouted, "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant!" Seeing this, Zhongmiai lightly tapped the ground with her toes, her form soaring high into the air as she spun out several sword flowers. Then, like a celestial maiden descending, she dove down with a fierce sword intent, declaring, "Receive this strike." At that moment, her garments billowed like a fairy, the sword energy surging forth with unstoppable momentum. Each sword flower contained immense power, as if it could pierce the very void. Zhu Phoenix let out a spirited cry, twirling her whip into a tightly woven circle before asserting, "Sister, come at me." The whip danced rapidly, forming an impenetrable circular shield, the tip vibrating swiftly, producing a buzzing sound. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding, the sounds of sword and whip clashing resonating continuously. Each collision erupted in dazzling sparks, akin to a splendid fireworks display. Zhongmiai's sword strikes varied between brute force and cunning precision, while Zhu Phoenix's whip oscillated between strength and flexibility. In an instant, the thunder platform was a whirlwind of sword energy and whip shadows. Leaving the audience in awe, the spectators held their breath, a tense atmosphere enveloping the scene. Some disciples gripped their companions' hands tightly, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Others gaped in disbelief. After an intense exchange, Zhongmiai seized an opportunity, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, unleashing Zixiao Palace's ultimate technique. A brilliant sword energy surged towards Zhu Phoenix, calling out, "Sister Zhu, be cautious." This sword energy blazed forth like an aurora, moving with blinding speed and immense power. Zhu Phoenix, unable to evade in time, felt the edge of her garment graze against the sword energy. Ultimately, Zhongmiai narrowly claimed victory by a hair's breadth. The disciples of Zixiao Palace erupted into cheers, exclaiming, "Saintess is mighty!" Their faces radiated pride and excitement. The disciples of Zhuke sect applauded Zhu Phoenix's splendid performance. One female disciple remarked, "Though the saintess has lost, she is still honorable. It was impressive." Meanwhile, spectators from other sects murmured among themselves, praising the thrilling duel. Next up was the contest between Baidahu, the saint son of the White Tiger Pavilion, and Xianda, the saint son of the Xuanwu Hall. At that moment, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously overhead, weighing heavily upon the assembled crowd. A fierce wind howled, rustling the banners surrounding the martial arena. Below the platform, the crowd surged, the atmosphere tense and heavy. Baidahu, a towering figure akin to a moving mountain, stepped onto the thunder platform, causing it to tremble slightly beneath his weight, as if it might crack under his might. His fists clenched, muscles bulging like hardened rocks, seemingly harboring boundless destructive power. Xianda, however, moved with a steady grace, his demeanor calm as water, his black robe billowing in the wind, adding to his air of mystery and composure. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, remained fixed on Baidahu's every move. As the match commenced, Baidahu charged forth like a ferocious tiger, his fists whistling through the air with ferocity as he roared, "Behold my fists!" His punches cleaved through the atmosphere, exuding an overwhelming pressure that stirred a whirlwind, scattering dust from the ground. Xianda, unfazed, nimbly sidestepped, his footwork fluid, akin to gliding over rippling water, effortlessly calling out, "Is that all you've got?" The air was thick with disdain as his clothing fluttered in the wind, yet remained impeccably in place. Upon witnessing Xuanda evade his ferocious strike, Baidahu could not contain his laughter. "Xuanda, your evasion skills are commendable, but can mere dodging secure victory?" At that moment, the ominous clouds above grew ever more oppressive, and distant thunder rumbled as if to rally for this fierce confrontation. Xuanda, maintaining his composure, smiled in response. "Brother Bai, do not rush. The true contest has only just begun." With that, Xuanda vanished in a flash, like a wraith, swiftly maneuvering behind Baidahu to deliver a powerful palm strike. The gust of his blow was fierce, carrying the force to rend the very storm itself. Before the palm reached him, the wind from it struck Baidahu's back, causing his garments to flap wildly, and the sweat on his back was instantly dried. Baidahu, quick to react, spun around, unleashing a fist that struck with the force of a hammer, resonating with a thunderous clash as palm met fist. Both warriors being pushed back a few steps by the sheer impact. The ground trembled beneath their retreat, raising a cloud of dust that swirled in the wind, reminiscent of the smoke of battle. Their footprints were deeply embedded in the surface, fragments of stone scattering in their wake. A fiercer battle fervor ignited in Baidahu's eyes as he glared fiercely, bellowing, "Xuanda, you have some skill. Now face my next move." His arms bulged with muscle, veins protruding like thick serpents, seemingly brimming with inexhaustible strength. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike howling towards Xuanda like a tempest. Impenetrable and suffocating. Each fist carried the sound of rushing wind, sending raindrops scattering in all directions. Xuanda remained unflustered, his footwork as fluid as a dragon weaving through the 8 trigrams, his form shifting like willow catkins in the breeze. He danced his hands, either striking out like the wind, creating a barrage of palm shadows, each infused with energy that crackled in the air, or transforming his fingers into blades, slicing through the rain with precision. Every maneuver deftly sidestepped Baidahu's attacks while hinting at counterattacks. At that moment, the rain began to pour down in earnest, drenching them, yet their fighting spirit remained undeterred. Baidahu's seemingly unstoppable punches repeatedly met empty air, crashing against nothingness and causing water to splash about, forming hazy mists. "Brother Bai, your strength is formidable, yet striking at shadows is futile," Xuanda remarked with a hint of jest, his tone laced with calm confidence. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on Baidahu's movements. His hair, drenched by the rain, clung to his resolute face, accentuating his determination. Baidahu roared in frustration. Enough with the banter. His attacks grew increasingly ferocious, each blow fueled by his anger and resolve, as though he sought to crush Xuanda with sheer force. His breathing became labored, the hot air he expelled instantly transforming into a white mist in the rain. At that moment, Xuanda seized upon a slight opening in Baidahu's defense, his eyes sharpening like a hawk's. With his left hand morphing into a claw to grasp Baidahu's wrist, his right hand coiled into a fist, launching forth with the swiftness of a lightning strike, accurately impacting Baidahu's shouldered eye in that instant. It felt as though time itself had paused, with only Xuanda's fist surging forward like an unstoppable force. Baidahu winced in pain, stifling a groan but gritting his teeth to press on, launching an even more frenzied assault. Like a wounded beast, he unleashed a more potent force, each strike imbued with a desperate resolve to vanquish Xuanda completely. His garments, soaked with sweat and rain, clung to him, yet nothing could hinder his relentless onslaught. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, neither gaining the upper hand. Each collision sent shivers down the spine. Every technique a testament to strength and skill. The rain intensified, pooling upon the platform, their footfalls splashing water, droplets shattering mid-air from the impact of their strikes. The spectators below were riveted by this spectacular duel. Their expressions tense as they fixated on the arena. Some clenched their fists, palms slick with sweat, silently encouraging their chosen champion, murmuring, "Go for it." Others gasped in awe at the opponent's martial prowess, momentarily forgetting to breathe. As if they themselves were caught in the heat of battle, whispers circulated. "These two are truly evenly matched," one disciple from the White Tiger Pavilion exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement, veins standing out on his forehead. "Indeed, it remains to be seen who will endure to the end," another from the Xuanwu Hall concurred, their eyes glued to the stage, wide with fear of missing any fleeting moment. "I believe Bai Dahu holds the advantage. His strength is simply astonishing, yet Xuanda's agility is unparalleled." "It is difficult to say," came another voice. Amidst the fervent discussions, both Bai Dahu and Xuanda were gasping for breath, their garments drenched, strands of hair plastered to their faces. Yet neither showed any inclination to retreat. Bai Dahu bellowed, "Xuanda, the final move will decide our fates." He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his fists, embodying a volcano on the verge of eruption. The rain around him was repelled by his overwhelming aura, creating a brief sanctuary devoid of water. Xuanda nodded in agreement. "Very well, let it be." He steadied his breath, his gaze resolute, hands forming seals. As his internal energy surged, radiating a faint glow, bracing for this climactic showdown. Both warriors unleashed their full potential, erupting with unprecedented power. In an instant, the platform shimmered with brilliance, shadows of fists and palms intertwining. The rain was flung aside by their potent energies, creating resplendent cascades of water. Ultimately, both collapsed to the ground, utterly spent and unable to rise. After careful deliberation, the referee declared Xuanda the victor by the slenderest of margins. The disciples of the Xuanwu Hall erupted in cheers, while those of the White Tiger Pavilion, though somewhat disheartened, paid their respects to the breathtaking contest. Meanwhile, the duel between the Saintess of Biluo, Gu Shuawu, and the Saintess of Yaowang Valley, Yao Zhiyun, was about to commence. Gu Shuawu glided gracefully onto the platform, her figure elegant like a celestial maiden, clutching a long sword that glimmered with a cool light. Reminiscent of a tranquil autumn stream, she spoke softly. "Sister Yao, it is indeed a privilege for me to spar with you today. I humbly request your guidance." Her voice, melodious as a lark amid verdant willows, exuded clarity and charm, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination and anticipation, a gentle smile gracing her lips like blossoms in spring. Yao Zhiyun, clad in green, with a long sword at her waist, exuded confidence. She smiled slightly in response. "Sister Xuewu, our duel today is a momentous occasion in the martial world. I shall give my all, and you must not hold back." Her eyes shone with spirited resolve, as if awaiting a grand celebration. Yao Zhiyun struck first, her wrist flicking, transforming the long sword into a silver streak, lunging straight for Gu Shuewu's throat. The speed was blinding, akin to lightning cleaving the night sky, as she cried out, "Sister, be careful!" Yet Gu Shuewu remained unperturbed, lightly springing back, gliding away like willow catkins in the wind, effortlessly sidestepping the fierce attack. "Sister, your sword comes swiftly, but I am not afraid," she replied, her tone playful as she spoke. Gu Shuewu deftly flicked her sword, akin to a serpent striking, aiming for Yao Zhiyun's wrist. Yao Zhiyun's reflexes were sharp. She twisted her wrist, parrying the strike with her sword. Clang! The swords clashed, sending forth dazzling sparks. The sound as clear as a bell. Following this, Yao Zhiyun altered her attack, her sword dancing in a flurry, like blooming lotus flowers, advancing towards Gu Shuewu. Each stroke carried the sound of rushing winds. As if to rend the very AI, Gu Shuewu moved gracefully, weaving through the onslaught with ease. Her long sword seemed to possess a life of its own, parrying, thrusting, and slicing, deftly neutralizing each of Yao Zhiyun's assaults. "Sister, your swordplay is truly exquisite. I am in awe," Gu Shuewu remarked as she countered. "Do not be modest, sister. Your techniques are equally unpredictable." "I shall give my utmost," Yao Zhiyun replied, her swordplay intensifying like a tempest, leaving Gu Shuewu no room to breathe. Yet Gu Xuewu remained calm, her gaze focused, meticulously observing for openings in Yao Zhiyun's technique. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Gu Xuewu swung her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed directly at Yao Zhiyun's face. Yao Zhiyun swiftly sidestepped, the energy grazing her cheek and severing a few strands of hair. That was close. Sister, your move is formidable, Yao Zhiyun exclaimed. Gu Xuewu smiled slightly. Be cautious, sister. I have even more powerful techniques. With that, she darted forward like a bolt of lightning, her sword thrusting repeatedly, each strike targeting vital points. Yao Zhiyun, undaunted, steadied her stance, her sword swirling to form a dense curtain of defense, thwarting all of Gu Xuewu's attacks. The swords clashed continuously, creating a rapid succession of metallic echoes that reverberated across the platform. At that moment, the audience below was entranced by the captivating duel, every eye glued to the spectacle. Holding their breath in suspense, some clenched their fists in tension, while others could not help but murmur their admiration. Gu Xuewu's swordplay was nothing short of transcendent, simply magnificent. Yao Zhiyun was no slouch either. The two were indeed evenly matched. After several dozen exchanges, the outcome remained undetermined. Beads of sweat adorned Gu Xuewu's forehead, yet her gaze grew ever more resolute. Yao Zhiyun, panting heavily, still radiated an indomitable spirit. At that moment, Gu Xuewu suddenly altered her footwork, unleashing the exquisite technique of Biluo known as the Lingbo Weibu sword. Her form became ethereal in an instant, making her difficult to track. Yao Zhiyun momentarily faltered, revealing a slight opening. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xuewu thrust her sword like a shooting star, aimed directly at Yao Zhiyun's chest. Yao Zhiyun attempted to defend, but it was already too late. Just as the tip of the sword was about to make contact, Gu Xuewu halted her strike, smiling as she said, "Sister, your little sister has fortuitously won a round." Yao Zhiyun paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, little sister, you are formidable. I concede defeat." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The match featuring Wang Erba of the Black Sect was equally captivating. His opponent was Zhou Qingxia, the saintess of the Qinglong sect. Zhou Qingxia ascended the stage with her long sword in hand, exuding a spirited demeanor, her gaze unwavering as she declared, "Wang Erba, today you shall know the power of righteousness." Clad in flowing azure, she resembled a pristine blue lotus blooming in the wind, noble and untouchable. The long sword in her grip shimmered with a cold gleam, and a faint silhouette of a blue dragon flickered along the blade, as if roaring to showcase its formidable strength. Wang Erba, however, wore a sinister expression, emanating a bizarre aura as he coldly scoffed, "Humph, just you." His narrow eyes glinted with malice, sending chills down one's spine. Dark mist swirled around his hands, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the abyss. Zhou Qingxia wasted no more words and launched her attack first. She moved like lightning, her sword dancing with fierce precision, each strike a constellation of brilliance, aimed directly at Wang Erba's vital points as she shouted, "Behold my sword." Each swing cut through the air with a whistling sound, as if it intended to rend the very atmosphere. The sword's momentum embodied the power of the blue dragon, transforming into a dragon form that clawed toward Wang Erba. Yet Wang Erba remained unfazed, his movements uncanny and ghost-like as he effortlessly evaded Zhou Qingxia's strikes. As her onslaught intensified like a tempest, Wang Erba merely dodged with a sneer of disdain. "Humph, this little skill is insufficient," he taunted. He spotted a tiny flaw in Zhou Qingxia's technique and struck suddenly, a wave of black energy surging from his hands, rushing toward her. This dark energy morphed into countless tendrils that ensnared her. Zhou Qingxia gasped in alarm, hastily raising her sword to defend. However, the dark energy was remarkably eerie, coiling up her sword and sending a chilling sensation through her. With a fierce cry, Zhou Qingxia unleashed her internal energy, dispersing the malevolent force. "Wang Erba, cease this wickedness," she shouted angrily. Wang Erba, undeterred, continued to engage Zhou Qingxia with the bizarre techniques bestowed by that mysterious power. He twirled his hands, the black energy flowing forth to form a shield before him, blocking Zhou Qingxia's relentless swordplay. Though her swordsmanship was exquisite, Wang Erba's techniques were confounding, gradually placing her at a disadvantage. The Qinglong sect disciples below watched anxiously, shouting encouragement for Zhou Qingxia, their faces etched with worry and tension. Fists clenched in frustration as they longed to aid her. Meanwhile, the Black Sect's followers reveled in their triumph, mocking, "The Qinglong sect is hardly impressive." Zhou Qingxia gritted her teeth, mustering a deep breath, and launched another fierce assault. Her swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, each strike imbued with her fury and resolve. The blue dragoness silhouette on her blade solidified, emitting a series of dragon roars. However, the prolonged battle began to take its toll, and her strength waned. Wang Erba seized the moment, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he counterattacked with full force. His hands moved in a frenzy, the dark energy surging again to form a colossal vortex that swept toward Zhou Qingxia. The air filled with the wails of countless tormented spirits. Zhou Qingxia fought valiantly, but ultimately, she was overwhelmed and forced to retreat, stumbling to the edge of the platform. Exhausted, she succumbed to defeat. The disciples of the Qinglong sect sighed in despair, some unable to hold back their tears for their saintess's loss, feeling sorrowful and resentful. The Black Sect rejoiced, celebrating Wang Erba's victory. After rounds of fierce competition, the climactic showdown between Lin Fan and He Wudao finally arrived. On the platform, Lin Fan wore a smile, his eyes imbued with determination. Arms crossed, he casually remarked, "He Wudao, let us engage in a proper contest." He Wudao, however, wore a grim expression, gripping his heavy weapon like a massive hammer. Exuding a fierce aura as he growled, "Lin Fan, today shall mark your downfall." In that moment, He Wudao recalled past encounters with Lin Fan. A sense of frustration welled within him, though he had once been outmatched. He was now at the pinnacle of his strength as a grand martial artist. "I may have lost before, but now, I will not be defeated," he proclaimed. Lin Fan, arms crossed, looked at He Wudao with a grin, teasingly saying, "Oh, He Wudao, you'd best be cautious today, lest you find yourself crying for your mother after I best you. I fear you might even dream of my handsome visage haunting your sleep." He Wudao's eyes widened in fury, brandishing his weapon like a battering ram, charging forth like a tempest, roaring, "Lin Fan, cease your prattle. I shall pummel you until you're toothless." Lin Fan, however, moved with the grace of a cloud, sidestepping with uncanny agility, quipping, "Goodness, your speed is slower than a snail. Are you performing a slow-motion dance for me?" Unable to endure such humiliation, He Wudao lunged again, his ferocity reminiscent of a raging beast. Bellowing, "Lin Fan, you will know my strength." Lin Fan, witnessing this, twirled his sword in a dazzling flourish, executing the Dugu Nine Swords thrust, the tip resembling a serpent striking. He targeted He Wudao's wrist, laughing, "Come now. Let me see what prowess your hammer possesses. I suspect it was scavenged from a child's toy pile." He Wudao barely managed to stabilize his weapon, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Lin Fan, do not rejoice too soon. You will soon have cause to weep." Lin Fan blinked innocently, his expression playful. "I am indeed pleased. What of it? If you have the skill, show me. I am eager to see what tricks you possess." "I hope they aren't mere jests." He Wudao charged once more, and Lin Fan swiftly channeled his internal energy, executing the dragon subduing 18 palms technique, appearing deceptively gentle yet containing immense force that sent He Wudao staggering back a few steps. "Oh dear, He Wudao, have you not eaten enough? You seem so easily toppled. I expected you to last longer, yet this is all you can muster?" Lin Fan teased, shaking his head. Enraged, He Wudao huffed, "You think you're clever? I have yet to unleash my ultimate technique." Lin Fan, hands on his hips, burst into laughter. "Oh, you have an ultimate technique? I suspect it's more of a joke. Don't forget to amuse yourself while fighting." He Wudao, furious beyond measure, unleashed all his power in another frenzied assault. Lin Fan, unperturbed, deftly turned his wrist, the sword slicing through the air like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, employing the Six Meridians sword-s Zhongchong style. An invisible sword aura shot forth from the tip, startling He Wudao into a frantic dodge, nearly causing him to stumble. "Ha ha, He Wudao, your frantic dodging resembles a street rat fleeing a beating. You'd best hurry home and seek your mother's comfort. Lin Fan laughed heartily. He Wudao roared, charging at Lin Fan like a whirlwind, shouting, I'll make you weep and know my might. I'll squash you flat like a crushed mosquito. Lin Fan remained calm, his form flowing like willow in the wind as he effortlessly sidestepped, jesting, Oh dear, your speed is slower than a turtle. I feel I could take several naps before you arrive. Is this a slow-motion replay you're performing? He Wudao, now utterly furious, launched yet another barrage of frenzied attacks, shouting, Lin Fan, if you're brave, don't dodge. Lin Fan chuckled, I shall dodge, indeed. This is called waiting for the weary. Once you're as deflated as a punctured ball, I will easily put you in your place, just like kneading dough. At that moment, the audience reacted in various ways. Zihua Palace Saintess, Zihongmei, frowned slightly, contemplating. This Lin Fan is quite amusing, but poor He Wudao seems terribly humiliated. The disciple Zhang Pongzi of Zixiao Palace widened his eyes in excitement and exclaimed, Brother Lin Fan is truly remarkable. That He Wudao is simply no match for him. Meanwhile, disciple Zhang Kuang wore a tense expression, stating, He Wudao looks quite fierce, yet it seems Brother Lin Fan has consistently held the upper hand, almost as if he is indulging him. Zhu Phoenix, the saintess of the Zhuke sect, smiled lightly, her lips curling upwards, and remarked, This Lin Fan possesses not only eloquence but also extraordinary skills. Bai Dahu, the holy son of the Baihu Pavilion, stood with his arms crossed, intently observing the two combatants on the battlefield, and softly commented, Lin Fan's footwork is indeed exquisite. I wonder which school of thought it originates from. Xianda, the holy son of the Xuanwu Hall, nodded thoughtfully and said gravely, It appears that Lin Fan's strength is exceptional. This competition promises to be captivating. Bai Shuewu, the saintess of Biluo Valley, gazed intently at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity as she pondered. What kind of martial arts allows Lin Fan to corner He Wudao so thoroughly? He Dada, the leader of the Black Sect, clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it! How can that He Wudao be so incompetent? His eyes brimmed with anger and dissatisfaction, clearly displeased with his side's performance. On the other hand, Wang Erba from the mysterious faction wore a somber expression, internally calculating, if Lin Fan triumphs, it will not bode well for me. His furrowed brow revealed his concerns about the current situation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's wives and fathers-in-law harbored their own thoughts. Some cheered him on, while others silently prayed. Qin Susu, the leader of the beauties sect, wore a radiant smile, her eyes gleaming with pride as she softly declared, Lin Fan has never disappointed us. Her tone conveyed unwavering confidence, as if she placed complete trust in Lin Fan. Li Xiao, the saintess of the beauties sect, looked on with concern, her hands clasped tightly as she murmured to herself, My husband will surely prevail. Her expression was a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, clearly worried for Lin Fan's safety. Wang Meiling, the junior sister of the beauties sect, clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed, Hubby is amazing. Her face radiated joy and excitement, thoroughly captivated by Lin Fan's performance. Yao Zhiyun, the saintess of the Medicine King Valley, smirked softly, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes as she remarked, Lin Fan's skills are truly astonishing. Her tone carried a blend of respect and appreciation. Zhou Qingxia, the saintess of the Qinglong sect, joined her hands in prayer, silently wishing, Lin Fan, please give it your all. Her expression was one of nervous focus, clearly hoping for Lin Fan's victory over his opponent. Yao Shumei, the saintess of the Tianji Pavilion, gazed at Lin Fan with gentle eyes and softly stated, I believe in him. Her voice was tender yet resolute, exuding immense confidence in Lin Fan. Lastly, Yao Wang, the leader of the Medicine King Valley, stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, This young man has a boundless future ahead. His eyes reflected recognition and admiration for Lin Fan. The leader of the Qinglong sect wore a serious expression, yet he too acknowledged Lin Fan's performance with respect. The head of the Tianji Pavilion smiled. His eyes filled with anticipation. At this moment, He Wudao was panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his garments as if he had just endured an intense battle in stark contrast. Lin Fan stood effortlessly at his original position, a subtle hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. He Wu Dao abruptly knelt down, pleading with tears, "Brother Lin, Grandpa Lin, can we stop the fight? You know I am no match for you. Please do not toy with me any longer, I concede. Can I just acknowledge you as my elder brother from now on?" Seeing this, He Dada was infuriated, stomping his feet as he shouted, "You spineless waste. Get up this instant!" Clearing his throat, He Dada then announced loudly, "In this match, Lin Fan emerges victorious. The second round of the competition will be held tomorrow at noon. I ask all participants to arrive punctually." Having said that, he turned and left, leaving a crowd murmuring in discussion. Chapter 29. The Martial Arts Holy Assembly, Part 1. The steward of the Black Sect was bustling about, meticulously arranging accommodations for the various sections. At this time, the evening glow painted the sky like a splendid satin, enveloping the entire Black Sect in a breathtaking tapestry of colors. "Disciples of Zishao Palace, please follow me. This courtyard is serene and tranquil, perfectly suited for your rest," the steward said respectfully, guiding the members of Zishao Palace to their designated lodgings. In the courtyard, several ancient trees stood tall and lush, gently swaying in the breeze as if welcoming the new guests. Zi Hongmei slightly nodded, leading the disciples of Zishao Palace to follow the steward into the exquisite courtyard. As they organized their belongings, the disciples whispered among themselves that Lin Fan from the Beauty Sect was simply breathtaking on the arena. "We must intensify our training, or the gap will only widen." Despite their determination to work harder, thoughts of Lin Fan's unfathomable strength left them feeling apprehensive, acutely aware of the challenge ahead. Sisters of the Zhuke sect, this way please. This courtyard is adjacent to the garden, offering a delightful view. The steward promptly led the members of the Zhuke sect to another residence. In the garden, flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, competing for attention as they released delightful fragrances. Zhu Phoenix graciously thanked the steward and led her disciples into the courtyard. The female disciples of the Zhuke sect exchanged whispers that Lin Fan, as the holy son of the Beauty sect, shines brightly on the arena. Even if we train our hardest, we are likely no match for him. Though worry creased their brows, they refused to give up and resolved to train even harder. The members of the Baihu Pavilion were ushered into a spacious and elegant courtyard, with Bai Zizai expressing his satisfaction. "Very nice, very nice. Thank you for your efforts." Gathered together, the disciples of Baihu Pavilion remarked, "Lin Fan from the Beauty sect is too formidable. Even if we progress, it pales in comparison to him." Their expressions were grave, yet they quietly resolved to elevate their own abilities. Outside the courtyard, a clear stream flowed gently, its waters shimmering gold under the glow of the evening sky. The disciples of the Xuanwu Hall were assigned to a quaint and refined courtyard, with Xian De bowing in gratitude. "Thank you," the disciples of the Xuanwu Hall quietly discussed. "As the holy son of the Beauty sect, Lin Fan's strength is so extraordinary. We must put in more effort if we wish to even glimpse his prowess." Yet, deep down, they understood that such hopes were exceedingly slim. Surrounded by verdant mountains and shady trees, the courtyard exuded a sense of tranquility and peace. The members of Biluo Valley were led to a poetically charming abode. Surrounded by lush greenery and a beautiful environment, Jiyu Shuimai addressed her companions. "We all witnessed Lin Fan's performance on the arena. We must not lag too far behind. Let us all train diligently." Though they rallied their spirits, facing Lin Fan's overwhelming strength left them feeling powerless. The disciples of the Beauty sect followed the steward to a cozy and uniquely designed courtyard, with Qin Susu smiling. "Thank you for your hard work." Their hearts brimmed with admiration for their holy son Lin Fan. "Our holy son Lin Fan exudes authority on the arena. We cannot bring shame upon him and must strive to improve our cultivation." However, they also recognized the long journey ahead to match Lin Fan's prowess. The Medicine King Valley, Qinglong sect, Tianji Pavilion, and other sects were likewise accommodated appropriately. As the members of each sect settled into their assigned lodgings, some disciples practiced martial arts in the courtyards, while others recuperated indoors, preparing for the upcoming second round of the competition. Upon returning to his room, Lin Fan immediately engaged in conversation with the system. "System, I find Wang Erba to be highly suspicious. He is likely the mastermind behind this martial arts holy assembly," Lin Fan said, his brow furrowed and expression serious, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Outside the window, The bright moon hung high, casting a cool, silvery glow. The system responded, "Master, I share your sentiment." The peculiar techniques he employed in his duel with Zhou Qingxia are clearly beyond the capabilities of the Black Sect. There must be something amiss behind this. Although this martial arts holy assembly appears to be a fair competition, it is rife with hidden currents and likely fraught with peril. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, and spoke resolutely, "Humph. No matter who is behind this, I will not let them go unpunished for stirring up trouble. But before that, I must strengthen myself to face the unknown dangers ahead." The system concurred, "Master, you have already broken through to the Master Realm, which is a significant advantage. However, you have yet to fully integrate the myriad techniques you have learned. If you can perfectly meld these martial arts and unleash their maximum potential, you will face your enemies with greater composure." Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, responding, "You are right. System, I shall begin the process of fusion immediately." With that, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing. Seeking to calm his mind, he first activated the Zhuyang divine art, and an intense surge of scorching yang energy surged within him, coursing through his meridians like boiling lava, continuously generating power. However, the ferocity of this yang energy proved overwhelming, rampaging through his meridians and causing discomfort. System, I find the yang energy from the Zhuyang divine art too vigorous and difficult to control, Lin Fan said anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The system patiently guided him, "Master, do not rush. Try to channel the inner force of the dragon subduing 18 palms into it. The balance of strength and gentleness in the dragon subduing 18 palms may help harmonize the yang energy of the Zhuyang divine art." Lin Fan, following the system's guidance, gradually summoned the internal energy of the dragon subduing 18 palms. This energy flowed like a spirited dragon, traversing through his meridians. When the internal force of the dragon subduing 18 palms encountered the yang energy of the 9 yang divine art, the two began to clash, causing Lin Fan's body to tremble involuntarily. "This is not good, system. It seems these two types of internal energy are repelling each other." Lin Fan gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. The system calmly analyzed, "Master, hold on. Try to use your will to guide them, allowing them to gradually merge." Lin Fan took a deep breath, focused his mind, and exerted his powerful will to control the conflicting internal energies. After much arduous effort, at last, the internal force of the dragon subduing 18 palms began to intertwine with the yang energy of the 9 yang divine art, gradually fusing together. The previously fierce yang energy softened and became resilient, flowing smoothly through his meridians. "Wonderful, system, it truly works," Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. "Master, do not celebrate too soon. Continue attempting to integrate other techniques," the system reminded. Lin Fan then executed the misty cloud steps, his figure becoming elusive. He seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, moving swiftly within the room. Simultaneously, he infused the fused internal energy into his steps, each movement imbued with formidable power and a vibrant aura. However, soon, issues arose. "System, I feel the flow of internal energy is somewhat sluggish while merging the misty cloud steps," Lin Fan said, brows furrowing in confusion once again. The system analyzed, "Master, it may be due to your inability to grasp the rhythm while running multiple techniques simultaneously. First, slow down, carefully perceive the characteristics and rhythms of each technique, and then gradually merge them." Lin Fan settled his mind and, following the system's advice, adjusted his approach. He slowed the pace of the misty cloud steps, attentively feeling the flow of internal energy through his meridians and its coordination with his movements. After numerous attempts, he finally discerned the underlying patterns. "System, it seems I've found the feeling," Lin Fan said, his tone brimming with anticipation. "Excellent, Master. Maintain this state," the system encouraged. As Lin Fan continued to adjust and harmonize, his figure became increasingly ethereal, seemingly melding with the surrounding environment. Next, he unleashed the sword energy of the 6 Meridians' divine sword from his fingertips. The sword energy howled forth, imbued with a fierce momentum. However, during the merging process, the control of the sword energy faltered. "System, why is controlling this sword energy so challenging?" Lin Fan asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. The system reassured him, Master, do not rush. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword requires precise control of internal energy. First, stabilize your mind and reorganize the flow of your internal energy. Lin Fan steadied himself once more, concentrating intently to feel the energy coursing through his fingertips. After repeated attempts, he gradually mastered the technique of merging the 6 Meridians Divine Sword with the other arts, allowing the sword energy to be released more freely, perfectly coordinating with his movements and the flow of internal energy. System. I believe I've grasped some principles, but it's still not perfect, Lin Fan remarked, though weariness was evident in his voice, his gaze resolute. The system encouraged, Master, you have performed admirably. Keep persevering and refining. I believe you will achieve perfect integration of the techniques you have learned. Lin Fan remained engrossed in his training, continuously exploring and experimenting. At times, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the challenges of merging techniques. At other moments, he beamed with joy at small breakthroughs. Time passed, and Lin Fan's garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, yet he remained oblivious. Wholly absorbed in the fusion of techniques. System. I sense that the transitions between different techniques during integration are still not smooth enough, Lin Fan stated, his voice tinged with fatigue. The system replied, Master, this requires you to perceive the nuances of internal energy changes more delicately, as well as the connection points between different techniques. Lin Fan closed his eyes again, earnestly experiencing the subtleties of each technique. He continually adjusted the distribution of internal energy, optimizing the transitions between the techniques. Finally, after a lengthy and arduous training session, Lin Fan successfully achieved an initial fusion of the 9 Yang Divine Art, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, Misty Cloud Steps, and 6 Meridians Divine Sword. In that moment, Lin Fan felt the internal energy within him converge like a surging river, flowing powerfully yet in an orderly manner through his meridians. The supreme yang force of the 9 Yang Divine Art resembled a blazing sun, while the vigorous internal energy of the Dragon Subduing 18 Palms roared like a tempestuous dragon, intertwining harmoniously with the yang energy, combining strength and gentleness. The agile essence of the Misty Cloud Steps felt like a gentle breeze, skillfully guiding this formidable internal energy as it coursed through his body, making the application of power more flexible and varied. Meanwhile, the sword energy of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword lay hidden within this fused force, sharp and ready to unleash a lethal strike at a moment's notice. System, I did it! Lin Fan exclaimed with exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His voice trembled with emotion, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. Yet he remained oblivious, completely immersed in the joy of his successful fusion. The system also expressed joy. Congratulations, Master. This is a significant breakthrough. Your effort and sweat have finally borne fruit. However, do not relax. You must continue to solidify and refine your progress. Lin Fan took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration, and said, I understand. This is merely the beginning. Although I have achieved initial fusion, I can sense there are still many details to polish and ample room for enhancement. Gradually, Lin Fan rose to his feet, stretching his body, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. He took a light step, instantly vanishing from his original spot, reappearing several paces away, his speed akin to a specter. With a swift gesture, a fierce sword energy shot from his fingertips, directly piercing a stone pillar in the room, yet his figure showed no signs of pause, as if it were all effortlessly executed. System, what unforeseen effects might my fused techniques yield in actual combat? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. The system replied, Master, considering the current level of fusion, your attacks will be swifter and deadlier, and your defenses more unyielding. However, the precise effects will need to be tested and adjusted in real combat. Sensing the formidable power of the fusion within him, Lin Fan confidently declared, I look forward to an imminent battle. To thoroughly validate the might of this fusion, the system cautioned, Master, do not let your guard down. Although the fusion has succeeded, it is essential to approach unknown foes and uncertainties with caution. Lin Fan nodded. Indeed, knowledge gained from books is shallow. True understanding comes from practice. I am eager to test the strength of this fusion. After a brief rest, Lin Fan closed his eyes once more, delving deeper into the insights and organization of his fuse techniques. Preparing more thoroughly for future training and battles, as night gave way to dawn. Everyone awakened from their training, unable to suppress thoughts of whether Lin Fan had become even more formidable. The disciples of the Zhixiao Palace gathered first, their expressions filled with concern and reverence. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. After this night, Lin Fan might have achieved new breakthroughs. The gap between us is likely widening. One disciple said anxiously, and others nodded in agreement, their hearts heavy as if burdened by a massive stone. The female disciples of the Zhuke sect wore expressions of anxiety and unease. With Lin Fan's talent and diligence, he must have advanced significantly. No matter how hard we strive, we may find it difficult to keep up. One senior sister sighed helplessly, and though others were reluctant to concede, they had to acknowledge this harsh reality. The flowers in the courtyard swayed gently in the breeze, seemingly sharing in their plight. The disciples of the White Tiger Pavilion wore serious expressions, their brows furrowed. I wonder if we will have any chance against Lin Fan this time. Someone muttered quietly, and others fell silent, though their anxious eyes betrayed their inner turmoil. The disciples of the Xuanwu Palace remained relatively composed, yet their hearts were similarly unsettled. Though we have been striving to catch up, Lin Fan feels like an insurmountable mountain, leaving us feeling powerless, one senior brother lamented, and everyone silently clenched their fists, vowing not to give up easily. The members of Biluo Valley exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Lin Fan is so powerful. Even if we exert ourselves to the utmost, it might just be like striking a stone with an egg. Jiu Shuawu's expression was grave, and others wore frowns, their morale low. In the valley, mist enveloped the area, creating an ethereal and bewildering aura. The disciples of the beauty sect felt both proud and anxious. Our holy son Lin Fan must have ascended to new heights. Yet we cannot fall behind. Otherwise, how can we be worthy disciples of the beauty sect? Qin Susu inspired everyone, yet deep within, she harbored her own uncertainties. Amidst the complex emotions of the crowd, the chime of the Black Sect's bell resounded. Heralding the commencement of the second match, as the bell's resonance echoed throughout the area, members from various sects departed from their lodgings, hastening towards the competition venue. Along the way, birds chirped joyfully atop the branches, as if celebrating the grand event that was about to unfold. The disciples of Zhixiao Palace donned matching purple robes, their steps synchronized and swift, their expressions grave, a mix of anticipation for the contest and trepidation regarding Lin Fan's prowess. The female disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect resembled a flock of delicate birds, their figures graceful and their garments flowing. Yet their eyes betrayed a sense of tension and unease. The disciples of the White Tiger Pavilion strode with heads held high, exuding an intimidating presence in an attempt to mask their inner apprehension. The disciples from the Xuanwu Hall moved with steady steps, each stride firm and resolute, their countenances solemn as they continuously encouraged themselves. The individuals from Biluo Valley walked in pairs, whispering amongst themselves about the unfolding situation of the match, their words laced with concern over the unknown. The expressions of disciples from other sects varied widely. Some were excited, others anxious, and still others apprehensive. At that moment, the competition site was already teeming with spectators, a cacophony of voices creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the contestants from each sect. Just as the crowd's anticipation mounted and the tension in the air thickened, Lin Fan and the disciples of the beauty sect were conspicuously absent. As seconds turned to minutes, speculation began to circulate. Why hasn't the beauty sect arrived yet? Could it be that Lin Fan encountered a setback in his training? Someone murmured softly. Nonsense. Lin Fan, the Holy Son, possesses exceptional strength. He must be preparing, another quickly retorted. Finally, amidst the anxious waiting of the crowd, Lin Fan appeared, leading the disciples of the beauty sect with a leisurely gait. He exuded an air of calmness and confidence, radiating an intangible aura of authority. The disciples of the beauty sect followed closely behind, their expressions resolute and assured. An uproar erupted in the audience, all eyes converging on Lin Fan, eager to witness his remarkable performance in the second match. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Lin Fan led the disciples of the beauty sect into the arena. Clad in pristine white garments, he walked with a vigorous and steady gait, emanating an indescribable majesty and grace. Behind him, the disciples wore pink skirts, reminiscent of vibrant peach blossoms blooming in spring, moving in perfect unison, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence for Lin Fan. Wow, Lin Fan and the disciples of the beauty sect seem like celestial beings descending from the heavens. A diminutive figure in the crowd exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, just look at their grandeur. This match is bound to be spectacular, a nearby stout man concurred. Lin Fan slightly turned his head, softly advising a disciple beside him. Do not be anxious, simply perform as you do in training. The disciple nodded vigorously, the determination in her eyes intensifying. Another disciple accidentally stepped on her own skirt, wobbling slightly. Lin Fan, quick to react, steadied her with a smile. Encouraging, steady your mind. It's merely a minor misstep. Focus your energy. Oh dear, I feel utterly entranced by Lin Fan's dashing demeanor, a young maiden exclaimed, her hands clasped over her heart, utterly smitten. Don't be too infatuated. Beware of your love rival's jealousy, her friend teased, covering her mouth with laughter. As they entered the arena, thunderous applause erupted, akin to a tempest. Lin Fan raised his hand, and in an instant, silence fell over the crowd. All breaths held in anticipation as they awaited the official commencement of the match. Lin Fan truly possesses an extraordinary presence. Merely a gesture from him silences the crowd. Remarkable, an elderly man remarked. Stroking his beard in genuine admiration, Elder, do you believe they can secure victory? A curious disciple inquired, blinking eagerly. It is difficult to predict, yet given this momentum, there is considerable hope, the elder replied with a slight smile. At that moment, Lin Fan and the beauty sect undoubtedly became the focal point of the entire assembly, poised to lead the martial world into a new era, ready to inscribe a glorious chapter anew. The master of the black sect, Hidatata, confidently ascended the central platform of the arena, his expression solemn as he surveyed the crowd with an authoritative gaze. Heroes of the martial world, silence. His voice resonated like a thunderclap. Instantly quelling the din now, I shall announce the roster for this competition. He paused briefly, retrieving a golden scroll from within his robes. First match. Zhixiao Palace's Saintess, Zhihong Mei, versus Black Sect's disciple, Wang Erba. Upon hearing her name, Zhihong Mei's expression sharpened, and with resolute steps, she approached the arena. Meanwhile, Wang Erba followed with a shadowy countenance, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Second match. Xuanwu Hall's Holy Son, Xuanda, versus Beauty Sect's Holy Son, Lin Fan. The announcement sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. Xuanda took a deep breath, stepping onto the stage with a gaze firmly fixed on the approaching Lin Fan. Lin Fan, wearing a smile, ascended the platform with poise, his graceful demeanor eliciting admiration from the audience below. Third match. Biluo Valley's Saintess, Gu Shuewu, versus Beauty Sect Saintess, Li Xiaoyu. Jiu Shuewu floated in gracefully, her presence ethereal as a fairy. Li Xiaoro matched her confidence, walking onto the stage with her head held high. As they faced each other, sparks seemed to fly from their exchanged glances. Fourth match. Zhixiao Palace's disciple, Zhang Pongzi, versus White Tiger Pavilion's maiden. By rupying, Zhang Pongzi, rotund and panting, clumsily made his way to the stage, while by rupying, athletic and agile, leapt up with an air of disdain directed at Zhang. After announcing the roster, Hidatata proclaimed loudly, "May each contestant showcase their true abilities and bring us a match of unparalleled brilliance." Now, let the first match begin. Chapter 30. The Sacred Gathering of the Martial World, Part 2. The first match features Zhihong Mei against Wang Erba. The host Hidatata declared with fervor. Zhihong Mei, wielding a long sword, nimbly leaped onto the stage, her eyes radiating determination and resolve. Wang Erba, in today's battle, I shall fight for the honor of Zhixiao Palace, she declared boldly. Wang Erba, gripping a pair of black short sticks, wore a sinister grin as he retorted, "Hmph, little girl, do you think you stand a chance?" The gong signaling the start of the match sounded, and Zhihong Mei launched the first attack. Her form was as swift as a swallow. her feet barely touching the surface as she darted forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Her long sword danced through the air, striking fiercely at Wang Erba's vital points, including his throat, heart, and dantian. The wind from her sword whistled sharply, creating a piercing sound. Wang Erba evaded her strike with a sidestep, his movements as agile as the wind. He swung his short sticks with a fierce whoosh, clashing violently with the longsword and producing a tremendous clang, sparks flying like fireworks in the night sky. Zhongmei did not falter. Her wrist twisted with precision, her swordplay growing increasingly ferocious as she shouted, "Wang Erba, you villain! Today, I shall make you pay for your past misdeeds." Wang Erba remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging her attacks while mocking, "Little girl, don't waste your energy. Your skills are hardly enough to warm me up." The spectators' hearts raced, their tension palpable as they watched the fierce battle unfold. "Go, Zhongmei. Wang Erba, don't be too arrogant." Suddenly, Wang Erba changed tactics and took the initiative to attack. His footwork became unpredictable, each step akin to treading on invisible scales. Rhythmically disordered yet cleverly concealed in an instant, he appeared at Zhongmei's left side, sweeping his short stick with a fierce gust of wind that stung her cheek. Zhongmei gasped in shock and shouted, "Wang Erba, do not be so reckless." She quickly leaned back to evade, her hair swirling chaotically in the wind. Just as she steadied herself, Wang Erba's short stick came crashing down from above, roaring, "Let's see how you evade this." The oppressive force bore down on her like a mountain. Gritting her teeth, Zhongmei raised her sword to block, the impact resonating with a deafening crash. She felt her arm go numb, as if her grip might shatter. Exclaiming, "I will not fear you." Immediately, Wang Erba struck with both sticks, one aimed at her chest, declaring, "Embrace your doom." The other swept towards her legs. Zhongmei swiftly sidestepped, retorting, "You won't harm me." The stick narrowly grazed her garment. Tearing a fragment from it, seizing the opportunity, she thrust her sword at Wang Erba's throat, drawing a shallow cut across his neck as he turned his head away in time. Infuriated, Wang Erba spat, "You dare to wound me, little girl!" His attacks grew increasingly ferocious. His short sticks fell like a torrential downpour, overwhelming in their frequency and leaving the audience in a daze. Zhongmei found herself in a desperate struggle. Her garments drenched in sweat, her breaths growing quick and labored. Yet her gaze remained resolute. With her long sword raised, she cried, "I will persevere until the end," in an attempt to seize a fleeting opportunity for retaliation. The atmosphere in the arena grew unbearably tense, punctuated only by the sharp clashing of weapons and the heavy breaths of the two combatants. Wang Erba, with a glint of fierce determination in his eyes, seized a moment to strike. He swung his short staff with great force, aiming directly at Zhongmei's wrist. The staff sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh, moving with the speed of lightning. Zhongmei gasped in pain, involuntarily crying out as her longsword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Seizing the chance, Wang Erba delivered a powerful kick to Zhongmei's abdomen, the impact formidable. With a pained scream, Zhongmei's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Wang Erba, reveling in his triumph, laughed boastfully, "With such meager skills, how dare you challenge me? You are utterly overestimating yourself." Zhongmei, her face a mask of agony and defiance, pushed herself up with trembling hands, struggling to rise as she proclaimed, "Wang Erba, I shall not forget this defeat today. I will seek retribution in due time." Wang Erba scoffed dismissively, "Humph, wait until you possess the capability to do so." Ultimately, through sheer willpower, Zhongmei managed to stand, though her body swayed precariously. She cast a forlorn glance at the spectators below before slowly descending the platform, eliciting a collective sigh from the audience. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan recognized Zhongmei's need for assistance in healing her wounds. He turned to Yaoxian, softly requesting, "Yaoxian, please retrieve the healing elixir. I wish for Zhongmei to take one." Yaoxian nodded, producing a small jade vial from her garments and handing it to Lin Fan. He accepted the vial, gently uncapping it, and a rich aroma of the elixir wafted toward him. He poured out a single pill, cautiously offering it to Zhongmei. Sahongmiai looked at the elixir with a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. She extended her hand to take the pill and slowly placed it in her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, it dissolved, becoming a warm flow that coursed through her body. Sahongmiai felt her injuries healing swiftly, her pallid complexion gradually regaining its color. She glanced at Lin Fan with heartfelt appreciation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had a multitude of sentiments to convey, yet all that escaped her lips was a soft sigh. Closing her eyes gently, she began to channel her cultivated energy to expedite the absorption of the elixir and maximize its restorative properties. As her technique unfolded, a violet radiance enveloped Sahongmiai, emanating a powerful aura that resonated throughout the arena. The spectators sensed the shift in her energy, their expressions morphing into astonishment. They understood that Sahongmiai was leveraging the elixir's power to break through her cultivation bottleneck, embarking on a perilous yet arduous endeavor. Simultaneously, the second match was set to commence. Xuanda stood upon the platform with a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, cautious and alert. He was acutely aware of Lin Fan's formidable strength, recognizing that this match would present a significant challenge. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, his resolve solidified. He intended to prove himself, to display his prowess and determination to all. The second match features Xuanda against Lin Fan, announced the host, Hidadada, his voice booming through the AI art. As the words resonated, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited contest. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, Xuanda declared solemnly, Lin Fan, your capabilities are enigmatic, but I shall not yield easily. I will fight with every ounce of my strength. His body tensed, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. Lin Fan, however, replied with a playful grin. Xuanda, no need to be so tense. Let us approach this as a friendly sparring match, shall we? With his hands casually clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of relaxed confidence. Xuanda gritted his teeth, insisting, Lin Fan, do not underestimate me. I shall not hold back due to your scorn. This match will be my chance to demonstrate my strength. With that, he let out a fierce roar and lunged forward. Fists raised like a tiger leaping from the mountains, unleashing a torrent of blows that stirred up dust in the arena. Lin Fan merely smirked, deftly sidestepping the onslaught while teasing, Xuanda, your punches are so soft. It feels like you're merely tickling me. Have you not had enough to eat? His expression brimmed with mockery and disdain, as if viewing the duel as nothing more than a game. Xuanda's face flushed with anger at Lin Fan's taunt, his already fierce punches intensifying as he growled, Lin Fan, do not be arrogant. Behold my technique. Veins bulged on his forehead as he poured all his might into each strike, attempting to suppress Lin Fan with overwhelming force. Yet, the onlookers could no longer contain their laughter at Xuanda's increasingly comical predicament. Ha ha, Lin Fan is quite the trickster. One spectator chuckled. Indeed, Xuanda is on the verge of losing his temper. Another added, stifling laughter behind their hand. Hearing the laughter, Xuanda's anxiety escalated, causing his techniques to falter. Lin Fan, seizing the opportunity, gently extended his palm. This seemingly delicate gesture, akin to a breeze, concealed an immense power within, and the force of his strike whistled through the air like a tempest. Xuanda had no time to evade, and was struck squarely by the blow, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily upon the ground with a resounding thud that stirred a cloud of dust. Lin Fan approached, extending a hand to help Xuanda up, smiling warmly, do not be disheartened, Xuanda. We still have opportunities to exchange martial skills. His smile radiated sincerity and kindness. Xuanda, shaking his head in resignation, descended from the platform, exhaustion and disappointment evident in his demeanor. Yet there lingered a glimmer of hope for the future as he departed. The audience erupted into fervent applause, honoring Xuanda's valiant efforts and expressing their admiration. The third match features Gu Xuewu against Li Xiaoro. The host, Hidadada, proclaimed with vigor, Ji Xuewu, wielding a vibrant green whip, gracefully ascended the stage. Her figure swayed with elegance, reminiscent of a willow dancing in the breeze. With a smile in her captivating eyes, she addressed her opponent, Sister Xiaoro, May we both perform to our utmost potential in today's contest. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, enchanting those who heard it. With a delicate flick of her wrist, she sent the whip arcing through the air, a beautiful green ribbon trailing behind. The tip quivered. As though infused with a lively spirit, embodying a vibrant essence, Xiao, gripping her short sword with fierce determination, replied, "Though we may refer to each other as sisters, I will hold nothing back in this arena." She raised her sword defensively, its blade shimmering with a dazzling light, stepping forward slightly to lower her center of gravity. Jiu Shuawu smiled softly. "Sister Xiao, that is splendid. Let us engage fully and compete to our heart's content." Her smile radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze, yet her eyes sparkled with seriousness as she prepared to strike. Xiao initiated the assault, her movements swift as lightning, the short sword darting toward Gu Shuawu with incredible speed, accompanied by a sharp whoosh that sliced through the air, pressing toward Gu Shuawu's heart. Unfazed, Gu Shuawu deftly twirled her wrist, the whip snapping with a sharp crack, expertly deflecting the sword's trajectory. "Sister Xiao, you shall find this no challenge for me," she declared with a light laugh. With an air of composure, Gu Shuawu retreated gracefully, her footsteps as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. The arena became a flurry of whip and sword, the wind howling as they intertwined. Jiu Shuawu's whip danced like a serpent, rising and striking with fierce precision, each movement accompanied by the sound of slicing air. She would elevate the whip high before bringing it down with a sharp crack, or pivoting her wrist to send it darting toward Li Xiao at unexpected angles. Li Xiao's short sword flickered like stars. Her strikes rapid and relentless, constantly shifting angles. She would block with her sword, thrusting and stepping quickly to evade, her agility on full display. Seizing an opening, Gu Shuawu's eyes sharpened. With a swift motion, the whip coiled around Li Xiao's sword with pinpoint accuracy. With a playful smirk, she said, "Sister Xiao, do be cautious." Li Xiao strained to break free, twisting her wrist in an attempt to escape the whip's grasp while swiftly retreating her right foot. However, Gu Shuawu did not relent. Instead, she pulled firmly, utilizing Li Xiao's own momentum against her. Li Xiao lost her balance, staggering forward. In that fleeting moment, Gu Shuawu lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that struck Li Xiao with the force of a gale. Taken by surprise, Li Xiao was unable to evade, and with a resounding thud, she fell to the ground. Jiu Shuawu immediately softened her stance, a hint of remorse crossing her features as she gently said, "Sister Xiao, I apologize. I could not restrain my foot. I hope you forgive me." Her gaze was filled with concern and apology as she hurriedly extended her hand to assist Li Xiao. Li Xiao gritted her teeth, pushed herself off the ground with both hands, and swiftly rose to her feet. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, straightened her attire, and, looking at Gu Shuawu, smiled and said, "Sister Shuawu, you truly are formidable. I concede with utmost respect." After speaking, she walked down the platform with composure and returned to her position. The fourth match features Zhang Pengzi against Bai Rupiang. The announcer, He Dada, proclaimed loudly. The sun blazed overhead, casting a golden hue upon the arena. Zhang Pengzi lumbered onto the stage, bearing a massive axe, panting heavily. His steps weighted. His rotund body resembled a small hill, his face drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down his cheeks and splattering onto the heated ground, instantly evaporating into wisps of smoke. Glaring at the poised Bai Rupiang across from him, he declared, "Miss Bai, today, Zhang Pengzi will not show you any mercy." Bai Rupiang, wielding a long sword, moved with grace, her eyes glinting with disdain as she smirked. "Pengzi, do you really think you can defeat me with that clumsy form?" A gentle breeze stirred her hair, enhancing her liveliness. The strands danced lightly, as if cheering for the impending battle. Zhang Pengzi, incensed, widened his eyes and roared, charging forward with his axe swinging. The weapon, though heavy, felt as light as a feather in his hands. The axe cut through the air, creating a howling wind, as if it could cleave everything in its path in two. Bai Rupiang, however, remained unperturbed, nimbly evading his strikes like a butterfly in flight. With the slightest touch of her toes on the ground, she traced an elegant arc in the air, while her sword darted towards Zhang Pengzi's arm like a venomous snake. Zhang Pengzi hastily parried with his axe, the clash resonating loudly, sending a jolt through his arm as the axe nearly slipped from his grasp. A gasp rippled through the crowd below, dust swirling around them, creating a hazy veil. "Miss Bai, you indeed possess remarkable skills." Zhang Pengzi gritted his teeth, his flesh quivering from the exertion, every muscle taut, showcasing his determination. "Pengzi, is this all you can muster?" Bai Rupiang taunted, her eyes filled with contempt. As she deftly dodged Zhang Pengzi's onslaught once more, her movements were light and agile, reminiscent of gliding over ice, devoid of any clumsiness. Nearby birds were startled by the tense atmosphere, fluttering away in fright. Zhang Pengzi steadied himself and launched another attack. Gripping the axe tightly, he summoned all his strength, the veins in his arms bulging like squirming earthworms. He swung the axe down towards Bai Rupiang's head, the air seeming to tear apart under the weight of his blow. Emitting a low howl, Bai Rupiang sidestepped gracefully, her movements as swift as a cat, retaliating with a thrust of her sword aimed at Zhang Pengzi's back. Reacting quickly, Zhang Pengzi spun around to defend himself, the axe and sword clashing once more, producing a shrill metallic sound, sparks flying like fireworks in the night sky. Above, a few white clouds drifted by. Yet they did nothing to alleviate the tense atmosphere. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. Zhang Pengzi's every strike was powerful and forceful, but his bulk gradually slowed him down. Sweat poured down him like a waterfall, soaking his clothes which clung tightly to his form, accentuating his rotund silhouette in contrast. Bai Rupiang maintained the advantage with her agile physique and swift swordplay. Her gaze remained resolute, each thrust precise and decisive. The leaves surrounding the arena rustled in the wind generated by their fierce exchanges, fluttering down like a green rain. Seizing an opportunity, Bai Rupiang capitalized on Zhang Pengzi's momentary misstep. With a swift movement, she darted forward, her wrist flicking, her sword transforming into a streak of cold light as it pierced his shoulder. Zhang Pengzi let out a pained cry, the axe clattering to the ground as he clutched his injured shoulder. His face pale and lips trembling, Bai Rupiang smiled and said, "Pengzi, you have lost." Zhang Pengzi, resigned, shook his head and gasped, "Miss Bai, I am indeed outmatched. I humbly concede." With that, he trudged off the platform. The crowd erupted into a mix of lament and applause, some expressing regret for Zhang Pengzi's defeat, while others cheered for Bai Rupiang's victory, their faces alight with excitement. Chapter 31. The Martial Arts Assembly, Part 2. Hideta stood solemnly at the center of the arena, his voice booming and clear. "After an intense competition, I now announce the match between the beautiful sect's holy son, Lin Fan, and Gu Xuewu." The audience erupted in fervor, their gazes fixated on the soon-to-be competitors. Lin Fan and Gu Xuewu. Wang Erba stood below the stage, his countenance dark as he glared at Lin Fan, contemplating to himself, "This Lin Fan has surprisingly reached the level of a master. Truly formidable. While I have toiled endlessly to reach this stage, he has accomplished it at such a young age. I cannot help but feel a complex mix of envy and fear." Lin Fan ascended the platform with a smile, his movements graceful, dressed in flowing white robes, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The audience erupted into cheers upon his appearance. "Look, it's Lin Fan. He is sure to win. The Holy Son is remarkably handsome. This match will undoubtedly be thrilling." Gu Xuewu also gracefully leapt onto the stage, wielding a long whip, her gaze fixed firmly on Lin Fan. Lin Fan crossed his arms, a playful grin gracing his lips as he said, "Miss Gu, I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is indeed an honor for me to spar with you today." Gu Xuewu frowned slightly and replied, "Holy Son Lin Fan, do not underestimate me. I shall give my all." As the bell signaling the start of the match rang, Gu Xuewu called out, "Prepare yourself." Her figure darted forward like a swallow, her toes barely grazing the ground as she surged ahead. With a swift flick of her wrist, the long whip lashed out like a serpent, hissing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's face with the force of a thunderclap. Lin Fan, however, remained unfazed, his steps light and agile as he dodged the fierce strike effortlessly. His form was ethereal, the fabric of his attire billowing in the wind, and he teased, "Miss Gu, that speed is hardly sufficient." Gu Shuewu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she retorted, "Lin Fan, do not be arrogant." With another push off the ground, she leapt into the air like a delicate butterfly, her whip swirling above her, resembling a mighty dragon as it descended upon Lin Fan with overwhelming force. The whip sliced through the air, a fierce wind trailing behind it, threatening to rip through the fabric of reality. Lin Fan smirked, replying, "Miss Gu, do unleash your full arsenal." His form whirled like a tempest. Moving at such speed that it dazzled the eyes, he weaved effortlessly through the gaps in the whip's trajectory, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Each evasion was impeccably timed, appearing perilous yet executed with ease. Gu Shuewu's heart raced, her teeth clenched. She spun rapidly, her whip dancing in her hands, creating an impenetrable net that ensnared Lin Fan from all sides. The whip net resembled a celestial trap, leaving nowhere for him to escape. Seeing this, Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Miss Gu, this technique is quite intriguing." With a powerful leap, he soared high into the air, his form twisting gracefully like a drifting cloud. Jiu Shuewu seized the opportunity to whip her long weapon, chasing after the airborne Lin Fan, exclaiming, "We shall see where you hide." The whip followed him relentlessly, its fierce momentum palpable. Yet, as Lin Fan descended, he lightly tapped the whip's body with his toes, using it to propel himself backward once more. A relaxed smile adorned his face as he quipped, "Miss Gu, your whip is indeed splendid, but it is just a tad slow." Jiu Shuewu, incensed, shot back, "Lin Fan, you rely on mere flattery. Let me show you the consequences." The audience watched in awe, astonished by Lin Fan's skill. The Holy Sun was impressively adept. Gu Shuewu's attacks barely grazed him. "Indeed, it seems this match holds no suspense," they murmured. Jiu Shuewu, realizing her strikes were ineffective, felt a twinge of anxiety. Gritting her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, she declared, "Lin Fan, I will not concede easily." With renewed vigor, she called out once more, channeling all her strength. The whip crackled in the air, its power intensifying. Her body trembled slightly as the whip transformed into countless sharp shadows, raining down upon Lin Fan with blinding speed. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. His body moved like lightning, instantly appearing behind Gu Shuewu. Saying, "Miss Gu, be cautious." Jiu Shuewu, startled, quickly turned to respond, her expression filled with surprise and tension. Lin Fan grinned, "Miss Gu, watch out." With a gentle yet powerful palm strike, seemingly casual, yet infused with immense internal energy, he unleashed a gust of wind that roared like a tempest. Gu Shuewu attempted to evade but was caught off guard, stumbling backward from the force of the blow. She staggered, nearly losing her balance, as gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. "Oh no, is Gu Shuewu about to lose?" The Holy Sun Lin Fan is indeed formidable. That strike was astonishing. Gu Shuewu steadied herself, a look of determination etched upon her face. Her breath quickened, yet her gaze remained resolute as she declared, "Indeed, Lin Fan, the Holy Sun, is formidable. However, I shall not concede easily." Lin Fan nodded appreciatively and replied, "Miss Gu, your courage is truly admirable. Let us continue." Once more, Gu Shuewu launched her assault, her whip dancing through the air with vigor. With each strike, she poured all her strength into the attack, leaving a flurry of afterimages in its wake. Yet, Lin Fan effortlessly evaded her every move, his movements flowing like water, occasionally lightening the tense atmosphere with playful banter. Just as the spectators anticipated a protracted battle, Lin Fan seized upon a flaw in Gu Shuewu's defense. In a flash, he appeared before her like a wraith. With a gentle touch of his finger, a surge of powerful inner force erupted forth, causing the whip in Gu Shuewu's grasp to slip from her fingers. The whip flew through the air, tracing an arc of motion. Jiu Shuewu's expression changed as she realized her defeat. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Miss Gu, I am honored." Jiu Shuewu lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she softly confessed, "Holy Sun Lin Fan, your prowess has left me in awe. I cannot fathom when it was that your figure became so deeply imprinted upon my heart. The scenery of Biluo Valley is enchanting. After the martial arts sacred assembly concludes, Might you accompany me there as my esteemed guest? Allowing me to extend my hospitality? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, You flatter me. Miss Gut would indeed be an honor to visit Biluo Valley. At that moment, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with excitement. Surprised by Gu Shuewu's sentiments towards Lin Fan, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Holy Sun, Lin Fan wins. What an extraordinary display. Gu Shuewu smiled wryly. Lin Fan, your strength is truly formidable. I concede with grace. Lin Fan approached and helped Gu Shuewu to her feet, saying, You are also quite impressive, Miss Gu. I look forward to our next spar. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's companions and father-in-law in the audience wore expressions of satisfaction. Qin Susu remarked with a smile, I knew Fanner would prevail. Li Xiaoro beamed with pride. Of course, my husband's strength is unparalleled. The leader of Yaoang Valley stroked his beard, saying, This Lin Fan truly brings us honor. The leaders of Qinglong sect and Tianji Pavilion nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. As Lin Fan descended the stage amidst the cheers, he was acutely aware that, despite his effortless victory, the path of martial arts was an endless journey. Next up, Wang Erba faced Bai Rupiang, who stood firmly in the center of the stage, his voice booming and clear. The audience erupted into lively chatter, their gazes fixated on the arena. Wang Erba grasped a pair of black short sticks. Stepping onto the stage with an ominous demeanor, his eyes brimming with ferocity, as if he intended to devour everything in sight. Bai Rupiang, wielding a long sword, stood across from him with an air of grace and fearlessness, akin to a plum blossom standing proud amidst the frost. Wang Erba spoke first, sneering, Little girl, it's your misfortune to encounter me. Bai Rupiang arched an eyebrow in response, Humph, who knows who will win or lose? As the bell for battle rang, Wang Erba launched a sudden attack, his short sticks striking like a dragon unleashed, howling towards Bai Rupiang with a fierce gust, as if to rend the very air. Bai Rupiang nimbly dodged, her movements as light as a flying swallow. She thrust her sword toward Wang Erba's waist, the blade gleaming with lethal intent. Wang Erba reacted swiftly, blocking with a resounding clang as metal clashed. The sound echoing loudly, he grinned maliciously, revealing a fearsome expression, You have some skill, but it ends there. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, the battle quickly escalating to dozens of moves. Wang Erba's short sticks moved in a relentless flurry, each strike infused with tremendous force, as if seeking to crush Bai Rupiang. Yet, Bai Rupiang countered with her agile footwork and exquisite swordplay, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she clenched her teeth. Refusing to yield, the crowd watched in tense anticipation, their hearts in their throats. They clenched their fists, cheering for Bai Rupiang. Go, Bai Rupiang. Don't let that rogue prevail. However, Wang Erba, with his profound skills and extensive experience, gradually gained the upper hand. His short sticks assailed Bai Rupiang like a tempest, an unrelenting barrage that left her gasping for breath. Bai Rupiang struggled to keep pace, her steps becoming erratic as sweat poured down her forehead. At that moment, a voice murmured from the audience, Why are Wang Erba's moves so peculiar? I've never seen anything like it. Another chimed in, Indeed. His technique seemed to harbor an ominous nature. Lin Fan stood among the spectators, deep in thought that he recognized that Bai Rupiang's abilities should not allow for such glaring vulnerabilities. Determined to assist, he turned to the system for guidance. System, do you believe Bai Rupiang still has a chance? He inquired softly. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Host, the current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for Bai Rupiang. Wang Erba is powerful and cunning. Given the present circumstances, her victory appears quite difficult. Hearing this, Lin Fan clenched his teeth, fully aware of the significance of this battle for Bai Rupiang. She not only represented her own honor, but also bore the expectations of her entire family. The consequences of defeat would be dire. What is Wang Erba's true identity? He exudes an air of mystery, Lin Fan pondered aloud. The system replied, My analysis suggests that Wang Erba may be related to a shadowy force. Caution is advised, however, specifics remain unclear and require further investigation. Lin Fan nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. This match was no longer merely a contest of martial prowess, it potentially concealed deeper conspiracies. On the stage, Bai Rupiang gritted her teeth, continuing to resist. Yet Wang Erba's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious. His short stick struck with the force of thunder, each blow imbued with lethal intent. Wang Erba laughed triumphantly. "Little girl, surrender gracefully," Bai Rupiang retorted fiercely. "Not a chance." Yet, the disparity in strength proved overwhelming. Wang Erba seized the moment, delivering a devastating blow to Bai Rupiang's leg. She could no longer withstand the force and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Wang Erba cackled arrogantly. "With such meager skills, you dared to challenge me." The crowd sighed collectively, their faces etched with disappointment and anger. Some voiced their outrage. Wang Erba's victory is hardly honorable. There must be something sinister at play. Bai Rupiang, filled with determination, struggled to rise but stumbled again. Just then, a figure leaped onto the stage like a flash of lightning, landing steadily beside Bai Rupiang. It was Lin Fan. He supported the faltering Bai Rupiang, gently saying, "Miss Bai, do not push yourself any further." He carefully led her to a secluded corner off the stage. Reaching into his robe to retrieve a small, exquisite porcelain vial, Lin Fan gently twisted the cap open, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. He softly assured Bai Rupiang, "Miss Bai, this is a special elixir I have prepared. It will greatly aid your recovery. Please take it promptly." Bai Rupiang gazed at Lin Fan with gratitude, accepting the elixir with her delicate hand and swallowing it without hesitation. Subsequently, Lin Fan placed his palms against her back, gradually channeling a warm inner force into her. He meticulously guided the energy through her body, helping to unblock her meridians and alleviate her pain. After a moment, Bai Rupiang's pallid complexion began to regain its color, and her breath steadied. She whispered her thanks. "Thank you, young Master Lin Fan, for your assistance." Lin Fan smiled slightly, replying, "There's no need for such formality, Miss Bai. Focus on your recovery." Together, Lin Fan and Bai Rupiang descended the stage, returning to their respective seats. At this moment, the audience buzzed with hushed conversations, marveling at Lin Fan's agility while expressing concern for Bai Rupiang's condition. "Wang Erba is truly formidable. I wonder who can possibly contend with him next," they lamented. "Indeed, his ruthlessness is alarming, and his background remains a mystery." Others echoed. Point one remarked, "I believe only Lin Fan can stand against him. Perhaps he is a master trained in some dark arts." The crowd nodded in agreement. Their curiosity and anticipation for this conjecture grew. Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation, pondering the challenges that lay ahead. He understood well that to face such formidable foes, he must be thoroughly prepared. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the imposing figure of Haida, bestowing upon him an air of authority. Standing gravely in the center of the arena, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Esteemed heroes of the martial world, we are about to commence the final duel of our illustrious martial arts assembly, Lin Fan versus Wang Erba." Before his words had fully settled, the audience erupted in excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they turned their gaze toward the arena. At that moment, Lin Fan ascended the stage with deliberate grace. Tall and slender, he donned a flowing white robe that billowed elegantly in the breeze. His countenance was serene, his demeanor composed, and each step he took resonated with a quiet strength, as if he were imbued with boundless power. As he approached, an invisible aura of pressure emanated from him, instilling a sense of reverence among those present. Simultaneously, Wang Erba made his entrance onto the stage, a sinister grin etched across his face, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. Gripping a black short staff tightly in his hand, his fingers turned pale from exertion. He fixed a malevolent stare upon Lin Fan, his gaze brimming with malice, as if he yearned to consume him whole. Wang Erba was the first to speak. "Lin Fan, today marks your demise. I shall make you aware of the consequences of crossing me." Lin Fan's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone calm yet resolute. "Wang Erba, your nefarious deeds cannot escape the judgment of heaven. Today is your reckoning." Chapter 32. The spectacular duel of Lin Fan and Wang Erba. Lin Fan continued. "Let me tell you, Wang Erba, I have slain him. Heh heh." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Erba's expression darkened, his countenance akin to that of a stormy sky, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. Teeth grinding audibly, with a snarl, he declared, "You dare to kill Wang Erba? I will ensure that you pay with blood for your transgressions, tearing your body into shreds and subjecting you to endless agony. Lin Fan's gaze ignited with intensity, his eyes piercing like twin swords that could penetrate all. He proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Humph! You villains, wreaking havoc and devoid of conscience, endangering the martial world. Your end is nigh. My 9 veins divine sword shall utterly vanquish you, ridding the world of your evil." In the audience, Lin Fan's wives and companions were all tense yet filled with anticipation. The beautiful sect leader, Qin Su Su, clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, silently reflecting. Fan Er will surely emerge victorious. He is ever righteous and possesses unparalleled skill. He shall not fall to such a wretched scoundrel. The beautiful sect maiden, Li Xiaoro, gazed at Lin Fan with wide, worried eyes, her heart racing. The younger sister, Wang Mei Ling, bit her lip until it nearly bled, silently praying for Lin Fan's safety. The holy maiden of the Medicine King Valley, Yao Zhiyun, furrowed her brow, her focus unwavering, as if she aimed to capture every detail of the battle on stage. The holy maiden of the Azure Dragon sect, Zhou Qingxia, and the holy maiden of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, Yao Xuanmei, wore expressions of concern, their breaths growing rapid with anxiety. Wang Erba shouted furiously, "You are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe you can take my life? Do you comprehend the might of the forces backing me? They are beyond your wildest imaginings, a mysterious organization filled with countless masters, their power capable of making the entire martial world tremble." Lin Fan chuckled derisively, his laughter laced with disdain. "No matter how vast or dark your forces may be, I, Lin Fan, walk the righteous path and fear no threat. My 9 yang divine art embodies the purest strength in existence. It is the natural nemesis of your sinister techniques." At that moment, Lin Fan's fathers-in-law also fixated their gazes upon the arena. Their expressions varied. The leader of the Medicine King Valley, Yao Wang, stroked his beard, his eyes resolute and profound, filled with unwavering trust in Lin Fan. This young man is extraordinarily gifted and steadfast. He shall conquer this wicked fiend. The Azure Dragon sect's leader crossed his arms, his expression grave, emanating an air of authority as he silently encouraged Lin Fan. He understood that this battle would not be easy for Lin Fan. Yet he believed in his capability to face the challenge. Meanwhile, the head of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He had faith in Lin Fan's extraordinary strength and intellect, confident that he would navigate this daunting situation adeptly. However, Wang Erba cackled menacingly, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan as he gritted his teeth. "Lin Fan, you are merely courting death. Once I subdue you, you shall suffer torment beyond imagination, wishing only for death while being unable to attain it. You will rue the day you crossed me with that." Wang Erba raised his black short staff high, enveloped in a shroud of dark purple energy. The purple aura twisted and coiled like venomous serpents around the staff, hissing ominously, as if declaring its terrifying power to the world. He then unleashed a thunderous strike aimed at Lin Fan's head, the staff slicing through the air, trailing a series of ghostly purple shadows, emitting a shrill, piercing whistle as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the heavens. Lin Fan snorted dismissively, his form shifting like a wraith as he gracefully glided to the left, employing the ethereal technique of his micro-cloud divine steps, his movements light and agile, as wisps of white mist rose beneath his feet, akin to a celestial being effortlessly evading this lethal blow. Lin Fan regarded Wang Erba with a scornful smile, his eyes betraying a hint of contempt and mockery. He scoffed, "Humph, Wang Erba, do you truly believe that your meager abilities can harm me? My micro-cloud divine steps are boundless in transformation, far beyond your grasp." With that, he vanished from sight once more. Wang Erba, enraged by his failed attack, felt his features contort with fury, his eyes igniting with rage as he bellowed at Lin Fan. "If you possess courage, do not evade. Face me head-on. What kind of hero hides like a coward?" His voice was filled with frustration and indignation, as if he sought to unleash all his pent-up fury. Yet, Lin Fan remained unfazed by Wang Erba's taunts. A faint smile lingered on his lips, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. He knew that this battle could not merely rely on evasion. He needed to find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Erba. Thus, he began his proactive assault, utilizing the agility of his micro-cloud divine steps to circle behind Wang Erba, searching for an opening. Wang Erba, elated by Lin Fan's initiative, swiftly turned, brandishing his weapon and lunging at Lin Fan. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their figures intertwining in the air, blades flashing as they exchanged sharp, resonant strikes. The onlookers held their breath, their gazes fixated on the unfolding battle, silently praying that Lin Fan would triumph over Wang Erba and avenge their grievances. Meanwhile, those who supported Wang Erba cursed Lin Fan in their hearts, hoping for his swift defeat. Lin Fan, unperturbed, remarked, "Do you think I fear you? Your techniques are so clumsy, they hardly warrant my direct confrontation. I have yet to unleash the techniques of my elemental spirit shadow 8 extremities, and you are already in such disarray." The holy maiden of the Vermilion Bird sect, Zhu Phoenix, appeared tense, her hands clutching the hem of her garment, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Disciple Zhu Fenggang could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Hero Lin, press on, defeat this villain decisively." Wang Erba, increasingly frenzied, propelled himself off the ground with great force. Soaring into the air like a ferocious eagle diving for its prey, that moment, the purple aura enveloping his staff intensified. Swirling ominously as if seeking to devour all, he swung the staff down with tremendous force. Bellowing, "Die! Today marks your end." Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, activating the wind motion form of his micro-cloud divine steps. His body seemed to be lifted by a gentle breeze, leaving behind ethereal traces of azure wind that danced like ribbons. He gracefully retreated, artfully evading the brutal strike with perfect timing, taunting, "Is this all you can muster? My comprehensive martial arts are not something a lowly scoundrel like you can withstand." The holy son of the White Tiger Pavilion, Baidahu, furrowed his brow, anxious for Lin Fan's safety. The daughter, Bai Ru Ping, clasped her hands together, silently praying, "Young Master Lin, may you remain safe." Wang Erba roared, "Lin Fan, do not be so arrogant. Behold my dark storm." With a fierce cry, he thrust the black short staff into the ground, unleashing a swirling black vortex centered around it. The vortex writhed like countless black dragons in a frenzied dance. Kicking up dust and chaos in its wake, he sneered, "Lin Fan, experience my dark storm, witness my invincible power." Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, swiftly channeling his energy. The very air around him seemed drawn by his inner strength. He declared, "Wang Erba, your wicked arts are nothing extraordinary. My formidable inner strength, cultivated through the 9 Yang divine art, is more than sufficient to withstand your dark tempest and utterly obliterate your malevolent power." He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a brilliant golden radiance that shone like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire arena with its dazzling brilliance. This luminous aura collided head-on with the swirling black vortex, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The light and the vortex intertwined, forming a colossal whirlpool of energy. The surrounding dust and debris were drawn into this chaotic spectacle. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, awestruck by this overwhelming force. Their eyes widened as they beheld the battle unfolding before them, their hearts brimming with wonder and reverence. Wang Erba flickered like a specter, materializing instantaneously behind Lin Fan, his short staff slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed at Lin Fan's back. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Yet, just as the staff was about to strike, Lin Fan seemed to possess eyes at the back of his head, deftly sidestepping the attack with a nimble sidelong movement. His actions flowed with such fluidity that it appeared he had anticipated Wang Erba's maneuvers. In that same instant, Lin Fan spun around, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Erba's abdomen. The force of his strike was immense, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that pressed heavily upon Wang Erba. He hastily raised his staff to block, yet still found himself staggered back several paces. "Wang Erba, your tactics are utterly futile against me. The intricacies of my 9 Meridians divine sword are beyond your imagination." Lin Fan proclaimed loudly. His voice exuded confidence and determination, as if conveying that his prowess had surpassed Wang Erba's wildest expectations. Wang Erba's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his assault would be so easily evaded by Lin Fan. His eyes widened as rage surged within him. "Himph, don't think you can defeat me so easily." He gritted through clenched teeth. He resolved to launch another attack, determined to showcase his true capabilities. Wang Erba reacted swiftly, using his staff to deflect Lin Fan's kick while leveraging the momentum to leap back several meters. The clash of the staff against Lin Fan's foot rang out with a resounding metallic clang. Lin Fan offered no respite, pursuing him relentlessly, his fists striking like a tempest, each blow infused with formidable inner strength and a howling wind. "Wang Erba, meet your demise. The power of my inner strength, amalgamated from various techniques, is boundless and will surely vanquish you." Xianda, the holy son of the Xuanwu Hall, gripped his weapon tightly, his palms slick with sweat. Xianfeng, the holy daughter, watched the arena anxiously, her heart hanging in the balance. Suddenly, Wang Erba bit his tongue, spitting blood onto his staff, which instantly absorbed the crimson essence, transforming it into a blood-red weapon that emanated an aura of unspeakable malevolence. He swung the staff, unleashing streaks of blood-red light that sliced toward Lin Fan like sharp blades, tearing through the air. "Lin Fan, I shall shatter you into a million pieces and erase your existence from this world," he bellowed. Lin Fan snorted coldly, his hands swiftly forming seals as he chanted incantations, summoning a transparent shield that shimmered like crystal before him. The blood-red beams collided with the shield, but were all repelled. Then he shouted, "Nine Yang returns to one." Gathering his inner power into his palms, he released a colossal beam of light, radiant and blinding, surging toward Wang Erba. "Wang Erba, your dark sorcery is naught but a feeble endeavor. The supreme realm of my nine Yang divine art is beyond your capacity to withstand." Gu Xuewu, the holy maiden of Biluo Valley, appeared anxious, her hands wringing together. Her disciple, Gu Yuqing, could not restrain herself and cried out, "Young Master Lin, go for it. You must defeat this vile scoundrel." Lin Fan executed the cloud-walking technique, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages in the air, rendering him nearly impossible to grasp. These phantoms danced like dreamlike illusions, indistinguishable from reality. Seeing this, Wang Erba wielded his staff in a whirlwind, creating a dense curtain of black light, attempting to block Lin Fan's path of attack. "Lin Fan, do not think you can escape. Today, you shall find no sanctuary." Yet, Lin Fan suddenly appeared above Wang Erba, palms pressed together, descending like a colossal sword from the heavens. His form radiated an overwhelming pressure, akin to a celestial being. Wang Erba hurriedly raised his staff to defend. But the immense force still drove him to one knee, fracturing the ground beneath him and sending debris flying. Wang Erba gripped his staff tightly, rapidly spinning to conjure a swirling black tornado. This tempest howled with destructive power as it surged toward Lin Fan, scattering sand and stones in its wake. "Lin Fan, let us see how you shall respond." Lin Fan, unfazed, clapped his palms together, channeling his inner strength into two magnificent dragons that came to life. Their claws bared and fierce. The two dragons entwined with the tornado, engaging in a fierce struggle. Amidst the intense confrontation, the dragons gradually overpowered the tornado, eventually breaking through and sending the residual force directly at Wang Erba. "Wang Erba, your tricks have run their course. The brilliance of my techniques is beyond your comprehension." The spectators erupted in cheers, applauding Lin Fan's remarkable display. He stepped into the elemental spirit Shadow's 8 extremities. Gliding through the air as if walking upon clouds, with deft finger movements, he unleashed several sword energies, sharp and precise, weaving into a net of lethal force that enveloped Wang Erba. The sword net glimmered with radiant power, pulsating with an infinite might. Wang Erba's expression turned grave as he launched his staff into the air, which expanded to several times its size, resembling a colossal pillar crashing down upon the sword net. The collision produced a deafening roar, akin to mountains collapsing and earth shattering, as the unleashed energy heated the air around them, igniting an inferno. Wang Erba muttered incantations, channeling a mysterious spell as dark forces converged around him. His eyes blazed with a fiery red hue, exuding a chilling aura that resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Lin Fan, today, it is either you or me who perishes. Lin Fan felt the pressure mounting. Yet he remained undaunted, activating the 9-yang divine art, his body radiating a searing light that enveloped him entirely. He shouted, "Break the demon," and surged toward Wang Erba like a bolt of lightning. His fists ablaze with fiery brilliance, engaging in close combat. "Wang Erba, your malevolence shall inevitably succumb to justice. My martial arts, forged from myriad techniques, will shatter your wicked curse." Wang Erba thrust his staff into the ground, triggering violent tremors as countless sharp spikes erupted from below, glistening with lethal sharpness and hurtling toward Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, let us see how you evade this." Lin Fan executed the cloud-walking technique, gracefully weaving through the spikes with the agility of a swallow. Simultaneously, he formed seals with his hands, summoning a tempest that howled fiercely, toppling the spikes one by one. Then, he leapt into the air, concentrating his immense inner strength into a colossal palm strike that descended upon Wang Erba with the weight of a mountain. "Wang Erba, your moves are utterly useless against me. My palm technique harbors boundless power. How could you possibly withstand it?" Wang Erba's staff shimmered with an eerie light as he swung it, unleashing a torrent of black flames toward Lin Fan. The flames roared to life, exuding a scorching heat and a sense of impending destruction. Lin Fan swiftly invoked the rejuvenating energy of the 9-yang harmony, forming a protective barrier around him that glimmered like transparent armor. The black flames dissipated upon contact with the shield, unable to inflict any harm upon Lin Fan. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, he vanished and reappeared before Wang Erba, executing the break chi technique from the 8 breaks. His finger piercing straight toward Wang Erba's chest with lethal speed, leaving him no avenue for escape. "Wang Erba, it is time to end this. My sword strike, an amalgamation of countless techniques, shall claim your life." Wang Erba desperately twisted his body to evade, yet was struck by the sword strike, sustaining multiple wounds as blood gushed forth, staining his garments crimson. He cried out in disbelief, "Impossible! How could I be defeated by you?" At that moment, the wind howled, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Wang Erba, panting heavily, spoke upon concluding his words. Lin Fan unleashed a surge of inner strength, a formidable force that coursed through the ground and shattered Wang Erba's meridians. Blood spewed from Wang Erba's mouth as he became utterly paralyzed, stripped of any capacity to resist. The crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers, exclaiming, "Lin Fan, the hero of the martial world." The sound of their applause reverberated deafeningly, echoing through the heavens. Standing atop the arena, Lin Fan gazed skyward, his heart brimming with righteous fervor. He understood that the tranquility of the martial realm required someone to step forward and uphold justice. And he was determined to be that steadfast shield of light. Chapter 33. Journey to Biluo Valley with the maidens. Hey Dada ascended the arena, his resounding voice resonating throughout the venue. At this moment, the sun shone brilliantly, casting a dazzling glow upon the arena and illuminating the faces of the onlookers in a tapestry of light and shadow. Esteemed heroes of the martial world. In today's fierce battle, Lin Fan emerges victorious. From this day forth, Lin Fan shall be our martial alliance leader. As these words resonated, the crowd erupted into jubilation. Supporters of Lin Fan cheered exuberantly, their excitement unabashedly spilling forth. A gentle breeze caressed the scene, ruffling the garments of the spectators. The beautiful sect leader, Qin Susu, wore a smile of gratification, her eyes shimmering with tears, filled with pride for Lin Fan. Nearby, the leaves rustled softly, as if joining in the joyous celebration. The enchanting maiden of the sect, Li Xiaoro, clasped her hands to her chest, overwhelmed with emotion, nodding incessantly, her face radiant with happiness. Flowers swayed gracefully in the breeze, seeming to dance in celebration of this victory. The sect's junior sister, Wang Miling, leapt with excitement, exclaiming, "Lin Fan, the Holy Sun, is truly remarkable." The surrounding birds, startled by the fervent cheers, took flight into the vast sky. The holy maiden of Yaowang Valley, Yao Zhiyun, exhaled softly, her previously furrowed brow finally relaxing, sharing her inner joy with those beside her. The herbs in the valley swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The holy maiden of Qinglong sect, Zhou Qingxia, and the holy maiden of Tianjai, Yao Xuemei, exchanged smiles, their eyes sparkling with hopeful anticipation for the future. The clouds in the sky drifted lazily, as if also yearning for this hopeful future. Meanwhile, those who had previously held neutral stances or harbored doubts about Lin Fan were now swayed by his overwhelming prowess, applauding in genuine respect. Dust rose from the ground, swirling in the radiant sunlight due to the commotion of the crowd. However, Hey Dada's heart was heavy with turmoil and concern. He pondered inwardly. Lin Fan is indeed formidable. Having become the Martial Alliance leader, I must tread carefully. Yet, the rewards, the secret manuals, and weapons are treasures of the sect. How can I easily hand them over? With Wang Erba dead, I am left without a backing, and henceforth, I must act with utmost caution. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted across the horizon, deepening the solemnity of Hey Dada's expression. Just then, someone in the audience shouted, "Hey Zhongzhu, since Lin Fan has become the Martial Alliance leader, you cannot go back on your word regarding the promised rewards." Hey Dada's heart raced, yet he feigned calmness, responding, "That is only natural, but we must deliberate on the matter of rewards further." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion. The branches around them swayed in the wind, seemingly agitated by this unresolved situation. The holy maiden of Zhuke's sect, Zhu Fenghuang, furrowed her brow and said disapprovingly, "Hey Zhongzhu, you cannot be untrustworthy." Nearby, a babbling brook flowed gently, its soothing sounds echoing the discontent in the air. Disciple Zhu Fenggang echoed, "Indeed, Lin Fan the hero has rightfully earned his reward." The chorus of cicadas from the trees added to the already tumultuous atmosphere. Bai Dahu, the holy son of the White Tiger Pavilion, stepped forward and remarked, "Hey Zhongzhu, should you lose credibility, it will be difficult to maintain the trust of the people." The grass beneath him bore the imprint of his footsteps. Bai Rupiang, a timid maiden from the White Tiger Pavilion, added softly, "Hey Zhongzhu, you must honor your promise." The breeze played with her hair, accentuating her delicate demeanor. Xianda, the holy son of Xuanwu Hall, spoke solemnly, "Hey Zhongzhu, do not sacrifice the greater good for minor gains, jeopardizing the rules of the martial world." The distant peak stood silently, imposing an invisible yet immense pressure. Xian Feng, the daughter of Xianda, anxiously urged, "Hey Zhongzhu, please decide swiftly." The fragrant breeze wafted through, yet it could do little to alleviate the tension in the air. Gu Xuewu, the holy maiden of Biluo Valley, and her disciple Gu Yuqing, fixed their hopeful gazes upon Hey Dada. The mist in the valley swirled, rendering the expressions of the crowd somewhat unclear. Faced with the mounting pressure from the crowd, beads of sweat began to form on Hey Dada's forehead as he grappled with his dilemma. That moment, a butterfly flitted by, yet no one had the heart to admire its beauty. Just then, Lin Fan smiled gently and said, "Hey Zhongzhu, there is no need to rush regarding the rewards. I trust you will provide a satisfactory resolution for the martial world." Upon hearing this, Hey Dada felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gratitude and respect for Lin Fan deepening. A mechanical sound echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been distributed." Lin Fan's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, "System, quickly, reveal the rewards." Rewards detailed. 1. The host has successfully completed the task, and the system has upgraded to a Level 2 Intelligent Conquest System. The distribution of rewards has commenced and will take 24 hours. Please be patient, during which everything will operate normally. 2.20 Supreme Insight Pills. These will assist practitioners in swiftly comprehending the essence of martial arts and spells, alleviating confusion during their training, enabling them to master and apply what they have learned with greater speed. 3.50 Supreme Spirit Stones, 230 Lucky Stones, 250 China Cold Iron Pieces, 100 Exquisite Jade Pieces, and 200 drops of Dragon Blood. After reviewing the rewards, along with previous ones, Lin Fan's heart brimmed with elation as he turned to Hey Dada. At this moment, the evening glow painted the sky in vibrant hues, resembling a resplendent tapestry. Hey Dada contemplated thoroughly, finally steeling himself and thinking, "Alas, Lin Fan has now become the martial alliance leader. His momentum is undeniable. If I do not present the rewards, I fear inciting public outrage. Thus, he declared, in that case, Lin Alliance leader, I shall present the rewards to you. With that, he retrieved the manual for the evil eye technique and the wraith sword from within his robes. The manual for the evil eye technique emitted an eerie aura, while the wraith sword exuded a chilling presence. Hey Dada extended them to Lin Fan with trembling hands, internally anxious. I hope Lin Fan will remember my fulfillment of promises and refrain from making things difficult for me in the future. Lin Fan accepted the manual and sword, cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, He Zhongzhu. The crowd erupted in cheers once more upon witnessing He Dada's fulfillment of his promise. However, at that moment, a figure burst forth from the crowd, shouting that evil eye technique is a malevolent art. It must not fall into Lin Fan's hands. This was a martial arts elder who had lived in seclusion for many years in a state of urgency. He thought, if such a vile technique is misused, chaos will ensue in the martial world. I cannot stand idly by. The stars twinkled in the night sky, yet they could not illuminate the tense atmosphere. The crowd gasped, turning their attention to the elder. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating, this elder is meddling too much. With my system, I need not fear being unable to control this evil art. Nonetheless, I must handle this diplomatically. He replied, Elder, why do you speak thus? I, Lin Fan, shall utilize this technique for righteous purposes. The elder shook his head, stating, evil arts are, after all, evil. They easily lead one into madness, endangering the martial world. I have witnessed too many who fell into darkness from practicing such arts. And I do not wish to see you follow the same path. The crowd began to murmur, engaging in hushed discussions. Qin Susu, the sect leader, felt a pang of worry. Fanner has always been just. Yet this evil art is indeed dangerous. I fear he might act impulsively. She advised, Fanner, the elder's words hold merit. You must think carefully. The wind howled around them, seemingly urging Lin Fan to reconsider. Yao Zhiyun, the holy maiden of Yaowang Valley, added, Lin Alliance leader, this matter requires caution. She thought to herself. The consequences of mishandling this evil art could be dire. Lin Fan reassured them, rest assured, I will not practice this manual. It shall merely serve as a reference, should the need arise. Yet inwardly, he reveled in delight. Not practicing indeed. With the system at my disposal, I can modify the techniques as needed, and even upgrade and merge them. Numerous solutions await. Seeing this, He Dada hastily remarked, since Lin Alliance leader has made his intentions clear, we shall put this matter to rest. Internally, he sighed in relief. As long as the focus is not redirected toward me, all shall be well. Just as the crowd prepared to disperse, Lin Fan, acutely aware of the weighty responsibilities of the martial alliance leader, declared in a resonant voice, esteemed guests, please remain. As the martial alliance leader, I must establish rules to uphold peace and justice in the martial realm, martial world regulations. 1. Prohibition of innocent slaughter. The unwarranted killing of innocent individuals is strictly forbidden. All lives must be respected. Violators shall have their martial arts abolished, be expelled from the martial world, and face a bounty in the martial community. Should there be any reports and subsequent verification of such violations, generous rewards shall be bestowed upon those who bring the offenders to justice. 2. Respect for sovereignty. Interference in the internal affairs of other sects is strictly forbidden, as each sect possesses its own sovereignty. Those who overstep this boundary shall be punished by 3 years of reflection in solitude and must publicly apologize to the aggrieved sect. Defenders of sect sovereignty shall earn the friendly assistance of other sections. 3. Martial arts exchange. Intersect sharing of martial arts insights is encouraged, provided that each sect protects its own secrets. Those who selflessly share shall be rewarded with precious martial arts knowledge from others. However, those who disclose secrets shall be forever barred from participating in martial arts exchanges. 4. Fair competition. Regular martial arts tournaments shall be held, during which the use of hidden weapons and poisons is strictly prohibited to ensure fair competition. Violators shall be disqualified and barred from future tournaments for 10 years. Those who excel in fair combat shall receive rare cultivation resources as rewards. 5. Martial Arts Tribunal. A just tribunal shall be established to impartially adjudicate violations and uphold martial arts order. Members of the tribunal who render fair judgments shall enjoy enhanced reputation within the martial world, while those guilty of favoritism and corruption shall face severe penalties. 6. Unity against external threats. In the face of external adversaries, all sects must unite and collectively resist. Those who falter in battle shall be scorned by the martial community. However, those who bravely confront the enemy shall receive honor medals and substantial material rewards. 7. Self-discipline and punishment. Violators of the rules shall be punished to uphold the honor and dignity of the martial arts community. Those who admit their faults and actively seek to amend their actions may receive leniency. However, repeat offenders shall face double the punishment. These core regulations aim to ensure peace, justice, and prosperity within the martial arts realm, fostering a community rich in righteousness and harmony. Lin Fan, with resolute eyes, surveyed his surroundings and spoke solemnly. Firstly, concerning the prohibition against harming the innocent, I shall delegate the oversight of enforcement to Yaowang Valley and the Beautiful Women's Sect. Yaowang Valley, skilled in medicine, can ascertain whether the injured parties are truly innocent. The Beautiful Women's Sect, with its extensive network, can gather pertinent intelligence. Any violations of this rule shall be met with stringent punishment upon verification. Furthermore, regarding respect for sovereignty, this responsibility shall fall to the Qinglong sect and the Baihu Pavilion. The Qinglong sect, esteemed and respected, can mediate any potential sovereignty disputes between sects. The Baihu Pavilion, with its formidable strength, can serve as a deterrent against those who dare to interfere in the affairs of others. As for martial arts exchanges, the Zhuke sect and the Tianji Pavilion shall undertake this important task. The Zhuke sect's adaptability shall foster a diverse exchange, while the Tianji Pavilion's wisdom shall safeguard the confidentiality of shared secrets. The organization of regular martial arts tournaments shall be entrusted to the Xuanwu Hall, whose steady and composed demeanor will ensure fairness and order in the competitions. Additionally, a monitoring mechanism shall be established, overseen by Biluo Valley, to strictly prohibit the use of hidden weapons and poisons during contests. The establishment of the martial arts tribunal shall consist of individuals of high moral standing, chosen by the major sections. They shall impartially adjudicate violations based on established rules, preserving order within the martial community. The specifics of this arrangement shall be discussed and agreed upon by myself and the leaders of each sect. In terms of unity against external threats, should any adversary dare to invade, the Qinglong sect shall take the lead, and all sects must respond swiftly, adhering to the coordination for collective defense. Finally, I shall personally oversee the enforcement of self-discipline and punishment. Any rule violators shall be dealt with according to the law, maintaining the honor and dignity of the martial arts community. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in approval. Zhuke sect Saintus, Zhu Phoenix, remarked, "Leader Lin's regulations are just and reasonable. Indeed, you are worthy of being the leader of the martial world, and with such foresight, peace is within our grasp." Baihu Pavilion's Saint Sun, Bai Dahu, clasped his hands and added, "Leader Lin's rules are excellent. With this in place, order shall surely prevail in the martial world, and we are all in agreement." Yaowang Valley's Saintess, Yao Zhiyun, smiled in concurrence. "Leader Lin's vision is commendable. These rules will undoubtedly lead the martial world toward prosperity, and we shall adhere to them wholeheartedly." Others expressed their admiration and respect for Lin Fan, pledging their loyalty to him. Subsequently, the crowd gradually dispersed, and the news of Lin Fan's ascension as the leader of the martial world, along with the establishment of new regulations, swiftly spread throughout the realm. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a silvery veil over the departing figures. As the clamor faded, the venue returned to tranquility, the gentle glow of the moon illuminating the earth. The Saintess of Biluo Valley, Gu Shuewu, elegantly approached Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Leader Lin, the depths of Biluo Valley are serene and picturesque. I hope you will visit us." Her disciple Gu Yuqing, with her bright eyes, eagerly added, "Leader Lin, do come to Biluo Valley. You will not regret it." Lin Fan laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm, and replied, "Such a kind invitation. How could I possibly refuse?" Gu Shuewu and Gu Yuqing's faces instantly lit up with joy. Lin Fan then turned to his lovely companions. Qin Susu, dressed in a light green gown, resembled a new willow in spring. She gazed warmly at Lin Fan, awaiting his plans. The Saintess of the Beautiful Women's Sect, Li Xiaoro, blushed slightly, shyly fiddling with the hem of her garment. Meanwhile, her junior sister, Wang Meiling, hopped over to Lin Fan's side, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother Lin Fan, let us hurry." Yaowang Valley's saintess, Yao Zhiyun, gracefully brushed her hair aside and smiled. "I shall follow my husband's wishes." The saintess of the Qinglong sect, Zhou Qingxia, and the saintess of the Tianji Pavilion, Yao Xuemei, both nodded in agreement. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Then let us all proceed to Biluo Valley for a delightful excursion." The ladies all displayed expressions of joy. Suddenly, Lin Fan remembered that he had yet to bid farewell to his fathers-in-law. He turned and walked toward their direction. First, he approached the head of Yaowang Valley, respectfully bowing. "Esteemed father-in-law, I am about to take the ladies to Biluo Valley for a visit, and I came to bid you farewell." The head of Yaowang Valley, with a serious expression yet eyes filled with concern, replied, "Travel safely, and do not let my daughter suffer any grievances." Lin Fan patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will take good care of them." Next, he approached the head of the Qinglong sect, stating, "Esteemed father-in-law, I hope you will not worry about my journey." The head of the Qinglong sect nodded slightly and said gravely, "Do not act impulsively while outside." Lin Fan responded, "I will remember that." Finally, he approached the head of the Tianji Pavilion, saying, "Esteemed father-in-law, I am leaving now. Please take care." The head of the Tianji Pavilion smiled. "Go ahead. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return." After bidding farewell to his fathers-in-law, Lin Fan prepared to set off with the ladies. At that moment, the saintess of Zixiao Palace, Zihong Mei, gracefully floated in from an unknown direction, her figure enchanting as she smiled. "Leader Lin, how could such an intriguing journey be complete without me?" Zhu Phoenix from the Zhuke sect also approached, playfully chiding, "Leader Lin, you must not forget about me." Bai Ru Ping, the daughter of the head of Baihu Pavilion, timidly followed, whispering, "I want to go too." The daughter of Xuanwu Hall, Xian Feng, cheerfully exclaimed, "It's much livelier when everyone joins in." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's wives were not pleased. Qin Susu furrowed her brow, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Husband, now there are even more sisters. Are you overjoyed?" As she spoke, she gently pinched Lin Fan's nose. Li Xiaoro's eyes turned red, her voice trembling. "Does husband not want us anymore?" Wang Meiling, in a fit of frustration, plopped down on the ground, pouting, "Brother Lin Fan, if you take them along, I want to go." Yao Zhiyun also pouted, turning her head away. "Humph, husband is being unreasonable." Zhou Qingxia and Yao Xuemei, while not as vocal, also wore displeased expressions. Seeing this, Lin Fan hurriedly soothed, "Ladies, do not be angry, do not be angry. In my heart, you will always be the most important. They are merely here to join the fun. How can they compare to my beloved wives?" The ladies remained unmoved. Lin Fan's eyes darted, and he turned to the system. "Quick, get me some jewelry and trinkets for the ladies." The system replied, somewhat exasperated. "Understood," deducting 20 low-grade spirit stones. 80 remain. Lin Fan paid no mind and promptly produced exquisite jewelry and charming trinkets from his pocket. He approached Qin Susu, gently saying, "Susu, these jade earrings are specially chosen for you. They will look stunning on you." Next, he went to Li Xiaoro, cheerfully saying, "Xiaoro, this pearl necklace is the perfect match for your gentle nature." He then handed Wang Meiling a beautiful kite, saying, "Meiling, once we reach Biluo Valley, let us fly kites together." For Yao Zhiyun, he presented a box of precious spices, saying, "Zhiyun, these spices are rare treasures." He also offered thoughtful gifts to Zhou Qingxia and Yao Xuemei. As the ladies looked at their gifts, their expressions softened. Qin Susu huffed, "This time I shall let it slide, but do not let it happen again." Li Xiaoro smiled through her tears. "Husband, you must not do this in the future." Wang Meiling jumped up from the ground, holding her kite and laughing. "Then let us hurry." The brief tempest of emotions finally calmed, and under Lin Fan's lead, the group set forth toward Biluo Valley. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with wildflowers blooming in a kaleidoscope of colors, resembling a resplendent brocade. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, carrying with it a delightful fragrance of blossoms that intoxicated the senses. Laughter and chatter filled the air as the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. Chapter 34. The turbulence at the Kalefu Inn. As the night descended like a vast black silk tapestry, It enveloped the world in its embrace. A cold moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool luminescence upon the path trodden by Lin Fan and the ladies. They had journeyed through the dust and fatigue, finally arriving at a place known as the Sunset City. The streets of Sunset City were paved with azure stones, polished smooth and imbued with an ancient charm by the passage of time. On either side of the road, quaint buildings stood in a delightful array, resembling a beautiful scroll of art. The wooden pavilions had eaves that elegantly curved, while the intricately carved doors and windows were exquisite in their beauty. The brick and stone houses exuded a sense of solemnity and sturdiness, their walls adorned with vibrant green vines, which added a touch of life and vitality to the architecture. Towering sycamore trees stood proudly along the street, their lush foliage rustling in the night breeze, as if orchestrating a cheerful melody. Beneath the trees, stalls offered various trinkets for sale, such as delicate sachets and dainty combs, capturing the attention of passers-by. The thoroughfare was alive with a continuous flow of pedestrians. There were porters hurrying along with their burdens, the goods on their shoulders swaying to the rhythm of their steps, as if engaged in a joyful dance. There were elegantly dressed young masters, leisurely fanning themselves, their faces radiant with confidence, and there were women leading children, their faces glowing with maternal affection, while the little ones savored candied hawthorns with delight. The shops lining the street were bustling with activity. In a pastry shop, the aroma of freshly baked goods wafted through the air, enticing people to form a long queue, reminiscent of a dragon stretching through the crowd. In a fabric store, colorful textiles hung from the shelves, dazzling under the illumination of the lights, resembling a vibrant rainbow. In a blacksmith's forge, the skilled smith was engrossed in crafting weapons, sparks flying like a splendid fireworks display. Lin Fan gazed at the slightly weary ladies and cheerfully remarked, "Ladies, let us find a place to rest in this city tonight, lest you become so exhausted that your beauty fades. I would be quite heartbroken." The ladies playfully pouted in agreement. Before long, they discovered an inn named Kalefu. Two red lanterns swayed gently at the entrance, as if welcoming them into its warm embrace. Upon entering the inn, a friendly proprietress greeted them with a beaming smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Kalefu Inn. Our inn is a cozy sanctuary in Sunset City. Just look at this building. It boasts a solid wooden structure, with deep gray tiles shimmering in the moonlight, truly a sight to behold. And behold the sturdy red door. Though the bronze rings may appear somewhat tarnished, they bear the marks of time, exuding a unique charm. The red lanterns at the entrance radiate warmth and festivity, specifically welcoming your arrival." Lin Fan winked and said, "Madam, please continue. My ears are perked up in anticipation." The proprietress, leading them further inside, enthusiastically continued her introduction. "And look at the walls, adorned with lush ivy, vibrant and full of life. The wooden carved windows are exquisitely crafted. Through them, you can glimpse the warm light within. Our sign, Kalefu, is boldly inscribed, with intricate patterns adorning its edges. This inn possesses an ancient charm, coupled with warm lighting, making it a comforting haven for weary travelers. Whether you seek a brief respite or a longer stay, we guarantee your satisfaction, ensuring that you feel at home in Sunset City." Lin Fan exaggeratedly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh my, madam, your words have me eager to step inside and indulge. Quickly, arrange our rooms. Do not let us guests wait in impatience." At this moment, a nearby attendant interjected with a smile, "Rest assured, esteemed guest. Our proprietress speaks nothing but the truth. We guarantee your stay will be comfortable." Other patrons nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Kalefu Inn is among the very finest establishments in Sunset City." The proprietress promptly responded, "Very well, esteemed guests, this way please." The bustling hall was filled with attendants scurrying about, while patrons engaged in lively discussions or quietly sipped their drinks. Ascending the staircase, the second-floor corridor was lined with soft carpets. Muffling their steps, the group requested several rooms and retreated to settle in. Within the rooms, spacious wooden beds awaited, adorned with soft and comfortable bedding. On the bedside cabinet, exquisite tea sets were displayed, and the writing desk by the window was tidy and pristine. Lin Fan entered his room, nodding in satisfaction, and mused to himself, "Kalefu Inn is truly remarkable. The amenities are complete, the decor warm and inviting. No wonder business thrives here. The other ladies were equally pleased with their accommodations. Offering praises, Chin Susu remarked, "This room is far superior to our previous lodgings, clean and comfortable." Li Xiao chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, it feels like we can have a restful sleep here." Wang Miling agreed, saying, "Yes, Kalefuan was indeed a splendid choice. It feels like we have found a warm harbor." She surveyed her familiar surroundings, a wave of inexplicable fondness and security washing over her. At tea that moment, Lin Fan spoke up, "You all should rest well here. I will return to my room for now." With that, he turned and departed, leaving the others behind. Once Lin Fan entered his room, he promptly closed the door and eagerly engaged with the system. It felt akin to reuniting with an old friend after a long separation, filled with anticipation and excitement. Lin Fan silently rejoiced, realizing that choosing to stay at Kalefuan was indeed a wise decision. It not only enveloped him in the warmth of home but also provided a safe and comfortable environment for communication with the system. System, quickly tell me how to utilize this reward for maximum effect. Lin Fan inquired eagerly. Host, this premium enlightenment pill will greatly enhance your cultivation efficiency. You may consume it first, then proceed to practice your techniques, the system replied earnestly. Without hesitation, Lin Fan retrieved a premium enlightenment pill and placed it in his mouth, sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation. Upon consuming the premium enlightenment pill, Lin Fan immediately felt a refreshing and powerful energy spreading throughout his body. He sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, as his breathing gradually became steady and profound. A faint aura enveloped him, a peculiar phenomenon resulting from the interplay of the pill's energy and his internal power. Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression focused and serious, as if he had entered an otherworldly realm. Within his meridians, his internal energy surged like a torrent, powerful and relentless. Each circulation was imbued with immense strength, impacting his acupoints and channels. The power of the premium enlightenment pill acted as a skilled guide, facilitating a smoother and more orderly flow of this internal energy. In Lin Fan's mind, countless martial secrets and the essence of techniques emerged like brilliant stars. His thoughts were clearer than ever, and his understanding of each move and application of internal energy reached an unprecedented realm. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet a look of rapture and joy lit up his face. His breath became increasingly profound, merging with the surrounding atmospheric energies, as if he had become one with the world around him. During this process of cultivation, Lin Fan's spirit underwent a profound purification. He forgot all external distractions, his heart solely fixated on the pursuit of martial excellence. His soul seemed to ascend continuously, drawing ever closer to the mysterious truths of martial arts. As Lin Fan immersed himself in the profound realm of cultivation, a commotion erupted outside the inn. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and bright, akin to a laser cutting through the night, marking a moment of revelation. Rising to his feet, he felt a primal force roaring within him. As if a small beast were yearning to break free from its confines, he attempted to clench his fist, and to his astonishment, the air responded with a crackling protest, as if saying, "Dude, your strength is overwhelming." The air currents instantly transformed into his loyal followers, swirling around him in circles. Lin Fan lightly swung his fist, radiating brilliance, as the force of his punch whistled through the air, causing the furniture in his room to disintegrate into a shower of wooden splinters. With a stomp, the entire room trembled, cracks spiderwebbing across the floor. Taking a deep breath, his internal energy surged like a river breaking through a dam. Lin Fan felt as though he were the embodiment of both mountain deity and sea king. Exuding an air of majesty and vigor, a smile crept across his face, revealing a triumphant grin, as he silently mused, "This enlightenment pill is truly extraordinary. My power has surged. Who in the martial world dares to defy me? Step forward, and let us see who shines the brightest." Meanwhile, among the ladies, Yao Shuamei was outside alone, seeking fresh air, when she was unexpectedly spotted by Wang Kundi, thus setting the stage for an unfolding drama. Wang Kundi's greedy eyes fixated on Yao Shuamei, and a wicked thought crossed his mind as he lewdly remarked, "My lovely beauty, how about you entertain this young master for a while?" Yao Shuamei glared at him with fury. rebuking, "Shameless scoundrel, get lost." Wang Kundi, however, remained unperturbed and reached out to seize Yao Xuemei. Despite her strenuous resistance, she was ultimately at a disadvantage, her prowess merely that of a consummate grand martial artist. That moment. The other women, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Qin Susu shouted angrily, "How dare you act so recklessly under the broad daylight?" Wang Kundi laughed heartily. "What can a bunch of little ladies do to me?" His subordinates also closed in, each displaying fierce expressions, all masters of the highest caliber. Li Xiao, terrified, hid behind Wang Meiling. Clenching her teeth, Wang Meiling declared, "Aren't you afraid of the retribution from the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance?" Wang Kundi contemptuously replied, "What leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? In this city of setting sun, I am the law." Just as the confrontation between the women and Wang Kundi's group reached a stalemate, Lin Fan, having recently awakened from his cultivation, sensed the disturbance outside and leapt into action. "Who dares to cause a ruckus before me?" Lin Fan bellowed, his voice resounding like a thunderclap, sending vibrations through the ears of all present. The inn's staff and patrons peeked out, some in awe, murmuring, "Such a presence, he must be a master." Others whispered, "This is going to end badly." A timid passerby, pale with fright, stammered, "What do we do? Let us hope we're not caught in this mess." At that moment, onlookers began speculating about Lin Fan's background. This Lin Fan is so formidable, could he be from some mysterious martial arts lineage? Another passerby chimed in, "Perhaps he has received the true teachings of a great master to possess such skills." Wang Kundi sized up Lin Fan with disdain, saying, "So you are the so-called leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. I shall see just how capable you truly are." At that instant, someone in the crowd shouted, "He is indeed the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Lin Fan." The innkeeper and staff widened their eyes in shock. The innkeeper covered her mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance has graced our humble establishment." The staff whispered among themselves, astonished. The patrons were in an uproar, their astonishment palpable. A scholarly-looking guest gaped, dropping his folding fan to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Wang Kundi ordered his subordinates to attack Lin Fan. One subordinate unleashed a fierce set of punches, the shadows of his fists swirling like a tempest, charging towards Lin Fan with incredible speed, each strike accompanied by a howling wind that seemed poised to tear the very air asunder. Yet, Lin Fan merely smirked, his figure flickering like a wraith, effortlessly evading the ferocious assault. The subordinates' fists crashed against the ground, sending vibrations that cracked the stone beneath, debris scattering in all directions. The onlookers gasped. Instinctively stepping back, a vegetable vendor, terrified, watched the scene unfold, his produce tumbling to the ground. "Is this all you've got?" Lin Fan mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Another subordinate seized the opportunity, brandishing a long sword that sliced through the air, imbued with a chilling aura, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. The blade gleamed with a cold light under the moon, as if it sought to sever all in its path. Unfazed, Lin Fan executed the microcloud step, his form vanishing like an illusion. While the subordinate was still searching for Lin Fan, he had already flanked him from behind. With a thunderous roar, Lin Fan unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, a powerful surge of energy erupting forth like a tidal wave. The subordinate was caught completely off guard, the overwhelming force sending him hurtling backward, blood spattering as he crashed into several stalls along the street. Goods strewn everywhere. A woman clutching a child quickly covered the childless eyes. Fearing the shock might frighten him. At that moment, the Holy Maiden of the Purple Clouds Palace, Zi Hongmei, the Holy Maiden of the Vermilion Bird Sect, Zhu Fenghuang, the daughter of the White Tiger Pavilion's master, Bai Rujing, the Xuanwu Hall's Xuanwu Maiden, Xian Feng, and the Holy Maiden of the Bailuo Valley, Gu Shuewu, along with her disciple, Gu Yuqing, arrived on the scene. Li Hongmei exclaimed, "Wang Kundi, Lin Fan is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Your actions are utterly lawless." Zhu Fenghuang added angrily, "You are audacious beyond measure to provoke the authority of the Alliance leader." Bai Rujing timidly urged, "Please cease at once. Do not court disaster." Xian Feng boldly shouted, "Do you not know the might of Alliance leader Lin?" Gu Shuewu and Gu Yuqing echoed. With Alliance leader Lin present, You should repent. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Wang Kundi stubbornly retorted, so what if he is the alliance leader? Just then, the city lord, Wang Hongkuan, arrived with a larger entourage. His countenance darkened as he declared, "How dare you cause a disturbance in my domain? You must be tired of living." Lin Fan crossed his arms and chuckled. "Ah, a supporter has arrived. But do you think you can stop me?" The patrons and staff of the inn felt a wave of anxiety for Lin Fan. One guest voiced his concern. The city lord is no trifling matter. The staff clenched their fists nervously. The women cried out in alarm, "Lin Fan, be careful." Qin Susu thought, "Lin Fan, please do not get hurt. You must defeat them." Li Xiaoro clasped her hands together, silently praying, "The alliance leader will surely prevail." Wang Miling bit her lip, anxiously monitoring the battle. Wang Hongkuan wasted no time, immediately unleashing his ultimate technique. He thrust both palms forward, a tremendous inner force erupting from within him, surging forth like a devastating tide. The very air around them seemed to solidify, making it difficult to breathe. Elderly man walking a small dog trembled in fear, the dog barking wildly, breaking free from its leash and fleeing. Yet Lin Fan stood undaunted, channeling the nine yang divine art, radiating a searing heat. His body transformed into a colossal furnace, waves of heat rolling off him. His inner force clashed with Wang Hongkuan's, creating a pulsating field of energy between them, flashing with light and crackling with thunder. With a resounding boom, their energies collided, sounding like mountains crumbling and earth shattering. The surrounding structures trembled violently, dust swirling, debris flying. Guests screamed in terror, ducking for cover, while the staff scattered in panic. Wang Hongkuan felt a powerful recoil, his arms going numb as though pierced by countless steel needles. He was taken aback, realizing Lin Fan's inner strength was far deeper than he had anticipated. Seizing the moment while Wang Hongkuan was still recovering, Lin Fan executed the dragon commanding the nine heavens technique. He darted forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, swift as lightning, appearing before Wang Hongkuan in an instant. With a mighty shout, Lin Fan concentrated all his strength into his right fist, the wind howling with the force of his blow. Wang Hongkuan, unable to evade in time, was struck and spat blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Father!" Wang Kundi cried out in terror. Struggling to rise after being knocked down, Wang Hongkuan wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes blazing with rage and resentment. "Lin Fan, do not be so arrogant!" Wang Hongkuan roared, channeling his inner force once more. His aura surging. Lin Fan, arms crossed, smirked mockingly. "Oh ho, City Lord Wang, still unwilling to admit defeat. Come, allow me to continue entertaining you. With your meager skills, you should return home and give your wife a massage instead of embarrassing yourself here. Let us see if you can touch even a corner of my clothing with this floating wave phantom step." As the atmosphere thickened, the once boisterous street fell silent, save for the whistling wind. The lanterns swayed in the breeze, seemingly trembling in anticipation of the impending clash. Wang Hongkuan let out a furious roar, charging at Lin Fan like a wild lion, both palms swinging with overwhelming force. Lin Fan, however, remained composed, sidestepping effortlessly while remarking, "City Lord Wang, your speed is akin to that of a snail. Did your wife make you sleep on the floor last night, leaving you weak? In my opinion, you ought to go home and eat a few more bowls of rice to regain your strength. Your raging bull charge poses no threat to me." Wang Hongkuan's face flushed crimson with fury, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. "Oh dear, City Lord Wang, do temper your temper. You must be careful not to burst a lung. Your face is as red as a boiled liver, quite the eyesore," Lin Fan teased, evading Wang Hongkuan's strikes with ease. At that moment, Wang Hongkuan unleashed a special technique, spinning in the air as his inner force transformed into countless blades, hurtling towards Lin Fan. "Whirlwind blade technique?" Lin Fan's eyes brightened, grinning. "Oh, you have some skill. But it's not enough to impress me. Your move is as flashy as a street performer's tricks, all show and no substance. Watch me effortlessly dispel it with my heaven and earth carefree shift." With that, he glided like a phantom, deftly avoiding all attacks. Wang Hongkuan, panting heavily, found himself at a disadvantage, while Lin Fan remained relaxed and composed. City Lord Wang, you appear utterly exhausted. Shall we take a break? I'm genuinely worried you might faint from overexertion, and that would be quite the spectacle, Lin Fan chuckled. Wang Hongkuan gritted his teeth. Lin Fan, today shall be your last. Lin Fan, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. City Lord Wang, your words are overly dramatic. Just look at yourself, spun around by my attacks, yet you still refuse to concede. I observe you, akin to a headless fly, flailing about aimlessly. With that, Lin Fan suddenly darted behind Wang Hongkuan, playfully tapping him on the backside, jesting, Lord Wang, your posterior wiggles with quite the flair. Beware of my shadowless divine palm. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Hongkuan turned to attack once more. Lin Fan effortlessly evaded, taunting, Lord Wang, your movements are so sluggish that I could take a nap and still dodge them. Your chaotic wind fist technique is riddled with flaws. It is truly laughable. After a fierce exchange, Wang Hongkuan ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, an elder from the crowd could not help but exclaim, the martial prowess of Alliance Master Lin is indeed profound and unfathomable. Such skills are truly a blessing to the martial world. That Qian Kuan carefree shift is nothing short of exquisite. A young man also chimed in excitedly. Not only is Alliance Master Lin exceptionally skilled, but his humor and sense of justice are also immensely admirable. Among the women, Qin Susu chuckled. This fellow Lin Fan must have an array of peculiar thoughts swirling in his head. His wit makes even combat entertaining, Li Xiaoro added with a playful pout. Indeed, his tongue is far more formidable than his martial skills. Wang Miling then remarked, Lin Fan is always like this, managing to turn a tense situation into a lively and cheerful one. The holy maiden of Zhixiao Palace, Zhihong Mei, laughed lightly. Master Lin's temperament certainly adds a delightful touch to this tense confrontation. The holy maiden of Zhuke sect, Zhu Fengwang, also giggled. Indeed, Lord Wang has encountered his nemesis in Alliance Master Lin. Wang Hongkuan was so furious he could hardly speak. Lin Fan continued, just think, this street is left in disarray, making it quite inconvenient for everyone. And those stalls that were toppled, how heartbroken must the vendors be? You should simply part with some funds to tidy everything up. Consider it a penance for your previous misdeeds. Perhaps the people will even show you some leniency in their criticisms, seeing as you are compensating. A nearby woman interjected, Alliance Master Lin makes a valid point. Lord Wang has long acted with tyranny and should compensate. Master Lin's martial techniques are truly spectacular. Wang Hongkuan, left with no choice, gritted his teeth and conceded. Fine, I will pay. Lin Fan clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Now that's more like it. Lord Wang is finally showing some sense. Let this matter be put to rest. In the future, you must think more of the common people and refrain from such nefarious deeds. Otherwise, next time, I won't be so lenient and will ensure you are left wailing in despair. The surrounding townsfolk erupted in applause, shouting, Alliance Master Lin is wise. He is a champion of justice. Lin Fan, cupping his hands in gratitude, addressed the crowd, Dear compatriots, upholding the righteousness of the martial world is my duty. As long as I am here, I shall not allow such malevolent forces to run amok. Those martial skills are mere tricks. Restoring justice is of utmost importance. The crowd cheered once more, showering praises upon Lin Fan for his sense of justice and humor. After the tumult, Lord Wang, begrudgingly, compensated for the damages. And Lin Fan along with the women returned to their inn. Upon entering the room, the innkeeper and staff, along with some curious patrons, surrounded them, beaming with smiles. The innkeeper said, Alliance Master Lin and esteemed ladies, today has truly been a spectacle. The staff echoed, Indeed, Alliance Master Lin's martial prowess is awe-inspiring. Lin Fan smiled and clasped his hands in response. Thank you for your kind words. I merely utilized a few methods to uphold justice. The ladies nodded graciously in acknowledgement. After some pleasantries, the patrons discreetly departed the room. Once they were alone, Lin Fan, with a resolute gaze, proposed, Tonight, I wish to cultivate together with you all. I will employ the 9-yang harmony technique to help everyone enhance your martial prowess, aiming for breakthroughs to the master level in a single night. Chapter 35. Assisting the ladies in breaking through to master level tonight, we shall jointly practice the 9-Yang Harmony technique. With the goal of all of you reaching master level in a single night, Lin Fan stood before the ladies, exuding confidence, clad in a long, pure white robe that shimmered softly under the gentle moonlight. His voice resonated like thunder as he proclaimed, "Ladies, at this moment, you must calm your minds and deeply comprehend this force of harmonious vitality, akin to a spring breeze, gentle yet imbued with immense power." At this moment, Lin Fan contemplated silently. This realm of spring snow is crucial for them. They must engage earnestly in their understanding, hoping to successfully guide them through the threshold of this technique. Qin Susu, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, embroidered with lifelike orchids, appeared graceful and enchanting, resembling a blooming violet. She slightly bowed her head, parted her cherry-like lips, and sweetly spoke, "Master, I have been attempting to perceive this. But the transition between strength and gentleness still requires your guidance." Her movements were elegant as she stepped closer to Lin Fan, her eyes filled with dependence and anticipation. She yearned to enhance her skills through this cultivation. Aspiring to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Fan as a formidable ally, filled with deep admiration for him, Li Xiaoro, clad in a pink gown, with vibrant peach blossoms embroidered upon it, resembled the refreshing spring breeze. Her lively eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, her hair styled in 2 playful buns, exuding extreme cuteness. She playfully said, "Master, I find this power to be quite marvelous." Her demeanor was enchanting, often tugging at Lin Fan's sleeve with a playful pout. She longed to shine brightly within the sect, earning the admiration of others while harboring deep infatuation for Lin Fan. Wang Meiling, donned in a striking yellow outfit with a broad black belt cinching her waist, embodied a spirited and capable demeanor. Her straightforward nature led her to exclaim, "Master, why does this power feel so limp? I can't seem to harness any strength." She frowned, perspiration beading on her forehead, glimmering like exquisite pearls under the moonlight. Speaking candidly and acting boldly, she often thumped her chest in assurance. She aspired to become a legendary heroine in the martial world, viewing Lin Fan as both an idol and an elder brother. Yao Zhiyun, adorned in a pristine white robe, embroidered with pure and elegant snow lotus flowers, consistently maintained a calm demeanor. Her speech was succinct and to the point, exuding an air of determination. "Master, I hope for your further guidance." Her goal was to master both medicine and martial arts, aiming to save lives. Though she appeared aloof in Lin Fan's company, she held deep trust and reliance within her heart. Zhou Qingxia, resplendent in a blue silk gown adorned with golden phoenix embroidery, exuded nobility and grace. She spoke gently and courteously, her actions elegant and poised, softly stating, "Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations." She aspired to revitalize her sect, viewing Lin Fan as a crucial support, her emotions sincere and profound. Yao Xuemei, clad in a vibrant green gauze dress, adorned with shimmering stars, appeared lively and playful. With a bright smile, she said, "Master, you mustn't favor one over the other." Her ambition was to explore the pinnacle of martial arts, filled with curiosity and admiration for Lin Fan. Lin Fan declared, "Ladies, unify your minds and senses, feel the flow of internal energy, enjoy the cultivation, and find joy in your practice." He sat cross-legged, his aura gentle yet potent, while the ladies followed suit, closing their eyes to capture the rhythm of that energy. Lin Fan circulated his energy. He softly guided them, and the atmosphere in the room grew denser, mysterious yet solemn, as the ladies perfected their understanding of the spring snow technique. With a serious expression, Lin Fan stated, "Now, we shall commence the yin-yang harmonization practice, which requires pairing up to allow the internal energies to circulate and intertwine." His voice was steady and powerful, resonating clearly in the tranquil night. Qin Susu, unable to contain her eagerness, gazed at Lin Fan with fiery intensity, her hands instinctively clenching, and urgently declared, "Master, I wish to cultivate alongside you." Li Xiaoro chimed in hastily, "Master, I too wish to be with you. I cannot trust anyone else." A charming blush adorned her rosy cheeks, her innocent demeanor utterly endearing. Wang Meiling followed suit, calling out, "Master, I want to join you too." Her voice rang out loudly, filled with eagerness and anticipation. Yao Zhiyun, Zhou Qingxia, and Yao Shui may also express their desires to cultivate with Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled, albeit with a hint of conflict in his heart. How could he navigate this situation? All the ladies wished to cultivate with him, and while he understood their intentions were for the sake of cultivation, the scenario did leave him somewhat apprehensive. After a moment of contemplation, he finally acquiesced. Ladies, since it is thus, I shall honor your wishes. Upon hearing this, the ladies' faces lit up with joy, unable to contain their excitement. Thus, Lin Fan led the group into a secluded chamber, where they began their practice, the details of which are omitted. Lin Fan closed his eyes, circulating his energy, guiding the flow of internal power, merging it with the ladies' energies. Initially, the flow felt somewhat awkward, but as time passed, their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. Each face radiated satisfaction, their internal powers steadily amplifying. In this wondrous atmosphere, time slipped by unnoticed. When Lin Fan finally opened his eyes, he felt a surge of formidable strength rising within him. At that moment, he realized that this cultivation had significantly enhanced their abilities. With a focused and earnest expression, Lin Fan explained, "Next, we shall delve into the realm of great mobility and unification, which requires precise techniques and a deep connection of intentions to achieve." Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, shimmering under the luminous moonlight. Zhou Qingxia, with a hint of concern, softly inquired, "Master, is this method of mobility exceedingly profound and esoteric?" Lin Fan comforted, "Qingxia, as long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly and grasp the essence, it is not a daunting task." At that moment, Lin Fan's heart brimmed with hope. May they swiftly become adept in this exquisite technique, lest their cultivation be delayed. Yao Shuomei playfully remarked, "Alliance Master, you must teach me hand in hand." Her silken hair danced gently in the breeze, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, assuring, "Shuomei, rest assured, I will impart my knowledge with utmost care." With a warm smile and a gentle tone, he addressed the ladies. During this rejuvenating phase of yang energy, it is imperative to relax your minds and find joy in your cultivation. His smile was as warm and pleasant as a spring breeze, instilling a sense of calm. Yao Zhiyun softly murmured, "Alliance Master, with you creating such a relaxed atmosphere, I feel completely at ease." Her snow-like skin, caressed by the moonlight, appeared even more radiant. Li Xiaoro cheerfully exclaimed, "Alliance Master, this cultivation session is truly delightful." Her melodious laughter resonated like silver bells in the night sky. Lin Fan felt a surge of satisfaction, seeing them so wholeheartedly engaged. This cultivation session would surely yield fruitful results. With a solemn expression, Lin Fan stated earnestly, "In the final realm of dual cultivation, we must invest our emotions deeply. Only then can our efficiency be greatly enhanced." His gaze became increasingly focused and fervent. Zhou Qingxia, standing tall and resolute, declared, "Alliance Master, I shall give my all." Wang Miling, with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "Alliance Master, I will not be left behind." Lin Fan silently encouraged himself. "I must assist them in successfully breaking through and achieving the magnificent goal of becoming masters overnight." Throughout the course of cultivation, the women continuously evolved and transformed. Qin Susu grew increasingly confident and daring. Li Xiaoro gradually learned to be steady and resilient, while Wang Miling added a touch of delicate tenderness. Their bond with Lin Fan deepened, as they steadily advanced together on the long journey of martial arts, hand in hand, toward higher realms. As the cultivation entered a critical moment, the women strived to break through. Lin Fan internally cheered them on. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, your dual cultivation with the ladies brings mutual benefits. Not only can it enhance their abilities, but it can also help you break through your bottleneck and solidify your realm." Lin Fan replied in his heart, "That is splendid. I must thank you for your guidance, system." The system continued, "But remember, do not become too immersed in it. Maintain a righteous heart and pay attention to your health, host. There are still several to conquer." Lin Fan retorted silently, "Rest assured, I know my limits." Just then, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the women, and a powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Qin Susu's delicate figure trembled, as a soft lilac radiance rippled from her body, surrounding her. Her graceful form appeared even more ethereal in the glow. A flowing lilac veil dancing in the wind, with intricately embroidered orchids seemingly brought to life. Her skin, akin to mutton-fat jade, glimmered with a lustrous sheen, her eyes sparkling with confidence and joy. Her exquisite features shone even more vividly in the light. And as she parted her ruby lips, the breath she exhaled seemed to carry a delightful fragrance. Eli Xiaoro's pink dress fluttered, as peach blossom-like radiance erupted around her like brilliant fireworks. Her lively eyes sparkled like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Shimmering with excitement, her cheeks flushed, as radiant as blooming peach blossoms. A cascade of raven-black hair danced in the wind, a few playful strands sticking to her rosy cheeks. Her petite figure radiated youthful vitality, resembling the most vibrant blossom of spring. Wang Meiling, on the other hand, exuded a striking presence, her goose-yellow attire shining brightly in the light. Her tall stature emanated strength, accentuated by the black wide belt cinching her waist. Highlighting her alluring curves, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, sparkling like precious gems in the glow. Her bright eyes burned with determination and vigor, and her hearty laughter seemed capable of piercing the heavens. Yao Zhiyun, adorned in a pure white robe embroidered with snow lotus flowers, appeared even more sacred in the light. Her previously cool demeanor was now softened by joy, her skin glowing gently like snow, resembling a celestial being descending to earth. Zhou Qingxia's blue silk gown, embellished with golden phoenixes, seemed poised to take flight, her noble and dignified aura accentuated by the light. Her eyes filled with aspirations for the future. Yao Xuemei's emerald green skirt, adorned with twinkling stars, sparkled brilliantly, her sprightly and playful demeanor in the glow becoming even more endearing, as if she were a sprite emerging from the starry sky. Meanwhile, Lin Fan stood by, his expression focused yet content, his gaze brimmed with anticipation and encouragement, intently watching the ladies. His brows slightly raised, revealing his inner joy and pride. A satisfied smile graced his lips, containing heartfelt acknowledgement of their efforts. With arms crossed, he stood tall like a sturdy pine, offering the ladies endless support and trust. The women encircled Lin Fan, and Qin Susu, with a gaze full of affection, said, "Alliance Master, I deeply understand the difficulty of this breakthrough. If it weren't for your diligent guidance, I would not know when I could achieve this from now on. I wish to forever follow you, willing to brave any challenges for you." Saying this, she gently wiped the fine beads of sweat from Lin Fan's forehead. Her movements tender and gentle. Then, she took out a jade pendant from her fragrance pouch and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, "Alliance Master, this is a token of my appreciation. May it always accompany you." Immediately after, she inquired, "Alliance Master, although I have broken through, I still have some confusion regarding the subsequent cultivation methods. I hope you can enlighten me." Lin Fan accepted the jade pendant and teased, "Susu, this pendant is exquisite. I shall treasure it well. As for your future cultivation, there's no need to rush. We will explore it slowly together. You can count on me." Li Xiaoro lifted her head from Lin Fan's embrace, playfully chiding, "Alliance Master, you must continue to guide us in our cultivation," she added. "Without you by my side on this path, I feel uncertain." After speaking, she mischievously tugged at Lin Fan's clothing, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Then, she removed a beautiful bead flower from her hair and pinned it on Lin Fan's lapel, cheerfully stating, "Alliance Master, this flower will look splendid on you." Next, she eagerly asked, "Alliance Master, I also wish to consult you on how to stabilize my inner strength." Lin Fan affectionately ruffled Li Xiaoro's hair and replied, "Xiaoro, dear, stabilizing inner strength is akin to laying the foundation for a house. You must practice diligently and gain insight, and do not be lazy." Wang Meiling laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Alliance Master, you are truly remarkable. In the past, I was content with just a bit of fame in the martial world, but I never imagined that under your leadership, I could also become a master. I will follow you closely to carve out my path in the martial world, upholding justice, and I shall never bring shame upon you." Saying this, she pulled out a pouch she had sewn herself and handed it to Lin Fan, saying, "Alliance Master, I made this. If it doesn't look good, please don't mind." Then, She scratched her head and asked, Alliance Master, now that I have just broken through, how should I train to become stronger? Lin Fan took the pouch and exaggeratedly said, Miling, your craftsmanship is truly exquisite. To grow stronger, you must take it one step at a time, just like eating. You cannot rush it. Yao Jiyun gently nodded, her expression serious as she said, Alliance Master, this is a blessing for all. Your great kindness, I cannot repay. Please accept this handkerchief to wipe away your sweat. She then presented a beautifully embroidered handkerchief, her eyes filled with gratitude. Following that, she took out a vial of elixir she had painstakingly concocted and said, Alliance Master, this elixir will help you stabilize your inner strength. Please accept it. Immediately after, she earnestly asked, Alliance Master, I still have some uncertainties regarding the application of inner strength in the cultivation methods. I hope you can clarify. Lin Fan accepted the handkerchief and elixir, replying, Jiyun, using inner strength is like commanding an army. You must act according to your heart and adapt to changes. Zhou Qingxia smiled, extending her hand to grasp Lin Fan's firmly, her tone resolute as she declared, Alliance Master, may we ascend to greater heights in the future. From now on, I shall double my efforts, not to disappoint your expectations. And together we shall strive for our future. She removed the jade pendant she had worn since childhood and hung it around Lin Fan's waist, saying, Alliance Master, this pendant has been with me since I was young. Now I give it to you. May it protect your safety. Then, she inquired, Alliance Master, do you have any insights on controlling the mind during cultivation? Lin Fan tightened his grip on Zhou Qingxia's hand and responded, Qingxia, controlling the mind is like steering a carriage. The heart must be steady, and the reins must be firm. Yao Shuomei, with her bright, expressive eyes, playfully remarked, Alliance Master, this is merely the beginning. More challenges await us. But as long as you are here, I fear nothing. Saying this, she leaned against Lin Fan, her face radiating happiness. Then, she produced a small fragrance pouch and placed it in Lin Fan's hand, saying, Alliance Master, this fragrance pouch is made for you. I hope you like it. Following this, she tilted her head and asked, Alliance Master, I wish to know how to break through the bottlenecks in cultivation. Can you teach me? Lin Fan accepted the fragrance pouch and smiled, saying, Shuomei, this pouch smells delightful. Breaking through the bottleneck is akin to climbing a mountain. Find the right path and push through with determination. Continuing, Lin Fan retrieved small gifts prepared for the ladies from his bosom. Some were exquisite hairpins, while others were precious elixirs. He smiled and remarked, These tokens of affection are my humble offerings to each of you. I hope they bring you joy. The ladies were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude in unison. Qin Susu accepted a hairpin and exclaimed with delight, Leader, this hairpin is truly exquisite. I shall cherish it dearly. Li Xiaoro, holding the elixir, cheered, Leader, with this elixir, my cultivation shall surely ascend to new heights. Wang Miling, in her straightforward manner, declared, Leader, you are simply too kind to us. They then gathered together, sharing in the joy of their successful cultivation, envisioning the future paths of their martial adventures. Li Xiaoro chattered animatedly about her aspirations to make a name for herself in the martial world, tugging at Lin Fan's arm, imploring him for advice. Wang Miling enthusiastically recounted her ideals of chivalry, occasionally patting Lin Fan's back as if to say, Hey, brother, let us venture forth into the martial realm together. Her exuberance and boldness evoked memories of legendary heroes. Qin Susu gently mapped out their future lives, glancing at Lin Fan with eyes full of expectation and hope. Her voice was soft and melodious, enveloping the atmosphere in warmth. Yao Jiyun listened quietly to the discussions, interjecting occasionally with insightful remarks that illuminated the conversation. Her calm demeanor and intelligence instilled a sense of reliability. Zhou Qingxia and Yao Shuomei chimed in from time to time, their vivacity and cheerfulness rendering the ambience light and joyful. Laughter and merriment echoed in the chamber, transforming it into a cozy family gathering. At that moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, each a master in her own right, his heart swelled with joy. He felt as though he were enveloped in a dreamlike realm, where everything was simply enchanting. Ah, ha ha! Lin Fan could not suppress a hearty laugh that seemed to pierce the heavens, drawing curious glances from those around him. His face radiated happiness and contentment, that brilliant smile as warm as the sun. At this moment, he resembled a child lost in boundless joy, reveling in this exquisite experience. Yet, within the hearts of the ladies, there lay a different sentiment. They understood that as long as they could keep Lin Fan close, it signified limitless possibilities. For this man not only possessed extraordinary strength, but also harbored a kind and gentle heart. Thus, they were willing to exert every effort to win his favor. Chapter 36. The task of establishing one's own faction and school. It is said that after a night of arduous cultivation, Lin Fan and the ladies were utterly exhausted. Yet, diligence bore fruit, as they successfully helped the ladies break through to the master realm. Lin Fan, witnessing their significant enhancement in strength, joyfully bade them farewell before dragging his weary body back to his room. Collapsing into a deep slumber, just as he was lost in sweet dreams, a mechanical chime rang in his ear. Lin Fan mumbled, "Oh dear, who is making such a racket? Can't anyone let me sleep in peace?" Then he heard the system's teasing voice, "Hey, host, this system has successfully upgraded. A new task awaits you. The task is to establish your own faction and school. You must take action within a month. The sooner, the better. Additionally, let me secretly inform you that a mysterious faction is causing trouble in Sunset City. You have 2 days to eliminate them. Good luck." Lin Fan sprang from his bed, eyes wide in disbelief. "What? This task has come out of nowhere. Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? My bones feel like they're about to fall apart, and yet you keep pestering me." The system chuckled. "Oh, host, opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. You must not be lazy," Lin Fan, hands on his hips, retorted. "You make it sound easy. I'm not Superman. How can I possibly handle so much at once?" The system, slightly provocative, replied, "Humph, host, if you can't even face this small challenge, you will greatly disappoint me." Lin Fan gritted his teeth. "Humph, who said I can't face it? It's just about establishing a faction and a school. And dealing with some mysterious affiliates, piece of cake." The system chuckled to itself. "Now, that's more like it. I knew you were bold." Lin Fan shot a glare. "Enough with the flattery. Hurry up and tell me the specifics of the plan." The system cleared its throat. "First, you need a resounding name, like the Spirit Orchid Legion. How does that sound? Just hearing it evokes a sense of grandeur." Lin Fan burst into laughter. "Ha, splendid. What about the title arrangements?" The system pondered briefly, speaking slowly and clearly. "The position of Legion Commander belongs to you alone, followed by a Vice Commander to assist you. Next, we shall appoint Hall Masters, overseeing combat, intelligence gathering, and logistics. The Fragrance Master will assist the Hall Masters in managing grassroots affairs. Furthermore, we need elite members, all skilled combatants." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent, let it be decided thus. The martial school must also be meticulously planned," the system, confident and composed, stated. "Course offerings must be comprehensive, balancing practical skills with theoretical knowledge, ensuring that martial ethics and techniques progress hand in hand, thereby nurturing exceptional talents." Lin Fan rubbed his hands together with excitement. "Wonderful, with this plan, I shall share it with the ladies." Thus, Lin Fan approached the ladies, clearing his throat, his gaze intense as he surveyed them. "Dear wives, lend me your ears as I unveil our grand ambitions for the future. I have been contemplating that, in this martial world, we cannot fight our battles alone. Only by establishing our own formidable faction can we secure a solid footing. Therefore, we shall create the Phantom Legion. The framework for our Phantom Legion is as follows. First, in terms of talent recruitment, we must cast a wide net, not only issuing recruitment orders throughout the martial world to attract ambitious and talented women, but also dispatching representatives to various sects and families to uncover those hidden gems. We must not only assess their martial foundations, but also pay attention to their character and potential." With a grand gesture, Lin Fan's presence was commanding. Qin Susu furrowed her brow, arms crossed, her face revealing concern. "Husband, this recruitment may prove challenging. The major sects may not be willing to allow their outstanding disciples to join us." Li Xiao leaned forward eagerly, hands under her chin. "Indeed, husband, what shall we do then?" Lin Fan smiled confidently, hands clasped behind his back. "Fear not, I have my ways. We shall offer substantial benefits, providing better cultivation resources and development opportunities. I have no doubt they will be enticed. Regarding training, we must devise a comprehensive, rigorous, and scientifically sound plan. The initial phase will focus on foundational physical training, refining martial techniques, and preliminary practice of inner strength methodologies to solidify the foundation for all. Subsequently, we will implement specialized training tailored to individual strengths, such as enhancing the skills of those proficient in fist techniques or advancing the lightness skills of those excelling in agility. Simultaneously, regular team-building exercises will be conducted, simulating various combat scenarios to cultivate synergy through practical experiences. At this point, Lin Fan's demeanor grew solemn, his gaze fierce. Wang Meiling thumped her chest, standing tall. I fear no hardship. I only dread the lack of opportunity to practice. Yao Zhiyun gently shook her head, her brows knit in worry. But where will the resources for this training come from? If they are insufficient, achieving the desired results may prove difficult. Lin Fan, with confidence radiating from him, paced as he spoke. I have already considered this. I will send people to seek rare resources and engage in trade cooperation with other factions. On the path of development, we must actively engage in significant events within the martial world, showcasing the extraordinary strength and excellence of our legion. For instance, we can participate in martial tournaments, forming teams to strive for victory, or proactively address challenging issues within the martial community, establishing a positive reputation. We should also promote our mission and ideals through various channels, ensuring that more people become aware and yearn for our cause. At this moment, Lin Fan's enthusiasm was palpable, his passion overflowing. Zhou Qingxia sighed softly, pursing her lips as she spoke. Husband, this may provoke jealousy and suppression from other factions. Yao Xuemei pouted, nervously tugging at her clothing. Could that be dangerous? Lin Fan's gaze hardened, fists clenched, his tone resolute. With me here, there is no need for fear. We must dare to face challenges to achieve greatness. Acquiring resources is essential. We shall send people to explore the secret realms and ruins within the martial world. Seeking rare martial manuals, precious herbs, and extraordinary treasures, we will allocate resources judiciously to ensure every sister has the opportunity for personal growth. As he spoke, Lin Fan gestured animatedly, exuding confidence. The ladies exchanged whispers, excitedly discussing, some nodding frequently, while others displayed eager anticipation. Suddenly, a mysterious figure burst in, exclaiming loudly, Lin Fan, you shall not establish any faction. I will stop you. Lin Fan glared fiercely. Who dares to intrude? How dare you speak so boldly here? The mysterious figure sneered. Humph, you have offended too many. This martial world cannot tolerate your arrogance. As the words left his lips, the figure clad in black suddenly flickered, charging towards Lin Fan like a wraith. His right hand clawed and aimed directly for Lin Fan's throat. Simultaneously, a whistling wind sliced through the air, reminiscent of a deathly howl. Lin Fan reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping the fierce strike just in time. The fabric of his clothing rustled violently under the rapid motion. Eyeing a swift counter, he propelled himself backward with a powerful kick of his left leg, creating a distance of several meters between himself and the assailant, landing with a resounding thud. You dare to obstruct me? Lin Fan bellowed, fists clenched tightly as his inner strength surged forth, his joints cracking ominously. Veins bulging on his forehead, teeth gritted, producing a chilling sound. The black-clad figure remained silent, lunging forward once more, this time with a shift in tactics. His palms danced through the air, generating a howling wind that formed an invisible pressure bearing down on Lin Fan. The gusts emitted a sharp, piercing sound as they swept by, revealing a sinister expression on the assailant's face, accompanied by a low, menacing growl. Unfazed, Lin Fan shouted, "Bring it on!" He deftly maneuvered, his footwork intricate as he evaded the oncoming gusts with the grace of a swimming dragon. Seizing the moment, Lin Fan unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at the chest of the black-clad figure, the force of his blow slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, his eyes wide with determination and ferocity. Letting out an enraged howl, the assailant sidestepped, yet Lin Fan's strike was too swift, grazing his shoulder with a crack that echoed like a dislocated bone. The figure let out a muffled grunt. Stumbling slightly, his facial muscles twitching in pain as he gasped for breath. "Humph! Is that all you've got?" Lin Fan pressed the advantage, launching a kick towards the adversary's abdomen, the strike slicing through the air with a whoosh. Its power staggering, Lin Fan's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, each drop hitting the ground with a soft patter. The black-clad figure crossed his arms, bracing against the blow, yet was pushed back several steps by the sheer force. His feet skidding across the ground, eliciting a choked grunt from his throat. "Lin Fan, do not celebrate too soon." The figure gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, his lips twitching slightly. Lin Fan smirked defiantly. "Show me what you've got." Suddenly, the assailant pivoted, his speed increasing dramatically, encircling Lin Fan with rapid movements, his form transforming into a series of illusory shadows, as swift as the wind sweeping through the clouds. The air around him seemed to tear apart, producing a hissing sound that dazzled the senses. Lin Fan, however, centered himself, eyes closed, brow furrowed, breathing steady as he attuned to the presence of his foe, prepared for any ambush. A faint golden aura emanated from his body, akin to a protective shield. Just as the figure believed Lin Fan was distracted, he launched an attack from behind, a gust of wind trailing his hands, which glowed ominously with a dark hue, seemingly laced with lethal poison. Yet, Lin Fan was ready. He spun around, eyes snapping open with an explosive glare, hands like iron pincers seizing the assailant's arms with a resounding crack. As if intending to crush the very bones in that instant, an overwhelming force erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. With a forceful throw, the figure was flung far away, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Dust swirling around him, a pained cry escaping his lips as he created a substantial crater in the earth, debris scattering in all directions. He struggled to rise, but Lin Fan was upon him in an instant. Pressing a foot firmly on his back, the sound of cracking echoing as ripples of energy emanated from beneath his foot. "Speak. Who sent you?" Lin Fan demanded in a thunderous voice, his face taut. Eyes wide, veins pulsing on his forehead, breath manifesting as white streams in the cold air. The black-clad figure's expression darkened, features contorting. "Want to know?" "Not a chance with that." He spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid mixed with a cloud of black smoke that rapidly enveloped the area, releasing a pungent odor. Lin Fan recoiled, covering his mouth and nose with a grunt. Seizing the opportunity, the assailant, gritting through the pain, unleashed a surge of black light, employing lightness skills to make a hasty escape, his steps unsteady, leaving behind a trail of dark afterimages. Lin Fan watched the retreating figure, snorting derisively. "You may have fled swiftly this time, but next time luck will not be on your side." After a fierce battle, Lin Fan successfully drove away the mysterious figure. Lin Fan continued, "The management of our external relations is of utmost importance. We must prudently select friendly forces to establish alliances. Prior to forming any alliance, a thorough investigation into the other party's background and credibility is essential. Once allied, we must maintain close communication and cooperation. And in the face of disagreements, we should engage in amicable discussions to collectively weather the storms of the world." At this moment, Lin Fan's expression turned solemn, his demeanor serious. The women around him mirrored his seriousness. Nodding in agreement, Lin Fan then proclaimed, "Our internal management must feature a clear system of rewards and punishments. Those who achieve remarkable feats shall be generously rewarded, while those who err shall face appropriate consequences, thereby motivating everyone to strive for excellence and maintaining the vitality and discipline of our legion." Lin Fan's gaze was steadfast as it bore into the women present. They responded in unison. "Yes, husband," Lin Fan added. "Moreover, our Lin Fan Martial Academy is a crucial foundation for nurturing talent. The academy will exclusively admit female students, with a curriculum divided into elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels. In the elementary stage, students will primarily study fundamental martial arts knowledge, including common fist techniques, swordplay routines, and basic lightness skills. The intermediate stage will delve into inner strength cultivation, alongside an introduction to certain military strategies. By the time they reach the advanced stage, They will be required to study advanced techniques such as the art of evasion and alchemy. The academy boasts a strong faculty, with not only myself teaching but also skilled mentors among the sisters. Our teaching methods are diverse, including classroom lectures, practical drills, and group discussions. Additionally, we will regularly host martial arts competitions, with outstanding disciples receiving generous rewards. Lin Fan spoke with confidence and poise. The women listened intently, their expressions filled with surprise and admiration. Some eyes sparkled with excitement, others nodded in agreement, while a few exchanged whispers of enthusiasm. Just then, Zi Hongmei hurried over, her fists clenched, eyes bright with determination, her voice brimming with anticipation. Lin Fan, this plan is brilliant. Count us in. Zhu Fenghuang, exhilarated, raised her fists high, as if to share her joy with the world. Her eyes glimmering with excitement. Such a grand vision cannot be realized without the support of our Zhuke sect. Bai Rupiang timidly lowered her gaze, fiddling with the hem of her garment, seemingly shy. Yet her voice was resolute and soft. Brother Lin, I too wish to contribute to the Legion. Xian Feng laughed heartily, hands on her hips, her laughter resounding like thunder, invigorating the entire room with the strength of our Xuanwu Hall. We shall surely break through all obstacles. Gu Shuawu smiled gently, inclining her body slightly, her gaze warm and unwavering, reminiscent of a spring sun. My sister and I are also willing to follow. Jiu Yuqing's cheeks flushed with excitement. Bouncing joyfully like a lively bird, brimming with vitality, that's amazing. I want to show my skills too. Lin Fan laughed heartily, arms wide open, his smile radiant and sincere, as if capable of melting all ice. Welcome, welcome. Our ranks are growing stronger, and our future is limitless. The women nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with anticipation and spirited resolve. Chapter 37. Eradicating the mysterious forces of Sunset City. Lin Fan gazed at the group of eager women before him, a confident and slightly mischievous smile gracing his face as he casually gestured, initiating his appointment arrangements. He strolled over to Qin Susu, gently taking her delicate hand. His eyes filled with tenderness, and softly said, Susu, my dear wife, as the esteemed leader of the beauty sect, your wisdom and experience make you the perfect candidate for this vital position of Legion Commander. With you by my side, I feel as though I have secured a stabilizing anchor in my heart. Qin Susu playfully rolled her eyes at him, yet her lips couldn't help but curl upward, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she replied, Since my husband has such trust in me, I will certainly give my utmost to alleviate your worries. She slightly tilted her head, her eyes radiating determination, filled with deep affection and support for Lin Fan. Next, Lin Fan turned to Li Xiaoru, lightly tapping her nose with his finger, smiling as he said, Xiaoru, you clever little gem, your knack for gathering information makes you the perfect candidate for the intelligence leader position. I believe that under your sharp eye, there shall be no secrets left hidden in the martial world. Li Xiaoru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clasped her fists to her chest, her voice sweetly affirming, Rest assured, husband, Xiaoru guarantees that the intelligence work will be airtight, and I will not let you down. She playfully winked at Lin Fan, her lively demeanor eliciting a chuckle from him. Approaching Wang Miling, Lin Fan patted her shoulder, exclaiming, Miling, with your bold personality and immense strength, you are the ideal candidate for the battle commander. Rally the sisters and lead them to victory on the battlefield, bringing glory to our legion. Wang Miling laughed heartily, thumping her chest. Brother, I will not fail in my mission. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, teasingly remarking, Miling, just be careful not to charge in too fiercely, or you might scare the enemy away. But even if the enemy flees, having you by my side brings me great comfort. Wang Miling tilted her head back and replied nonchalantly, I am not afraid at all. With my husband by my side, I can face anything. Lin Fan gazed at Yao Zhiyun with concern in his eyes, his voice softening, Zhiyun, your medical skills are unparalleled. You shall take on the role of the logistics master, as the health of our sisters depends on your care. Please do not overstrain yourself, or I shall be heartbroken. Yao Zhiyun slightly bowed, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she softly assured, Rest assured, my husband, I will ensure that everyone is worry-free, and I shall not cause you any concern. Lin Fan reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Murmuring, "Thank you for your efforts, Ji Yun." Approaching Zhou Qingxia, Lin Fan gently took her hand, gazing into her eyes with affection. "Qingxia, your calmness and composure make you the perfect fit for the position of fragrance master. Assist the hall masters in managing affairs meticulously. I have faith in your abilities, and I believe we can achieve greatness together." Zhou Qingxia nodded slightly, her gaze resolute, as Lin Fan smiled and patted the back of her hand, saying, "Qingxia, I trust you." Yao Shuomei looked shyly at Lin Fan, who stepped forward and affectionately ruffled her hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Shuomei, my dear, your role is to cheer on our sisters during training, inspiring them with your spirit. Your sweet smile can invigorate everyone." Yao Shuomei blushed, murmuring, "Husband, I will do my best." Lin Fan playfully pinched her nose, saying, "Do not be nervous, my little Shuomei. You will surely succeed." Lin Fan then turned his gaze to Zi Hongmei. His eyes filled with admiration. "Zi Hongmei, the title of Saintess of the Zixiao Palace is well-deserved. Your swordsmanship is exceptional, and you shall teach our sisters the art of the sword, enabling them to wield their blades like dragons." Zi Hongmei bowed respectfully, affirming, "Brother Lin, I shall impart all my knowledge." Lin Fan patted her shoulder, saying, "With your word, I am at ease. Once we succeed, I will reward you handsomely." Facing Zhu Fenghuang, Lin Fan declared loudly, "Zhu Fenghuang, the palm techniques of the Zhuke sect Saintess are legendary. I entrust you with teaching our sisters these techniques, so they can become formidable." Zhu Fenghuang crossed her arms confidently, responding, "Brother Lin, have no worries. With me around, our sisters' skills will surely flourish." Lin Fan laughed heartily, "Then I eagerly await the fruits of your labor. If you perform well, I will certainly bestow generous rewards." Lin Fan approached by Rupying. Speaking gently, Rupying, as the daughter of the White Tiger Pavilion's leader, "Your lightness skills are extraordinary. Please guide our sisters in this art, so they may move as gracefully as swallows." By Rupying shyly lowered her head, whispering, "Brother Lin, I will do my utmost to teach everyone well." Lin Fan encouraged her, Rupying, "Believe in yourself, you can do it. Once we succeed, I will take you to see the most beautiful sights." Xian Feng confidently stepped forward, and Lin Fan smiled. "Xian Feng, daughter of the Xuanwu Hall's master, with your profound internal strength, you shall assist our sisters in enhancing their cultivation." Xian Feng laughed heartily, "No problem, leave it to me." Lin Fan gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Good sister, I'm counting on you. Once everything goes smoothly, I'll drink fine wine with you." Jiyu Shuowu and Gu Yuqing approached, and Lin Fan smiled. "Shuowu, as the Saintess of Biluo Valley, your expertise in formations will be invaluable. Please teach our sisters the art of formations. Yuqing, assist your sister in helping everyone gain proficiency in this skill." The sisters replied in unison, "Yes, Brother Lin." Lin Fan affectionately ruffled Gu Yuqing's hair and said to Gu Shuowu, "Shuowu, do keep an eye on your mischievous sister." Jiyu Shuowu laughed, "Brother Lin, don't worry. I will take good care of her." After finalizing the arrangements, Lin Fan placed his hands on his hips, proudly declaring, "With the support of all you sisters, Arlingyun Yulan Legion will surely dominate the martial world." The women's faces shone with determination, their eyes filled with hopes for the future. At that moment, Qin Susu spoke up, "Husband, although positions have been assigned, we must meticulously plan for the subsequent matters. We cannot afford to be careless." Lin Fan nodded, saying, "What you say is indeed true. We must swiftly outline the details for this recruitment." Li Xiaoro blinked her lively eyes and suggested, "Husband, our recruitment notice should be captivating to attract more talented individuals." Wang Miling chimed in loudly, "We should highlight the strengths of our legion, enticing capable people to join us." Yao Zhiyun added, "We must also specify the resources and development opportunities we can offer, making it appealing." Lin Fan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying, "Indeed, everyone makes valid points. Let this recruitment notice be drafted by Xiaoro, with everyone assisting in reviewing it." Zhou Qingxia remarked, "Husband, we must also expedite the preparation of training grounds and resources." Yao Shuomei added, "Yes, husband, we must also arrange accommodations for the sisters." Lin Fan waved his hand, saying, "I have already considered these matters. They will be arranged properly." Lin Fan decided to set the headquarters of the Beautiful Legion in the Lin Fan martial sect within the Beautiful Gate. After discussing the specifics with Qin Susu, Lin Fan's expression turned serious as he stated, "Susu, this plan is of utmost importance. We must not allow any mistakes." Qin Susu nodded slightly, her gaze resolute, her brows furrowing as she solemnly replied, "Husband, rest assured, I will act cautiously and will not overlook any detail." She understood the significance of this task and was determined to give her all. Next, Lin Fan turned his attention to Wang Meiling and Yao Zhiyun. His eyes filled with expectation and trust as he said, "Meiling, Zhiyun, you two shall return to the beautiful gate with Susu first. Proceed according to plan without error." Wang Meiling laughed heartily, thumping her chest in assurance. "Husband, you can rest easy. I'll handle things well." Her exuberance invigorated the atmosphere around them. Yao Zhiyun, with a gentle bow, softly added, "Husband, we will not disappoint you." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, reassuring those who heard it. With that, the three of them sprang into action, riding the phoenix swiftly towards the beautiful gate, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The others remained, diligently attending to their tasks, each fulfilling their roles with fervor. As night fell, the stars twinkled, and the entire Sunset City was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Li Xiaoro, clad in dark attire, moved with agility like a shadow, racing towards the city lord's residence. Inside the residence, the shadows of trees danced under the moonlight, and the wind rustled the leaves. Li Xiaoro skillfully evaded patrolling guards and stealthily entered the city lord Wang Hongquan's study. The study exuded a faint sandalwood fragrance, and the candlelight flickered softly upon the desk. She cautiously searched and finally uncovered crucial evidence hidden in a secret compartment, confirming that Wang Hongquan was indeed affiliated with the mysterious force. Just as she prepared to leave, she accidentally knocked over a vase. The sharp sound of shattering echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Wang Hongquan was startled awake, shouting, "Who's there?" He abruptly sat up, his face dark as storm clouds, eyes glinting with menace as he quickly donned his outer robe and snatched up his sword. Rushing towards the study, Li Xiaoro sensed the danger and swiftly concealed herself behind a bookshelf. Her heart pounding, her breathing cautious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Wang Hongquan entered the study with a lantern, the light swaying, casting shifting shadows. Moonlight filtered through the window, creating patches of silvery light on the floor. "Come out, do not hide." Wang Hongquan's piercing gaze swept the room, his voice dripping with threat. With no place left to hide, Li Xiaoro stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Wang Hongquan, your crimes have been exposed." She placed her hands on her hips, her gaze unwavering as she stared defiantly at him. Wang Hongquan's expression shifted, and he snarled, "So it's you, little girl? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving with that." He lunged at Li Xiaoro with his sword, his face fierce and his eyes blazing with fury. Li Xiaoro sidestepped, evading his attack with the grace of a swallow. As the bookshelf trembled from the impact of their struggle, books scattering across the floor. Seeing this, Wang Hongquan's swordplay grew more ruthless, the wind from his strikes howling. Each move aimed to kill. Li Xiaoro dodged while counterattacking, but she gradually felt overwhelmed, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as her breathing became labored. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, plunging the study into darkness, heightening the tension. At that moment, Wang Hongquan seized the opportunity, delivering a slash that grazed Li Xiaoro's arm, instantly staining her sleeve with blood. Little girl, let us see how much longer you can endure." Wang Hongquan laughed triumphantly, continuing to swing his sword as he advanced. Li Xiaoro gritted her teeth, suppressing her pain, her gaze still filled with defiance. Just as she was on the brink of collapse, the system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. "Host, Li Xiaoro is in danger." Lin Fan, who was discussing subsequent matters with others, turned pale upon hearing the system's alert. Without hesitation, he employed his lightness technique and dashed towards the Lord's mansion, his figure streaking across the night sky like a meteor, his expression one of urgency. Inside the study of the Lord's mansion, Wang Hongquan pressed forward relentlessly, and Li Xiaoro was on the verge of peril. "Little girl, today marks your demise." Wang Hongquan bellowed, his eyes wide and fierce, raising his sword high to deliver a fatal blow to Li Xiaoro. "You wicked scoundrel, you shall not succeed." Li Xiaoro persisted through gritted teeth, her lips tightly pressed, preparing for one final stand. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan arrived like a whirlwind, shouting, "Wang Hongquan, cease your attack." Wang Hongquan's sword halted midair, startled by Lin Fan's presence, yet he feigned bravado, retorting, "Lin Fan, mind your own business." A flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Lin Fan smirked coldly, "You, a degenerate, have wreaked havoc upon the martial world. Today is your reckoning." He crossed his arms, wearing an expression of disdain. Wang Hongquan was the first to launch an attack, his palms cutting through the air with a fierce wind towards Lin Fan. Unperturbed, Lin Fan sidestepped effortlessly, a smirk of contempt curling at his lips. "Is this all you've got?" Lin Fan taunted, his eyes brimming with provocation. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Hongquan escalated his assault, resembling a frenzied beast. Lin Fan remained calm, seizing the opportunity to land a punch to Wang Hongquan's abdomen. Wang Hongquan staggered back, blood spilling from his lips, his complexion paling instantly. "Lin Fan, I will fight you to the end," Wang Hongquan screamed, his gaze filled with despair and madness as he lunged again. Lin Fan exhibited his exquisite martial prowess, engaging Wang Hongquan in a fierce duel. The study was a whirlwind of overturned furniture and shattered items. Lin Fan's eyes were resolute and focused, each move imbued with power. As Wang Hongquan gradually exhausted his strength, he revealed openings. Lin Fan seized the moment, delivering a kick to Wang Hongquan's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Lying there, gasping for breath, Wang Hongquan's eyes still glimmered with unwillingness and rage. He struggled to rise again, his blood-soaked face contorted, teeth clenched tightly. "Lin Fan, I will not fall so easily," Wang Hongquan roared, his eyes fixed on Lin Fan as if to consume him with his gaze. Lin Fan, arms crossed, wore a relaxed smile, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Oh, Lord Wang, in such a state, still so defiant." He shook his head slightly, the curve of his lips carrying a hint of derision. Wang Hongquan, suppressing his pain, lunged once more at Lin Fan, his expression that of a desperate wolf, wild and feral. Lin Fan deftly evaded this feeble strike. "Lord Wang, are you performing a drunken fist at this point?" Lin Fan quipped, winking, his smile growing even more radiant. Wang Hongquan stumbled, nearly falling again. He turned, his face ashen with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "Lin Fan, do not gloat." Lin Fan shrugged. "Gloat? One must have the capital to gloat. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Wang? Do you not resemble a defeated rooster at this moment?" Wang Hongquan was incensed by Lin Fan's words, his fury igniting as he raised his fist, flailing wildly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan easily caught Wang Hongquan's fist and gently pushed him away. "Lord Wang, your punch is so soft, it barely qualifies as a tickle." Wang Hongquan was both furious and anxious, his face flushed with indignation, yet utterly helpless. "Oh dear, Lord Wang, your expression is truly magnificent. If captured in a painting, it would surely be a masterpiece." Lin Fan laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with mockery. Wang Hongquan gasped for breath, and a glimmer of fear finally surfaced in his gaze. Lin Fan looked at him, his expression turning grave. "Wang Hongquan, your evil deeds have come home to roost. Today is your reckoning." Wang Hongquan trembled, his legs buckling as he nearly knelt. "Lin Fan, if you spare my life, I will offer you all my treasures." His voice quivered, eyes filled with desperation. Lin Fan sneered, "Now you know to plead for mercy? It is too late. Your treasures cannot absolve you of your sins." Wang Hongquan fell into complete despair, collapsing to the ground, his gaze hollow, muttering incoherently. Lin Fan stepped forward, placing a foot on Wang Hongquan's chest. "Wang Hongquan, prepare to face the judgment of justice." At that moment, Wang Hongquan suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, a sound filled with hopelessness and madness. "Lin Fan, do you think you have one? Even in death, there will be those who seek vengeance for me." Lin Fan frowned. "Then I shall see who dares to be so foolish." Wang Hongquan's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Lin Fan withdrew his foot and turned to Li Xiaoro. "Xiaoro, I am sorry for the fright you endured." His face softened with warmth and concern, a stark contrast to the coldness he had shown Wang Hongquan. Li Xiaoro gently leaned against Lin Fan, like a docile kitten. "Husband, as long as you are here, I fear nothing." Lin Fan held her tightly, as if to meld her into his being. "Rest assured, with me around, no one shall harm you." Subsequently, Lin Fan led Li Xiaoro away from the blood-soaked and sinister study, leaving behind Wang Hongquan's lifeless body as a testament to his crimes and failures. Upon returning to the inn, the crowd gathered around them like moths to a flame. Lin Fan, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Wang Hongquan has been eliminated, and the remnants of the mysterious force have been eradicated." His face radiated with the joy of victory, his smile shining like the sun, illuminating the entire world. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in uncontrollable excitement, cheers rising and falling like a tempest throughout the inn. The patrons were swept up in this fervent atmosphere, joining in the jubilation. However, the innkeeper and staff remained oblivious to the events that transpired. Staring in astonishment at the martial alliance leader and the many women in such a frenzy, marveling, "Truly, the leader is incredible." Had Lin Fan been aware of their thoughts, he might have felt a twinge of helplessness, but more so, a swell of pride. After all, receiving such recognition and admiration from so many was a tremendous honor. Meanwhile, within the Lord's mansion, the body of the Lord was finally discovered by the servants. Panic ensued as they rushed to report the incident to the officials. Chaos engulfed the mansion, and everyone was taken aback by this sudden upheaval, while Wang Kuan, unaware of his father's demise at Lin Fan's hands, continued to indulge himself outside. This news spread rapidly, a person relaying it to 10 to 100, as swift as sound itself. Soon, the entire Sunset City was aware of the event. Those who had suffered under the Lord's tyranny could not contain their elation upon hearing the news. Tears of joy streaming down their faces. Having endured oppression for so long, they finally glimpsed hope, their spirits soaring. Just as Lin Fan was about to deepen his connection with the beautiful women around him, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out, "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of eliminating the mysterious forces affiliates in Sunset City. You are now rewarded with a transformation sword. This sword is capable of upgrading, requiring blood to recognize its master, and will grow stronger alongside its owner's prowess. Its characteristics and abilities are as follows. It can undergo various transformations, changing from a slender blade to a broadsword, from a sharp dagger to a sturdy shield, and even manifesting as a whip, chain, spear, or other weapons, rendering it nearly omnipotent. It adapts to various environments. Whether in narrow alleys or vast plains, it will find the most suitable form for combat. It facilitates strategic planning, allowing its master to devise complex and variable combat strategies that confound the enemy, significantly enhancing uncertainty and chances of victory in battle." Initially taken aback, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. His mouth agape in excitement. "Wow, this transformation sword sounds incredible." However, this sudden announcement thoroughly disrupted his moment, his expression darkening instantly, brows furrowing in displeasure. "System, your timing could not be worse." Lin Fan complained loudly at such a critical moment. "Could you not have come a bit later?" The system's mechanical voice, unhurried and tinged with mockery, responded, "Host, task rewards wait for no one. Moreover, the value of this transformation sword far outweighs your current moment." Lin Fan huffed in annoyance. "What do you know? My beautiful moment has been ruined by you." The system chuckled. "Host, do not be upset. Just think, with this transformation sword, your status in the martial world will soar. Soon, you'll have plenty more such beautiful moments." Lin Fan's anger subsided slightly at this, muttering, "That may be true. Now tell me in detail just how formidable this sword really is." The system patiently elucidated. "Host, the transformation of the changed sword is indeed its most remarkable feature. For instance, should you encounter an adversary skilled in close combat, it can instantaneously morph into a broad blade, delivering a fatal blow. Conversely, if faced with a foe who strikes from a distance, it can transmute into a whip or chain, catching the enemy off guard. Moreover, regardless of the environment, it can swiftly adapt to provide you with the optimal combat form." Lin Fan listened, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and couldn't help but exclaim, "How extraordinary! But what is this blood oath of ownership?" The system replied, "Host, You merely need to let a drop of your blood fall upon the sword's surface to establish a spiritual bond, thereby claiming ownership. Lin Fan, unable to contain his eagerness, followed the system's instructions. The moment his blood touched the sword, a brilliant light flickered, and he felt a wondrous connection forming between himself and the blade. Ha ha, this is truly marvelous. Lin Fan joyfully brandished the sword in his hand. The system continued, Host, with this treasure in your possession, you must utilize it wisely, for many more challenges and tasks await you in the future. Lin Fan, brimming with confidence, declared, Humph, with this changed sword, what do I have to fear? No matter the difficulty, I can overcome it with ease. The system playfully cautioned, Host, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The world can be treacherous. So remain vigilant. Lin Fan scoffed, I know. You're more nagging than I am. With that, Lin Fan immersed himself in the joy of acquiring the changed sword, contemplating how to make a name for himself in this otherworldly realm. Chapter 38. Departing from Sunset City deep within a shadowy valley, there lay a concealed black palace. Inside, Ying Yuan sat upon a throne of darkness, shadows thick as curtains obscuring his face, rendering his true expression inscrutable. At that moment, Ying Yi stumbled into the palace, blood streaming from his wounds, staining his garments. His complexion was as pale as ash, and his breath was faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. My lord, it is dire. Ying Yi's voice trembled, reminiscent of leaves shivering in the autumn breeze, each word laden with profound fear and panic. Ying Yuan barely lifted his head, a piercing gaze like an icy blade shot forth from the shadows. Capable of penetrating the very soul, and a hint of concern resonated in her voice. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively and replied with impatience, I know. I'm not a brainless brute. Of course, I understand the importance of not acting blindly. However, as long as we are thoroughly prepared, we shall surely succeed. He then shifted his tone to a more serious note, stating, by the way, you must provide me with ample intelligence support. Do not falter at a critical moment. This is pivotal to our ability to triumph over our adversaries. The system responded, Rest assured, Host, I will remain vigilant. Should any new clues or information arise, I will notify you immediately. Lin Fan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before saying, Then let us commence our special training promptly. I want to ensure that the Shadow Guards achieve a qualitative leap in a short span of time. Only in this manner can we better face the challenges that lie ahead. With that, Lin Fan strode purposefully out of the room, ready to arrange the specifics of the training. His steps were resolute and powerful. As if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory, Lin Fan emerged into the sunlight. It bathed him in warmth, yet failed to dispel the shadow cast by the mysterious forces looming in his heart. He moved swiftly and soon arrived at the courtyard where the ladies were gathered. The air was fragrant with blooming flowers, and a gentle breeze danced through their hair. Li Xiaoro was engaged in hushed conversation with Zihong Mei and others. A faint smile gracing her features. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, they all ceased their chatter, their gazes converging upon him. With his hands clasped behind his back and a trademark confident smile adorning his face, Lin Fan proclaimed, Ladies, our shadow guards have acquired a resounding name, Phantom Shadows. The ladies, upon hearing this, exchanged glances filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lin Fan continued, Now, I have an important task for you. Each of you must return to your respective sects and recruit 10 outstanding female disciples. Remember, we shall convene at the beauty sect tomorrow morning. Li Xiaoro gracefully approached Lin Fan, linking her arm with his, and playfully chided, Husband, this task is no small feat. Her eyes were filled with warmth and reliance. Lin Fan gently patted her hand, smiling as he replied, Rower, I am aware of that. However, for Phantom Shadows to thrive, we must attract talent. It is akin to my appetite. To feel full, I must indulge heartily in exquisite food. Zihong Mei furrowed her brows slightly, inquiring, Young Master Lin, what specific arrangements shall there be once they are gathered? Her expression bore a hint of seriousness. Lin Fan cleared his throat and began to elaborate. Ladies, listen closely. Once they arrive, we will conduct special training for them. This training is designed to enhance their abilities comprehensively. First, we shall focus on foundational martial arts and physical conditioning. delving into the philosophy of martial arts to grasp its essence and cultivate a resolute warrior as heart. The physical training will be of high intensity, encompassing stances, footwork, and flexibility exercises. None shall be neglected, ensuring both foundational fitness and combat agility are elevated in time. You will each be as light as a swallow, capable of scaling walls with ease, perhaps even racing with birds to see who flies faster. Zhu Fenghuang blinked her eyes and remarked, "Oh dear, that sounds exhausting." She pouted adorably. Lin Fan shot her a playful glance and teased, "Sister Fenghuang, only by enduring hardship can one become a master. If you fear fatigue, I shall whisk you away for private training like a little chick." Bai Rupiang bit her lip and softly expressed, "Then how much hardship must we endure?" Her face reflected a trace of concern. Lin Fan chuckled reassuringly, "Sister Rupiang, fear not. I am here. It is akin to eating. One can digest gradually, bite by bite." Continuing, he explained the intricacies of martial techniques and their practical application. Swordplay, boxing, leg techniques, and internal energy, all must be mastered, and they must learn to apply these skills flexibly in real combat. Practical drills are essential, including simulated battles and free fighting, which will enhance your reaction speed and combat experience. Perhaps amidst the fray, you might even invent a unique move called random fists to defeat the master. Xin Feng crossed her arms and declared, "Brother Lin, this sounds quite challenging." Her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. Lin Fan nodded in agreement and continued, "The mastery of internal energy and its application is equally vital. You will learn methods of cultivating internal energy, such as breath regulation and guiding techniques to enhance your bodily energy. Mastery of energy control is crucial. When wielded adeptly, Qi and energy shields become formidable tools for both offense and defense in due time. A simple display of your Qi might send your enemies soaring like kites in the wind." Gu Shuowu, with a gentle demeanor, remarked, "Young Master Lin, this may not be easy to master." Lin Fan regarded her intently and replied, "Sister Shuowu, nothing in this world is insurmountable for those with determination, just as I exerted great effort to win over your sister Rower." Next, he spoke of stealth and infiltration, learning to disguise oneself, move silently, and execute lightness techniques to approach targets undetected. Intelligence gathering cannot be overlooked. Observation, tracking, and covert communication must all be mastered. Perhaps during your clandestine operations, you might even uncover the enemy's hidden treasures. Jiu Yuqing tilted her head and asked, "Brother Lin, with so many skills, will we truly be able to learn them?" Her face was full of doubt. Lin Fan affectionately ruffled her hair and assured her, "Sister Yuqing, with diligence, nothing is beyond your grasp. Just like eating and sleeping, it will come naturally." He then emphasized the importance of strategy and tactics, team collaboration, ambush strategies, and retreat planning. Each must be firmly understood. Psychological warfare is equally essential. Knowing how to intimidate and mislead foes can greatly influence their decisions. Perhaps with just a glance, you could frighten your enemies into submission. The ladies listened, some stifling laughter while others displayed concern. Li Xiaoro asserted, "Husband, rest assured, we will complete the task." The ladies nodded in agreement before turning to depart. Li Xiaoro, with her lips lightly pursed and determination shining in her gaze, gracefully bowed slightly before turning away. Zihong Mei maintained a solemn expression, her steps measured, reminiscent of a proud purple rose standing tall. Zhu Fenghuang flicked her hair, a smirk on her lips, striding forward with an air of nonchalance. Bai Rupiang wore a gentle smile, nodding before moving with the grace of a willow swaying in the breeze. Xin Feng, fists clenched and eyes ablaze, hurried off with spirited energy. Jiu Shuowu and Gu Yuqing walked hand in hand, exchanging glances brimming with confidence as they departed in unison. Subsequently, Lin Fan bid farewell to the proprietress of Kelafufu. She wore a beaming smile, her eyes filled with admiration and reluctance. The staff paused to watch them, while passers-by cast curious and reverent glances in their direction. Lin Fan and Li Xiaoro mounted the white crane, which let out a clear call and soared into the sky, ascending towards the clouds. The proprietress, the staff, and the onlookers gazed up at their receding figures until they vanished into the horizon. Zihong Mei frolicked along the path back to Zishao Palace, her heart like a stone tossed into a playful pond, creating ripples as she muttered to herself, "Oh dear, To seek 10 outstanding junior sisters, what precisely does outstanding entail? Could it be that they must scale walls and perform feats like shattering stones with their chests? Ha ha, this truly sounds amusing. She blinked her lively eyes, tilting her head in contemplation. Perhaps they should wield their swords like a whirlwind, creating a deafening roar, leaving onlookers in awe, or be as agile as a monkey, bounding about with serenity. At this thought, Zhongmei couldn't help but chuckle. Oh dear, that seems a bit off. She gently tapped her forehead, realizing that outstanding should refer to those who harbor a blazing passion for martial arts, consumed by their obsession, even dreaming of practicing their techniques. Much like myself, hee. Zhu Fenghuang, akin to a cheerful sparrow, chattered incessantly along the way. Outstanding. Surely, that refers to those who can baffle their opponents during the sect competition, leaving them dazed and confused. Or perhaps those who devise peculiar and unexpected techniques that catch others off guard. She placed her hands on her hips, pride evident in her voice. Humph, if they can be as dazzling and skilled as I am, they would undoubtedly be the cream of the crop. Bai Rupiang moved gracefully, her steps light as if dancing, softly murmuring, I believe that an outstanding junior sister should be as obedient and lovely as a little rabbit, both compliant and sensible, never defying the master's words. Moreover, she must be like a diligent little bee, practicing earnestly each day without slackening. Upon finishing, she covered her mouth with her hand, giggling as if she could already envision such an adorable junior sister standing before her. Xian Feng strode forward with vigor, enthusiastically proclaiming, an outstanding junior sister must be as formidable as a fierce tiger, unafraid of anything. Confronted by evildoers, a single roar should send them fleeing in terror. Additionally, she ought to possess the agility of a galloping steed, brimming with energy, capable of running and leaping. Gu Xuewu and Gu Yuqing strolled hand in hand, laughing heartily as they discussed. Jiu Xuewu, with a charming smile, remarked, Sister, I believe an outstanding junior sister should possess an ethereal beauty that captivates all at first glance, exuding warmth and kindness like a gentle spring breeze that warms the heart. Jiu Yuqing, with a playful wink, replied, Sister, in my view, she should also be able to tell captivating stories that leave everyone in stitches and be skilled in singing and dancing, bringing boundless joy to all. The two sisters exchanged glances and smiled, their minds brimming with delightful visions of future junior disciples. In the mind of Zhongmei, fresh and whimsical ideas surged forth, and she excitedly exclaimed, perhaps an exceptional junior sister could engage in heartfelt conversations with birds, unveiling their secrets, or could communicate freely with flowers and grasses, inspiring them to cheer for her. Zhu Fenghuang then chimed in, or she might be able to devour 10 buns in one go without flinching. A stalwart who practices tirelessly day in and day out. Bai Rupiang gently nudged them, playfully scolding. You are all speaking nonsense, in my view. An outstanding junior sister should possess the ability to pen exquisite characters and create breathtaking paintings. A true talent who excels in both literature and martial arts. Xian Feng waved her hand grandly and declared, Oh, let us not quarrel any longer. In any case, an exceptional junior sister is surely someone who evokes joy upon our first meeting. Someone truly extraordinary. The group of women laughed and mused as they journeyed on, their hearts filled with earnest anticipation for their future junior sisters, longing to return to their sect and embark on the journey of selection. Chapter 39. The establishment of the phantom shadow guards in the lush, verdant forest that stirred the imagination, nestled a mysterious haven known as the Beauty Gate. This place, shrouded in mist, resembled a celestial realm where the heavens had accidentally spilled a pot of ethereal fog. Creating an enchanting spectacle, upon entering, one would be greeted by a vibrant sea of flowers, bursting forth in a riot of colors as if vying for beauty, their petals cascading like a gentle rain, urging one to capture the moment with fervent photography. As one followed the stone path, the melodious babbling of the stream filled the air, its crystalline notes cleansing the soul. The fish in the water danced playfully like children, occasionally leaping from the surface to splash about, seemingly beckoning. Look here. Further along, a lush bamboo grove came into view, the tall stalks standing straight and tall, their leaves whispering ancient tales. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, dappling the ground in a mosaic of light, resembling a meticulously crafted painting. At last, a magnificent palace made its grand entrance, its eaves arching like a peacock's tail, and its doors, a striking red, seemed to proclaim, "Once you arrive, do not think of leaving, stay for a cup of tea." Such a beauty gate surely tempts one to embark on an impromptu martial arts adventure, does it not? Do not hesitate. Come and join this joyous martial arts gathering. At this moment, within the palace, Lin Fan stood tall in a resplendent black robe adorned with gold, his posture as upright as a pine tree, positioned in the center of the grand hall. His sharp brows and starry eyes bore a confident smile, his gaze radiating authority and wisdom. Yet, amidst that profound gaze, a hint of worry lingered. Before him, the women sat or stood in varied poses, their delicate beauty akin to exquisite paintings. The head of the beauty gate, Chin Su Su, donned a simple yet elegant white gown, her long hair flowing gracefully. She sat elegantly, one hand resting lightly on the armrest, her captivating eyes glimmering as she gently inquired, "My dear husband, why have you summoned us here today?" Lin Fan laughed heartily, arms crossed, and proclaimed, "Beloved wives, today I have a significant announcement to make. The Phantom Shadow Guards have officially been established, and I am their Phantom King. However, a mysterious force has recently emerged in the martial world, operating covertly with unclear intentions." Lin Fan pondered. This mysterious force appears formidable. I must lead everyone in unveiling the conspiracy hidden behind it. Yet, the responsibility is great, and I cannot allow anyone to fall into danger. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoro excitedly rushed over, grasping Lin Fan's arm, and playfully scolded, "My dear husband, that is truly wonderful. As the Phantom King, you must exude an awe-inspiring presence, commanding respect throughout the martial realm. But will this mysterious force pose a threat to us?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her face radiated a brilliant smile. Wang Mei Ling bounced nearby, cheerfully saying, "Darling, does this mean the Shadow Guards are formidable? I wish to join them and showcase my abilities. Perhaps I could even uncover the secrets of that mysterious force." She clenched her fists, eager to get started. Yao Zhiyun, the saintess of the Medicine King Valley, clad in soft green attire resembling fresh lotus leaves, gracefully approached, smiling. "Young Master Lin, congratulations on establishing the Shadow Guards. I am willing to lend my support. However, this mysterious force is concerning, as we do not know its origin." She slightly bowed, her demeanor elegant. Zhou Qingxia, the saintess of the Azure Dragon sect, held a long sword, her posture confident, and declared, "Lin Fan, with me here, I shall assist you in training the Shadow Guards into an invincible force. No matter how powerful this mysterious force may be, we shall not fear it." Her stance was as erect as a proud plum blossom standing against the winter snow. Tianjiji's saintess, Yao Xuemei, gracefully waved her folding fan, her smile enchanting. "Brother Lin, the affairs of the Shadow Guards promise to be thrilling. I wonder if my Tianjigu can discern the origins of this mysterious force." Her eyes gleamed with intelligence and anticipation. Zihong Mei, the saintess of the Purple Cloud Palace, stood with hands on her hips, her vibrant skirt fluttering in the breeze, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, Lin Fan, with me around, the Shadow Guards shall surely dominate the martial world. Whatever this mysterious force may be, we shall eradicate them one by one." Zhu Fenghuang, the saintess of the Vermilion Bird sect, swayed her hips and sweetly said, "Young Master Lin, I too wish to shine brightly within the Shadow Guards. Perhaps I could uncover crucial clues about the mysterious force." She winked playfully, her large, expressive eyes glimmering with mischief. Bai Ru Ping, the daughter of the White Tiger Pavilion's leader, stood shyly to the side, her head bowed as she softly spoke, "Young Master Lin, Ru Ping is willing to heed your orders. However, we must deliberate carefully regarding this unknown mysterious force." She nervously tugged at the hem of her garment. Xian Feng, the daughter of the Black Tortoise Hall's master, clenched her fists and boldly declared, "Lin Fan, I, Xian Feng, will spare no effort to assist you in achieving great things. If we can unveil the veil of this mysterious force, it shall be a significant accomplishment." Her eyes sparkled with determination. Bai Luo Valley's saintess, Gu Shuewu, smiled gently, like a spring breeze, and softly said, "Young Master Lin, Xuewu looks forward to the shadow guards creating brilliance. But I wonder if there might be a larger conspiracy behind this mysterious force." Gu Yuqing, a disciple from Bailuo Valley, blinked her innocent eyes and said, "Brother Lin, I too want to cheer for the shadow guards. I hope we can quickly uncover the intentions of that mysterious force." At this moment, Lin Fan's mind resonated with the system's voice. "Master, the establishment of the shadow guards is of great significance. You must carefully plan the special training, lest you disappoint everyone's expectations. Moreover, that mysterious force should not be underestimated. A cautious approach is necessary." Lin Fan mentally replied, "Rest assured, little one, I am fully aware. Although this mysterious force is formidable, I am confident in leading everyone to triumph over them." At this moment, Lin Fan felt both anticipation for the future and trepidation for the unknown challenges ahead, but more than anything, he harbored a resolute determination and courage. Then, Lin Fan turned to the women and said, "As your Phantom King, I have 20 loyal guards, codenamed Phantom 1 to 20. They are my most steadfast warriors. The shadow guards will be divided into 5 departments." Qin Su Su curiously asked, "My dear husband, please tell us about these 5 departments." Lin Fan cleared his throat and spoke. "The first department is the Shadowless Bureau, codenamed Shadow Demon. This department represents the core strength of intelligence collection and analysis within the organization. Shadow Demon operates like a female warrior who commands the shadows, traversing the unseen world to gather intelligence, providing the organization with boundless insight." Li Xiaorou blinked and said, "My dear husband, those in this department must be exceptionally clever. Perhaps we can obtain vital intelligence about the mysterious force from them." Wang Meiling continued, "Darling, I believe Yao Xuemei's sister is well suited to manage this department." Yao Xuemei gently waved her fan and replied, "I am flattered by your praise. Dear sisters, I shall do my utmost to uncover the secrets of the mysterious force." Lin Fan continued, "The second department is the Phantom Shield Guards, codenamed Shadowstone, symbolizing the organization's defensive strength. The Shadowstone Guards possess the heart of deep stone, constructing an impregnable ring of protection with their feminine essence, ensuring the organization's safety." Zihong Mei proudly patted her chest and declared, "Lin Fan, this department must be mine. With me here, the mysterious force shall find it impossible to breach our defenses." Zhou Qingxia shook her head and said, "Zihong Mei, you are too impulsive. It would be wiser for Bai Ru Ping to manage this department." Bai Ru Ping, blushing, replied, "Sister Zhou, you flatter me. I fear I may not be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Yet, for the sake of countering the mysterious force, I will strive to do my best." Lin Fan smiled and said, "Ru Ping, do not be modest. I believe in your capabilities." His gaze was filled with encouragement and trust as he looked at Bai Ru Ping, hoping she would bravely accept this responsibility. The third department is the Swift Phantom Assassins, codenamed Shadow Gale, embodying the organization's rapid response and execution capabilities. The Shadow Gale acts with the swiftness of a gust and the stealth of shadows, striking decisively at critical moments. Zhu Feng Huang exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, this department sounds impressive. I want to give it a try. Perhaps I could catch the mysterious force off guard." Xian Feng waved her hand and said, "Phoenix sister, you should stay back and observe. I will take charge of this department. We shall show the mysterious force our might." The fourth department is the Martial Arts and Technology Institute, codenamed Shadow Saintus, representing the fusion of martial arts and technology within the organization. The Saintus of Yuwu pursues the pinnacle of martial arts, continuously delving into the infinite mysteries of both martial disciplines and technology, providing formidable and precise support for the organization. Yao Jian remarked, "Young Master Lin, I find myself quite intrigued by this department. I hope to harness the power of martial arts and technology to confront the challenges posed by mysterious forces." Gu Shuewu interjected, "Sister Yao, I believe this department would be more suited to Sister Zhou." Zhou Qingxia responded, "Since my younger sisters place such trust in me, I shall not decline. I am determined to uncover methods to counteract these enigmatic forces." The final department is the Xuani Logistics Camp, codenamed Yuxu NLNGN, symbolizing the organization's logistical support and intellectual backing. Yuxu NLNGN commands the mysteries, providing unfaltering support to the front lines, ensuring the smooth execution of missions. Ji Yuqing stated, Elder Brother Lin, Sister Shuowu, and I can take charge of this department. We shall ensure ample supplies to fortify our stance against the mysterious forces." Gu Shuowu nodded in agreement, saying, "Young Master Lin, we sisters shall not fail in our mission." Lin Fan expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent." Thus, the leadership of these 5 departments is firmly established. He then continued, "Next, let us discuss the special training of the Shadow Guards." Qin Susu inquired, "Husband, do share your thoughts."